Chapter 191. Yinli was about to defend herself when a beam of lightning suddenly broke through the roof. Gu Fan held Xia Shulan in his right hand and carried Yinli, who had been beaten into a pig's head, in his left hand, and came to the air. The Flame Lion King looked up quickly. At this time, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan had already lifted their invisibility. The next moment, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan disappeared with Yinli in an instant. At this time, how could the Flame Lion King not know that all this was Yinli's conspiracy? Damn it, chase! Come on, if you meet Yinli, and the two people beside her, catch them. If Yinli is caught alive, the two humans will die. The Flame Lion King roared, very angry. At the same time, in the sky, Gu Fan held Xia Shulan, carried Yinli, and used the lightning power. His physical and mental strength were indeed a bit uncomfortable. Good boy, help me put on the ring. Okay. Xia Shulan was in a hurry, and took out the Lionheart King ring from the Qianquan bag, and gave it to Gu Fan to wear. Gu Fan put it on his hand, and instantly, he felt clear-headed. At the same time, the pressure on his hands, and the mental oppression were much less. Gu Fan sighed, I feel much more relaxed. According to the direction in his memory, he quickly took Loli and Lion back to the base camp. Because of the use of lightning along the way, the lightning was full, and a lightning struck Gu Fan. After the stiffness, Gu Fan's hair stood up, making Xia Shulan laugh. Now it can be confirmed that not only your father, but perhaps the kings of other races are controlled by this contract paper. Gu Fan said slowly, with a solemn tone. Yinli rubbed the big bump on his head and said with a sad face, What should I do? Could it be that my father will be controlled forever? Gu Fan looked at Hu Xiongbo. If he had Hu Xiongbo's ability, he could create a miracle in an hour. Or, the next critical hit will give the diamond-quality Lionheart ring? No, what if the mental power provided after the critical hit is not enough? Gu Fan was very hesitant. The tribe of the Flame Lion has gone completely crazy. 5 boxes, 2 animal skins, a ring and 3 forbidden contract scrolls. The boxes were filled with a lot of lapis lazuli minerals, and various rare materials. However, all of this was stolen by 2 invisible humans. The animal skins, rings, and 3 forbidden contract scrolls are all precious treasures. All the outsiders captured by the Flame Lions were executed, and the team that landed on the Bee's Sky Island was rapidly reduced. In addition to Gu Fan and his 2 people, Xiao Xian and his 4 people, there were only 5 other players left. At the same time, in the center of the Bee's Sky Island, there was a magnificent palace, which was made up of gold and lapis lazuli blocks, and was extremely luxurious. In this palace, a monster the size of a dinosaur was resting on a cushion made of a huge animal skin blanket. It was shaped like a dinosaur, majestic and strong, with muscles faintly visible under the smooth fur. Its head had a majestic outline like a lion, with thick mane like burning flames, and a pair of sharp horns like a bull growing out of its forehead. Its tail was slightly different from a lion's tail. It was long and flat, with membranes like fish fins growing on both sides, dotted with tiny scales. But the tail was still different from a real fish tail, as if it was a semi-finished product. The monster's claws are like dragon's claws. The muscles on the thick legs are tight, and the claws are sticking out from the thick pads, sharp and cold. This monster has the characteristics of 5 animals: lion, cow, dinosaur, dragon, and fish. And it just so happens that these 5 races exist on this empty island. Something happened to the old Flame Lion? A dull voice came from the huge body. A strange light appeared, and the huge dinosaur-like body shrank instantly and became a human. The human is about 1.8 meters tall, male, with long hair. Although his body is bald, he is majestic and his physical strength is very strong. No, my fishtail is not yet complete, and I still need to rely on the mermaid's body. Fortunately, although I have lost my identity as a player, my talent still helps me grow to where I am today. The human laughed evilly. He is the Beast King who rules the Beast Sky Island. He was also a player in his previous life, and has been on the Sky Island for 5 years. In these 5 years, he has eaten all kinds of beast meat. Relying on his talent, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He can transform into a lion, a wolf, or even a bird. His talent is S-level, swallowing beasts and transforming into a body. You can transform into a certain appearance by eating the meat of a certain animal. The more times you eat it, and the more meat you can transform, the more accurate you can transform it, and the more abilities you can master. Eating steak can transform you into a cow. Eating eggs can transform you into Kuan. Similarly, eating the meat of a flame lion can transform you into a flame lion. He can now transform into more than 100 kinds of animals. Of course, because he landed on the Beast Sky Island, he ate more and more different kinds of meat. As a result, it became increasingly difficult for the Beast King to change, and his mental power was oppressed for many years. This also proves that each talent is subject to various restrictions. Although the beast-swallowing body is powerful, it does not mean that it can be transformed infinitely. For this reason, the Beast King simply gave up the species he had changed before and concentrated on dealing with the 5 most powerful races on the Beast Sky Island: dinosaurs, dragons, flame lions, fishmen, and barbaric bulls. The more meat he eats, the higher the bloodline of the meat-eaters, and the stronger the Beast King's ability to change. In addition, he has been single on the island for so long, so he began to look at female beasts of various races. In order to satisfy that desire, and to eat beasts with high bloodlines, the Beast King began to lie that he needed to marry the princesses of various beast tribes. Before he set his sights on Yenli, the last one he married happened to be a princess of the fishmen. And just in time, in order to rule the entire Beast Sky Island, the Beast King used the 3 forbidden contract scroll to contract the kings of various beast tribes. And I left some for them, so that they can use them if they encounter powerful outsiders in the future. Hee hee hee, little fishman, I'm here. The Beast King ignored the information sent by the Flame Lion King. His mind was now full of how to torture the mermaid princess. Every time he ate her tail, he could use some healing methods to make it grow again. In this way, he could eat the flesh of fishmen with high bloodline every day, and the efficiency of perfect transformation would be higher. If he tortured her to death, he would eat some important parts and throw the broken and worthless body outside. Throwing it outside was just to confuse other beasts, so that they could not guess the real purpose. Secondly, it was to use bloody and cruel means to deter other beasts. Anyway, aren't beasts animals? Aren't animals meant to be eaten? The Beast King had no mercy. He came to the room and looked at the mermaid, who was tortured to the point of being fish-like with fierce eyes. Chapter 192. Beast, Lord Beast King. The merman princess had no good flesh on her body. She looked at the Beast King in horror, her tone full of fear. The merman princess, who was originally the most beautiful female animal on the Beast Sky Island, was now in a broken body, with scars and pits all over her skin. If the lickers of the merman clan knew about this terrible thing, they would probably have formed a group to kill the palace. Take a deep breath, it will be quick, don't be afraid, the Beast King said cruelly, while taking out the healing potion. On the other hand, Gu Fan gave up the idea of the next critical hit ring. Obviously, the critical hit star treasure chest is a more correct choice. Then, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan took out the treasure chest of the Flame Lion King. There were 5 boxes in total. Because these boxes were very ordinary boxes, it had nothing to do with luck, and what was inside was what it was. So Gu Fan opened it himself. This made Xia Shulan on the side pout, and was very dissatisfied. Gu Fan went forward and kissed Xia Shulan, and then she forgave him. Obtained 1000 Barbarian Bull Elbow. The second forbidden Barbarian Bull's Elbow tastes great. The first time you eat it, you can increase your defense by 50 points, and each time you eat it, you can restore 300 health points. Obtained 1000 Barbarian Bull Horn. The second forbidden Barbarian Bull's horn can be made into a platinum quality Barbarian Bull sword and other weapons if you have a blueprint. Obtain the permanent blueprint of the platinum intermediate weapon Barbarian Bull's sword. Construction requirements: Barbarian Bull Horn X10, Block Coin X2000. Obtain the permanent blueprint of the platinum intermediate armor Barbarian Bull armor. Construction requirements: Barbarian Bull Horn X15, Block Coin X2500. Obtain the permanent blueprint of the platinum top armor Barbarian Bull boots. Construction requirements: 5 Barbarian Bull horns, 5000 block coins. Get lapis lazuli blocks X1000. Oh my god! Gu Fan was a little surprised. Most of them were related to the Barbarian Bull clan. For example, the elbow. One elbow can increase 50 points of defense and restore 50 points of health. Of course, the 50 points of defense can only be increased for the first time. Obviously, this Barbarian Bull elbow and other things were supposed to be the dowry that the Flame Lion King was going to give to Yenli when she married the Beast King. All of them were taken away by Gu Fan. But he was a little unclear whether it was the Barbarian Bull elbow that had such a special effect. Or was it because of the second forbidden Barbarian beef, or the meat of the second forbidden beast would be like this? But I don't think so, because Gu Fan had eaten the meat of the King Kong Lizard King and the dinosaur before. At that time, except for providing a lot of blood and replenishing the body, there was no other effect. Therefore, it is estimated that only a few second forbidden beast meats have special effects. If so, what about the third forbidden meat? Will the third forbidden meat have a higher probability? Gu Fan had an idea to defeat the Flame Lion King and eat him. But Yinli was still beside him. Gu Fan quickly shook his head. In addition to the Barbarian Bull Elbow, the next best material was the Barbarian Bull Horn. It can be made into Barbarian Bull Armor, Barbarian Bull Sword, and Barbarian Bull Boots. There is no doubt that these things are very suitable for servants to use. Use the precious number of copies to copy equipment for the Snow Girl, Yinli, Lu Jin, etc. It is better to build it directly with the materials. Even Gu Fan and Xia Shulan can use the Barbarian Bull Boots directly. Everyone's eyes were also on the 5 boxes. Yinli and her 10 followers, Xuan Nu, and Hu Xiongbua's group of 4. Gu Fan hesitated for a moment, suddenly looked at Hu Xiongbu and said to him, Hu Xiongbu, sign this, the 4 of you will each get 20 Barbarian Bull Elbows, and I will build 4 sets of Barbarian Bull equipment for you. I will not erase your consciousness, nor will I force you to board my Gu Lan, except for this time when I need your help on the Beast Sky Island. After this Beast Sky Island, you can return to your Tianren, and I will not control you too much. You can leave, and help find He Xiofeng at that time. He threw the 3rd level contract scroll to Hu Xiongbu. Hu Xiongbu is a top 15 player anyway, and he has a talent for explosiveness. If he can be recruited as a loyal younger brother, it will also be a good choice. Moreover, it is not to take the 4 of them on his own ship. Instead, they separated, but the Tianren still belonged to the Gulen. First, it was to consider Xia Shulan's ideas. Second, it was to split up and look for He Xiofeng more. He Xiaofeng's ranking was not as good as Hu Xiongbu, and the rankings were very close. Gu and the 2 of them could easily collide on the Sky Island behind. Gu Fan would not give up unless he killed He Xiofeng. Only one of them could survive in the future. Xia Shulan's eyes lit up. She knew that Gu Fan was thinking about her. She immediately hugged Gu Fan and rubbed her face against Gu Fan's chest, expressing her dependence and love for Gu Fan. Boss Gu Fan. Hu Xiongbu hesitated for 3 seconds, and soon, he took out a pen and signed the contract. Boss Hu. Wang Tingting hurriedly stopped him. Boss Hu, you can't. The other 2 did the same. Shut up. Hu Xiongbu scolded. Boss Gu Fan is the strongest player among all the players on Blue Star, and Gu Lan is the strongest force among all the teams on Blue Star. It is an honor for Tianren to become a subsidiary force of Gu Lan. After speaking, Hu Xiongbu signed his name on the contract, gave it to Gu Fan, and then knelt on one knee. I, Hu Xiongbu, swear to be loyal to Master Gu Fan until death. He was very nervous, and his forehead was full of sweat. Hu Xiongbu knew that he had only this way to go. Fortunately, the other party did not force the 4 of them to board the ship, and Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked young. Although they were ruthless, they were not the kind of tyrants who did not know right from wrong and were worth following. Okay. Gu Fan nodded, bought a pen with a cube coin in the cube mall, took out the pen, and signed his name on the contract. Ding! Check if player Gu Fan signed the 3rd level contract scroll. Do you want to share the rights of the contract party with your teammate player Xia Shulan? Once shared, players Gu Fan and Xia Shulan will be able to order player Hu Xiongbu to do anything. Yes. Gu Fan did not hesitate. Xia Shulan was the person he loved most and trusted most in his life. In addition, the process of obtaining the title, unchanged until death. Gu Fan understood that he and Xia Shulan would be bound together forever and would never be separated. Do you want to erase Hu Xiongbua's consciousness? No, if you choose to erase consciousness, you might as well use the Deathly Silent staff directly. However, let the loyal players develop freely outside and help hunt down enemies. Isn't this more fragrant? For a moment, Gu Fan felt that Hu Xiongbu in front of him seemed to have a slight connection with him, just like the Deathly Silent Snow Girl. 2 masters. Hu Xiongbu said loyally. Wang Tingting, and 2 other teammates, Zhang Jingchun and Zhang Zirwei, also knelt down and followed Hu Xiongbu. Zhang Jingchun and Zhang Zirwei are twins, a few years older than Gu Fan, and had already entered society before crossing. Their strength should not be underestimated. Zhang Jingchun's talent is A-level, random teleportation. The other is B-level real strike. No matter what attack will cause an additional 10% real damage. And the reason why Wang Tingting only has B-level talent self-explosion is still their big sister. This is also because Wang Tingting and Hu Xiongbu have a good relationship and are teammates. Okay, before giving you the Barbarian Elbow and equipment, I will send you the key points next. Gu Fan sent the task to Hu Xiongbu in the form of a screenshot. Chapter 193. For a moment, Hu Xiongbua's eyes widened. Boss, you are going to kill the Beast King? Yen Li's eyes widened as well. My god, Lord Gu Fan is actually going to kill the Beast King. And the reason why I surrendered to Lord Gu Fan is because I don't want to marry the Beast King. So Lord Gu Fan chose to kill the Beast King because of me? Lord Gu Fan, this is too good. Woohoo! Lord Gu Fan, Yen Li and his subordinates swear to follow you to the death. Yen Li cried loudly, not at all entangled in Gu Fan and Xia Shulan pulling its hair on its back, and not caring about its own affairs when it was beaten by its old father. Gu Fan glanced at the sobbing lion with some doubts. Then he said, yes, if I don't need the rewards, I will give you some. With my help, it should not be a problem for your T-Honorin to enter the top 10 in the world. At the beginning, when the large areas just started to merge, the combat power values of the strong were almost the same. But now, they are all spread out, not as tight as before. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, now more than 8,000. The distance between the second and third is also wide, and it is obvious that their talents and strengths are also good. The 10th place is just over 5,000. And Hu Xiongbo and Wang Tingting are only more than 4,000. Okay, don't worry, Master Gu Fan, as long as you don't treat my companions as cannon fodder, my companions, and I will definitely do our best to help you kill the Beast King. Hearing Hu Xiongbo's words, Gu Fan nodded with satisfaction. Wow, Master Gu Fan, Yen Li swears to be loyal to you until death. Yen Li knelt on the ground, and her two lion claws wanted to hug Gu Fan's calves. Hey, you're crossing the line. Xia Shulan was quick-witted, and took out the big staff to hit Yen Li's claws desperately to prevent her from touching Gu Fan's calf. Only I can touch any part of my husband's body. You, a mere red-haired beast, are not allowed to touch my husband. Ah, Master Xia Shulan, are you sick? Yen Li's claws hurt, and she shouted loudly. Yen Li, you dare to scold my little darling, you are asking for a beating. Gu Fan was a little dissatisfied and took out the big staff and hit Yen Li's head hard. Yen Li, The snow girl was frightened and full of fear when she watched from the side. After a fight, Gu Fan first divided the barbarian bull elbows. According to the agreement, 80 barbarian bull elbows were given to Hu Xiongbo and others. Hu Xiongbo and others immediately ate one each, and enjoyed the 50 points of defense increase early. Afterwards, the snow girl, the dead man Lucian, the milk dragon, and the 11 flame lions each got a piece, and added defense first. If you get hurt, you can ask their owner Gu Fan for it. The rest was put into the Qingquan bag, and Gu Fan and Xia Shulan ate another one. Gu Fan felt the aroma of meat bursting with fat in his mouth, and he felt particularly satisfied. Wow, it's so delicious, husband, I want to eat another one. Xia Shulan finished eating the barbarian bull elbow in a few bites, and suddenly, an incomparable feeling of happiness appeared. This feeling of eating delicious food is second only to being with Gu Fan. No, use the rest for healing. 1 unit of elbow can provide a full 300 health points, which is much better than other steaks and lizard meat. No, brother Gu Fan, the Yin family wants to eat, they want to eat meat. Xia Shulan suddenly looked at Gu Fan with a pitiful expression, and then said coquettishly, Okay, I'm really scared of you. Anyway, there are more than 900, if it's not enough, go to the Monjo Park or the Mania Factory to kill a few more. Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's head lovingly, and gave her another elbow. Xia Shulan suddenly opened her mouth, and stuffed the elbow in her hand into her big mouth. Puff! The bone was immediately spit out. Hee. Xia Shulan continued to look at Gu Fan with a pitiful look. No, little Shulan, this maniat elbow is half the size of your face, you swallowed it? Gu Fan pulled Xia Shulan's face open, and found that her mouth was empty. Suddenly, Gu Fan doubted his life. This is just like the appetite of the rubber man. And the little face is also elastic and soft. In this way, Xia Shulan showed off 5 of them, burped at Gu Fan after eating, and laughed a few times. After using some means to teach Cho Bebe a lesson, Gu Fan took out the blueprint. 17 sets of barbarian bull equipment were built with barbarian bull bones. A total of 510 barbarian bull horns were consumed. Barbarian bull sword increases 850 attack power, reduces 50 speed, no other special effects, because it is too heavy, the attack speed and speed are a bit slow. Barbarian bull armor increases 350 defense power, 300 health points, and can be immune to 50% of the damage from the first attack. Barbarian bull boots increases 400 speed, 100 health points. Tip: Barbarian bull set collection, barbarian bull sword, barbarian bull armor, barbarian bull boots, barbarian bull arm guard, barbarian bull necklace. When wearing the above sets, you can activate the Barbarian Bull set bonus, Barbarian Bull Heart. Heart of the Barbarian Bull increases health by 30%. The tragic fate of the Barbarian Bull makes it difficult for the Barbarian Bull to see its heart and itself clearly, but the fact is that if you want to save the Barbarian Bull, you can only save their hearts and minds first. Suit? There are still 2 blueprints missing. Gu Fan opened his eyes wide. The 30% health bonus is a good thing. He originally disliked the Barbarian Bull equipment. It seems that the advanced Barbarian Bull equipment is useless to Gu Fan. His speed is already tied to his health and lightning talent. But the extra 30% bonus is definitely a good thing. The key is the remaining 2 equipment, the arm guard and the ring. And the positions of the necklace and the ring do not conflict. One is worn on the neck and the other is worn on the finger. Husband, the remaining 2 equipment are good things. Xia Shulan said excitedly. Yes, it seems that next, I have to contact the Barbarian Bull again. Gu Fan said solemnly. He looked at Yanli. Where is the largest Barbarian Bull park and factory on the Yanshi Plain? Chapter 194. The largest factory or park? Yanli thought for a moment, and shook her red tail. Yes, this time we have offended your father, the Flame Lion King. If I am not mistaken, the entire Flame Lion Plain border is heavily guarded. Although my wife and I can escape, your speed is not good. We will definitely be surrounded by countless flame lions. Am I right? Gu Fan analyzed. Yanli's eyes lit up. So, Lord Gu Fan, do you mean to lead all the wild bulls to fight against the flame lions? Yes, this is the best way, and there may be a way to save your father, Gu Fan said slowly. But soon, Yanli's eyes dimmed. But Lord Gu Fan, those wild bulls have been brainwashed. Is there really a way to get them to help? Yanli's worries are also reasonable. At that time, perhaps all the wild bulls under the flame lions will fight against Gu Fan and others together. This is the only way. Anyway, Xiao Shulan and I are not afraid of the flame lions. The problem lies with you. Gu Fan waved his hand. Yes, my husband and I are very fast, and you are as slow as a snail. Xia Shulan raised her head proudly, with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Yanli nodded. Okay, then follow me. The largest factory here is called the Barbarian Bull Fortress Flame Lion. The fortress is a huge factory. In the northern part of the Flame Lion Plain, there are tens of thousands of barbarian bulls in the entire fortress. Although most of them are very weak, they are also an extremely powerful force when gathered together. There are only a few hundred flame lions guarding the entire Barbarian Bull Fortress. If we can capture that place and lead the barbarian bulls of the entire fortress to occupy the Flame Lion Plain like a prairie fire, I think this is not a problem. Yanli finished speaking and ran towards the north. Everyone hurriedly followed Yanli. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan sat on Yanli's back. Hu Xianghua, Wang Tingting, Xue Nu, Lu Jun, and Nilong also sat on the back of the Yanshi guard. The Yanshi was not slow. Apart from Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, the 2 perverts, it should not be a problem to beat Hu Xianghua and Xue Nu. The problem is that the barbarians in the fortress are more stubborn than those in small parks and small factories. They work for 21 hours, rest and eat for only 2.5 hours, and the remaining half an hour is used to run around the fortress and read books. What books? Could it be books loyal to the Yanshi tribe? Xia Shulan asked. Yes. Yanli nodded. Wang Tingting had a different opinion. Princess Yanli, I think that under this kind of intense oppression, the barbarians are more likely to resist, aren't they? You're right, but... Yanli sighed. You'll understand when you go and see for yourself. When the time comes, Xiao Shulan and I will go inside the fortress. If you don't have the ability to be invisible, stay farther away. Gu Fan added, if it doesn't work, I have other ways, so you don't have to worry. Gu Fan gave a reassurance. The tense mood of the crowd was also relieved a lot. Although Gu Fan's tone was serious, he was also full of confidence. Following the boss, there will be no problem. Time was in a hurry, and early in the morning, several people finally arrived near the fortress. It was more like a huge lapis lazuli cell than a fortress. The cell occupies an area comparable to several football fields, and there are many flame lions patrolling around. This is the information Gu Fan detected with a telescope. Wait for us here. Contact me directly if you have any questions. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan, and the 2 used invisibility and ran to the inside of the fortress. There are huge mines under the entire fortress, which contain various precious metals. Even through mind reading, Gu Fan learned that there are energy stone mines in this place. Because mining is extremely difficult, there are not many energy stones so far. On the contrary, lapis lazuli is mined in batches. Most of the floors of the entire fortress are underground, bordering the entire mining area. Such a vast project of the fortress was of course built by the barbarian bull clan. The Flame Lions only need to sit back and enjoy the success. It seems that the treasure chest in the old Flame Lion's home is not all of its savings. Xia Shulan analyzed. Perhaps there are buried treasure chests, energy stones, and other treasures. Well said. Gu Fan nodded. There are 3 floors in the ground fortress, and 10 floors in the underground fortress. The 3rd floor is where the Flame Lions live, and live a normal life. The 10th floor underground is where the barbarian bulls live and work. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan just slipped into the first underground floor. This is the cage dormitory for the barbarian bulls. It is worth mentioning that each cage dormitory only has 1 barbarian bull. It seems that this is also to prevent them from communicating and rebelling. Of course, they cannot communicate while working. Compared with the previous parks and factories, there are many Flame Lions patrolling here. Once a barbarian bull opens its mouth to speak, its tongue will be cut off, and you can have a delicious meal of barbarian bull tongue on the spot. Why is there such a difference? Gu Fan guessed that it was probably because there were too many barbarian bulls here. With such a number, although their thoughts were firmly controlled, once they rebelled, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. For small parks and factories, it would be good to have 4 digits. Even if something happened, it would be easy to suppress. And according to Yenli, up to now, only a small park or factory has rebelled every 5 years in the entire Beast Sky Island. Because of proper management, rebellion has never happened in such a huge fortress. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan kept looking around when they came to the work site of the barbarian bulls. The work area is divided into mining areas one after another, each of which has dozens of barbarian bulls and a Flame Lion guard. And once a barbarian bull does not work seriously, what awaits it is cruel abuse. At this moment, in the number 163 mining area, a Flame Lion guard is constantly abusing a barbarian bull with a stick made of barbarian bull bones. Just because the bull dozed off while working. Gu Fan saw this and thought to himself, this is an opportunity. He and Xia Shulan sneaked in, and when the last stick was about to kill the bull in the first forbidden realm, Gu Fan held the stick and showed his body. Huh? Who are you? The Flame Lion guard widened his eyes, and found that Gu Fan in front of him was the wanted outsider. He hurriedly planned to use skills on Gu Fan. But the next moment, a thunderbolt surged from Gu Fan's body, and the violent thunderbolt knocked the Flame Lion guard unconscious and fell to the ground. The beaten bull looked at this scene in horror. The Flame Lion guard, who was like a god in its eyes, actually fell down. How is this possible? The Flame Lion was not killed by Gu Fan. He looked coldly at the beaten bull. The bull trembled, lowered his head, and did not dare to look at Gu Fan. Go kill it. Gu Fan took out a bull sword and handed it to the bull. But unexpectedly, the bull shook his head, and fear flashed in his eyes. It didn't want to hurt its master. Gu Fan was a little disappointed. If you don't kill him, I will kill you. Gu Fan put the bull sword against the bull's neck. Then you kill me. The bull shook his head, fear flashed in his eyes, and there was even a hint of relief. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, who had lifted the invisibility, looked at each other, and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Lord Thunder God, are you here to save us? A bull watching the show suddenly stood up, with a complex light flashing in its eyes. Although every morning, the bulls have to read the article written by Yanshur. Labor is the happiest, mining is the most beautiful. Be the happiest and most beautiful bull. Dedicate your own beef, dedicate your own bones. Dedicate your own horns, dedicate everything you have. Bulls who are brave enough to dedicate are the kindest and bravest. Happy, beautiful, kind, and brave bulls will go to heaven after death. Happiness, beauty, kindness, and bravery are all indispensable. The meaning of this article is very clear. Mining and labor. Dedicating the body equals happiness, beauty, kindness, bravery equals going to heaven after death. Over time, the bulls who have read it since childhood believe it without a doubt. This also explains why the whipped bull had a look of relief in his eyes. Once these tiring days are over, he can go to heaven. According to the Flame Lion guards, in heaven, you can sleep when you want and eat when you want. It longs for such a day. But the bull watching the show is different. It has no name, but it has its own thoughts. Although it has been reading articles about labor dedication every day since it became conscious. It works hard every day. However, the bull watching the show is different from the other bulls, who want to go to heaven. It doesn't understand why the bulls have to keep mining and working as soon as they are born, and they are tempted by the big cake of heaven. Why do the Flame Lions beat the bulls, and kill the bulls whenever they want? They have endless beef and milk to drink every day. Why? Why are the flame lions now living a wonderful life in heaven? The barbarian bull can only work hard to exchange for a fleeting fantasy. This is unfair. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. He was lucky and immediately met a barbarian bull, who was not brainwashed. Yes, I am here to save you. Kill the flame lion and gain freedom. Gu Fan bewitched. Freedom? Can freedom let me eat enough and sleep well? The barbarian bull hesitated and asked. Xia Shulan laughed, of course. She took out a barbarian bull elbow from the Qianquan bag and was stunned for a moment, feeling something was wrong. Gu Fan quickly stuffed it back and knocked Xia Shulan's head. Xiao Shulan, are you poisonous? Xia Shulan finally reacted, stuck out her tongue, and then picked in the Qianquan bag, took out a big watermelon, and threw it to the barbarian bull. Fortunately, the barbarian bull didn't see clearly what Xia Shulan had just taken out. This big watermelon was naturally the food on the savage island. This unique barbarian bull hesitated for a moment, and didn't dare to touch the big watermelon. Until Gu Fan ordered it, the barbarian bull ate the big watermelon, and tears of excitement flowed in its eyes. This taste, the barbarian bull said tremblingly. The barbarian bulls in the back looked at the watermelon with curious eyes. Gu Fan had observed this island, and found no place to grow big watermelons. So, they naturally didn't know it. Do cows eat watermelons? Gu Fan didn't know, but this big watermelon was really sweet, and definitely better than their food. Human, big brother, I want to eat it too. A barbarian bull ran out of the team, and it looked at the big watermelon being eaten with eager eyes. Okay. The value of the watermelon was only worth 1 cube coin. Gu Fan quickly took out a pile of watermelons. Follow me, kill the flame lion guards. Lead all the barbarian bulls to occupy the entire barbarian bull fortress. Fight against the flame lion clan, and you will have countless watermelons to eat. You can sleep as long as you want, and eat as much as you want. After the first barbarian bull finished eating the watermelon, Gu Fan handed him a barbarian bull sword. The flame lion guard just woke up, and it stood up in a daze, but it was greeted by a sword on its head. Ah! Heal you! The barbarian bull has a good attribute panel, with great strength, high defense, and not very fast. It held the barbarian bull's sword and kept slashing at the flame lion guard. After a long time, the broken body of the flame lion guard fell to the ground. Don't you want to try it? Gu Fan's eyes flashed with blue light, and he looked at the first awakened barbarian bull, and then looked at the other barbarian bulls. Could it be that you only allow the flame lion to eat your meat, drink your blood, and peel your skin? After Gu Fan finished speaking, a barbarian bull that was eating a watermelon and crying rushed over, and ate the flame lion meat with the barbarian bull that awakened first. It also awakened. It didn't want to be eaten. At the same time, if there is one, there will be two, and if there are two, there will be three. Dozens of barbarian bulls in the entire mining area rushed up. The noisy sound in this small mining area attracted other flame lion guards. They went to check it out curiously, feeling a little gloating in their hearts. It must be that the flame lion guards, who managed this mining area, did not manage it well. As colleagues, shouldn't they laugh at it? Thinking of this, many flame lion guards came to watch the fun, seeing a large number of barbarian bulls eating their colleagues. Suddenly, they thought they were hallucinating. However, there were still some flame lions, who wiped their eyes, and found that the scene had not changed. Suddenly, the flame lion guards were devastated. The lowly barbarian bulls actually rebelled? What are you doing? Are you crazy? Don't you want to go to heaven? A flame lion guard rushed over and shouted angrily. It was shocked and afraid. Fear appeared in the pupils of several barbarian bulls. Just when some barbarian bulls regretted, a thunderbolt suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped the flame lion guards approaching them. Gu Fan's body flashed with lightning, and he said domineeringly, "Barbarian bulls, they are your food, don't be afraid. I am here to lead your companions and rebel against the flame lions together. Thunder, Lord Thunder God." The leading barbarian bull raised his hands and cheered. Lord Thunder God. Lord Thunder God is an angel. It is here to take us to heaven. Follow Lord Thunder God and rebel together. People follow the crowd. The same is true for the bulls who are oppressed. As Wang Tingting said, the more oppression there is, the more likely it is that they will resist. Chapter 195. There are 50 mining areas on each floor, and there are about 50 barbarian bulls in each mining area. 3 of the 10 floors of the underground fortress are where the barbarian bulls usually live. The remaining 7 floors are where they work. Mine number 163 belongs to the mining area of the -4th floor, which means that there are about 20,000 barbarian bulls here. After number 163 awakens, Gu Fan continues to lead the barbarian bulls to persuade the minds of number 162 and number 164 to rebel. By the way, he led the barbarian bulls, who had already rebelled, to kill the flame lions, who came to suppress the rebellion. As the saying goes, a master can be killed by a random punch. The characteristics of the barbarian bulls are high attack and thick blood. Even if they are barbarian bulls with one ban, as long as their attack is high enough, they can be killed by surrounding a two-ban flame lion. In addition, there are Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Even if there is a powerful flame lion that the barbarian bulls cannot defeat, a bolt of lightning, or the damage of a staff, or the damage of a skill can defeat the second forbidden flame lion. At first, the barbarian bulls in other mining areas were unwilling to resist. However, Gu Fan let the barbarian bulls, who had already resisted, eat watermelons, apples, and bananas in front of them, tempting them. He even gave the flame lion meat of the killed flame lions to the powerful barbarian bulls. With this operation, more and more barbarian bulls chose to rebel. Finally, the barbarian bulls on the -4th floor were willing to follow Gu Fan and choose to resist the flame lions. Afterwards, Gu Fan led the barbarian bulls on the -4th floor to persuade the barbarian bulls on other floors. A single spark can start a prairie fire, because of Gu Fan's decisive killing, and Yanli and Hu Xiongbo guarding outside. Most of the flame lion guards were killed, but there were still 3 or 2 second forbidden flame lions who escaped and went to report the news. The next morning, on the top floor of the fortress, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan stood on a lapis lazuli platform. Below the platform was a wide area, which was usually used for the barbarians to do exercises and read articles for brainwashing. However, it could now be used as a place for Gu Fan to speak. Gu Fan looked around. The people closest to him were Xuan Nu, Nilong and Lu Zhen, Yanli, and Yanli's 10-second level guards, and Hu Xiongbo and 4 others. They were Gu Fan's confidants. In addition, there were 17,869 barbarians kneeling in front. Each of them had fruits in their hands, a few apples, or watermelons, or a few pears. They almost emptied Gu Fan's family's food. Fortunately, because Hu Xiongbo sold Gu Fan's false information at a high price, many powerful players bought it. In addition to the information he had previously sold on the Dead Silence Island, Gu Xia's current deposit was nearly 10 million square coins. It is not a big deal to spend thousands or tens of thousands of coins to buy some food. With Cube Mall and Trading Market, as long as there are enough coins, most things can be solved. Among these more than 17,000 barbarian bulls, there are probably more than 1,000 second level forbidden, 6,000 first level forbidden, and more than 10,000 zero level forbidden. In fact, according to normal growth, it is normal for barbarian bulls to become first level forbidden creatures after they grow up. However, under the oppression of these years, the bodies of barbarian bulls have long been hollowed out, and being able to become first level forbidden is considered outstanding. However, this is still a large force. According to Yanli, there are many more barbarian bulls in the Yanshi plain than Yanshi. No, it should be that the number of barbarian bulls in the entire Sky Island is more than the beasts of other races combined. Xia Shulan looked at the barbarian bulls kneeling in the field and proudly raised her chest. At this moment, she had a feeling that she was a female general admired by thousands of people. For a moment, Xia Shulan was a little floating. Next, will there be countless barbarian bull elbows and countless barbarian beef to eat? Thinking of this, Xia Shulan was very happy. One of her dreams is to have countless delicacies with her beloved Gu Fan and live a happy life without worries. Gu Fan looked at Xia Shulan with helpless eyes. Why is Xiao Shulan's mind full of food? He hugged Xia Shulan's slender waist and signaled her not to think about it. Soon, Gu Fan coughed a few times, and the barbarian bulls, who were eating fruit, quickly sat up straight. Then Gu Fan said loudly and solemnly, "Barbarian bull warriors, from now on, the 2 of us will be your masters. From now on, all your words must obey our orders, understand? Of course, if you obey my orders, I can guarantee that you can have enough food and will not be whipped for no reason. But let me be frank, if any barbarian bull betrays me, it means death, no hesitation." After Gu Fan finished speaking, he looked at the reactions of the barbarian bulls below. All the barbarian bulls nodded. They had the food given by Gu Fan in their hands, plus Gu Fan's iron-blooded methods. The barbarian bulls, who did not obey the orders, and all the flame lions in the fortress were killed. Now the only flame lions in the fortress are Princess Yanli, and the 10 flame lion guards beside her. Yinli and the others had no objection to this. They were all loyal to Gu Fan anyway, and the lives and deaths of other tribesmen had nothing to do with them. Yinli had only one request, that is, to spare the life of the old flame lion. She could betray her old father, but she was unwilling to watch her old father die. Gu Fan certainly agreed to this small request. The loyalty of Yinli and the 10-second forbidden flame lion guards was more valuable than killing the third forbidden old flame lion. Moreover, if Gu Fan could remove the control of the old flame lion, he might be able to get a big boost. More importantly, Yinli's help was great. Without Yinli, Gu Fan would never have been sure to kill the Beast King in the huge and complex Beast Sky Island. Lord Thunder God. The leading bull happened to be the first bull to betray and eat watermelon. It raised its hands and shouted excitedly. Then, the second and third. All the bulls kept raising their hands, jumping and shouting Lord Thunder God. Following Lord Thunder, having enough food to eat, and not being whipped for no reason, it's so happy. The barbarians in the audience thought. Seeing this scene, Xia Shulan couldn't help but raise her hands and sing a song. You came from Dondong, exchanged for a city of Snow White, Wanti Guangdong. Gu Fan quickly covered Xia Shulan's mouth. Ahem, the atmosphere is serious. What are you singing? Do you really think you are a general? Xia Shulan smiled and hugged Gu Fan's body. I am a general, you are a general's wife. However, soon, an inappropriate voice sounded, Lord Thunder, why are there still 11 flame lions here that have not been dealt with? A barbaric bull asked curiously. As an awakened barbaric bull, its eyes were full of hatred for Yinli and others. Gu Fan waved his hand, they are our people, and they will not oppress you, and the leader is the princess of the flame lion, Yinli. Gu Fan quickly explained. Yinli also tried to explain that she would not hurt the barbarian bulls. The barbarian bulls gave up. Afterwards, after the meeting, Gu Fan asked all the barbarian bulls to patrol the fortress and go to the cafeteria to eat if they were hungry. There were a lot of fruits placed there by Gu Fan, which were distributed by Yinli and the others, because it was estimated that there would be a tough battle soon. At the same time, Gu Xia and the others went to the place where the Yanshur lived to collect the spoils here. Chapter 196. Obtain Lapis Lazuli Blocks X 2563. Obtain Inferior Wheat X 50,000. Obtain Energy Stone X 400. Obtain Blue Diamond Pickaxe X 10. Obtain Lapis Lazuli Pickaxe X 600. Obtain Diamond Pickaxe. In the place where the second forbidden flame lion used to live, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looted a lot of things. The Lapis Lazuli blocks are undoubtedly the mines dug by the barbarians. Each Lapis Lazuli block can be sold for a full 10,000 square coins. In other words, these more than 2,000 blocks can be sold for a full 20 million square coins, plus the 1,000 Lapis Lazuli blocks collected previously. Added up to more than 30 million square coins. Gu Fan calculated that if all the things on him were sold, the total of 50 to 60 million square coins would not be a problem at all. It is estimated that it will not be long before Gu Fan can become the world's first billionaire. With so many Lapis Lazuli, Gu Fan did not sell them. Generally speaking, ordinary players cannot carry so many blocks unless they carry a lot of wooden boxes with them. Therefore, ordinary players will choose to sell Lapis Lazuli blocks when they encounter them. But Gu Fan and his companions did not need to use the Qingquan bag to store them. After thinking about it, Gu Fan still gave 500 blocks to his younger brother Hu Xiongbo. Hu Xiongbo kowtowed and thanked him. Although the blue diamond pickaxe he gave him before was more rare, the price of the blue diamond block was only more than 20,000. The blue diamond pickaxe synthesized from the blue diamond block is about more than 30,000 square coins. If it is sold in the trading market, it may be sold for 50,000 square coins. So according to the overall price, 500 Lapis Lazuli blocks are much more expensive than a blue diamond pickaxe. At this stage, few players have them, and if they do, they sell them at a very high price in the trading market. If anyone has a Lapis Lazuli pickaxe, basically at this stage, except for blue diamond or an energy or any other metal can be mined, the previous price of Lapis Lazuli pickaxe was wrong, and it was changed to 14,000 square coins per pickaxe. However, Gu Fan bought several Lapis Lazuli pickaxes before, and gave a few to Lin Chi. Therefore, Gu Fan is not short of Lapis Lazuli pickaxes. He can keep them to build a gulen, or sell them at a high price in the trading market when he is short of money. As for the inferior wheat, of course, it is the food stock for the barbaric bulls. One inferior wheat sold to the game system can only get 0.5 square coins. And it is also easy to see how the Yanshur tribe abuses the barbaric bulls. There are nearly 20,000 barbaric bulls, and the food storage is only 25,000 wheat, which is too little. Gu Fan sold the wheat. Since the barbarians were his subordinates, they had to eat well. With more than 2,000 lapis lazuli blocks, it was no problem to feed the barbarians with big meals every day. Not to mention that they were very easy to satisfy. Just feed them some fruits, and they would be very happy. At the same time, there were 400 energy stones. Adding the energy stones given by Hu Xiangbo before, the two of them now had a total of 415 energy stones. It was enough to upgrade 4 small skills to small success. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan did not hesitate and directly used 200 energy stones to upgrade 2 terrifying sandstorms to small success. The skill description of the terrifying sandstorm also changed. Diamond top skill, terrifying sandstorm, small success, consume a lot of physical strength, jump up, come to the enemy, and create a sandstorm with a range of 100 meters. In the center of the sandstorm, the enemy will be eroded by the terrifying yellow sand, the speed will be reduced by 80%, and 70 points of real damage will be received per second for 25 seconds. At the edge of the sandstorm, the enemy will be affected by wind pressure, and will be controlled for up to 3.5 seconds. Cooling, 24 hours. In other words, the current terrifying sandstorm can cause 1,750 points of real damage. Of course, it seems that this damage is not worth mentioning, but if Gu Fan and Xia Shulan perform together, it will be a full 3,500 points of real damage. When they encounter the Beast King, the damage caused by 2 terrifying sandstorms will definitely be considerable. Not to mention the wind pressure control at the edge and the speed reduction in the sandstorm. After 2 terrifying sandstorms, the speed is continuously reduced by 80%. It is conceivable. What is the difference between this and direct control? Even if Gu Fan's current speed is 3,600 points, it will only reach 144 points after a continuous reduction of 80%. Not to mention the Beast King. Then, there were more than 200 energy stones. Husband, what should we do with the remaining energy stones? Xia Shulan sighed, it's a pity that I can't use it for Yuebu. Because the special skill doesn't have cold cut, it can't be strengthened with energy stones. Speaking of Yuebu, Gu Fan remembered that he didn't seem to have eaten the skill fruit yet. At this stage, his spirit was not so tense in the Lionheart Ring. But Gu Fan still didn't plan to eat it. When his mental power came to a qualitative change, he could directly choose to copy the talent of his subordinate, Hu Xiangbo, instead of choosing to gamble on a special skill. Gu Fan thought about it, and calculated again. The next copy would come to the 10th time. Then his retention came to 3 again. Don't worry, my next copy will be a critical hit. I'll give the Star Treasure Box a critical hit first. Gu Fan thought about it, and gave the Star Glory Treasure Box a critical hit. Ding! Critical hit successful. Get Eclipse Treasure Box X1. If the Star Glory Treasure Box is dark purple, then the Eclipse Treasure Box is blue and white. And it is also larger and more gorgeous than the Star Glory Treasure Box. Afterwards, Gu Fan continued to copy the Eclipse Treasure Box. 2 Eclipse Treasure Boxes in hand. The Star Glory Treasure Box, and one of the Eclipse Treasure Boxes can also be opened. Gu Fan asked Xia Shulan to open the 2 treasure boxes. Xia Shulan hurriedly did it. She always liked opening treasure boxes. Get the Star Glory mid-level skill, Star Lord Morale. After using it, all soldiers under his command will increase their health by 500 points, defense by 200 points, attack by 200 points, speed by 200 points, and morale by 100 points. Morale. The more morale is increased, the more fierce and hard-working the soldiers will be. Requirements. 1. The loyalty of subordinates needs to be above 90 points. 2. The number of subordinates cannot exceed 2 bands. 3. The number of subordinates must exceed 1,000. Cooling value, 48 hours. Get the lower grade equipment of Eclipse Moon, Meteoric Moon Sword, increase 2,000 attack points. You can launch Meteoric Moon Slash, charge and cast a terrifying sword energy at the enemy, which can cause 5,000 damage. Cooling, 5 hours. Note, if the distance is far, the enemy speed is greater than 1,500, and there is a chance to dodge. 1 skill, 1 equipment. Gu Fan widened his eyes, and he should have copied the critical hit earlier. However, if he had used it earlier, who knows what the Eclipse Moon Treasure Box and Star Glory Treasure Box would have opened. There is a saying that everything is the best arrangement. New skills, new weapons. Skills are undoubtedly the most powerful skills at this stage. As long as the number of loyal subordinates exceeds 1,000 and has not reached 2 bands, a large number of attribute points can be increased. Even the 0-band Barbarian Bull is the same. Gu Fan didn't even think about it and copied Star-Lord Morale again, and then studied it with Xia Shulan. Two powerful Star-Lord Morale, superimposed together. Increase 1,000 health points, 500 attack, defense, speed, 200 morale points. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan will create the most powerful and terrifying barbarian bull core in the Beast Sky Island. Chapter 197. After the two learned Star-Lord Morale, Xia Shulan was surprised and said, "Zanyu husband, can these skills really be used together? If they can be used together, it will be invincible. We will know when the time comes. In this case, we have to consider how to gather 1,000 beasts with less than 2 bands when we leave the Beast Sky Island." Gu Fan analyzed, because the requirement of this Star-Lord Morale is that the number of subordinate soldiers exceeds 1,000, and at the same time cannot exceed 2 bands. This is a bit tangled. Gu Fan said slowly. "Forget it, husband. Let's talk about the idea of leaving when we leave. The most important thing at this stage is to use these wild bulls to rule the entire Yanshi plain," Xia Shulan said. Then, the two put on new equipment. Although the wild bull suit is more tempting, it is obvious that the meteorite sword is the most powerful weapon now. The equipment they both wear now is Death Coat, Death Staff, Bull Boots, and strange black crystal pants. The difference is that Gu Fan also has a Lionheart ring and the meteoric sword that he just opened. Xia Shulan has flame crossbow and psychic arm guard. Of course, there are other miscellaneous things, but the most important ones are the above equipment. Obviously, the most powerful equipment now is naturally the meteoric sword. Just imagine, after the daily copy times are credited, the two of them hold the meteoric sword, and when facing the Beast King, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan take out their own meteoric swords, and then use a meteoric slash on the Beast King to 5,000 sword energy. How can the opponent play, even if the Beast King managed to resist by chance? Gu Fan and Xia Shulan used the powerful Star-Lord Morale again, and nearly 20,000 powerful wild bulls rushed up and directly besieged the Beast King to death. Isn't this simple? Of course, this also depends on the Beast King's defense. If the Beast King's defense is high enough, so many wild bulls will not actually have much effect. In addition to the above treasures, there are also blue diamond pickaxes and blue gold pickaxes. At the same time, each wild bull also has a corresponding pickaxe in his hand, most of which are diamond pickaxes used for mining. Gu Fan was too lazy to put these diamond pickaxes away. Anyway, this is also their tool. Not long after, 2 kilometers away from the fortress, the Flame Lion King led a full 5,000 flame lions, plus 10,000 wild bulls, and 500 dinosaurs to this place. Obviously, the angry Flame Lion King led all the flame lions of the Flame Lion clan, and led most of the wild bulls on the Flame Lion plain except for the fortress. When it knew that the 2 outsiders had occupied the entire fortress, and even made all the barbarian bulls in the fortress rebel and obey the outsiders, it was so angry that it trembled. There were more than 17,000 barbarian bulls. Were they all brainwashed by the outsiders overnight? The Flame Lion King couldn't believe it, but it had to believe it, because the Flame Lion guards of this barbarian bull fortress were either dead or injured, leaving only 3 to escape. For insurance, it even spent a lot of money to hire a dinosaur army in the dinosaur mountain next to the Flame Lion plain. There were 500 dinosaurs in this dinosaur army, 200 Tyrannosaurus rex, 100 pterosaurs, and 200 Spinosaurus. Each dinosaur was at the 2nd forbidden level, and its attributes were more powerful than those of the Flame Lions and the barbarian bulls. The team of the Flame Lion King was discovered by the patrolling bull corps, and then the bulls told Gu Fan the information. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan immediately came to the sky, and gathered all the bulls to the open space outside the fortress. In less than 10 minutes, all the patrolling bulls stood in line and stood in front. At the same time, the 5,000 flame lions, 10,000 bulls, and 500 dinosaurs led by the Flame Lion King came to the bull corps. The Flame Lion King shouted angrily, "Outsider, you are very bold. It's not too late to return my daughter and the barbarian bull army to me now. Otherwise, even if you defeat me, the Beast King will not let you go. He will lead all the beasts except the barbarian bulls to besiege you." Gu Fan smiled and looked at Yanli on the side. "Yanli, your father told me to return you to him." Yanli spit directly at the Flame Lion King. "Father, if it was you before, I would listen to you no matter what I say. But now you have become the Beast King's puppet, and I can't die for the Flame Lion clan. Now my master is Master Gu Fan, not you and the Beast King." Yanli's words made the Flame Lion King furious, especially the word puppet. How can it be a puppet? The Flame Lion King roared. Okay, very good, then don't blame me, but just over 10,000 inferior bulls. Let's see how you fight my Flame Lion clan and the Dinosaur clan. Gu Fan also looked at the attributes of the Dinosaur clan. Indeed, this army of 500 dinosaurs is indeed powerful, but not invincible. Xia Shulan and I just need to concentrate on dealing with these 500 dinosaurs. As for the Flame Lions and the Barbarian Bulls, he believed that as long as the Star Lord morale was activated, they would not be the opponents of his Barbarian Bull Corps. Unless there were only a few Barbarian Bulls who were loyal to him in his Barbarian Bull Corps, but this was impossible. Barbarian Bulls were inherently single-minded. Gu Fan was so good to them, not letting them do heavy work and spending a lot of money to give them enough food. Gu Fan said to the Barbarian Bull Corps in a deep voice, "Barbarian Bull soldiers, the Flame Lion clan that once ruled you now wants you to go back to work every day, to the oppressed slave life every day, to the painful life of not having enough food, not sleeping well, and working every day. Are you willing?" Gu Fan's voice was loud and full of appeal. "No! Lord Thunder God, we don't want to." The Barbarian Bulls shouted with determination in their tone. The Barbarian Bulls led by the Flame Lion clan saw that their compatriots on the opposite side were all surging and wanted to resist the Flame Lion clan, and some curious voices rose up among them. Why are they also barbarians? But their mental state is completely different from ours. I don't know, it's so strange. Why is that? Don't they want to go to heaven? Yes, only hard work and dedication can lead to heaven, but now. The Flame Lion King saw that his barbarians were a little confused, and shouted, "All barbarian slaves, those who rebel, are unwilling to work, and are unwilling to make contributions will go to hell after death. Don't be fooled by their performance. Resisting the Beast King will eventually lead to death." Seeing that the Flame Lion King said so, all the barbarians on the Flame Lion side suddenly realized, no longer entangled in why the other side's barbaric bulls are in such a good mental state, why they are holding unfamiliar but delicious food in their hands, why they are all talking about resistance and unwilling to be slaves. The wind is howling, and the whole battlefield is covered with flying sand and rocks, which obscures the sunlight. The majestic figure of the Flame Lion King stands in front of the formation. It suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar. "Flame Lion Clan, Barbaric Bull Clan, Dinosaur Clan, go, kill all the traitors on the opposite side." In an instant, all the beasts behind it rushed out like a flood. 10,000 barbaric bulls took the lead and rushed forward. As cannon fodder of the Flame Lion Clan, they were naturally the first to rush to the front. They are huge and strong, with heads like horses, sharp horns on their heads, and cold light flashing, and they run like moving hills. The trampling of 10,000 barbaric bulls caused the ground to tremble slightly wherever they passed. In the back, 5,000 fire lions, each with hair like blazing fire, blood-red eyes flashing with brutal light, roared and followed the barbaric bulls as cannon fodder. At the same time, as a dinosaur family, the 200 Tyrannosaurus Rex, as the absolute overlord of the land, could leave deep footprints with every step they took, and their huge heads swung left and right, revealing sharp fangs that could bite steel. The 200 Spinosauruses were not to be outdone, and the towering sail-like spines on their backs flashed in the sunlight. Their claws were as sharp as blades, emitting cold light. In the sky, 100 pterosaurs spread their huge wings, covering the sky, and their sharp cries cut through the sky. Facing the attack of the army, Xia Shulan was a little nervous, and pulled Gu Fan's arm. "My scumbag husband, they are coming." She swallowed her saliva, and shouted softly, "Activate the Star Lord morale together." Gu Fan reminded, holding Xia Shulan's hand tightly. Xia Shulan nodded, and the two used Star Lord morale together. As the two activated their skills, Gu Fan suddenly shouted loudly, "All the barbarians who don't want to be slaves, all the barbarians who are willing to fight for their own happy lives. Go kill all the enemies. Only the Flame Lion King will be left alive. Yes, come on, barbarians. Barbarians." Xia Shulan soon jumped aside and shouted loudly. It's also a good thing that Xia Shulan reacted quickly and didn't say the name of the delicacy. Soon, with the blessing of the double Star Lord morale and the orders of Gu and Xia, 17,000 barbarians roared in unison, and the sound gathered together to form a powerful sound wave, shaking the surrounding air. The barbaric bulls on Gu Fan's side suddenly had their muscles swell several times, and their bodies reached more than 3 meters in height. With the double morale, their eyes revealed a determination to face death. They were not afraid at all, and rushed forward without hesitation in the face of the enemy's fierce attack. Hu Xiongbo, Yanli and Xuan Nu also wanted to rush forward, but Gu Fan shook his head. Don't be impatient, especially Yanli. It would be bad if the barbaric bulls accidentally hurt you at this stage. Yes, Master Gu Fan. Yanli's eyes were touched. They guarded beside Gu Xia, standing on the edge of the third floor of the fortress, overlooking the battlefield below. The war broke out instantly, and the beasts of both sides collided like a surging tide. The shouts, roars, and the collisions of claws were intertwined and deafening. The flame lions relied on their agility to shuttle freely among the wild bulls. Their sharp claws kept swinging out, and blood marks appeared on the bodies of the wild bulls. But the wild bulls on Gu Fan's side did not retreat. They relied on each other, with their strong bodies, to form an indestructible line of defense. What shocked the flame lions was that the wild bulls on Gu Fan's side were extremely strong. They had no ability to check the data, but they found that the claws that could easily break the belly of the wild bull could only cause slight blood marks on the skin. No, this is impossible. A one-band flame lion was thrown to the ground by a zero-band barbarian bull. It quickly roared, "You barbarian bulls can't be that strong. What's going on? Damn barbarian bulls, where do you get your strength from? Aw, don't kill me, you cheap slaves." Not only the flame lions, but also the barbarian bulls that were cannon fodder on the flame lion side at the beginning of the battlefield. They are much weaker than the flame lions. They just finished mining, running exercises, and reading articles written by the flame lions in the early morning. Now facing the barbarian bulls on Gu Fan's side, they are all panicked and their morale is in chaos. Only the two-band barbarian bulls can barely deal with the one-band barbarian bulls on Gu Fan's side, and even the one-band barbarian bulls on the flame lion side may not be able to deal with the zero-band barbarian bulls on Gu Fan's side. For a while, the victory on the battlefield turned to Gu Fan's side. Master Gu Fan, because of your and Sister Xia's skills, my attributes have also been strengthened. Now, if I activate my skills, I might be able to fight all the dinosaurs alone and capture the Flame Lion King alive. Hu Xiongbo said eagerly. Because he didn't even have one band, he only had more than 1,000 HP with the equipment, but Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's too. Star-Lord Morale made Hu Xiongbo's HP close to 2,600, and other attributes except speed were close to 1,000. In theory, if he used the enhanced talent now, all of Hu Xiongbo's attributes would be enhanced 5 times, that is, more than 12,000 HP, more than 4,000 attack, defense, and more than 3,000 speed. Hu Xiongbo's physical fitness will become an existence beyond the 3 bands. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. He forgot this point. He only thought about the bull, not the people around him. He looked at his own attributes, and then looked at Xiao Shulan's attributes. Their attributes were also enhanced. Of course, only one level of Star-Lord Morale was enhanced. Gu Fan's enhancement was due to Xia Shulan's Star-Lord Morale. Xia Shulan's enhancement was due to Gu Fan. Gu Fan is definitely loyal to Xia Shulan, and Xia Shulan is also loyal to Gu Fan. It is normal for the two to love and be loyal to each other, and to be strengthened by each other, but Gu Fan thought about it again. It depends on which of Hu Xiongbo's talent bonus and morale bonus takes priority. After all, if the talent bonus comes first, and then the morale is used, the 5 times effect of the 2 morale will not be added to Hu Xiongbo. At this time, the battlefield situation became more chaotic because of the addition of Tyrannosaurus and Spinosaurus at the back. With its huge power, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is still no match for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, even if the barbarian bull on Gu Fan's side is strengthened. The Tyrannosaurus Rex can bite off half of the barbarian bull's body in one bite. The Spinosaurus uses its long claws to disembowel the barbarian bulls. However, the barbaric bulls on Gu Fan's side were in high spirits. They were fearless, and some even ignored their own safety, and used their bodies to resist the attacks of the dinosaurs, creating attack opportunities for their companions. The pterosaurs in the sky were trying to defeat the hostile barbaric bulls one by one. Although the pterosaurs were also powerful, and killed many barbaric bulls on Gu Fan's side, their number was too small to have a certain effect. Why don't you try using your talent to see what the attributes are? Gu Fan saw that the barbaric bulls had suffered a series of defeats in the dinosaur army area and said to Hu Xiongbo, "Yes, boss." Chapter 198. Hu Xiongbo immediately used his talent. Soon, in the shocked eyes of the two, Hu Xiongbo's height suddenly soared from more than 1 meter to more than 5 meters. Fortunately, the equipment he was wearing was flexible, otherwise his clothes would burst. At the same time, he felt the rising power in his body. "Master Gu Fan, my talent did not give the Star-Lord morale." He scratched his head and said awkwardly. Indeed, Hu Xiongbo is very powerful now, but his attributes are not the same as he just thought. Because Gu Fan and Hu Xiongbo signed a contract, he did not need to consume cube coins to check Hu Xiongbo's data. At this time, Hu Xiongbo's attribute panel is as follows. Character, Hu Xiongbo. Teammate, Wang Tingting. Talent, S-level talent. Super enhancement, once a day, you can enhance your own ability. After the enhancement, your own strength and attributes will be greatly enhanced, up to 5 times, and the enhancement time can last up to 1 hour. After 1 hour, you will fall into a weak state. Skills, Mantis Fist, Beginner, Great Dark Palm, Beginner, Carrying Claw, Minor Success, HP, Attack, Defense, Speed, Status, Excited. At this time, Hu Xiongbo first strengthened his own and equipment effects by 5 times, and then had double. Star-Lord morale. But it doesn't matter, Hu Xiongbo is still strong at this time. In the entire huge battlefield, although Gu Fan has the upper hand overall. But with the blessing of the dinosaur core, he still can't hold on. In the place of the dinosaur core, Gu Fan's bulls still have to use their lives to fill the pile. Especially the powerful Tyrannosaurus Rex. One tail can crush the bull's head, and a big mouth can bite off most of the bull's body. Hey, stinky fish husband, I think the dinosaur meat is the meat of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xia Shulan licked her lips, and her eyes flashed with anticipation. My dear, what do you mean? Gu Fan did not react. Xia Shulan hugged Gu Fan and said coquettishly, Stinky fish, don't you want to try these dinosaur meat again? There are hundreds of them. Gu Fan was speechless. What are you thinking about in your little head? If you fall asleep again, I will hold you accountable. Xia Shulan is really a novice, and likes to play. Loyulu, what do you care about me? Come on, husband, there is so much dinosaur meat. Xia Shulan suddenly jumped up, and shouted on Gu Fan's back. Neilong, Luzhen, let's go to Xuandu said slowly. Then, Xuandu, Neilong, and Luzhen followed Gu Xia and the others into the battlefield. The front row was of course Hu Xiongbo. Hu Xiongbo rushed into the battlefield at a fast speed, and punched the nearest Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's a human so tall? An outsider? Interesting. The leader of this group of Tyrannosaurus Rex was invincible, in the center of the battlefield. Its realm reached the peak of the second forbidden level, with a life value of 4,503 other attributes close to 1,000, which was enough for it to continuously harvest the lives of the wild bulls. In its eyes, it didn't matter who won or lost. Anyway, it was just here to help the entire dinosaur clan complete the task and have a good meal. The leader of the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at the 5-meter-tall human standing in front of him, and said coldly, Hey, big human, why don't you be my slave? I'll be your mother. A dark and white axe appeared in Hu Xiongbo's hand, and he chopped at the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hee, are you going to compete with the ancient beast Tyrannosaurus Rex in strength? Oi, you are really. The word interesting was not even said, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head was chopped in half, and blood burst out, spilling all over the surrounding dinosaurs, flame lions, and barbaric bulls. It didn't even activate its skills, and Hu Xiongbo's axe consumed a part of its health. How is it possible? Hu Xiongbo chopped the Tyrannosaurus Rex leader's head a few more times, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex leader collapsed to the ground. Xia Shulan took out the Qianquan bag, and aimed it at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's corpse. Get Tyrannosaurus Rex meat X200. The second forbidden Tyrannosaurus Rex meat tastes excellent. The first consumption can increase 60 points of attack power, restore 50 points of health, and can increase a lot of blood and strengthen the internal organs. This second forbidden Tyrannosaurus Rex meat is the same species as the previous Tyrannosaurus Rex meat, but the name is different, but compared to the previous one bought in the trading market. The quality of this Tyrannosaurus Rex meat is obviously higher. Get Tyrannosaurus skin X1. Get Tyrannosaurus teeth X50. Oh my god, the invincible leader was killed. What happened to this 5-meter-tall man? Why did he crush the leader in one fell swoop? I remember that this giant seemed to be the servant of the 2 normal humans. He is so powerful. How powerful must the 2 normal humans be? Obviously, the normal humans referred to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. The pterosaur leader was shocked and frightened, and he looked at the scene in horror. He also saw Hu Xiongbo slaughtering various dinosaurs at this time. Damn it, if this goes on, the dinosaur army will be slaughtered by this giant sooner or later, right? Its head thought quickly, and it looked at a man and a woman who were using the Qianquan bag to collect meat from the same kind. Although most dinosaurs were guessing the strength of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. However, because of its pointed head and the size of Hu Xiongbo, Gu Fan, and Xia Shulan, it automatically imagined Gu Fan and Xia Shulan to be very weak. Damn giant, if you don't stop, I will kill your two masters. The pterosaur leader suddenly stood above Gu Fan and Xia Shulan and roared at Hu Xiangbua. Hu Xiangbua glanced at the pterosaur with strange eyes and ignored it. The pterosaur leader with a pointed head was completely angry. Pterosaur breath. A terrifying hot breath rushed towards Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Ha ha, die. However, after the hot breath, there was nothing in front, and the pterosaur leader scratched his head. Well, could it be that it was burned directly by my hot breath? It thought curiously. However, soon, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan stood on the pterosaur leader. Honey, what a beautiful pterosaur. Xia Shulan touched the wings of the pterosaur leader and sighed. The wingspan of the entire pterosaur is more than 5 meters, and the overall image is extremely handsome, and the slender wings are like huge white silk. The overall image is like a small airplane. The head is narrow, long and pointed, and the mouth is full of sharp teeth. The slender neck connects to the strong body, and the body surface is covered with fine white fluff. Suddenly, the pterosaur leader's hair stood up. How did these two people get up? Beautiful, beautiful, knock it out, and make it a toy for us. Although this pterosaur is not as strong as the Tyrannosaurus rex, it can fly, and it is just qualified to be our slave. Soon, a tingling feeling appeared on the back of the pterosaur leader, and a thunderbolt directly enveloped the pterosaur's whole body. Ah! Human! The pterosaur suddenly wailed in pain. As a powerful creature of the second forbidden level, Gu Fan's deathly silence staff cannot transform it into a deathly silence man. However, it should not be a problem to sign a contract with it, or use some educational methods to make this pterosaur leader surrender. Don't shock me. The pterosaur shouted in pain in the fearful eyes of the dinosaurs. My husband is obviously rewarding you. Why don't you like it? Xia Shulan asked curiously. What's the point of rewarding you? The pterosaur leader couldn't hold it anymore. These two humans are really sick and powerful. Husband, increase the stakes, keep shocking it. Here it comes. Chapter 199. Ah. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's torture made the other pterosaurs extremely angry. Let go of our prisoner. They all rushed over. Ice and snow. The dead snow girl suddenly jumped into the air. Suddenly, within 100 meters, except for her own people and the pterosaur leader, who was carrying Gu Fan and the other two, all other creatures were frozen into ice sculptures. The pterosaurs in the sky were also like this, turning into ice sculptures and falling to the ground. Hu Xiangbua punched and smashed all kinds of ice sculptures directly. Soon, in less than half an hour, all the dinosaurs who came to support were killed. Among them, only the flying pterosaur leader was left. It looked at this scene with lifeless eyes, and the pain was suffocating. I'm afraid that if I hadn't been able to fly, I would have been tortured to death by the two demons on my back. Two masters, stop electrocuting me. I am willing to obey your orders. The pterosaur leader, whose hair was white, became extremely charred under the torture of the two people, and finally lowered his proud head. Gu Fan touched its pointed head. Not bad, an obedient bird is a good bird. The pterosaur twitched its mouth. Although it wanted to refute that it was not a bird, but a powerful dragon, it thought about it and gave up. At the same time, the head of the Flame Lion King was covered with fine sweat. It saw the scene just now. Immediately, it kept asking for help from its master, the Beast King behind it. But at this time, the Beast King was specifically torturing the princess of the Fishman clan, and by eating the meat of high bloodlines, he continued to supplement the ability of the Fishman, or genes. When I completely absorb the power of the Fishman clan, I can break through the 4 prohibitions and become the strongest creature on land, sea and air below the 5 prohibitions. The Beast King stroked the broken face of the mermaid princess and muttered to himself. Sea mermaid, flood dragon, land, flame lion, barbarian bull, air dinosaur, and a lot of flying creatures. After several years of accumulation, the Beast King's strength has been continuously strengthened. Just think about it, and you will know that according to the rules of Blue Star, if you can't leave the Sky Island in time, you will encounter terrible things. Although the Beast King is not a Blue Star, he also has similar rules to prevent players from hiding on a Sky Island and unwilling to leave. He has been hunted down by all beasts. But he still survived tenaciously, and grew step by step to the current Beast King, who thinks he is the strongest of the 3 forbidden. Why torture me? The mermaid princess cried. She still had a faint breath. Why? You beasts, how can you understand my feelings? I'm just giving it back to you, and you can't stand it. The Beast King continued his behavior. When the Flame Lion saw that the Beast King did not respond, despair appeared in his pupils. Quick, run! Seeing that the large army was still fighting desperately, the Flame Lion led his confidants and ran towards the direction of the Dinosaur Mountain. Not long after, the Flame Lion and his gang disappeared from the battlefield. Gu Fan, who was participating in the battle, also discovered this, and was about to turn into a lightning bolt to chase after him. However, at this moment, the lightning value was full. Seeing this, Xia Shulan immediately stayed by Gu Fan's side and protected Gu Fan while the side effects of the lightning talent took effect. This was when Gu Fan was the weakest. But did you really think that Gu Fan had no manpower? Hu Xianghua, go ahead, capture the Flame Lion King, remember to keep him alive. Yes. Hu Xianghua hurriedly chased after him. Not long after, the Flame Lion King was caught with a bruised face. He tied up the Flame Lion King and threw him in front of Gu Fan. Gu Fan was ruthless, and in order to prevent the Flame Lion King from breaking free, he directly broke the Flame Lion King's limbs. The Flame Lion King was very old, and wailed a few times. Yinli was very distressed watching from the side, but to be honest, even if Gu Fan killed the Flame Lion King, it was reasonable, and breaking the limbs was already very good. Damn! Lord Beast King will destroy you. The Flame Lion King was still stubborn. Even after seeing the strength of Gu Fan's group of outsiders, he was still stubborn. Take him to the prison, don't kill him. Gu Fan ordered the nearest barbarian bull. At the same time, the entire battlefield came to an end. All the enemy's flame lions were annihilated, and there were still 4,000 or 5,000 barbarian bulls. Gu Fan then ordered again to recruit these 4,000 or 5,000 barbarian bulls, as much as possible. Now that their masters were annihilated, only the option of joining was left. Without much thought, they finally chose to join under the brainwashing of Gu Xia and the others. About 2,000 barbarian bulls of Gu Fan's side fell, and with the newly added 5,000, the number of legion members completely exceeded 20,000. Now, the barbarian bulls of the Flame Lion side understand what kind of good life Gu Fan's barbarian bulls are living. First of all, the barbarian bulls don't need to mine these days, and have a good holiday. They only need to fight when necessary. Gu Fan will only stay here for 2 weeks, and he doesn't need that little mineral resources at all. Secondly, all barbarian bulls can eat delicious fruits and have enough food. Gu Fan has a lot of cube coins, and he can buy food in large quantities at low prices in the trading market. At the same time, their task during this period is to liberate the barbarian bulls on the entire Flame Lion Plain. After all, the wild bulls summoned by the Flame Lions in just one day were not all. By the way, clean up the Flame Lions that did not participate in the battle. All the wild bulls on the Flame Lion Plains understood that their good days, the paradise they imagined, were coming. At the same time, the dinosaur army next door also learned the news of the defeat of the 500 elites they sent. They were extremely angry, and quickly informed the patriarchs of other races, and of course told the powerful Beast King about this major event. The Beast King got the news from all the Beast Tribe patriarchs, and was stunned. He was still busy integrating the power of the Fish Princess. How could the Flame Lion suddenly become extinct? Thinking of the contact of the Flame Lion King who killed in seconds this morning. The Beast King was extremely angry. He ate the Fish Princess in one bite, too lazy to slowly integrate. Defending against the enemy was more important, and he planned to summon all the Beast Tribe patriarchs to a meeting to discuss the matter of attacking the outsiders, the wild bulls on the Flame Lion Plains. Chapter 200. The Palace of the Beast King. The Beast King did not transform, but sat on the throne in human form, looking at the 4 Beast Clan leaders below the stage with anger in his eyes. The patriarch of the Dinosaur Clan, the child of the previous dinosaur leader and the pterosaur leader, not only has a pair of huge bodies of Tyrannosaurus Rex, but also a pair of huge wings of pterosaur. And it is the new Dinosaur King, the most powerful 3 forbidden strongmen besides the Beast King. It is hard to imagine what will happen to Xiao Shulan if its dinosaur meat is eaten by Gu Fan. The second strongest is the patriarch of the Jialong clan, the Jialong King, but because of its very thin blood, the strength of the Jialong clan is equivalent to that of the Dinosaur clan, and they live in a huge lake. It is heard that the Jialong a long time ago had a trace of real dragon blood. At that time, the Jialong ruled the entire Beast Sky Island, but unfortunately, it declined. Although the strength of the Jialong King is not as good as that of the Dinosaur King, it is still strong. Compared with the Dinosaur King, its advantage is that it can swim in the water. The third most powerful is the leader of the Fishmen, the Fishman Queen. Similarly, before being controlled by the Beast King, the Fishman Queen was also the 3 forbidden strongmen who hated the Beast King the most. But unfortunately, after being controlled, the daughters of the Fishman Queen were all killed by the Beast King, and the last little daughter, the Fishman Princess, was also eaten by the Beast King. Of course, the weakest is the Barbarian Bull King, whose strength is only the second forbidden. The Barbarian Bull Grassland in the north is where the Barbarian Bull lives. It has its own jurisdiction, but everyone knows that its existence is just to provide slaves for other beasts. I didn't expect this group of outsiders to have such a thing happen. The Beast King had a gloomy expression. He looked at the beasts below angrily, and finally looked at the Bull King. Bull King, do you have anything to say? Because it's all because of the bull. If the outsiders' troops were replenished in a fortress in the Flame Lion Plain, how could such a thing happen? Lord Beast King, I don't know either. All this is because of the Flame Lion King. If it weren't for the poor management of the Flame Lion King, how could my people? The next moment, the Beast King came to the Bull King and punched it in the head. Blood was all over the ground, as well as the Beast Tribe chief next to him. Poor Bull King, his people were ruled and enslaved, but now they simply lost their lives. The Beast Tribe chiefs around trembled. Although they were controlled by the scroll, they were still afraid of the Bull King being shot in the head. This was a physiological fear. The same thing happened to the old Flame Lion. It was imprisoned in the fortress's prison, staring at its daughter with dull eyes. At this time, the old Flame Lion was naturally useless to the Beast King. Yenli couldn't catch him back, and the Beast King didn't impose any orders on the Flame Lion King. However, the real consciousness had been erased before. At this time, the old Flame Lion was like a walking corpse. Father. Yenli looked at her father, the old Flame Lion, who was as dull as a puppet at this time, and was immediately very sad, muttering to herself. Just when Yenli thought that she would not get any response and left in disappointment, the old Flame Lion suddenly spoke, "Hey, Leo." Hearing this, Yenli couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. "Father, are you back?" Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at this scene curiously. They didn't expect that the Flame Lion King could actually regain his consciousness. Through the mind-reading examination of the Flame Lion King, it seems that the Flame Lion King has not changed much. Flame Lion King, Agu Agu. Father, are you still there? Yenli looked at the old Flame Lion expectantly. Hey, Lear. The old Flame Lion repeated the sentence again, dumbfounded. Father, I have been here. What about you, are you still there? Yenli looked at her father in confusion. She didn't understand why the old Flame Lion would only respond with this sentence. Yenli, your father is dead. He was controlled and his consciousness was erased, so he died. That scroll can erase consciousness. Gu Fan, who thought he could get some information, was inevitably disappointed and also a little sympathetic. Yenli, your father's response to you now may be just a subconscious response, right? Xia Shulan speculated. Both of them looked at Yenli with some sympathy. Yenli was talking about her companions and pets after all. But now? I understand. Yenli wiped the tears from her furry face. Yenli, don't worry, we will kill the Beast King. Xia Shulan touched the big lion's head with her little hand and comforted him. The two and the lion returned to the top of the fortress. The number of wild bulls was gradually increasing. However, surprisingly, the Yinshur clan lost the Yinshur king and did not think of resisting. Many scattered Yinshur on the Yinshur plain wanted to surrender to Gu Fan. Although there were only a few hundred of them, Gu Fan accepted them all and agreed. 2 days later, all the wild beasts on the Yinshur plain were controlled by Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. There were a total of 35,000 wild bulls and 400 Yinshur, which was a very large army. Of course, not all Yinshur and wild bulls were willing to work for Gu Fan. Gu Fan killed thousands of rebellious beasts and collected all their meat. Among them, thousands of wild bulls wanted to rebel. They were brainwashed so badly that they thought they could neither work nor sacrifice their bodies after surrendering to Gu Fan, and they would never go to heaven in the future. Seeing that Gu Fan could not persuade them, he simply fulfilled their wish and let them sacrifice their entire bodies so that they could go to heaven. Anyway, Xiao Shulan liked to eat wild bull elbows, which was just right to supplement the amount of wild bull meat. With thousands of wild bulls and the original deposits of the Yinshur clan, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan would have no problem eating for a few years. In addition to the resistance of the wild bulls, there were also resistances from the fire lions, about dozens of them. Of course, all of them were dealt with, and their meat was obtained. However, the taste of the fire lion meat was not as good as the wild beef meat, so Gu Fan and Xia Shulan ate it for one meal and then stopped eating. At the same time, one of the copies made in the past 2 days was given to the meteoric moon sword, and the other was given to the Lionheart King's ring. Yes, It is the Lionheart King's ring that can improve physical strength and spirit. These two equipments were naturally given to Xia Shulan to wear. After wearing the Lionheart King's ring, she immediately felt comfortable. At this time, Xia Shulan should have no problem eating another skill fruit. So the next day, Gu Fan copied the skill fruit and fed it to Xia Shulan again. As for myself, of course I can eat it, but Gu Fan thought that I would copy the talent directly after the spare mental power becomes more. A powerful talent is much more precious than an uncertain skill fruit. After Xia Shulan ate the skill fruit, a reminder sounded in her ear. Ding! Gain special skills. Local hardening. It can harden various parts of the body, and the damage suffered by the hardened part will be reduced by an additional 20% plus 800 points of defense. Attacking the enemy with the hardened part will increase the damage by an additional 20% plus 800 points of attack. Tip: in battle, it is recommended to harden the parts, fists, stomach, chest, head, etc. And only one part can be hardened at a time. Xia Shulan was a little dumbfounded. This skill looks very powerful, but it seems to be useless, let alone Xia Shulan's speed is very fast. With the blessing of this sense of sight, hearing and perception, her speed is second only to Gu Fan. When encountering an attack, of course she will run away and dodge. How can she be stupid enough to harden a part and then be hit by the opponent? Isn't this stupid? And there is a skill of sandification to dodge. However, that attack is still useful, but unfortunately, the hardened body part is not a weapon. If Xia Shulan hardens her little fist, then her own attack after eating dinosaur meat, plus the Dead Silence coat, is originally 260 points. Then, after hardening, first add 20%, and then add 800, which is more than 1,100 points. A punch causes more than 1,100 points of damage, which is still powerful. However, now with the Meteoric Moon Sword, who still wants to use bare hands, Gu Fan's focus is different. He looks at Xia Shulan, and his eyes move slightly downward. I don't know. Can that place be hardened? Gu Fan thought curiously. Chapter 201. Looking at Gu Fan's malicious eyes, Xia Shulan blinked her eyes, and her face turned red. Hey, you stinky fish husband, what are you looking at? Gu Fan did not bother about the new name of these 6 words, but smiled and said, Ahem, Xia Shulan, you must not use this skill. If it affects the feel, it will be over. Get lost, you big pervert. Xia Shulan was a little anxious. She just wanted to analyze the use of this skill with Gu Fan, but Gu Fan's mind was full of something. Suddenly, she smiled evilly and thought of a way to torture Gu Fan. Iron Ball attack. No, you are poisonous, aren't you, stinky baby? Woohoo! After playing around for a while, Xia Shulan snuggled in Gu Fan's arms, but she suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, husband, you asked me to interrogate the pterosaur. It didn't say anything for 3 days. Why don't you go and see? You interrogate it. During the 3 days of division of labor, Gu Fan handled the overall situation, helped Hu Xiangbua and others absorb new members of the Flame Lion Plane, dealt with traders, collected rare meat, won people's hearts, etc., and the task of asking for intelligence was naturally handed over to Xia Shulan. At the same time, during these 3 days, Xia Shulan took time to torture the pterosaur leader, one of the pets. Okay, let's go and see. Anyway, there is no rush. After dealing with the Flame Lion Plane today, we can attack in the direction of the Beast King's territory. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan came to the boss, who was holding the pterosaur leader. The pterosaur leader was dying at this time. He didn't understand why his 2 masters treated him like this when he was willing to surrender, and why the mistress kept whipping him. Xia Shulan hit the pterosaur leader on the head with a big staff, while Gu Fan frowned. He clearly felt that the pterosaur leader was a coward. However, Xia Shulan spent some time and interrogated him for 3 days, but the pterosaur leader refused to reveal any information. Why? Gu Fan was a little curious. Say it or not. Xia Shulan scolded, and then kept hitting the pterosaur leader on the head with a big staff. Say it or not, say it or not. The pterosaur leader collapsed. In the past 3 days, this female ghost only asked this question. It looked at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan with tears in its eyes. Master Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, what are you talking about? Xia Shulan, ? Still talking stubbornly, I'll beat you to death. Xia Shulan jumped up and hit the pterosaur leader on the head again. However, she was stopped by Gu Fan on the side, who looked at the pterosaur leader in confusion. What are you talking about? Of course, it's about the information about the Beast King and other beast tribes. As a high-ranking member of the dinosaur tribe, you must know a lot of information, right? Yes, yes. Then ask. For 3 days and 3 nights, the mistress only knew how to beat me, and only said say or not. The pterosaur leader couldn't stand it anymore and asked directly. Gu Fan looked at Xia Shulan, and the two looked at each other and blinked in tacit understanding. This seems. It is indeed what Xiao Shulan would do. You didn't ask it what it said? Gu Fan said helplessly. Ah, husband, do you still need to ask this? Xia Shulan scratched her neck and said embarrassedly. But soon she shook her head and said, if you really understand, you don't need to ask. What else can you ask? It's nothing more than asking about the information of other beast tribes. You don't even understand this, you deserve to be beaten. Xia Shulan laughed, but there was some embarrassment in her eyes. Gu Fan nodded seriously. What Xiao Shulan said made sense. Yes, what else can I ask? Isn't it just these questions? Just answer them, my little wife is right. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan and questioned the pterosaur leader. The pterosaur leader couldn't hold it anymore, but under the tyranny of the two, he could only tell the information he knew. The members of the other beast tribes were not many under the Beast King shouting. There were about 4,000 dinosaurs, and the same was true for the dragon tribe, the fish people, and there are about 6,000 flame lions, but now there are only a few hundred left. The barbarian bulls are much more numerous. The original number of the tribe plus the barbarian bull slaves and miners from other territories add up to more than 100,000 and less than 200,000. So, if the army attacks, will the enemy have at least 100,000? Gu Fan was a little serious. Yes, but it's troublesome to gather so many barbarian bulls. Lord Gu Fan, I suggest that while the Beast King has not gathered the army, we should attack the dinosaurs as soon as possible and gather all the barbarian bulls in the dinosaur mountains. The pterosaur leader offered a suggestion. That makes sense. Gu Fan nodded, and he released the pterosaur leader. After all, it was a flying beast. It would be cool to bring it with him in the future. Then, he looked at the attribute panel of the pterosaur leader. Pterosaur leader. Realm, second forbidden. HP, 4258. Attack, 958. Defense, 856. Speed, 1238. Skills, Pterosaur Hot Breath, roar a hot breath at the enemy, causing 3,500 damage. The pre-swing is too large and easy to dodge. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Pterosaur Gale, flap the huge wings at the enemy, causing 2,000 damage and blowing the enemy away. Cooldown, 20 minutes. High-speed flying, after use, the speed increases by 100%, lasting for 30 minutes, cooldown, 2 hours. Not bad, Xiaoyi, your speed is the fastest in my team, except for the two of us, and you are indeed qualified to be a mount. Xia Shulan patted the pointed head of the pterosaur leader and laughed. The pterosaur leader shrank his neck and looked at her in fear. Who is she? Your new name. Yes, my good boy gave you a new name, accept it immediately. Gu Fan threatened. Xiaoyi shrank his neck. In fact, it had surrendered a long time ago, but it was always bullied by Xia Shulan. But it was very curious. How much did this male owner love the female owner? Chapter 202. Otherwise, why does the male owner always cater to what the mistress says? Is this love between humans? Xiaoyi thought with some envy. Although it is a female, it is the leader of the pterosaur clan. Besides fighting, there are disputes within the clan and between various dinosaur races. Forget about talking about love, it doesn't even have friends. And Xiaoyi's mother was killed by the Beast King because of her high bloodline, and the daughter of the previous dinosaur king, and her bloodline was absorbed. But the dinosaur king did not allow Xiaoyi to resist. And now, there is also a chance to resist, but the chance is very slim. In Xiaoyi's eyes, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's success rate of resistance is not high. Just when Xiaoyi was thinking about it, Gu Fan suddenly took out a golden egg from the Qianquan bag. Xiaoyi, you are well informed. Can you recognize the source of this mysterious egg? Or is there any way to catalyze this egg? Gu Fan threw it to Xiaoyi. The main reason was that he suddenly remembered that this mysterious egg seemed to have no reaction. The incubation time was too long. Showing it to Xiaoyi was also to see if it had any solution. As a pterosaur, it has a long life and a wide range of knowledge. Let me see. Xiaoyi took it in his hand and observed it. The whole egg looked pure gold and emitted a faint light. Master, do you think it is possible that the egg needs to be incubated? Xiaoyi couldn't see the reason, so he could only say it from another angle. What do you mean? Gu Fan frowned. Xia Shulan seemed to be thinking about something. When Qianquan was born, he needed a mother Qian or a constant temperature incubator to incubate him. So does this mysterious egg also need a medium to hatch? I can't tell what species this egg is, but in the center of the dinosaur mountain where we are, there is a huge hatching pool, which is generally used to hatch dinosaur eggs. You also know that our dinosaurs have a long lifespan and a small number of species. In order to maintain the number of other beasts, this hatching pool was built by the ancestors of the dinosaur clan. The hatching liquid in it is equivalent to holy water for our dinosaur clan. Drinking a sip can improve physical fitness. At the same time, dinosaur eggs can also be hatched faster in the hatching pool, dozens of times faster. Xiaoyu reminded, although its eyes turned, Master Gu Fan, Master Xia Shuan, choose to attack the dinosaur clan. I heard that dinosaur eggs have always tasted good. Even I like pterosaur eggs cultivated by the water in the hatching pool. Xia Shulan's saliva has already flowed on her body. She looked at Gu Fan with shining eyes, like a shining hexagonal star. Old scumbag, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and lead the soldiers to attack Dinosaur Mountain. That way, there will be endless dinosaur eggs to eat, and you can also hatch the mysterious eggs. Xia Shulan's tone was urgent, and she called her husband scumbag as old scumbag. Gu Fan was so angry that he gave Xia Shulan a slap on the head. However, he learned that there was such a treasure in Dinosaur Mountain. Gu Fan didn't have time to teach Xiao Shulan a lesson, and directly held her, and sat on Xiaoyu's back. At the same time, Gu Fan told Hu Xiongbo in a private message that everything was ready, and while the army attacked them, they should attack Dinosaur Mountain first. Hu Xiongbo got the news, and quickly informed his companions. At the same time, Yanli also led the Flame Lion Corps to prepare. As for the Barbarian Bull Corps, there were many Barbarian Bull Corps. Gu Fan assigned about 10 captains. Each Barbarian Bull captain was a Barbarian Bull who had revolted in the first mining area before, and their realms were all above the second forbidden level. In less than 10 minutes, the Barbarian Bull Corps was also assembled. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan, as well as Hu Xiongbo and a few others, Xue Nu and Yanli stood on Xiao Yi's back. As a strong man among the second forbidden level, it was not a problem for Xiao Yi to carry a few people on his back. As for the Flame Lion Corps and the Barbarian Bull Corps, they ran on the plains. After Gu Fan gave a few instructions, he quickly led the army to the Dinosaur Mountain. At the same time, the terrain of the Dinosaur Mountain, as the name suggests, is mainly mountainous. Moreover, each mountain breeds different species of dinosaurs. The first is the Tyrannosaurus rex, which occupies the most central mountain range of the entire Dinosaur Mountain. Moreover, the status of the Tyrannosaurus rex clan is the strongest among the entire dinosaur clan because of its strength and number. The second is the Flying Pterosaur, and the Spinosaurus, which is slightly inferior in strength but faster. But this is not the point. The point is that the leader of the three dinosaur clans, the Dinosaur King, is a combination of the Tyrannosaurus rex and the pterosaur. It is not only powerful, but also can fly. Listening to Xiaoyi's story, Gu Fan nodded. Hubby, let's catch the Flying Dinosaur King as a slave, so that we will have 2 flying dinosaurs. Xia Shulan was in Gu Fan's arms, with a little heart in her eyes, and said with surprise. Hearing this, for some reason, the pterosaur felt a little uncomfortable. Humph, do you think the Dinosaur King is as soft-boned as me? It's impossible. It's impossible for it to become your slave. Shui said a little unhappy. Xia Shulan plucked a few white hairs from its body, and stepped on a few with her feet. Shut up, just obey our orders. Okay, let's see when the time comes. The 3-band Dinosaur King is probably not that easy to tame. If not, Shui will be enough. Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's head, lovingly from the top of the head down. Xia Shulan shuddered comfortably with the same method as petting a cat or a dog, especially when Gu Fan touched the back. But at this time, the sound of fighting sounded below. The Barbarian Bull Legion and the Spinosaurus of the dinosaur clan began to fight. The leader of the Spinosaurus looked at Xiaoyi, shocked and frightened. Pterosaur leader, could it be that you betrayed us? The leader of the Spinosaurus was not tall, but his strength was also at the peak of the second forbidden level. Looking at the pterosaurs hovering in the sky, he was particularly angry. Oh, can't you see that I have now become the pet of Master Gu Fan and Master Xia Shulan? Be sensible, and quickly join us. The leader of the pterosaurs looked at the leader of the Spinosaurus below, his tone full of pride. The first to arrive was the Spinosaurus Mountains, and thousands of Spinosaurus rushed towards the Barbarian Bull Legion. Gu Fan frowned. It would be a waste to use the Star Lord morale at this moment. Damn human, since the leader of the pterosaurs can betray us, he will also betray you. The leader of the Spinosaurus jumped, raised his claws, and pointed at the leader of the pterosaurs, and Gu Fan angrily. Xia Shulan touched Xiaoyi's pointed head. Xiaoyi, will you betray us? Xiaoyi shook his head. Of course not, Master Xia Shulan. In the shocked eyes of Gu Fan and Xuan Nu, Xia Shulan put her hands on her waist, raised her chin, and said proudly, Did you see? It said no. Seeing this scene, the Spinosaurus leader's expression changed, and finally opened his mouth and said nothing. Looking at the strange eyes of Gu Fan and Xuan Nu, Xia Shulan scratched his head. What are you looking at? If it betrays, the worst that can happen is to beat it to submission, and if it can't be beaten to submission, just eat it, That's true. Gu Fan nodded and agreed with Xia Shulan's opinion. Chapter 203. The Spinosaurus are fighting with the barbarian bull army. At the same time, the pterosaurs and tyrannosaurus tribes also arrived and joined the battlefield. Although Gu Fan still has the upper hand, it is inevitable to consume a large number of barbarian bull core. Master Gu Fan, are we going to play? Hu Xiongbo asked curiously. Gu Fan shook his head. Don't worry, the dinosaur king behind us hasn't appeared yet. After a while, the dinosaur king took the barbarian bulls he had recruited to join the battlefield. The reason why he was not there was because he notified the beast king and other beast leaders. In addition, it took a lot of time to recruit all the barbarian bull core. Pterosaur leader, I didn't expect you to betray our dinosaur tribe and surrender to lowly humans. The dinosaur king flew in the air, looking at Gu Fan on the back of the pterosaur and the pterosaur leader, and said slowly. There was anger in his tone. The pterosaur leader was a little nervous, but after all, he had surrendered to Gu Fan, and Gu Fan's strength was indeed extremely powerful. And the inner desire to kill the beast king and avenge his mother. In fact, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan did not blindly take it as a pet just because it could fly. It was also after reading the mind, and establishing the majesty, to ensure that the pterosaur leader and the two of them were of the same mind. Now you have thought of it, right? Dinosaur King. Xiaoyi said in a low voice, you also know that the beast king killed my mother. After all, I may be killed in the future by the beast king. But you still submit to the beast king. Now there is a chance, why don't you resist? The dinosaur king narrowed his eyes slightly. The dinosaur king, who was controlled by the beast king, did have the intention of waiting for the fish princess and Yanli princess to be eaten by the beast king before recommending Xiaoyi to play. It also knows what kind of miserable life a female beast targeted by the beast king will live. Pterosaur leader, this world is not what you want it to be. The dinosaur king's vertical pupils stared at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Perhaps you don't know, just yesterday, the strength of the beast king increased again, and his strength was enough to approach the four forbidden. Such a powerful beast king, do you think your new master can defeat it? Forget it, they will be here soon anyway. After the dinosaur king finished speaking, a hot breath appeared in his mouth, and the hot breath rushed towards Gu Fan and others with a terrifying flame. Harden the right hand. Sand Moon Slash. Xia Shulan suddenly jumped up and used two superpowers, first hardening and then Sand Moon Slash. The muscles in the right hand of Xia Shulan became tense, covered with a layer of local hardening power, and then transformed into sharp sand in the shape of a moon arc. The damage from both sides is superimposed. The original attack plus the powerful hardening attack, plus the attack of Sand Moon Slash. The sharp and hard countless grabbles directly shattered the heat breath. What? The short human actually shattered his own heat breath with one hand. For a moment, the dinosaur king was a little surprised, but before it could react, Gu Fan picked up the life pistol and pointed it at its head. Bang! A big hole was punched in the head of the dinosaur king. With the blessing of the power of knowing, the terrifying damage of about 5,000 was enough to take half of the dinosaur king's life. Xiaoyi used the heat breath on the dinosaur king again. The dinosaur king was completely burned to death. Obtain 100 pieces of 3 forbidden dinosaur king meat, cooked. The first consumption can increase health by 100 points, attack by 100 points, defense by 100 points, and speed by 100 points. Each serving can restore 150 health points. Get 2 wings of the dinosaur king. After Gu Fan got the meat, he directly distributed it to Xia Shulan, Hu Xiongbo, and others, Xuan Nu and others, Xiaoyi and Yanli. They ate it with a chuckle, improving their various attributes. Gu Fan also felt warm inside, and looked at Xia Shulan with a strange look. Xia Shulan blinked. Husband, what do you want to do? Isn't it a bad time? Gu Fan nodded, his eyes red, trying to suppress the blood in his heart. Hu knew that Xia Shulan finished eating the meat of the dinosaur king, then hugged Gu Fan and kissed him. Lulu, husband, do I look good? Gu Fan's forehead showed a well. Xia Shulan is really getting more and more stupid. It is said that the happier a woman is, the simpler and stupider she is. Gu Fan really saw it. However, soon, the sound from afar stopped Gu Fan and Xia Shulan from playing. A rumbling sound was heard outside. Gu Fan's heart sank. If nothing unexpected happened, the Beast King should have arrived with a large army. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, a huge monster that looked like a dinosaur, a whale, a lion, a cow, and a dragon appeared in the air in the distance. It looked domineering, like a gathering of various animals, and its aura was extremely powerful. At the same time, three forbidden monsters appeared around it, and a large army also appeared on the ground. Together with the barbaric bulls on the opposite side, there were roughly nearly 100,000 of them. Gu Fan's heart sank slightly. The enemy came much faster than he thought. Originally, he was thinking about getting rid of the dinosaur queen, taking the opportunity to expand his forces, and then slowly getting rid of them one by one. However, the enemy obviously did not give him this opportunity. Gu Fan had never led troops or fought in a war. He could achieve this level only by cheating and stubbornness. At the same time, the war off the field was also suspended. The soldiers of the Dinosaur Corps were still frustrated by the death of the Dinosaur King. When they saw the Beast King bringing soldiers to reinforce, their morale suddenly soared. At the same time, the morale of the Barbarian Bull Corps on Gu Fan's side was a little low. Seeing the number and strength of the enemy, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Hee, Lord Beast King has arrived. You lowly barbarian bulls, prepare to die. Ha, I think the outsider and the pterosaur leader are both confused. Lord Beast King has arrived with his army. I wonder what they should do. What to do? It's still cold. Lord Beast King saw these two humans sharing our Lord Dinosaur King when he came. He will definitely tear them apart in anger. The Beast King kept scanning Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Especially when he saw Xia Shulan, his eyes lit up and paused. His huge body suddenly transformed, a flash of light flashed, and he transformed into a 1.8 meter tall, slender man. The man stretched out his hand to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Two outsiders, you are very powerful. Why don't you become my subordinates and rule the entire Beast Sky Island together? I rule your mother? Xia Shulan pulled Gu Fan's clothes, hid her small body behind Gu Fan, and then cursed at the man. She felt that the man, the Beast King, looked at her with an uncomfortable look and immediately uttered a foul language to vent her dissatisfaction. Chapter 204. Xia Shulan may have a bad temper, and she cursed again. Gu Fan took the opportunity to spend thousands of cubes to find out the information of the Beast King. Seeing the required cubes, it is enough to conclude that the other Beast King is stronger than himself. Beast King, killing has a high probability of obtaining a star treasure box, and a small probability of obtaining an eclipse moon treasure box, realm. 3 forbidden. Health, 9985. Attack, 1580. Defense, 1489. Speed, 1598. Skills. Super Transformation. There are more than dozens of beast bloodlines in the body, among which the 5 most powerful beast bloodlines on the Beast Sky Island dominate. Once transformed, the characteristics of 5 beasts, dinosaurs, flame lions, dragons, barbaric bulls, and mermaids will appear, and 2,000 health points, 1,000 attack points, defense points, and speed will be increased. No cooldown. Fire Lion Fireball. Blow with puffed cheeks. Condense the fire element in the fire lion, and a huge fireball will be ejected from the mouth, covering the enemy, causing 5,000 damage, and subsequent 50 points of burning damage per second, lasting for 1 minute. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Used in the transformed state, the range is greatly increased. Murloc Water Ball. Concentrate the water element of the Murloc tribe. A huge water ball will cover the enemy, causing 3,000 damage, and will cause the enemy to be soaked. In the soaked state, it will last for 5 minutes, and the attack power will be reduced by 30%. Dinosaur Heat Breath. Converge the characteristics of the 3 Dinosaur Heat Breaths, causing a terrifying blow to the enemy, causing 8,000 damage. Bull Charge. Dragon entering the sea. Change into the dragon form, roll up the enemy, and smash it to the ground, causing 5,000 points of true damage. The player on the Red Light Planet had a promising future, and was ranked in the top 100 on the Red Light Star rankings. For some special reasons, he chose to stay on the Beast Sky Island. Later, he suppressed the entire Beast Sky Island and became the king of the Beast Sky Island. Killing him can also liberate the entire Beast Sky Island and allow its ecology to develop normally. Checking the attributes of the Beast King, Gu Fan's eyelids jumped. Although the Beast King's skills are very simple, and not as complicated as the previous Lizard King, It is obvious that its various attributes and skills are numerical monsters. The most powerful attack can actually cause 8,000 points of damage directly. There is also the 5,000 points of real attack of the dragon entering the sea. There is no doubt that with the attributes of Gu Xia and the others at this time, being affected means death. Not to mention that after his transformation, his strength has reached the 4th forbidden level. Gu Fan sent the attribute panel to Xia Shulan, Hu Xiongbo, and others in a private message. They all had solemn expressions. Only Xia Shulan was still cursing the Beast King with all kinds of dirty words. At this time, the Beast King's eyebrows twitched, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. He never thought that such a lovely human girl would speak so dirty. You are really looking for death. The Beast King's eyes were gloomy and full of murderous intent. He no longer wanted to recruit these two people. They were just two humans, not worth recruiting at all. And that short stinky woman. I will chop you into mincemeat. The Beast King roared, and at the same time, the other 4 beast tribes had begun to attack Gu Fan's Barbarian Bull Legion and Flame Lion Legion. Gu Fan jumped up holding Xia Shulan, and the lightning fled to the sky. Xia Shulan was so hateful that the Beast King followed closely. Xiao Yisuan, Hu Xiongbo, you stop the other 3 forbidden beast tribe leaders. As for the Beast King, let the 2 of us deal with it. Hu Xiongbo, after dealing with the other 3 forbidden beast tribe leaders, you can support us according to the situation. King against king, general against general, soldier against soldier. The Beast King's skill attributes are too powerful. Although Hu Xiongbo can fight side by side with Gu Xia and the others after using his talent, the other beast tribe leaders still have 2-3 bands, and his own army is already at a disadvantage. When the situation becomes clearer, it will be fine if he is still in a strengthened state to support Gu Xia and the others. Chapter 205. After Gu Fan finished his order, he held Xia Shulan and fled towards the sky. At the same time, the 2 of them used Star Lord morale at the same time. For a while, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, including his companions, the Barbarian Bull Legion, and the Flame Lion Legion, all strengthened to varying degrees. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan strengthened slightly, and they could only enjoy each other's blessing. However, the Barbarian Bull Legion and the Flame Lion Legion, as well as the Snow Girl and Hu Xiongbo, strengthened greatly, and they had the blessing of Gu and Xia. For a while, below, the morale of the Barbarian Bull Legion was greatly strengthened, and they continued to attack the enemy. Hu Xiongbo also used his talent, constantly slaughtering the enemy army, and looking for the Queen of the Fishmen and the Dragon King as enemies. His goal was to kill the 3 forbidden strongmen first, and then participate in the battlefield to stabilize the situation. If Boss Gu Fan needed it, he would also go to reinforce and help Gu Fan and them. With the enhanced talent and the morale of the Star Lord, Hu Xiongbo is like a god of war at this moment. The eyes of the Merman Princess and the Dragon King changed, full of fear, and they fought against the strengthened Hu Xiongbo together. Human, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. Let's go together and kill this human. Hu Xiongbo laughed and chopped at the Merman Princess with an axe in his hand. At the same time, the Snow Girl stood at the back of the battlefield, dancing with her hands, and the power of ice and snow between heaven and earth gathered crazily. There was a blue light flashing in her eyes, and she whispered a spell, and huge snowflakes fell, covering a large number of enemies in the blink of an eye. The enemies struggled in the ice and snow, their bodies were frozen stiff, and they became ice sculptures. The Milk Dragon guarded the Snow Girl. Although it didn't have any strong strength, it kept its attention on Gu Xia and the Snow Girl, and kept alert at all times. Once any of them was attacked and seriously injured, the Milk Dragon would not hesitate to use its skills to protect them. Humph, are you running away to avoid affecting your companions? After the Beast King transformed, he kept chasing the 2 people, with a disdainful tone in his tone. However, he didn't realize that he couldn't catch up with the 2 people no matter how hard he chased. Until he found this point, he had already left the center of the battlefield. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan returned to the mountain, and the Beast King was a little tired. He chased the 2 for a long time, but he couldn't catch up. In fact, this was because Gu Fan and Xia Shulan let the water go, in order to let the Beast King leave the battlefield. Any skill of the Beast King can kill Gu Fan's companions in seconds. You two are interesting. A hint of surprise flashed across the eyes of the Beast King. Never mind. No matter how fast you are, it would be strange if you still have energy left after this level of consumption. Die. After saying that, the Beast King puffed up his cheeks, and the power of the Flame Lion Fireball gathered in the air and attacked Gu Fan and the others. A flash of lightning flashed by, and Xia Shulan also jumped a few times, and the 2 dodged at a very fast speed. How is it possible? The Beast King looked around, and Gu Fan and Xia Shulan fell from the sky. Where are you looking? Terrifying sandstorm. Two sandstorms enveloped the Beast King's head, like two raging yellow barriers, instantly shrouding the Beast King's head. In the sandstorm, flying sand and rocks covered the sky, and the Beast King struggled desperately in it, roaring in pain. But after the speed dropped, he couldn't move. Gu Fan took this opportunity to fire 3 live pistols at the Beast King's head. Because he had just used one shot to kill the Dinosaur King, the third live pistol took half of Gu Fan's blood at this moment. But soon, Gu Fan used the Tao Tai magic book to restore 1,000 health points and successfully recovered. Because he aimed at the head and had the power of the heart, the damage of the live pistol was close to 5,000 points. The damage of these 3 shots was enough to consume nearly 8,000 health points of the Beast King. 3 big holes appeared in the Beast King's head. He was terrified and looked at the ordinary pistol in Gu Fan's hand. No, it's impossible. How can the damage of this pistol be so high? At the same time, the power of the double terrifying sandstorm was also constantly consuming the Beast King's life. It's over, Beast King. Gu Fan looked at the Beast King indifferently. A terrifying thunder condensed in his hand and hit the Beast King. The thunder enveloped the Beast King's whole body, and the Beast King wailed in pain. However, soon, the wailing stopped and turned into a playful laugh. Is it really over? The Beast King looked at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan and suddenly grinned. The double sandstorm ended, and the thunder that dealt twice the health value also ended. Although the Beast King was covered in wounds, he was still energetic and looked at Gu Fan playfully. Oh my god, husband, how did the Beast King's health suddenly return to full? There is no such description in his attribute panel? Xia Shulan asked curiously, holding the meteoric moon sword in her hand. Humph, 2 stupid outsiders. No, it should be said that players, you are still too difficult. Do you really think that the detection function of the game system is invincible? I used a hidden scroll to hide a skill. Beast Resurrection using. Beast Resurrection will make you invincible for up to 5 seconds, and restore all your health in a short time. The Beast King looked at the 2 people looking at him with fear, and did not attack him while he was recovering blood. He was relieved and then mocked. Do you really think I am explaining it to you out of kindness? You are wrong. I have been stalling for time. Now my health is almost full. Can you use your tricks a second time? I will give you a chance to surrender to me, otherwise you will die. After saying that, the Beast King threw a scroll to the 2 of them. This scroll was undoubtedly the 3rd-level contract scroll obtained in the room of the Flame Lion King. Sign it, sign the contract with me, submit to me, and work for me, otherwise, what awaits you is... Bang! Gu Fan took the live pistol and shot at the Beast King again. A 4th big hole appeared in the Beast King's head. Afterwards, Gu Fan took the Tao Tai magic book given to him by Xia Shulan again, restored 1,000 health points again, and then took the live pistol and shot at the Beast King again. This time, the Beast King did not stupidly take it with his head, but turned his head and dodged it. It seems that you have chosen to die, the Beast King said angrily, and then rushed towards the 2. Now Xiao Shulan. Ah! Gu Fan and Xia Shulan stood shoulder to shoulder, tacitly grasping the meteoric moon sword in their hands. A sharp cold light flashed on the blade of the meteoric moon sword. Meteoric moon slash. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan shouted at the same time. In an instant, 2 terrifying sword energies whistled out from the meteoric moon sword. The 2 sword energies were wrapped in the breath of destruction. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, leaving 2 blue cracks. The Beast King's originally ferocious face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of fear. The life pistol just now, plus these 2 sword energies. Chapter 206. 2 meteoric moon slashes tore the Beast King apart. It covered its wounds in great pain. Ah! No! The life value that was originally fully restored became residual blood again after a life pistol and 2 meteoric moon slashes. Only 3 or 4,000 drops were left. At the same time, Xia Shulan hardened her right hand, harden, sand moon slash. Palm thunder. Gu Fan gathered thunder in his hand, and the 2 attacked the Beast King tacitly. The lightning and hardened sand and gravel raged on the wounds of the Beast King. The Beast King was in so much pain that he almost saw Tai Nai. However, just when Gu Fan and Xia Shulan thought they had won, the Beast King showed a strange smile on his face. You 2 finally approached me. I didn't expect that my Beast Resurrection can be used twice in a short period of time. The Beast King knew that the 2 were extremely fast, and many of his attacks might not be able to attack the 2. Therefore, in order to trick the 2, he just deliberately showed a look of despair. just to let Gu Fan and Xia Shulan get close to him to finish off the enemy. The Beast King's plot was extremely sinister. In the shocked eyes of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, the water vapor within 100 meters around them suddenly began to liquefy. This was the fishman's big water ball. Gu Fan reacted and quickly hugged Xia Shulan and retreated. I guess you were going to retreat. Hee. The Beast King's status was fully restored, and it laughed loudly, laughing at Gu Fan's stupidity and at its own intelligence. A few hundred meters ahead, that is, a few hundred meters where Gu Fan and Xia Shulan retreated, a large water ball with a diameter of 100 meters condensed again. This was the Beast King's prediction. Merseman Water Ball. At the same time, while Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were slowing down in the water, the Beast King used the dinosaur heat breath on Gu Fan and Xia Shulan again. This heat breath gathered 3 different levels of heat breath from Tyrannosaurus, Pterosaur and Spinosaurus. The heat breath hit the water ball, producing a series of evaporation reactions, and terrible damage was about to wreak havoc on Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's bodies. However, an ice blue shield had already been activated after Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were wrapped in the water ball. In the battlefield beside him, the Milk Dragon stood with his hands on his waist, staring at the battle between Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, and the Beast King all the time. This is one of the Milk Dragon's skills, the Ice Shield, which can stay for about 5 seconds and can resist any damage. At the same time, not only the damage from the big water ball, but also the powerful dinosaur heat breath was resisted. Water vapor was spreading over the edge of the entire battlefield. The Beast King couldn't see Gu Fan and Xia Shulan clearly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally killed him? The fight was so exciting. I didn't expect this group of players to be so fierce, and their single player and cooperation abilities are really strong. If I didn't get the big water ball skill, I might not be able to attack the 2 people at all. The big water ball was condensed out of thin air, which is why it was able to attack the 2 people. The Beast King predicted and condensed the big water ball a few hundred meters ahead, just hitting the 2 people. At the same time, used the powerful dinosaur heat breath, combined with the short-term control of the big water ball. It would be strange if these 2 people didn't die. The Beast King thought secretly that the time for his single transformation was about to expire. Although the transformation had no cooling, it still consumed a lot of physical strength to maintain the huge body. At this time, the Beast King could no longer maintain the state of transformation. He sighed and sat on the ground, but soon, the steam dissipated. The Beast King's pupils shrank, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This time, he was really panicking. It was all fake before, but this time it was real. How could there be such a powerful player in this world? 666. Salt is not salty anymore. The Beast King muttered to himself, with fear flashing in his eyes. Under the protection of the Milk Dragon, Gu Fan still hugged Xia Shulan, and the 2 looked at the Beast King coldly. If it weren't for the Milk Dragon, Gu Fan would have almost lost Xia Shulan, and Xia Shulan would have almost lost Gu Fan, and the 2 would have died together. Under the coordination of such a terrifying skill, desertification would be useless, and the gravel would have to be annihilated in the heat. At the same time, Gu Fan also had a fear in his heart. The cunning degree and combat experience of this Beast King are too strong, as expected of an old player for several years. Gu and Xia have absolute speed, and the Beast King has seen it long ago. Since the first fireball didn't hit, he didn't use other skills again. Instead, he passively took the beating, showed weakness, and used hidden skills, Beast Resurrection, and skills unknown to the 2 to make a comeback. Then, when Gu Xia and the others approached, he pretended to attack them with a big water ball. After Gu Fan's figure retreated violently, he directly predicted and cancelled the first big water ball, and then launched the second big water ball. Because it was in the beast state, the range was huge, with a diameter of 100 meters. This keen insight and combat awareness made Gu Fan admire it in his heart. However, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan have a credit, and the Milk Dragon is the biggest credit. Or in other words, this is the power of intelligence. The Beast King didn't know that Gu Fan and the others had such powerful, diverse, and complex abilities. If they knew, it would be hard to say who would win. Unfortunately, the Beast King's detection function must have existed a long time ago, but now, after losing its identity as a player, it is no different from the natives. The Beast King moved, and its body became huge again. Although it had little physical strength left, it still wanted to resist. It was not his character to just stand there and wait for death. The dragon enters the sea. The Beast King rushed over, and his skin was covered with dragon scales. Although the Beast King was in full condition at this time, he knew that if he was hit to a low health this time, he would really die. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan dodged easily, one using thunder, and the other using moon step. However, Gu Fan's face changed, and he hurried to Xia Shulan's back and asked her to carry him, because the thunder and lightning value had accumulated to the full, and Gu Fan would suffer the side effects of being electrocuted and electrocuted. The Beast King's eyes lit up and attacked Xia Shulan. How could he not see that there was something wrong with Gu Fan at this time? It was a pity that Xia Shulan was also ridiculously fast, jumping and hopping with the moon step, pulling the Beast King. In fact, the one who was really fast was Gu Fan, because Gu Fan had the blessing of thunder and lightning. The difference between Xia Shulan's speed in the attribute panel and the speed of the Beast King after the Beast transformation was not big. Her moon step ability could also be compensated by the Beast King's flying state. It was also fortunate that Xia Shulan had the Star Lord morale blessing of Gu Fan, otherwise she might not be as fast as the Beast King. It's going to succeed. Dragon enters the sea. Just when the Beast King was about to roll up the two, Xia Shulan's calf jumped, carrying Gu Fan on her back to avoid the Beast King's attack again. "You're so slow, little scum," Xia Shulan taunted. "Ah!" The Beast King blushed at first, but soon thought of escaping in his mind, and immediately turned around and left. However, Gu Fan's lightning value was reset to 0. Any S-level talent is extremely powerful. Daily copy. Control lightning. Super enhancement. Similarly, powerful S-level talents also have weaknesses, or side effects. However, the talent of controlling lightning is the most powerful when the side effect of lightning value just ends. Gu Fan stood proudly on the spot with Xia Shulan in his arms, with a fierce aura around him. In his hands, violent lightning gathered crazily, and the silver snake-like electric light wandered freely, intertwined with each other, making a deafening roar. At this time, countless thunders were like flexible ropes, accurately connected to the whole body of the Beast King. Every flash of electric arc made the Beast King's body tremble violently uncontrollably. At the same time, Gu Fan slowly raised his eyes, and two blue lights shone again in his pupils. "It's my turn, Beast King, you chased my good baby so closely." Chapter 207. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with anger. There is no doubt that the Beast King in front of him is the most powerful enemy he and Xia Shulan have ever encountered. At the same time, he is also the most insidious and cunning, and the most scheming. In order to prevent the Beast King from reappearing in the 4th and 5th stages, Gu Fan is still wary of the Beast King, and keeps a distance from the Beast King. At the same time, the thunder in his hand is always connected with the Beast King. In the palm of his hand, the power of thunder jumps and rolls like a living thing, making crackling sounds. With Gu Fan's low shout, the power of thunder quickly condenses and transforms into a majestic and huge thunder beast. Thunder Beast. This time, the Thunder Beast stimulated all the power of the talent, with the blessing of double life value, and with the blessing of the morale of the Star King, it continued to wreak havoc on the Beast King. The hair on the Beast King's body was instantly ignited by the electric current, emitting a pungent smell of burning. Its body trembled uncontrollably, and every muscle spasmed under the stimulation of the electric current. At the same time, the huge body could no longer support itself, and once again, it was unbeasted and fell to the ground. "Wait, wait!" Gu Fan gathered lightning in his hand again. "The last lightning should be able to kill the Beast King in 1 second. Wait, don't kill me! Don't you want to know the information? Where am I from? We are obviously not from the same place. Why do we need to travel through time? Where is this block world? What is the end of the block world? Where is the ground? Where is the sky? Don't you want to know? Don't you want to know all the information that an old player like me has?" The Beast King roared. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were stunned, and they looked at each other. Seeing that Gu Fan did not continue to attack, the Beast King breathed a sigh of relief. Don't kill me. I know everything. Let me go. I will tell you all the information I know. If you kill me, you will know nothing." The Beast King continued to roar, with a desire for life in his eyes. It's not that he didn't think about escaping, but the wings and speed that he was proud of were nothing in front of the two people, especially in front of the man who used thunder and lightning. It's impossible to escape. How can there be such a terrible player in this world? Beast King, I don't know any information at all. I hope to fool them. If possible, wait until they are close, and then I will use skills on them. Now is the only way to turn the tables. Gu Fan activated the mind reading. This is the safest way. The reason why they didn't use mind reading much in the battle before is very simple. First, mind reading will also consume physical and mental strength. Secondly, even if you know that the Beast King has a 2nd stage and a 3rd stage, you must beat the Beast King to a low health before letting him use it. In addition, the Beast King's speed is not fast, and it is more than 2,000 after the transformation. In the fierce battle, many of the Beast King's behaviors, such as prediction, and all actions are subconscious. Even if Gu Fan and Xia Shulan have a sense of sight and hearing, they can't think so much. Especially the prediction of the future. Unless the two people's sense of sight and hearing is strengthened to the point where they can predict the future. You still want to turn the tables when you are about to die? Hockey Beast King, you guy. Xia Shulan pretended to be a middle school student and sighed. Gu Fan did not hesitate and sent down the second Thunder Beast. When the second Thunder Beast hit the Beast King's pupils no longer showed fear, but relief, and then silently closed his eyes. He knew that he was going to die. Painful memories appeared in his mind in the form of a revolving lantern. 5 years ago, he and his fiancée landed on the Beast Sky Island as players of the Red Light Star team. At that time, he was still very weak. The talent of the Beast King was just an ordinary human being before eating a powerful beast. At most, he could become a sheep, a cow, or a not very powerful beast. The source of the beast was no other place except the beast clouds that appeared from time to time. He thought that through this Beast Sky Island, he would take off completely. Unfortunately, there was a little accident. His fiancée died, the woman he loved deeply died, and she died in the mouths of several beasts that looked like leopards. The beasts used their fiancée as food. The Beast King was completely furious. His fiancée was attacked by a wild beast while she was using the toilet in the woods, but as her fiancée, he could do nothing. The powerful wild beast defeated the Beast King, who came to rescue his wife. Because the flame lion likes to eat fresh food, it did not kill the Beast King, but tied him up with a rope. The Beast King watched his fiancée being eaten alive, first her feet, then her calves, thighs, internal organs, chest, head. When his fiancée was eaten, the Beast King went completely crazy. He could not break free from the rope and rolled towards them with all his strength. The beasts laughed and looked at the Beast King jokingly. The Beast King raised his head, opened his mouth, and bit the hair of the beast. Then he swallowed the hair of the beast. From then on, a terrifying human appeared in the Beast Sky Island. However, this human no longer regarded himself as a human, and completely abandoned his name and his identity as a player, and called himself the Beast King. In just 1 month, the Beast King slaughtered the beasts that ate his fiancée at that time. At the same time, he began to slaughter on the Beast Sky Island. All the beasts he encountered were eaten alive by the Beast King. Perhaps because of his longing for his fiancée, he began to look at female beasts. Or perhaps because he witnessed the experience of his fiancée, the Beast King began to do the same to female beasts. After that, the Beast King began to rule all the beasts brutally. The flourishing beasts eventually declined to 6 major forces, and he finally found the king of the Beast Sky Island. The scene of the revolving lantern continued until now, until the second thunder enveloped the whole body of the Beast King. The image in the pupil of the Beast King, his beloved fiancée, seemed to be waving at him. The Beast King raised his right hand, trying to grab the remaining memory. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were startled, because they didn't know if it was the 4th stage of the Beast King. To prevent the Beast King from coming again, they quickly retreated a few hundred meters. Xian, I'm here to see you. At the same time, in order to prevent the Beast King from resurrecting, Gu Fan once again smashed the 3rd Thunder Beast, the 4th. It was not until the side effects of the thunder and lightning talent passed that Gu Fan gasped and lay on the ground. He was going to be squeezed dry. Xia Shulan was also lying on Gu Fan's belly, lying on her back, with no image at all. Fortunately, in the war, with Hu Xiongguo's help, his own barbarian bull army was dominant. At the same time, in order not to snatch Gu Fan's first broadcast reward for killing the 3 forbidden beasts, Hu Xiongguo did not kill the Fishman Queen and the Dragon King, but crippled them. As for the Dinosaur King at that time, it was the first of the 3 forbidden beasts to die. However, it was Xiaoyi who killed it, and Xiaoyi made up for the last heat breath. So, the message prompt sounded in the ears of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Kill the 3 forbidden strongmen, Beast King, former Red Light Star player Feng Jun. Obtain Star Glory Treasure Box X1. Obtain Eclipse Moon Top Grade Skill Book, Dinosaur Heat Breath. Dinosaur Heat Breath. Gather the characteristics of 3 dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus, Pterosaur, and Spinosaurus, and cause a terrifying blow to the enemy, causing 7,000 damage. Cooling, 24 hours. At the same time, the global broadcast prompt sounded in the ears of Hu Xiongguo and all the players. Chapter 208. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations to player Gu Fan for becoming the first player among all Blue Star players to kill 3 forbidden creatures. Gu Fan is rewarded with 1,000 points of any attribute points. Gu Fan is rewarded with the Beast Sky Island Teleportation Array. Beast Sky Island Teleportation Array. There are 2 teleportation arrays. One appears on the Beast Sky Island, and the other will appear on Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's Gu Lan. The first can be moved on the Beast Sky Island, and the second can be moved on the Gu Lan. Note: the Beast Sky Island Teleportation Array is the same as the player's fishing rod. It will bind Gu Fan and Xia Shulan and cannot be traded or copied. Gu Fan's ear has a separate prompt. He carefully figured it out. The location of the teleportation array has been fixed. One is the Beast Sky Island, and the other is the Gu Lan. Moreover, the rules of this teleportation array are the same as those of a fishing rod. It is bound to a person and cannot be given or traded. Of course, more importantly, it cannot be copied, that is to say, only players and pets on the Gu Lan can come to the Beast Sky Island through the teleportation array. At the same time, the locations of the 2 teleportation arrays and the location of the Gu Lan were given guidance. One is in the middle of the Beast Sky Island, and the other is on the Gu Lan. Gu Fan remembered that he had accumulated almost 3,000 life gems before, adding these 1,000 attribute points. After thinking about it, Gu Fan decided to open the box first. Xia Shulan opened the Star Glory treasure box, and a few pickaxes appeared, and nothing else. Xia Shulan was so angry that her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel. This cute look made Gu Fan's eyes light up. He touched Xia Shulan's head, hugged her, and kissed her. After comforting her in 3 ways, the little squirrel Xia Shulan was relieved. The 2 of them rested in a safe place. At this time, their own barbarian bull core was still holding on. After resting, they could reinforce them if there was still war. However, after the death of the Beast King, Hu Xiongbo was ready to kill the Fish Princess, and the Dragon King after the global announcement appeared in his ear. Hu knew that the 3 forbidden strongmen knelt down and prepared to surrender, and the Fish Princess even prepared to seduce Hu Xiongbo, so that he would not kill her. After thinking about it, since the Master had obtained the teleportation array, and the Beast King was dead, he accepted the surrender of the Fish Princess and the Dragon King. You know, they were controlled by the Beast King, and now that the Beast King was dead, they had freedom, which was of course better. The boss surrendered. Did the soldier still have to persist? Definitely not. So after the death of the Beast King, the news of the boss's surrender spread from 1 to 10, and soon the Beast King's army surrendered one after another. The war is over. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan no longer have to drag their tired bodies to reinforce the barbarian bull core. They immediately divided 3,000 life gems, plus 1,000 attribute points. Of course, it was not a mindless increase in life value. First, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan first increased the attack and defense values of the naked equipment to 300. Why? It's simple, because these 2 are the shortcomings. When Gu and Xia are upgraded to the 2nd ban or even the 3rd ban, there will be attribute point restrictions. In this case, it is natural to increase more. The rest is added to life. However, the life value provided by the life gem is not fixed. It depends on luck. So Xia Shulan gave most of the life gems to Gu Fan very forcefully. If Gu Fan doesn't agree, Xia Shulan will beat Gu Fan with her hardened little fist. After 2 rounds of strengthening, plus the attribute points increased by the various foods that Gu Fan and Xia Shulan ate on the Beast Sky Island. At this time, Gu Fan's attribute panel is as follows. Character, Gu Fan. Teammate, Xia Shulan. Talent, S-level daily copy, S-level perception, A-level life pistol, S-level control of lightning. Title, Unwavering Until Death. World's Richest Man Ice and Snow Power, 100, click to use freezing buff, sword experience, 6829. Firearms experience, 106. Skills, Bull Fist, Beginner, Vajra Palm, Beginner, Infinite Invisibility, Special Skills cannot be upgraded, Vajra Fist, Beginner, Horror Sandstorm, Minor Success, Star Lord Morale. Realm, First Ban. Health, Attack, Defense, Speed, 4578. Status, Exhausted. Xia Shulan's is as follows. Character, Xia Shulan. Teammate, Gu Fan. Talent, S-level talent, Perception. Ice and Snow Power, 100. Sword Skill Experience, 5128. Firearms Experience, 82. Skills, 3 Punch, Beginner, Whirlwind Kick, Beginner, Lynxy Finger, Beginner, Infinite Invisibility, Special Skills cannot be upgraded, Moon Step, Beginner, Terrifying Sandstorm, Minor Success, Star Lord Morale. Realm, First Ban. Health Value, 1692 plus 900 plus 500 plus 50. Status, exhausted. Husband, it's almost time, we're almost at the second ban. Xia Shulan hugged Gu Fan, her eyes shining. Yes, if we eat some more beast meat that we haven't eaten here, the second ban should be almost there. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan and said gently. Soon, Xia Shulan closed her eyes and fell asleep in Gu Fan's arms. The battle just now was too tiring, and Gu Fan's arms made her feel so safe. A slight snoring sound came from Gu Fan's arms. Soon, 2 hours later, Hu Xiongbo and his party came to Gu Fan. Master Gu Fan, the legion brought by the Beast King, has completely surrendered. A small number of those who are unwilling to surrender have been dealt with. At the same time, the Merman Queen and the Dragon King came out and knelt down in front of Gu Fan. The Merman Queen has a light figure, with a human upper body, light blue skin, and a sexy figure. Her lower body is a huge and gorgeous fish tail, which is as long as 2 people, and the scales on it are shining with colorful light. The Dragon King is burly, covered with hard scales all over his body. These scales are blue-black, like polished iron, shining with cold light, and closely arranged to form an indestructible armor. His lower body is a thick tail like the Merman Queen, with thicker scales and sharp edges, like saw teeth. New to Beast Kings, please don't kill us, we are willing to do anything for you. The Merman Queen's tone was full of sincerity, and her eyes were full of fear when she looked at Gu Fan. The snoring stopped. Xia Shulan took a short nap, got up in Gu Fan's arms, and looked at the kneeling merman and dragon in a daze. But she quickly reacted and stretched out her little hand to cover Gu Fan's eyes. The Merman Queen's upper body was too cool, which made Xia Shulan very unhappy. You, put on more clothes for me. Xia Shulan pointed at the Merman Queen and cursed arrogantly. Chapter 209. Soon, the subordinates of the Fish Queen brought clothes. Xia Shulan then took away the hand covering Gu Fan, and then said arrogantly, since you are willing to submit to us, then take out your treasures or precious things first. Afterwards, Gu Fan thought about it, and took out 3 forbidden contract scrolls. If nothing unexpected happens, there are also many 3 forbidden contract scrolls in other beast tribes, and the palace where the Beast King lives. The Fish Queen's eyes showed some sadness. She finally regained consciousness, and got rid of the control of the Beast King. Now, will she be controlled by this outsider named Gu Fan again? Don't worry, I won't erase your consciousness, nor will I live here for a long time. I will leave with my companions in a few days. Gu Fan explained, but we also have the means to come back through the teleportation array. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire Beast Sky Island will be under my and her control. So, Lord Gu Fan, are you going to colonize the entire Beast Sky Island? The Dragon King asked curiously. Gu Fan frowned slightly. Colonization is too ugly, why not call it cooperation? Gu Fan shrugged his shoulders. At the same time, Yinli also brought her father, the Flame Lion King. After losing the control of the Beast King, the Flame Lion King naturally regained consciousness. At the same time, it also knew what had happened during this period. 3 3-band strongmen knelt in front of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. The Flame Lion King cried bitterly, Master Gu Fan, Master Xia Shulan, thank you for saving our Flame Lion clan. Thank you for saving my daughter Yinli. From now on, the 3 chiefs of our Beast clan will obey your orders. The Flame Lion King surrendered. Gu Fan nodded, and then used the 3 forbidden contract scrolls on the 3 of them, without erasing their consciousness. Afterwards, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan led their large army to prepare for the palace. The old king died, and the new king would of course go to the throne first. Originally, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan had no idea, after all, this journey was over. But with the reward of the Beast Sky Island teleportation array, Gu Fan understood. Even if the stay time is over, there will be a chance to return to the Beast Sky Island, so naturally you have to establish your prestige first. They were followed by 3 Beast Tribe leaders, and behind them were their own Barbarian Bull Corps and Flame Lion Corps, as well as the army that the Beast King once led, and they set out towards the Beast King Palace in a mighty manner. Along the way, the dust raised by the beasts covered the sky, and footsteps and roars continued to come from behind. When the palace came into view, Gu Fan took a brief look. It was built entirely of gold and lapis lazuli blocks. The bright light of gold and the deep blue of lapis lazuli complement each other. The walls of the palace are also carved with exquisite animal patterns. At the same time, the gate of the palace is dozens of feet high and wide enough for several elephants to pass through side by side. Of course, if the Gulen is built, blocks like gold are definitely not suitable. After all, the material of gold is not that hard, and it is more of a decorative effect. Lapis lazuli is also suitable for construction, but the color is a little darker, and the appearance is not very good. Gu Fan is considering whether to use a large number of lapis lazuli blocks to expand the Gulen. The size of the entire palace is beyond imagination. Not only is the internal space spacious, but the open space outside is also extremely vast. Plus, it is no problem to accommodate hundreds of thousands of wild beasts outside. The ground of the open square was paved with flat quartz blocks. After Gu Fan entered the palace, he looked at the huge throne of the Beast King. After a little thought, he ordered people to shovel it away. Soon, the throne was dismantled, and a vortex similar to a teleportation array appeared behind the throne. The teleportation array was similar to the previous Dead World gate to the Dead World, and also similar to the teleportation array to the Resource Island. Obviously, this teleportation array is the teleportation array connecting the Beast Island to the Gulen. Gu Fan clicked on the teleportation array. Beast Island teleportation array. You can teleport from the Beast Island to the Gulen. Gu Fan walked into the teleportation array, and sure enough, he returned to the Gulen. Then, he returned to the Beast Island from the Gulen again. Then, Gu Fan ordered the beast to build 2 seats again, one large and one small. The size just matched the size of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Under the ardent gazes of the beasts and the legions, Gu Fan gently embraced Xia Shulan's waist and walked steadily towards the new throne. The two sat down side by side and looked at the beasts below. At the same time, the first row was filled with Gu Fan's companions, including Xuannu, Yanli, and Hu Xiongbo. The second row was filled with the 3 beast tribe leaders and the Fishman princess. Soon, following Gu Fan's orders, all the beasts in the palace and square knelt on the ground in unison, shouting in unison, "Master Gu Fan! Master Xia Shulan!" The sound was deafening, and it echoed for a long time under the dome of the palace, announcing that Gu Fan's reign had arrived. Not bad, very spirited. Gu Fan nodded with satisfaction. At present, the number of the entire Barbarian Bull Legion is about 100,000, followed by the Flame Lion Legion with a few hundred, and the others are all thousands. And all these legions will belong to Gu Fan. Once the Gulen is in danger, Gu Fan can let the legion come to the Gulen from the teleportation array, which is a huge force. Among them, there are 3 3-band strongmen, the Flame Lion King, the Fish Queen, and the Dragon King. There are about 30,000 2-band strongmen, of which more than 20,000 are the Barbarian Bull Legion. With a strong base number of bulls, there are abnormally many 2-band Barbarian Bulls. Of course, in a single fight, the strength of other beast tribes is still stronger. The second is the 1-band, less than 1-band beast tribe. This is also an extremely powerful force, because with the blessing of the Star Lord's morale, the 1-band beast tribe can be temporarily upgraded to the 2nd band, and then meet the enemy together with the 2-band strongmen. This is why Gu Fan's Barbarian Bull officers can still resist for so long when the number gap is particularly large, and the loss is not high. Indeed, this is also helped by Hu Xiongbo and Xuannu. However, the help of the 2nd-level Star Lord's morale is even greater. Looking at the army below, Gu Fan felt a sense of pride. At this moment, he was like a king, and Xia Shulan was like a queen. Everyone, from now on, I am your king. You can call me Lord Gu Fan, or King Gu, and call my wife Queen Xia. It's all fine, but we will leave in a few days. After I leave, all beasts, listen carefully. First, the 5 beast tribes will merge. From now on, you 5 beast tribes will not allow war. Second, vigorously fight agriculture and industry, and the mining industry and the industry also needs to be improved. Hearing Gu Fan's words, some barbaric bulls looked at each other, with deep disappointment in their eyes. Could it be that even if the master of the Beast Sky Island was changed, the Barbarian Bull clan still couldn't change their fate? Do they still have to be slaves? Soon, the Barbarian Bull Corps appeared and whispered. Quiet, my husband hasn't finished talking yet. Why are you guys arguing? Be careful, I'll eat you all. Xia Shulan shouted arrogantly at the noisy Barbarian Bulls. Gu Fan waved his hand. Don't worry, from now on, not only the Barbarian Bull clan, but also the Flame Lion clan, the Fishman clan, the Dragon clan, and the Dinosaur clan will need to mine. Among them, the terrain of the Beast Sky Island is plains, mountains, and lakes. The plains are mined by the Barbarian Bull clan and the Flame Lion clan. The mountains are mined by the Dinosaur clan. The lakes are mined by the Fishman clan and the Dragon clan. Hearing Gu Fan's words, some awakened Barbarian Bulls breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine if it's not just the Barbarian Bulls who dig, it's much fairer this way. However, some barbarians still felt something was wrong. It was a pity that their brain capacity was a little small, and they didn't think of this weirdness. At the same time, more importantly, from now on, the transactions between you beastmen and the market will use lapis lazuli as currency. Because one lapis lazuli block is equivalent to 10,000 cube coins. So one lapis lazuli is equal to 1,000 cube coins. In other words, in the future, the currency on the Beast Sky Island will have an exchange rate of 1,000 with the cube coins. The entire Beast Sky Island is huge, with an area equivalent to several small cities, and its mineral resources are of course rich. However now, many basic blocks are useless to Gu Fan. For example, wood, stone, iron, the most basic blocks. You can buy them in the block mall and trading market, and they are of no use to Gu Fan. At this stage, diamonds and lapis lazuli are useful, and they can be sold for a lot of cube coins. If high-level, high-quality weapons and skills are spawned in the block mall and the trading market, they can be bought with block coins. And various explorations require a large amount of block coins in many aspects. Seeing that they didn't understand, Gu Fan briefly explained the role of currency, that is, it serves as a general equivalent or something. It is said that eating fish is good for the brain. The fish princess has a slightly higher IQ, and she quickly understood what currency is. However, it is also said that fish only have a memory of 7 seconds. Just as she understood what currency is, she forgot the meaning of currency. Seeing this, Gu Fan bought some pens and paper in the trading market and asked the 3 beast tribe leaders and the senior leaders to take notes. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are emperors to the beasts, equivalent to the sun in the sky. What Gu Fan said is the truth to them, so of course they have to write it all down. Chapter 210. After remembering Gu Fan's words, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan discussed for a while, and then Gu Fan said again, at the same time, introduced the concept of salary. What is salary? After the meaning of salary was understood by these beasts, some of the wild bulls had a light in their eyes. They don't seem to be slaves anymore. All beasts that mine must abide by the labor law, and the mining time must not exceed 8 hours a day. 1/10 of the mining work during these 8 hours is wages, and 90% needs to be handed over to the respective beast tribe leaders. A small part is used for the construction of the entire beast island, and most of it is given to me. Looking at the light flashing in the eyes of the barbaric bulls, Gu Fan added, yes, you are no longer slaves, but workers. No, worker bulls, mining beasts are provided with standard 3 meals a day. If you are not full, you can use the lapis lazuli earned from working to buy food. 1 lapis lazuli can be exchanged for 500 portions of food. According to the barbaric bull's favorite food, watermelon, 1 lapis lazuli is equivalent to 500 watermelons. So, every time you dig a lapis lazuli, it is equivalent to getting 50 watermelons. Digging 10 lapis lazuli, or a lapis lazuli block, is equivalent to getting 500 watermelons. The same goes for the lapis lazuli blocks. The reason why it is not a lapis lazuli for 1,000 watermelons is, of course, to make a profit on the remaining. Hu Xiongbo listened from the audience, and knew what Gu Fan meant. He just wanted to use the human society's system to manage the entire Beast Sky Island. He raised his hand, and Gu Fan motioned for him to answer. Hu Xiongbo quickly shouted, King Gu, I studied economics before and worked in management. I can also provide a better solution. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. It just so happened that professional matters should be left to professionals. Okay, then you give me a better plan tomorrow. I will first roughly explain the rules of the Beast Sky Island. Soon, Gu Fan spoke fluently. The 3 Beast Tribe leaders and several Beast Tribe leaders in the audience kept taking notes on the key points. Most of the beasts in the audience waved their hands, their eyes full of excitement, expressing their respect for Gu Fan. It is obvious that Gu Fan's plan and the rules are deeply rooted in the beasts' hearts. For example, there are various laws. If a beast does not abide by the rules and hurts other beasts, it will be punished, beheaded, and put on the table. For example, the opposite sex cannot be forced, and male beasts cannot force female beasts to do that kind of thing. The same is true in reverse. Female beasts cannot force male beasts, etc. Males and females are equal. Of course, because beasts are different from humans, some beasts have many wives, and some beasts have many husbands. In the beast concepts, there is no idea of betrayal and cuckolding. So Gu Fan did not make many articles in this regard. In addition, there are plunderers, because there are many beast races on the Beast Sky Island, and the plunderers are a large part of the races that are not as powerful as the 5 major beast races. Therefore, the treatment of plunderers is very important. Gu Fan allows them to develop freely. Those who are willing to work can work, and those who are willing to intercept outsiders can be intercepted, but they must be persuaded to leave. Because now the Beast Sky Island is Gu Fan's territory. If outsiders break in to plunder resources and fight beasts, Gu Fan will never allow it. For outsider players who are unwilling to leave, it is also very simple. If you can beat them, capture them, and then let them work here. After working for 15 days, let them leave. If they can't beat them, just tell them that this is Gu Fan's territory, and they will naturally stay. If they really have to force it, Gu Fan will kill the player through the teleportation array when he has time. Of course, Gu Fan will also tell all players in the trading market in the form of level 9 promotion that the Beast Sky Island is his private territory, and they can come into trade with the beasts and develop in a friendly manner. But if they rob resources, or even attack the beasts, that will definitely not work. Although Gu Fan doesn't know whether he can occupy the Beast Sky Island in this way. Since the game system has given the teleportation array, it must have acquiesced to this. Gu Fan can guarantee that the Beast Sky Island will prosper and develop when he is in power. This is also beneficial to the entire game system and the block world, right? However, at this time, the Flame Lion King asked, Lord Gu, many of our beasts are carnivores. Barbarian bulls are our flame lion's recipes. If we can't eat barbaric bulls, what do we eat? Can't you eat fruits or vegetables? Xia Shulan blinked and asked curiously. The Flame Lion King shook his head, my queen. I just said that we, the flame lions, as well as the Jylongs and the dinosaurs, are all carnivores, and fruits and vegetables cannot guarantee our nutrition. The Flame Lion King said with some worry, and at the same time, he looked at Xia Shulan with some surprise. The IQ gap between this Queen Xia and Lord Gu seems to be a bit large. Chapter 211. Of course, it is impossible to say that Xia Ho has a low IQ. Gu Fan also frowned at what King Yanshi said. Indeed, according to the diet, the barbarian bull is indeed at the bottom. And the ecological chain of the entire Beast Sky Island is like this. The barbarian bull has a strong fertility rate, but it also leads to the barbarian bull having the same nature as food. Just like the blue star before the crossing, the number of humans was about 10 billion. However, the number of chickens is at least 30 billion, not to mention eggs. Chickens lay eggs lay chickens, eggs lay eggs. Therefore, the higher the fertility rate of a race, the more likely it is to be at the bottom. This is just like the fertility rate of some developed countries is much lower than that of some small blacks. The barbarian bulls of the barbarian bull army also looked at Gu Fan with pitiful eyes. After all, they were comrades who had fought side by side. And the barbarian bull tribe is also a powerful force. Gu Fan still couldn't bear to let the barbarian bull tribe be so bullied by other races. Then he checked the prices on the trading market. Ordinary food is similar to the block mall, with each block being more expensive. Some more delicious and nutritious ones require several block coins. However, the meat of the first band creatures is much more expensive, costing about hundreds or thousands of block coins each, and most of the meat of the first band creatures is average, without any special blessing. The meat of the second band creatures is even less, and the previous dinosaur meat does not have the special effect of attribute points, so the price is quite expensive. In general, the demand for the meat of the second band creatures is not small, especially for the 4 races except the barbarian bull. What about ordinary meat? Mutton, chicken, beef, etc. can develop some animal husbandry. Hu Xiongwa asked the Flame Lion King. The Dragon King shook his head. Ordinary meat without realm is a drop in the bucket for us. Lord Gu Wang, Lord Xiaoho, you should have discovered that it is easy to not be full by eating ordinary meat. Only meat of the same level or higher level can fill the stomach, and it is even beneficial when it is eaten for the first time. It seems that what the Dragon King said is not unreasonable. According to what he meant, the Forbidden Realm is equivalent to the realm in fantasy novels, and the life level is different. And there is an example beside Gu Fan. Xiao Shulan's appetite is originally very large. Since breaking through to the first Forbidden, her appetite has become even greater. If she does not eat the meat of the creatures of the first Forbidden, she will easily not be full by eating ordinary pigs, cattle, sheep and chickens. However, there is a loophole in this. Even if you are not full, as long as you eat enough, you can still fill your stomach, but it may be better for the body. Meat of the same level, and high-level meat is better. If you just survive, it's not necessary. You should know that the barbarian bull is a herbivore, and it only needs to eat fruits and wheat to be full. Of course, the nutrition provided is definitely very little. You are lying. Gu Fan looked at the Dragon King. If that's the case, why can the barbarian bulls of the second forbidden level still fill their stomachs by eating wheat and fruits? Moreover, The creatures of the second forbidden level and the first forbidden level are still in the minority after all, and most of them are creatures below the first forbidden level, right? Why are they still slaughtered by you and the previous Beast King? Isn't it to fill their stomachs? The Dragon King was speechless. The Queen of the Mermen quickly winked at the Dragon King. Ahem, Master Gu Fan, we don't mean that either. Of course, we will comply with your request. After the Queen of the Fishmen said a lot of good things, Gu Fan finally calmed down. Okay, I won't say more. I know you are very unhappy that the barbarian bulls are on equal footing with you, but if they are good barbarian bulls, who work every day and do not burn, kill or rob, in my eyes, they are no different from you. In other words, all beasts, whether barbarian bulls or not, as long as they violate my rules, they will be sentenced to death, and their bodies will be sold in the market at that time. After Gu Fan said a lot of rules, the fishmen, dragons, and dinosaurs all said treasures. At the same time, Xiaoyi also told Gu Fan the location of the dinosaurs' hatching pool. Afterwards, Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, Hu Xiangbua, and others checked the treasures sent by the 3 tribes. As for the barbarian bull clan, don't joke. For a race that has been oppressed for years, if there were any treasures, they would have been robbed long ago. Okay, you can go back first. The next morning, the 3 kings will come to see me. Gu Fan waved his hand to drive away all the beasts. If he guessed correctly, there would be many treasures in the entire Beast King Palace. When only his own people were left in the entire palace, Gu Fan counted the treasures. Some worthless ones, that were useless to Gu Xia, and the others were given to Hu Xiangbua. As for valuable treasures, there were also many. For example, the Merseman Bloodline Injection of the Murloc clan. Merseman Bloodline Injection. Quality. Star Glory Grade. After the injection, there is a high probability of obtaining the 3 forbidden bloodlines, high-purity Murloc bloodlines, and a small probability of causing self-explosion and death. The items in the bloodline injection need to be treated with caution, and perhaps one will die if not careful. Price, 3 million cube coins. Gu Fan was a little surprised. Generally speaking, for equipment, star-level equipment costs about 1.62 million to 3.24 million coins. But tools are more than 10 times cheaper than combat equipment and skills, or even hundreds of times cheaper. For example, pickaxes, shovels, etc. Lapis lazuli pickaxes are sold at very cheap prices in the trading market and the block mall. In other words, this Murloc injection is equivalent to equipment in the system's evaluation, and it is still very valuable. However, the side effects are too great, there is a small probability of self-explosion, and the 3-ban realm is not the end. There will definitely be higher levels in the future, such as 9-ban and 10-ban. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan naturally don't need this kind of Murloc blood that will have a bad impact on the future. However, just because they don't need it doesn't mean that their servants and pets don't need it. What will happen if the 2nd-ban dead snow girl obtains the blood of the Murloc, turn into a snow fish? Or a dead fish? And Lu Zhen, who has the same powerful talent as Gu Fan and controls lightning, but his attributes are too poor and his role is not high. Even the Milk Dragon is the same. If they obtain the blood of the Murloc, they can definitely be improved to a very high level. In addition, there is the Dragon Bloodline, which is also forbidden by 3 factors, but according to the description, the side effects of the Dragon Bloodline should be greater. After putting away the 2 bloodline injections, Gu Fan also saw some equipment drawings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he actually found the remaining 2 permanent drawings of the Barbarian Bull set. Barbarian Bull Armguard and Barbarian Bull Necklace. Platinum top-grade equipment, Barbarian Bull Armguard, increase 500 points of defense. Diamond low-grade equipment, Barbarian Bull Necklace, increase 50 points of physical strength, increase 80 points of mental strength. In the entire Barbarian Bull set, only the Barbarian Bull Necklace has reached diamond quality, and the others are all platinum quality, which is really average. However, the effect of the Barbarian Bull Heart is good, which can increase an additional 30%, which is still okay for servants and pets. And giving it to himself and Xia Shuan is also higher than the health and speed when wearing the death coat and other equipment. If you really encounter a strong enemy, perhaps the Barbarian Bull set will also work. Chapter 212. In addition, there are various ready-made equipment and equipment drawings, but most of them are not as good as ready-made equipment. At present, there are few equipment with greater defense than the death coat, not to mention that the death coat can summon cannon fodder death people for exploration, and the like in addition to the increased defense and health, which is very useful. Of course, the reason why the quality of the death coat is still diamond, but the effect is higher than many Star Glory equipment, Gu Fan estimated that this is because it is a product of the special Sky Island. It can only be said that the equipment of the special Sky Island is indeed powerful. At the beginning, the Shadow Pistol of the Misty Sky Island, the Death Coat of the Dead Sky Island, and the Death Staff of the Dead Sky Island are all very powerful. Therefore, Gu Fan distributed most of the equipment that was useless to them to servants and pets. For example, the Death Snow Girl was given a Star Glory weapon and armor. The same is true for the Milk Dragon, and the Star Glory armor it was given has a stronger defense, because as the strongest auxiliary, it should get the best protection. In addition, diamond and platinum quality items were distributed to Hu Xiongbo, the Dead Man Lucian, etc. Some equipment can also be taken back for the lizard monster to use. At the same time, there are some special items and skill books. 3 Forbidden Contract Scrolls X. Hidden Skill Scrolls X3. Hidden Talent Scrolls X2. Hidden Skill/Talent Scrolls. You can use hidden skills/talents on your attribute panel. After hiding, when players or native NPCs explore, they will not choose to show the selected talents/skills. Needless to say, the 3 Forbidden Contract Scrolls are very useful. When you meet players with great potential and strong talents, you can use them on them and help find He Xiaofeng. The same is true for hidden skill/talent scrolls. Both scrolls are hidden. The Beast King's Beast Resurrection was hidden and suffered a loss of intelligence. Soon, with the search of Xuannu, Yanli and others, the treasures in the Beast King's palace were also dug out. The first is the injection of various beast bloodlines: Flame Lion, Dinosaur, and even Wild Bull. In addition, there are other strange beast bloodlines, most of which belong to the Predator camp. More importantly, Xuannu also found an Eclipse Moon treasure chest. Xia Shulan opened it, and a golden light flashed. Obviously, Xia Shulan's luck limit worked. Get special skills. Beast Resurrection. Beast Resurrection. After using it, you will gain 5 seconds of invincibility, and gradually restore all health points within 20 seconds. Cooling times, 2 times. Cooling time, 1 time every 48 hours. It can be used twice in a row, but each cooling recovery takes 48 hours. My dear husband, look! What did I open? Xia Shulan jumped excitedly, and under the effect of the moon step, her head jumped to the top of the palace. Everyone was shocked by Xia Shulan's sudden operation. Xia Shulan fell down, and was caught by Gu Fan. Ouch, I feel dizzy. Xia Shulan scratched her head and blinked. Aren't you a little too excited? Gu Fan said speechlessly, alas, how can I not be excited? Husband, now we have no shortcomings at all. We have the meteoric sword for attack, the milk dragon for defense, our talent for speed, and this beast resurrection for recovery. Time passed quickly. After counting the treasures, the unnecessary low-level treasures were distributed to the servants and pets. Selling all the items that are not needed to the block mall, Gu Fan's assets rose rapidly, reaching 20 million block coins in just one night. You know, this is just cash. A Star Glory top-grade equipment will fluctuate around 3 million block coins. An Eclipse Moon top-grade equipment will be close to 20 million block coins. Therefore, if the skills, equipment, and all assets of all members of the Gu Lan are sold, the assets will be hundreds of millions of block coins. At night, Gu Fan asked his subordinates to tidy up the entire Beast King Palace. The next morning, he took Xia Shulan and rode on Xiaoyi and copied Beast Resurrection for himself and Xia Shulan to learn. She quickly brought the two to the back mountain of Dinosaur Mountain. The atmosphere here is solemn, and the second forbidden Tyrannosaurus Rex can be seen everywhere waiting in full battle array. It is not difficult to see that this place is extremely important to Dinosaur Mountain. The reason for such strict security is that there is a dinosaur egg incubation pool of extraordinary significance at the top. If it is a holy place for cultivating immortals, then this place is equivalent to holy water. There is a saying among the dinosaur clan that this incubation pool is the source of hope for the continuation of the dinosaur clan. It is precisely because a large number of dinosaur eggs hatch in it that the fertility rate can be guaranteed and the dinosaur clan can maintain a certain number. The scale of the entire incubation pool is extremely large and covers a vast area. At first glance, it looks like a natural giant hot spring. The pool is full of blue-green liquid, the color is clear and mysterious, with a slight luster, as if it contains endless life energy. The liquid ripples slightly in the pool, creating layers of delicate ripples. Countless dinosaur eggs were soaked in it, absorbing the nutrients inside. Xia Shulan wiped her saliva and looked at Gu Fan with watery eyes. Gu Fan understood and said to Xiaoyi, and the second forbidden strongman of the dinosaur clan, my wife wants to eat eggs. I will pack all these eggs and take them away. There should be nothing wrong with that, right? Xiaoyi also often steals eggs here. Not to mention Xiaoyi, the heavy soldiers guarding the side are the same. The main reason is similar to that of the barbarian bull clan. These eggs are provided by the bottom of the dinosaur clan. Of course, Lord Gu Wang, you are the king of the Beast Sky Island and my master. These eggs are of course yours. Gu Fan shook his head, wrong. Xiaoyi widened his eyes. It didn't know what it said wrong. These are all your Beast tribe people. I just have the right to use them 24 hours a day. Gu Fan said this without blushing. Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan with contempt. Xiaoyi was thinking after hearing this. So that's the case. Lord Gu is really a virtuous king. So Lord Gu, more than 90% of the minerals on the Beast Sky Island here actually belong to the Beast Men. You only have the right to use it for 24 hours a day, right? Xiaoyi raised his pointed head and asked curiously. Smart, that's it. Gu Fan nodded domineeringly. Lord Gu is really wise. This is much better than the Beast King. Yes, with Lord Gu here, I believe that our Beast Sky Island will be more and more prosperous. The dinosaur soldiers on the side admired him very much. Xia Shuan sighed. Her husband played with these unintelligent beasts, just like playing with fools. Wait, playing with fools? Thinking of being called Jelly Bean Man and Xiaobao more than once, Xia Shuan felt something was wrong. Soon, Xia Shuan shook her head without thinking too much, got Gu Fan's consent, took out the Qianquan bag, and aimed it directly at the eggs in the incubation pool. In an instant, dinosaur eggs larger than ostriches floated up, and were sucked in by the small opening of the Qianquan bag. Chapter 213. Ha ha ha, these eggs are all mine, Xia Shuan said excitedly. When all the dinosaur eggs in the incubation pool were collected, the heavily guarded soldiers on the side were bleeding in their hearts. However, the leader of the three forbidden clan was easily killed by the man in front of him, and Gu Fan became the king of the entire Beast Sky Island, so he could only bury his dissatisfaction in his heart. However, it was okay, just taking these eggs away. You know, the Beast King had eaten a lot of Tyrannosaurus Rex sashimi before. It was more brutal than Gu Fan's rule. Afterwards, Gu Fan explored the incubation pool again. Dinosaur Egg Incubation Pool contains nutrient solution, which can be used for incubating eggs. The first sip will increase the health value by 200 points. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan saw the introduction and tasted it directly, increasing the health value by 200 points first. Of course, Xuan knew. Yinli and others also relied on the liquid in the incubation pool to increase their health value by 200 points. Hu Xionghua and the other four also took it. After using up the nutrient solution in the incubation pool, Gu Fan put the mysterious egg into the incubation pool. Husband, do you think this will work? This egg is not a dinosaur, and it is not clear what will explode, Xia Shulan said curiously. It would be great if a little Shulan was hatched. Gu Fan laughed. Bah, you dare. Xia Shulan was a little anxious. If she hatched another little Shulan, wouldn't she be trying to win his favor? Then when we are invincible and completely free, we will give birth to a little Shulan. Gu Fan looked at Xia Shulan seriously and said. Xia Shulan was stunned, and her face turned red. So this is what little Shulan meant. She hugged Gu Fan, buried her head in Gu Fan's chest, and said weakly in a mosquito-like voice, Okay. Rubbish husband, I will definitely give birth to a child for you in the future, but not now. If I get pregnant, how can I fight side by side with you? Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan's face, and said seriously. I understand. When the two of them were getting close, the dinosaur soldiers, Xiaoyi, Xuanu and others had already retreated far away, leaving a large space for the two of them. But soon, the liquid in the incubation pool changed immediately. The next moment after the golden egg was put in, it began to bubble. At the same time, the water level of the entire dinosaur incubation pool was slowly dropping. Honey, look, it seems to be reacting, Xia Shulan said, pointing to the water surface. The whole egg also underwent a very strange change, and was gradually getting bigger. For a while, everyone at the scene gathered around curiously. It looks like it's just an incredible creature, but I don't know what type of beast it is. Xiaoyi's tone was full of fear, because it felt a little pressure. Gu Fan also held Xia Shulan's hand tightly, because according to the introduction, this mysterious egg might have a monster that could hurt people, and everything was possible. However, it shouldn't be a bad guy after absorbing so much nutrient solution, right? Gu Fan thought nervously. Not long after, the entire incubation pool was absorbed by the egg. The next moment, the egg fragments suddenly broke open, and a white kitten, no, a cat, a white tiger cub jumped out. White tiger, juvenile, Killing it will give you a high probability of getting a king-level treasure chest, and a low probability of getting an emperor-level treasure chest. Realm, 3 forbidden. Health, 7258. Attack, 1258. Defense, 2568. Speed, 1759. Loyalty to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, 100, full score 100. There is a risk of backstab when loyalty drops below 50, and pet abuse and disregard for pet feelings may reduce loyalty. Skills. White Tiger Tier. Use sharp tiger claws to grab the opponent at an extremely fast speed, which can easily tear the enemy's defense and cause 6,000 damage. Cooling time, 10 minutes. A terrifying monster that can grow to the 10th level, rumored to be one of the 4 great beasts, with extremely pure blood. Each level of leveling will develop a new powerful skill. Ranking order of treasure chest quality: ordinary, black iron, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, eclipse moon, sunfall, king level, emperor level, emperor level. The white tiger tilted its head and looked at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan curiously, then stuck out its pink tongue, walked over, and squatted in front of the two. It had a hunch that these 2 weak humans should be its masters. It was the 2 of them who gave its eggs so much nutrition to be born. At the same time, on the global pet rankings, the milk dragon, which was originally ranked first, was replaced by this newly born little white tiger. At the same time, the second on the rankings was the milk dragon, which was previously ranked first. Oh my god, there is already one. Why is there another white tiger? Gu Fan blinked and whispered to Xia Shulan curiously. Xia Shulan didn't react at first. After understanding, he jumped up and kicked Gu Fan. Then, Gu Fan looked at the white tiger with a serious face. Master, master. A soft and sweet voice came out of the little white tiger's mouth. From now on, the 2 of us are your masters. Gu Fan said seriously. Xia Shulan added, you will be called Xiaobai in the future? Why don't you thank your mistress for giving you the name? Thank you, mistress. Xiaobai's tone was full of surprise. I don't know if you, Xiaobai, can drag me. After saying that, Xia Shulan curiously sat on it. Of course, the little white tiger can be dragged. Although it was just born, its strength is really strong. However, the little white tiger is too small, so it is naturally not as comfortable as the other 2 pets, Xioi and Yanli, as a mount. At the same time, the liquid in the entire incubation pool became very thin, and the nutrients in it were completely absorbed by Xiaobai's eggs. At the same time, Xiaobai was crunching the eggshells and constantly absorbing the nutrients between the eggshells. 3 days later, in these 3 days, one of the 3 copies gave the dinosaur heat, and the other 2 copies were hoarded. At the same time, Hu Xiongbo also gave the rules of the entire Beast Sky Island according to the conditions of the previous management company, that is, the laws and regulations. Hu Xiongbo did not sleep for these 3 days. Because the time to leave the Beast Sky Island is getting closer, Hu Xiongbo had to stay up late to formulate a perfect system. At the same time, all the beasts in the entire Beast Sky Island knew that the new king had ascended the throne. The predators in the periphery are still at the lowest status, but they can also participate in work. But the work content is not mining, but guarding the periphery, and the salary is certainly not as high as mining. At the same time, Gu Fan put all the small animals such as pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens on the Gu Lan in the Wild Beast Island. In order to ensure that all beasts have meat to eat, Gu Fan also imported tens of thousands of cattle, sheep, chickens, pigs, ducks, geese, etc. from the trading market. Similarly, he also bought a lot of seeds. The agricultural development on the Wild Beast Island is very slow. Most of the food for the wild bulls is wheat and fruits and vegetables. In order to ensure the food for the wild bulls, agriculture must also be developed well. In addition, there is the construction of the Gu Lan. Gu Fan plans to expand it slightly with lapis lazuli. Although the original size and area are large, who would dislike the increasing size of their own home? Chapter 214. Gu Fan recruited more than a dozen barbarians to help expand the entire Gulan. First of all, the main body is still made of quartz blocks, but on the outside, it is covered with a layer of lapis lazuli blocks. At the same time, the area of the entire ship has been expanded by about 1-fold. After the completion of the work in broad daylight, Gu Fan decided on the candidates to bring on board. First of all, it is the white tiger. Xiaobai is one of the 4 sacred beasts, and according to the introduction, it has the qualifications to grow to the 10 forbidden. Of course, it is brought on board, even if Xiaobai is still in its infancy. One skill has a full 6,000 points of damage. When it breaks through to the 4 forbidden, it will awaken a new skill. When it reaches the 10 forbidden, there will be a total of 8 skills. The next is the Snow Girl, the Milk Dragon, and Lucian. Although Lucian doesn't seem to be very useful, when his strength is improved to the 3 forbidden, his control of lightning damage is still very powerful, but he needs to use the Fishman Blood Injection or the Dragon Blood Injection to cultivate. Of course, it is reasonable to ask the opinions of Snow Girl, Milk Dragon, Lucian and others on whether to accept the Fishman Blood Injection or the Dragon Blood Injection. After all, this thing also has significant side effects, and there is a certain probability of self-destruction. However, since Lucian didn't say anything, and he didn't respond anyway, Gu Fan just assumed that he agreed. Thinking of this, Gu Fan used a copy to give the Fishman Blood Injection, and then gave it to the dead silence Lucian. Honey, be careful, this thing has a small probability of self-destruction, Xia Shulan reminded. Don't worry. After Gu Fan injected Lucian, the dark skin of the dead silence Lucian soon turned dark blue, and at the same time, the overall image changed towards the direction of the fishman. Snow Girl and Milk Dragon also looked at this scene curiously. After all, Gu Fan promised them that it was entirely voluntary to use it or not. If they didn't want to, they could choose not to use it. After all, this thing also had significant side effects. Moreover, if Milk Dragon was killed, Gu Fan would feel very distressed. Of course, if Milk Dragon didn't want to give up the opportunity to become stronger, Gu Fan would respect it and let it use it. Soon, Lucian's image changed greatly, and tiny lightning flashed all over his body. At the same time, his 2 thick thighs were connected together to form a huge fishtail. The overall image was originally a young man of about 1.8 meters, but now it has become 2 meters high, which is enough to show how high the concentration of fish blood is. At the same time, its skin turned black and dark blue. Dead Silence Fishman Lucian. Realm, 2nd Forbidden HP, 2568. Attack, 326. Defense, 315. Speed, 1284. Talent, S-level control of lightning. Originally a player, he was infected by Death Silence and became a Death Silence creature. Now he has obtained the blood of a fishman with 3 forbidden qualifications, and has become the only Death Silence fishman in the world. Not bad. Now Lucian's highest damage is 5,136 points, which is also a great help. Gu Fan checked Lucian's attribute panel and sighed. The Snow Girl was very jealous. A fishman injection with 3 forbidden bloodlines could be given to Lucian to break through from the 1st forbidden to the 2nd forbidden. What about herself? The Snow Girl didn't want to use it at first. After all, the master had told her before that if she didn't want to use it, she didn't have to. However, now the white tiger has appeared, Lucian has become stronger, the ice and snow elf monster, the fusion of the milk dragon, Xiaoyi, and Yanli, etc. Gu Fan recruited too many servants and pets. This made Xuannu feel a sense of crisis. Yes, in addition to Xuannu, Nilong, Lucian, Xiaoyi, and Yanli will also take the Gulan. As for Yanli's guards, they will stay on the Beast Sky Island. Moreover, if Gu Fan wants, he can also take the Fish Princess, the Dragon King, and the Flame Lion King. However, the members of the Gulan do not need too many, just enough to guard when Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are out, and most of the Beast Tribe's forces only need to stay on the Beast Sky Island. If there is danger, the 3 third-level Beast Chiefs of the Beast Sky Island will lead the beasts to rush from the teleportation array to the Gulan. After deciding on the candidates to board the ship, it was night. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan used their respective flying abilities to come to the entire sky and overlook the entire Beast Sky Island. The two hugged each other and looked at each other, perhaps because the Sky Islands they had experienced before did not have teleportation arrays. Therefore, leaving the Sky Island before was just leaving, and there was no other special idea at all. However, at this time, after obtaining the teleportation array of the Beast Sky Island, and Gu Fan became the king of the entire Sky Island, and Xia Shulan became the queen, for a while, the two were very excited. Although the two will have the opportunity to leave with the teammates of the Gulan ship tomorrow morning, if they want to come back, they can come back at any time with the teleportation array. Husband, I didn't expect that you, who are just a small fish, can become the king of the entire Beast Sky Island. It's really incredible. Xia Shulan said excitedly, with excitement between her eyebrows. Gu Fan pinched her little face helplessly, without caring about the title of small fish, and said lovingly, "We will all continue to grow. With a strong talent for growth, I believe that it won't be long before we can become the island owner of one Sky Island after another. With the resource island owner, the territory we rule next will become more and more. Hubby, I'm so happy, I admire you so much. Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan with admiration, her big watery eyes full of love. When she thought of the countless beast men in the palace calling her Queen Xia and Gu Fan King Gu, Xia Shulan felt very happy. If the current Xia Shulan traveled back to read the cool articles on Hongshizi Station after reading for a long time, she would probably just say in wonder, "Isn't this also cool?" Yes, Xia Shulan felt that she was the happiest girl in the world at this time, with a beloved man, a vast land, and strong strength. The only shortcoming was thinking of her parents and aunts. "Hubby, if we look for aunts and parents, let them live on the Sky Island, so that we can rest assured. I miss my parents so much." Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with deep longing. "Of course, we can go out and make a living only when our family is safe." Gu Fan quickly patted Xia Shulan's shoulder and comforted her. He also told Xia Shulan that if Xia Shulan was lucky, maybe one day she could get something like a locator. "When it comes out, I will definitely copy some and trade it to my aunt. If I find Xia Shulan's father-in-law and mother-in-law, I can also give it to them. In this way, I will have a target." Gu Fan also used the 9th level promotion to find her, but there was still no news. Although there was a high probability that it was possible, Xia Shulan was still unwilling to give up. Gu Fan also understood, so he would use the 9th level promotion to find people from time to time. The two of them overlooked the entire Beast Sky Island in midair, and after chatting for a long time, Gu Fan told Gu Yuner, that is, his aunt, his idea. He also used the 9th level promotion in the trading market to tell all players that the Beast Sky Island is his territory in the future, and if they break in, they will not be allowed to plunder resources, etc. Chapter 215. The next morning, Gu Fan asked Yen Li to prepare a hearty breakfast, which included barbarian bull elbows, dinosaur poached eggs, and other high-calorie, high-nutrition foods. The reason why Yen Li was chosen was mainly because Yen Li's cooking skills were really good. As the princess of the Yanshi clan, Yen Li had cooked and done odd jobs when the Yanshi king was controlled by the Beast King. Over time, Yen Li's cooking skills have also improved a lot. Of course, this is why Gu Fan wanted Yen Li to board the ship. Not only because Yen Li had helped a lot, it can be said that without Yen Li, Gu Fan would not have been able to occupy the entire Beast Sky Island. After all, he could only barely defeat the Beast King alone at that time. And there are so many beasts on the Beast Sky Island. Yen Li's rebellion, the large amount of information she told, and taking Gu Fan and others to the Yanshi barbarian bull fortress to rebel, have enabled him to occupy the entire Sky Island and become the king now. Of course, this was also due to Xia Shulan's luck, and Hu Xiongbuo's help in stopping the Queen of the Mermaids and the Dragon King. After breakfast, Gu Fan took Xia Shulan on board and remembered one thing. That is, the liquid in the dinosaur incubation pool was absorbed by the white tiger eggs, and Xiaobai ate the white tiger eggshells. In other words, the incubation liquid in the dinosaur incubation pool was sucked dry by Xiaobai. Will it affect the reproduction of the entire dinosaur clan? Gu Fan asked Xiaoyi curiously. Xiaoyi shook his head. Master, don't worry, as long as the dinosaur incubation pool is not destroyed, the liquid in it will be regenerated in a few months. Otherwise, why do some of the high-level members of the dinosaur clan, and I choose to drink some secretly at ordinary times? That's fine. Xia Shulan also breathed a sigh of relief. How could she have forgotten such a thing when she was messing around yesterday? Then, the two of them remembered that the hidden scrolls from yesterday had not been used yet. After thinking about it, they first used 2 skill hidden scrolls to hide the 2 beast revives. Then Gu Fan used a single talent hidden scroll to hide the talent copy daily. At this time, Hu Xiongbuo and others also came to the Tianren. They didn't have to get on Gu Fan's ship. In fact, now that Gu Fan invited them, Hu Xiongbuo was absolutely happy. Gu Fan's strength had long made him admire him, but Hu Xiongbuo's members actually yearned for freedom in their hearts. Gu Fan also needed to let them find He Xiaofeng according to their influence. So naturally, there was no need to let them get on board. Boss Gu Fan, then we'll leave first? Hu Xiongbuo shouted to Gu Fan while standing on the Tianren. Gu Fan waved his hand. Don't forget your mission. The Tianren soon slowly left the Beast Sky Island with the use of the thrusters. The 4 people waved goodbye to Gu Fan and the others. After they left, Gu Fan also called his companions to the new ship. Everyone, get ready to leave. Gu Fan said to everyone. The new ship is much larger, and many houses have been built. There are 4 floors inside the ship, 2 more than before. The Queen of the Mermaids, the King of the Flame Lion, and the King of the Dragons waved goodbye to Gu Fan and the others. Wait for the Gu Lan to leave completely. The Queen of the Mermaids sighed. I don't know when Lord Gu will come back after leaving. The Dragon King asked curiously. You are not attracted to Lord Gu, are you? Be careful, Lord Xia is a jealous person. If she finds out, the scales on your body may be plucked off. The Dragon King quickly reminded. The Queen of the Fishmen shuddered. How is it possible? Don't think too much, our mission is to govern the entire Beast Sky Island. You know, Lord Gu said that he would come back to check from time to time. We can only do what we should do. Okay, don't talk nonsense, it was Lord Gu who gave us a new life. Let's take action and make the whole island better. The Flame Lion King said slowly. Its daughter Yenli went to the vastest sky. See you next time, and I must not let my daughter down. On the Gu lawn, Gu Fan first took a beautiful bath with Xia Shulan, and then checked the ranking of the ranking battle. As expected, the two were delayed for more than 10 days, and the ranking of the ranking battle has dropped to more than 200 in the world, and now the highest score has reached more than 200 points. Honey, let's get back on top of the ranking battle quickly, shall we? Otherwise, we won't get any rewards after the first season ends. Come on! Gu Fan quickly clicked on the match button. Unlike the previous match that took a long time, this time he was matched in seconds. Soon, the scene changed, and the two of them came to the Sky Island of the ranking battle. On the chat channel, the Sky Island of the ranking battle was named the Ranking Sky Island. It was not large, only 10,000 square meters, and the ground was very clean. A light curtain blocked Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, and the opposing players. In addition, the game system also informed Gu Fan that the opponent's players were the 5th team in the world, named Chu Lin and Jiang Yu. The two had just experienced a 3 Forbidden Sky Island. Of course, they only searched for some resources on the 3 Forbidden Sky Island and obtained some treasure chests. They could not kill the 3 Forbidden boss on the 3 Forbidden Sky Island, so their ranking in the ranking battle was also lowered. He thought he could easily get into the top 10 of the ranking, but the game prompt made his face change. How is it possible? How could the opponent be those two guys? Chu Lin said in disbelief. The day before yesterday, it was reported that Gu Fan became the first strongman in the world to kill the 3 Forbidden. As a result, he met Gu Fan today. What's more, what Chu Lin didn't know was that the 3 Forbidden boss killed by Gu Fan was not an ordinary 3 Forbidden. Chu Lin, how about we surrender? Jiang Yu said helplessly. Surrender? No, I'm the 5th in the world. I want to see how terrifying the world's #1 guy is. Chu Lin said firmly. In fact, he thought he could kill the 3 Forbidden Strongman, but behind the 3 Forbidden Strongman, there are countless 2 Forbidden Strongmen and 1 Forbidden Strongmen. This situation is very similar to the Beast King, so he was not sure to kill. Okay, it's a good thing it's a projection, otherwise there will be no chance to fight with Gu Fan in my life. Jiang Yu shrugged. After the light curtain disappeared, Chu Lin's whole body suddenly burned with flames. This was his S-level talent, controlling flames, and the passive ability was to increase naked attack power by 3 times. For example, with his careful addition of points, he originally had 350 naked attack points. After the talent was strengthened, he had 1050 naked attack points. At the same time, his flames could be attached to weapons and attack the enemy, causing 10% of the total attack power as burning damage, which lasted for 10 seconds. In the absence of any fire resistance, burning damage is equivalent to real damage. For example, the weapon in his hand is a diamond-level spear, which can increase 900 attacks. So, his attack is 1,950 points, and each attack can carry 195 points of burning damage, which lasts for 10 times. Of course, Chu Lin can also use flames to attack the enemy, but at that time it is not like lightning that directly causes twice the health value. If you use flames alone, it can cause 4 times the attack power. Of course, it can also cause burning later, but at that time the burning damage is 420 points per second. In theory, using the power of fire directly is stronger than using diamond-quality weapons. However, Chu Lin's talent for controlling fire is very similar to controlling lightning, and has side effects. When the accumulated burning value reaches the upper limit, the whole body will feel as if it is burned by fire, and it will feel particularly uncomfortable. At the same time, 10% of the current health value will be burned every second for 5 seconds, and it will be gradually deducted to half of the current health value. It is also a very terrible side effect. If you directly use a large range of fire to attack the enemy without relying on weapons, the burning value will increase significantly. Chapter 216. At the same time, Jiang Yu said seriously, "Be careful, the other team is ranked first." Jiang Yu's tone was full of solemnity. The other party, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, also moved. When seeing Chu Lin burning all over, Gu Fan immediately realized that the other party's talent was S-level control of fire. Gu Fan knew how powerful it was to control lightning. Similar talents of controlling elements were mostly linked to one's own attributes. Shulan, be careful, don't be hung by the flames. Don't worry, we will do a sandstorm and understand them directly. Woohoo! Xia Shulan jumped into the sky, and 2 big sandstorms were about to cover the 2 of them, but found that at this moment, Jiangyu and Chu Lin had opened up the gap. Chu Lin was now in front, and Jiangyu remained in the previous position without moving. Every S-level talent is extremely heaven-defying, and the players at the top of the rankings are mostly S-level strongmen. For a moment, Gu Fan had a vague bad premonition. The 2 could only choose to cast a sandstorm on Chu Lin and kill the player who controlled the flames in seconds. The remaining Jiangyu would be much easier to deal with. But soon, Jiangyu calculated the area of the sandstorm, ran to the corner, and suddenly threw a chair into the corner. The next moment, Chu Lin was about to be hit by the sandstorm, but he and the chair turned around. Under the impact of the sandstorm, the chair shattered instantly. Don't underestimate us. The flames burning on Chu Lin disappeared, and he appeared in the direction of the chair, looking at the 2 people who missed their skills, and said seriously, Jiangyu's S-level talent, the power of turning, can turn the direction of anyone or anything in sight, including himself, at will, but it cannot turn things that cannot be seen. For example, air, Chu Lin, himself, and anything else cannot exchange positions with a ball of air. Seeing that Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were so close, Chu Lin jumped into the air. Jiangyu, I'm ready. Instantly, Jiangyu activated his ability. Chu Lin and Xia Shulan switched positions, and the spear in Chu Lin's hand burned with flames and attacked Gu Fan's head. Success? Chu Lin's eyes flashed with excitement. Although he was fighting against the information gap, if he could defeat Gu Fan, it would definitely be something he could brag about for the rest of his life. Gu Fan had no choice but to dodge the shot with a flash of lightning. At the same time, the meteoric moon sword in his hand slashed towards Chu Lin. Xia Shulan on the side attacked Jiangyu, and a mixed hot breath burst out from her small mouth. The dinosaur hot breath carried a terrifying force. Jiangyu was a little flustered and threw out everything in a storage column. Before being attacked by Xia Shulan's hot breath, he used the power of switching to exchange positions with the sundries. Gu Fan used the cube coins to buy intelligence, although most players would not use cube coins when playing ranked battles. The reason is simple. This is not a fight to the death, and it costs money every time. It is too extravagant. However, Gu Fan has a lot of cube coins, just a few hundred. After learning about the abilities of the 2, Gu Fan told Xia Shulan in a private message. Xia Shulan nodded, and then she understood why her attack was dodged. It is worthy of being the 5th team in the world. The talent is really strong. Gu Fan thought secretly in his heart, and dodged Chu Lin's shot. What a speed! Chu Lin was shocked and retreated to Jiangyu. How is it? Chu Lin didn't have that much money, only a few 100,000 in savings, and it was a waste to spend thousands and nearly 10,000 in savings to investigate Gu Fan. Moreover, he had previously spent 10,000 yuan on the trading market to buy some false information about Gu Fan. So there was no need to buy the real information about Gu Fan. For a moment, Chu Lin was very hesitant. I feel that I was deceived by that and Gu Fan's talent is not what the intelligence said. It seems that he hasn't used his talent yet? Jiangyu asked. No, but the speed is extremely fast. If I'm not mistaken, it must be related to speed. Chu Lin said. What are you mumbling? Xia Shulan quickly used the meteoric moon slash on the 2 of them. However, the next moment, the scene in front of them changed, and Xia Shulan and Gu Fan changed their positions with Chu Lin and Jiangyu. Little Shulan was so scared that her, but twisted, and Gu Fan also avoided the meteoric moon slash with a damage of up to 5,000 points. Although the attack is powerful, it is not good to hit yourself. You stinky baby, you almost killed me. Gu Fan patted Xia Shulan's head and complained. I didn't expect this woman to be able to switch 4 at the same time. In a sense, Jiangyu's talent is much stronger than Chu Lin. Gu Fan, why don't we draw? Your strength is indeed very strong, but we are not vegetarians. Jiangyu said coldly. Draw? Gu Fan frowned. So far, he and Xia Shulan have always won every battle. If they draw now, the 100% winning rate will be broken. How is this possible? However, the opponent's means are indeed tricky. Unless you have a very strong control ability, otherwise, it is very annoying that Jiangyu keeps using her talent to switch objects. Not bad, if I can draw with Gu Fan, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Chu Lin said with a chuckle. Xia Shulan, you may suffer later. Xia Shulan blinked her eyes, not understanding what Gu Fan said. Afterwards, Gu Fan whispered something in her ear, and the next moment, Xia Shulan's face flushed. This is not suffering at all, in fact, it is not impossible. Xia Shulan was sick, while Jiang Yu on the opposite side was muttering, wondering what method Gu Fan wanted to use to solve her talent. The next moment, a thunderbolt weaved into a large blue net and covered Chu Lin. Humph, do you still understand? Jiang Yu activated his ability, and in an instant, Xia Shulan and Chu Lin exchanged positions. At the same time, Gu Fan used thunderbolts to the side, where Xia Shulan had just been. Thunder net. Palm thunder. Xia Shulan saw that she could not avoid the palm thunderbolt, so she closed her eyes, and immediately used the beast revival. The two damages were as high as 7,000, and Gu Fan's thunder power was full. Chapter 217. Hiss. Cluck. Cluck. Xia Shulan was shocked and trembled all over. Fortunately, she activated the beast revival, which made her invincible, and did not cause much pain. However, the tingling and numbness brought by the current made Xia Shulan feel different from the past. On the other side, Chu Lin, who did not activate the invincibility, was covered by the thunder-shaped net. He was really miserable. The high-intensity damage directly made him unconscious, and then the projection disappeared. Jiang Yu on the side was dumbfounded. She did not expect Gu Fan to attack two people directly. Isn't he afraid that his girlfriend will be angry? She looked at Xia Shulan at this time with a silly and cheerful expression. No, sister, you are shocked. Why are you not hurt at all? And you have this expression? Jiang Yu was completely dumbfounded, and her expression changed from pale to blue. Is Xia Shulan a fool? Just when Jiang Yu was stunned, a flash of lightning flashed, and the thick lightning of a bucket hit her body directly. Defeat Chu Lin and Jiang Yu of the team. Gu Fan gains 5 attack points, and 5 physical strength. Xia Shulan gains 2 lower limit luck points, and 8 health points. The team gains points x8. At the same time, Chu Lin and Jiang Yu appeared on a quartz ship in the distance, with terrible faces. I almost thought I was dead. Jiang Yu patted his chest and said with lingering fear. Yes, Jiang Yu, what's going on? Why is the information on Gu Fan's attribute panel different from that sold by the player surnamed Hu? There are only similarities. Chu Lin's face showed an angry expression. In the false intelligence, one of Gu Fan's skills is indeed lightning. The reason why there is lightning in the false intelligence is that Gu Fan often uses his talent for controlling lightning, which is also consistent with the real intelligence. And the strongest attribute is defense. Although the speed is not very bad, according to the speed on the attribute panel, it is impossible to dodge his own flame so quickly. In actual combat, Gu Fan's ability is much stronger than he imagined. However, in fact, Gu Fan has not yet taken out his life pistol and other means. Once Chu Lin and Gu Fan 1v1 offline, he will know what despair is. Brother Chu Lin, come on, Hu Xianghua is not charitable, and he must have concealed something on the attribute panel. Jiang Yu hurriedly patted Chu Lin on the shoulder and comforted him. Anyway, I can't admit that he is the first. Chu Lin shook his head. There are 10 billion people in the world. How can 2 such young college students become the world's first? It's ridiculous. Chu Lin's tone was full of anger. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. If it weren't for her auxiliary ability, Chu Lin would have been defeated by Gu Fan in the first second, and he still boasted after failing. But this is also the character of Big Brother Chu Lin. In the future, as long as he doesn't meet the world's number 1, it doesn't matter. From 2nd to 4th, Jiang Yu and her have met each other, and it can only be said that each has won and lost, because although there is a gap in combat power, the combat power value of actual combat and the ranking list is not quite the same. She dares to guarantee that except for the first team, other teams can guarantee that they will be invincible as long as they meet. At the same time, Chu Lin looked at the rankings and found that Gu Fan and his partner's combat power had soared to more than 10,000. A full 12,000 more than the second place in the world. How is this possible? Is there something wrong with the system? Fear flashed in Chu Lin's eyes. 12,000 combat power? You know, the second place is only more than 7,000. At the same time, he looked at the next few people, and the second and third places swapped positions. At the same time, a new face appeared in the top 10. The player who sold Gu Fan's information, Hu Xianghua, is actually ranked 10th? Jiang Yu was also a little shocked. Wasn't Hu Xianghua ranked after the top 10 before? Although Hu Xianghua's talent has great shortcomings and side effects, after obtaining a lot of new equipment from Gu Fan, All attributes have been strengthened fivefold. Hu Xiongbo is the player with the highest attributes among all players, no one else. If his talent had no limit, he would have been the first long ago, right? At the same time, a monster cloud floated over, and a woman with a witch hat on her head and a dull expression stood on the cloud, looking coldly at Chu Lin and Jiang Yu. She held a medicine bottle in her hand, and her mouth was full of treacherous laughter. The next moment, the woman threw the medicine bottle to Chu Lin. Jiang Yu's eyes became alert, and Chu Lin and a chair on the ship suddenly exchanged positions. The potion fell on the top of the chair, and suddenly, the top of the chair was filled with flames. At the same time, bottles of potion were thrown at the two. This shape. Jiang Yu's face was full of shock. Isn't this a witch? Suddenly, a bottle of potion hit the quartz block, and the next moment, the quartz block seemed to be eroded and disappeared directly. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan returned to the Gu Lan and continued to fight. After a whole day, they finally scored 268 points, just above the first place. If we match again now, there is no doubt that we will have to delay. Now Gu Fan only needs to keep the first place with Xia Shulan, and keep a 100% winning rate in every game, and get 10 random attribute points. It is okay, there is no need to play too high. Because once you enter the Sky Island like a copy, you will have no time to play this thing, and after a while, you will still be surpassed. At the same time, Gu Fan checked the Resource Island, and sure enough, the Resource Island was occupied many days ago. It's just that Gu Fan seemed to be fighting or busy at that time, and the game system did not prompt, but a red dot appeared on the button. Your Gold Resource Island has been occupied by players. Please return to the Resource Island through the teleportation array in time to compete. Your guards and miners miss you very much. Soon, Gu Fan thought about it, and returned to the Bee's Sky Island and brought two Tuban wild bulls, one named Nyoda and the other named Nyo Air. Xia Shulan tilted her head aside, somewhat confused about Gu Fan's operation. Nyoda, Nyo Air, I will take you to an island next. There are endless fruits there. You can eat whatever you want. Nyoda and Nyo Air looked at each other with excitement. You should know that they were disappointed when Gu Fan took them away. It is said that Lord Xia loves to eat barbarian bull elbows. Is he going to eat himself? It seems that he is not. He wants to give himself a treasure land. Lord Guang, what do we need to do? Nyoda asked respectfully. It's very simple. We just need to protect a piece of land, and the way of protection is also different. Gu Fan came to another teleportation array, which is the teleportation array of the Gold Resource Island. Soon, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan brought two barbarian bulls to the other side of the teleportation array. That is the previous Gold Resource Island. Gu Fan first blew up the base on the island with a thunderbolt. Then, he quietly waited for the buildings on the island to be upgraded. At the same time, Gu Fan said hello to the guards on the island and the female miner who had mined before, that is, Lily. Chapter 218. Lily looked at Gu Fan and the other person with an evasive look. Obviously, she still remembered that these two people were the previous owners of the Resource Island. At the same time, after the Resource Island was occupied by other players during this period, Lily handed in all the gold she dug. Thinking of this, Lily felt very guilty. Obviously, the two were so good to her, but all the output resources were handed over to the previous owner, that is, the player who robbed Gu Fan's Resource Island. For a while, Lily felt complicated. But she had no way to defy the mechanism. Lily, long time no see, are you okay during this period? Xia Shulan greeted the poor little girl. Lily nodded and muttered softly, Sorry, master, my resources can only be handed over to the previous owner. Looking at the guilty Lily, Gu Fan shook his head. You are also following the rules. Nyoda and Nyo Air on the side were a little confused. They didn't know why King Gu asked them to come here. Obviously this is a poor place with only gold. Is it worth the two level 2 forbidden strawmen to guard it? Gold is a waste metal. Yes, Nyoda and Nyo Air are used to dealing with lapis lazuli and other precious metals, and they look down on gold. Indeed, if this resource island has always produced gold, it is really not very useful, and can only be regarded as a land of more than 10,000 square meters. However, the defense buildings and resource buildings on it can be upgraded. Maybe they can produce more precious metals in the future? Soon, after greeting the acquaintances on the island, Gu Fan asked Nyoda and Nyo Air to manage this place, and took Nyoda and Nyo Air as pets. And said to them, if someone comes here and robs the resources on this island, do you know what to do? Nyoda and Nyo Air looked at each other. Don't worry, Lord Gu, we are the elites of the Barbarian Bull clan, and we will never give this island to any enemy. At the same time, They looked at Gu Fan expectantly, hoping that Gu Fan would praise them. Wrong. Gu Fan shook his head. Ah? The two barbarian bulls were a little puzzled. Xia Shulan explained, you need to let the base camp of this island be attacked, and then hide aside to watch the battle, and after it is attacked, come out and snatch the base camp back, because every time it is attacked, the building will be upgraded, understand? After careful explanation, Nyoda and Nyo-Air understood the purpose of the two. Of course, now the players are getting stronger and stronger, with more and more equipment, and there will be more and more players who can deal with the second forbidden creatures. Gu Fan also added, if you encounter a player you can't beat, escape through the teleportation array, wait for the opponent to leave, and then attack the base. If the defense equipment of the base has been upgraded to a level that even the barbarian bulls cannot resist, for example, a sniper tower can deal 1,000 points of damage per shot, and there are 10 of them on the island, Nyoda and Nyo-Air will definitely not be able to take it down. At this time, you can call for your own actions, which greatly reduces the work efficiency. Lord Gu Wang, I understand. Nyoda and Nyo-Air shouted excitedly. Gu Fan nodded, bought some tools in the trading market, and gave some quartz blocks to Nyoda and Nyo-Air, as well as the guards and miner Lily to build houses. After Gu Fan left, Lily looked at his back eagerly. After his back disappeared through the teleportation array, she worked even harder. Ding! Because miner Lily admires Gu Fan, if Gu Fan becomes the owner of the Gold Resource Island, Lily's mining efficiency will increase by 50%. Gu Fan was a little surprised to hear the news. It seems that in this block world where everything is controlled by the game system, there are also some human touches. Soon, 2 hours later, a fierce and vicious player with a mask on led a group of players to the Sky Island. They are middle-level players, who huddle together for warmth. They are weak, but they have more people. Who dares to rob my Sky Island? The masked man Lubatian shouted. 2 barbaric bulls were lying on the beach and basking in the sun, looking at the group of players curiously. Lord Gu said that when encountering enemies, as long as they don't harm miner Lily and the island's guards and their own lives, they can let them rob the resource island and take it back when the time comes. It seems that this is the player that Lord Gu said. Nyoda thought secretly. Soon, Lubatian noticed 2 strong cows. Huh? There are actually 2 cows here? Guys, come together, we will have beef tonight. This group of people did not attack the defensive buildings on the island and the base camp, but rushed directly to Nyoda and Nyo-Air. Brother, what should we do? Nyo-Air asked curiously. Lord Gu said before that if the enemy attacks us, we can fight back. Okay, then beat them up first, and then order them to attack the base camp. Be careful, Nyoda, be careful not to beat them too badly, otherwise the buildings on the island will easily kill them. Just when the group approached Nyoda and Nyo-Air, Nyoda punched the man named Lubatian away, and the scene was stunned. How is it possible? Lao Da flew away. Damn it, Lao Da is a powerful person. How could he be knocked away by this mere bull? Something is wrong. The detection interval of this bull is as long as 3,000 square coins. Quickly retreat, quick retreat. Did I let you go? There were 10 people in total, and Nyo-Air quickly trampled 2 to death, and then blocked their way to the teleportation array. Dad Nyo, Grandpa Nyo, don't kill me, I know I was wrong. 2 big brothers Nyo, I really didn't know that this resource island was yours, please spare me. Big brother Nyo, I don't eat beef, I was wrong. Lubatian limped back on his knees, and then begged the 2 wild bulls to spare him with his teammates. Attack this island, and destroy the base camp before leaving. Nyoda ordered. My master said that the building level of the resource island should be upgraded. For a moment, Lubatian was stunned. These 2 cows are so powerful, how powerful must their masters be? You know, if they have such helpers and pets, they will not be exiled to the resource island, but brought with them as treasured pets. For a moment, Lubatian kept guessing in his mind what the top player who occupied his island was in the world. It is very likely to be in the top 1000. No, it may even be in the top 500. Chapter 219. Looking at the buildings on the resource island. After multiple upgrades, there are 5 machine gun towers on the island. There are 2 heavy machine guns and 5 pistol towers, a total of 12 buildings. Although the attack is not high, it is only a few hundred. But the last time we broke in, we still lost a brother's life. At this time, because Gu Fan had occupied it before and upgraded it once. Several brothers were killed by the 2 barbaric bulls again. Lubatian regretted attacking this island very much in his mind. He obviously had a lot of gold cubes. Why did he covet so many? I understand, Lord Nyo. Lu Batian pointed to the base camp in the center of the island. Little ones, go ahead and capture this resource island. Perhaps it was the death threat of Nyoda and Nyo Air. The remaining 8 people rushed up and knocked down the defensive buildings one after another. Fortunately, although the defensive buildings have the word defense, there is no such thing as defense value at present. The blood volume is less than 1,000, and the scum who rushed up really smashed most of the defensive buildings. Nyoda didn't feel bad, anyway. Lord Gu said that as long as the base camp was destroyed, the defensive buildings could be revived and upgraded. However, the group lost one person after all. A bullet from a machine gun tower pierced a man's head, and he fell to the ground and twitched a few times. By the time this group of scum finished attacking the base camp, the resource island had also been upgraded 5 times, that is, level 6. Nyoda and Nyo Air rushed up, holding the platinum-level weapons given by Gu Fan, and smashed the defensive buildings in a few strokes, and then smashed the base camp. The resource island was directly upgraded to level 7. Seeing this, Lu Batian breathed a sigh of relief. Master Nyo, can you spare us? Spare you? Nyoda looked at Lu Batian with a threatening look. Keep going until there is only one person left among the 7 of you. If that person is you, Lu Batian, I will spare you, otherwise, you will die now. Lu Batian was immediately desperate. He looked at Nyoda, thought about his brothers who had gone through life and death together, took a deep breath, and continued to lead his brothers to attack the resource island. Level 8, Level 9, Level 10, Level 11. Finally, only Lu Batian was left. His teammates had died. Although his teammates had resisted, if they did not work as free laborers, there would be only one outcome, and that was death. Master Nyo, can I leave now? Lu Batian limped. His body was full of bullet holes, and his health was only 100 points left. He no longer had the strength to attack this resource island. Lord Gu said that we should root out the grass. Since you chose to attack us too, if I spare you, you will find a way to avenge us and Lord Gu. Nyoda smashed Lu Batian's head with a slap. Lu Batian regretted it. He regretted choosing to be greedy and provoke these 2 cows. It would be fine if he didn't eat beef. At the same time, listening to the sound of Pet Nyoda and Nyo Air attacking the enemy, plus the sound of continuous upgrading of the resource island, Gu Fan went to ask about the situation again. After learning about what happened, he nodded with satisfaction. Nyoda and Nyo Air were still very steady in doing things. At the same time, the number of defensive buildings on the resource island has reached 15, and each attack has about 600 points. The strongest is the new building called Cannon. The attack speed of Cannon is a bit slow, but the attack power is also a full 1,000 points. Chapter 220. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan visited the buildings on the resource island and used the cannon. The shells fired by a cannon were enough to destroy many blocks. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan had a lot of fun. After walking around the resource island for a while, they returned to the Gulen. Then, Gu Fan counted the time for the next critical hit. The last critical hit was a critical hit on the Star Glory treasure box, which obtained the Eclipse Moon treasure box. Then it was used about 6 times. Once for the Star Lord Morale, once for the Falling Moon sword, and once for the Lionheart King ring. This is the equipment aspect. In addition, there are the Dinosaur Heat Breath skill, the Skill Fruit, Local Hardening, and the injection of the Fishman bloodline. There are only 4 times left before the critical hit, and now there are about 2 copies. Gu Fan thought about it, and decided not to copy the guidance drawings of the resource island. In addition to providing resources from time to time, the resource island also provides more than 10,000 square meters of land. If Gu Fan did not have the Beast Island, he would definitely choose to copy the blueprints of several resource islands and then occupy them all. However, now, it is definitely unnecessary, unless the defensive weapons on the resource island can be moved to the Gulan. Otherwise, Gu Fan will not use precious copies to brush the resource island. At this stage, if the servants and pets can each hold a meteoric moon sword, the effect will be powerful. All day long, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, in addition to fishing, ordered the servants to drive away the monster cloud and the beast cloud. It is worth noting that Gu Fan found that the frequency of monster clouds and beast clouds has obviously increased a lot. The monsters on the monster cloud will drop some materials when killed, and the beasts on the beast cloud, if they are forbidden beasts, can also obtain the forbidden meat that Gu Fan and Xia Shulan need. After noticing this, Gu Fan curiously opened the chat channel to see what information was available recently. Everyone, have you noticed one thing? We are encountering more and more monster clouds. which has forced me and my teammates to keep on guard to prevent the monsters from attacking. Not only monsters, but also wild beasts, animals of all kinds, goblins, witches, monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms, and even giants. Giant? Are you kidding me? Give me your heart. Get out of here, this is different from the giants in the anime. But then again, I also encountered a giant. The cloud where the giant stood was very large, and the giant was more than 10 meters tall. Could it be that there is really a giant island? I haven't encountered one yet. I met a witch. Can anyone tell me about giants? As mentioned above, the height of giants is mostly more than 10 meters. At the same time, the attributes vary with the size. I encountered a giant more than 20 meters tall in the distance before. I checked and found that it was a 2nd level forbidden strongman. Fortunately, I bought more thrusters and ran away directly. Do you know the weaknesses of giants and witches? I haven't encountered these 2 monsters yet. As everyone discussed, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were paddling aside to peek at the information of everyone's chat. Only then did I realize that it was not just me, but other players were encountering more and more monsters. Especially 2 more important monsters. Witches and giants. The witch's way of attack is to hit people with potion bottles, which contain various powerful and terrifying potions. For example, a potion that makes people itch all over, and then scratches the skin until it itches to death. Another example is a potion that makes people feel pain all over, or burns people with fire, or acid that corrodes the skin, etc. Anyway, whatever is scary, it can be as scary as it can be. Most of the players attacked by the witch on the monster cloud died. Some of the few who survived also shared their information for free. The witches they met would not speak, and would use medicine bottles to embarrass people when they saw them. However, the witch's combat IQ is not low. Close combat is her weakness. Once she encounters an enemy close to her, she will directly turn invisible with the invisibility potion, and then throw some scary medicine bottles at the players. Of course, if you kill a witch, the reward is also very generous. In the trading market, a small number of players have begun to sell witch potions at high prices. The most common ones are invisibility potions, fire-type elemental potions, and poisoning potions. Seeing this, Gu Fan waved his hand and bought even the invisibility potion that he didn't use much. Anyway, there are plenty of cube coins. That's how arrogant they are. Besides, even if Xiao Shuan and I can't use them, some pets can be used. Get invisibility potion X4. Drink the potion to become invisible. Get fire potion X7. Drink the potion to burn the whole body with flames. Attack the enemy to make the enemy burn in the fire, causing 50 points of burning damage per second for 20 seconds. Get itch potion X3. Drink the potion to make the whole body itchy and uncomfortable. Attack the enemy to make the whole body itchy and uncomfortable. In addition, there are 3 other potions. One is poison potion, one is antidote potion, etc. At the same time, Gu Fan also spoke up, directly in the trading market, saying that if there are potions dropped by attacking witches, they can be recycled at a high price, at least more than 10,000 square coins. Although Gu Fan was a bit of a sucker for doing this, but the most abundant thing on the Bee's Sky Island is minerals. A lapis lazuli block can be sold for a full 5,000 square coins. The second is the giant. Compared with the witch, the giant is much simpler. The body is huge, and the vitality and attack power are strong. As long as there is enough strength, killing a giant is as easy as killing an ordinary beast. It is worth mentioning that the giant is intelligent, can speak human language, and has the same weaknesses as humans, the head, heart, and crotch, etc., not the back of the neck. My god, this is getting more and more terrifying. Xia Shuan watched enthusiastically, fear flashed in her eyes, and then shook her body, and said coquettishly, giants and witches are really terrifying. What are you afraid of? Even the dead people have experienced it. I don't see you being so scared. Gu Fan rubbed her little face speechlessly. Has spit. I'm so scared now. Shouldn't you comfort me, hug me tightly, and give me a few kisses? Straight head. Seeing that she was exposed, Xia Shulan didn't pretend anymore, and puffed up her cheeks and spat, and even provided a new word. Gu Fan nodded, secretly relieved by being scolded by Xia Shulan, a lowly. So that's how it is, then you should have said it earlier. After saying that, Gu Fan was about to do it. No, what's the point of saying it like this? I won't let you kiss me. Xia Shulan was about to run away after saying that, but was still forcibly pulled back by Gu Fan. A few hours later, at night, Yinli made a delicious meal. Earlier, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan also went fishing a little. I don't know if the game system secretly changed the multiplier, but nothing was caught, Just some wood and stones. Chapter 221. After eating, Xia Shuan curled up in Gu Fan's arms, her face full of unsatisfied. When she was about to continue enjoying the days with Gu Fan, the Snow Girl suddenly came over. Master, I have thought it through. The Snow Girl looked at Gu Fan with her black and white pupils, and said seriously, What are you thinking about? Xia Shuan looked at the Snow Girl unhappily. This dead Snow Girl really has no sense at all. I want to get the dragon blood potion. I plan to take a gamble. The dead Snow Girl said seriously, although I don't know why I still have consciousness after you, the Master, controlled me with the power of dead silence, but this is definitely God's arrangement. Now, there are more and more strong people around you, and I feel uneasy. If I want to be by your side and serve you, I have to become stronger. The Snow Girl's eyes are full of seriousness. Now the dead Snow Girl has no other abilities except the ability to freeze, and the erosion power of dead silence. If she encounters a strong person with 3 forbidden powers, she still can't beat him. I understand. This is your own choice. Aren't you afraid of self-destruction? Gu Fan asked curiously. Xia Shuan also looked at the Snow Girl curiously. To be honest, she didn't hate the Snow Girl. Apart from being jealous that the Snow Girl was taller than her, she didn't have any other bad emotions. The Snow Girl usually worked hard and never complained. In addition, she has now guaranteed 100% loyalty to her 2 masters. If the Snow Girl self-destructed, Xia Shuan would be very sad. I'm afraid, but I'm not afraid of being weak. The dead Snow Girl said stubbornly. Gu Fan was a little moved and used a copy to give. Dragon blood injection. Good luck, Snow Girl. Thank you, masters. The silent Snow Girl was moved. She pondered for a while, and soon figured out how to inject this thing. After the injection, the silent Snow Girl showed an uncomfortable expression on her face. Fearing that the explosion would affect the 2 masters, the silent Snow Girl quickly stepped back. At the same time, as time passed, her black and white pupils became vertical pupils. Although they were still black and white, the previous pupils were round like humans, but now they were vertical, which looked quite majestic. At the same time, a green vertical line appeared on her forehead, black and white scales appeared on her body, and a green vertical long tail appeared behind her buttocks. Seeing herself change like this, the silent Snow Girl didn't know that she had the blood of one of the 3 forbidden beasts, the dragon. Moreover, she also felt that she had endless power. It was so cool. Xia Shuan looked at the dead Snow Girl with shining eyes. This is so cool, behold, look. My 2 masters, I succeeded. I saw it, not bad, and after obtaining the bloodline, it quickly grew into a 3 forbidden strongman. Gu Fan checked the information of the dead Snow Girl and praised. Dead Silence Dragon Snow Girl. Realm, 3 forbidden. HP, 6685. Attack, 785. Defense, 703. Speed, 825. Skills, Ice and Snow. Create an ice and snow in an area with a diameter of 500 meters around the body. Enemies within the range will suffer 2,000 points of attack and freeze for 10 seconds. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Dead Silence Erosion. Use the power of Dead Silence to erode the enemy. If the enemy is below the 3 forbidden level, there is a high probability of being eroded, and a small probability of becoming a dead creature. Flood Dragon enters the sea. Use the tail to roll up the enemy and smash it to the ground, causing 5,000 points of real damage. Cooldown, 5 hours. I don't know if it's because the Flood Dragon is stronger than the Fishman. After the Snow Girl obtained the blood of the Flood Dragon, her ice and snow was greatly enhanced, and the focus was on the increase in range, from the previous 100 meters to 500 meters. Then, there is the new skill of the Flood Dragon entering the sea. Rather than saying it is a new skill, it is better to say that it is a skill mastered by the Beast King and the Dragon King. 5,000 points of real damage is enough to cause a powerful harvesting ability. The Snow Girl, who was originally surpassed by Lucian's strength, has now completely surpassed it. Gu Fan, the 3rd strongest man who returned to the Gu Lan, thought about it. Now that the Snow Girl is so powerful, just make her stronger. Consumed another copy coefficient, copied the Meteoric Moon Sword, and gave it to the Snow Girl. Can you use the Meteoric Moon Slash and the Meteoric Moon Sword? Gu Fan asked curiously. Because when the Snow Girl was given the skill book, she couldn't learn it because she was not a player. So, after getting the skill book, he didn't think about copying it to his subordinates. Now, as for weapons, can we use the original weapon power? Gu Fan was very curious. Yes, master. Shui Nu said quickly after realizing the power. She couldn't understand the blueprint type. For example, if Lucian, Xiao Yi, Xuan knew, and Yanli used the blueprint to build equipment and tools, it wouldn't work. However, she could still use the complete equipment. That's fine. At this moment, Xiao Yi suddenly circled back from the front. Now Xiao Yi's task was to detect whether there was any danger within a 5-kilometer radius of the Gulan, focusing on the direction of advance. If there was any danger, he would fly back to report. Of course, if Xiao Yi encountered other players, if other players did not attack Xiao Yi, he could not cause trouble, and he just had to come back to report. Master, there are 2 witches and 2 players 5 kilometers ahead. If the 2 witches and the 2 players meet, the players will most likely be killed by the witches. Oh! Then carry me to see. It's not that Gu Fan is eager to save the player, but because he is curious about what the witch looks like. And is he curious about whether her ability is really as terrible as it is in the chat channel? Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan and jumped onto Xiaoyi's back. Shui quickly carried Gu Fan to the place it just said. At this moment, 2 gray-skinned women wearing purple hats were constantly dropping potions on the quartz platform. At the same time, a poisonous gas spread on the quartz platform. The man and woman standing above were panicking and running around. They wanted to attack the 2 witches, but had no remote means. If they got close, they would be choked by the high concentration of poisonous gas. In despair, the woman quickly fell down under the erosion of the poisonous gas. Gu Fan saw this and thought, oh, isn't this a coincidence? The 2 men and women turned out to be Li Hong and Lin Tao. My idiot husband, I didn't expect that they were the 2 who were attacked by the witch. Xia Shulan said with some curiosity. Chapter 222. Lin Tao was desperate at this moment. He and Li Hong had been living well. Since the regional integration, every time he encountered an island, he would hide on the edge and plunder some supplies. Now he has saved a lot of quartz blocks suitable for construction, enough food, and a girlfriend. His life is pretty good, and he has not encountered the witch island. It seems that everything is moving in a good direction. It's a pity that today he actually encountered the witch monster discussed in the chat channel. The potions thrown by the 2 witches are all poison potions. The poison can not only corrode the blocks, but also cause the player to be poisoned and continuously deduct health points. At this time, Lin Tao really couldn't stand it. However, the next moment, a huge pterosaur suddenly fell from the sky. It flapped its wings, and the poison gas was blown away immediately. At the same time, the 2 players on its back turned out to be Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Gu Fan! Lin Tao looked at Gu Fan in surprise. Gu Fan nodded and looked at the 2 witches. At this time, the witch looked at Gu Fan on Xiaoyi's back with cold eyes. Gu Fan used the cube coin to explore the witch. Unintelligent witch. Realm, 1 forbidden. HP, 1853. Attack, 102. Defense, speed, 122. Skills, poison gas potion. Throw out poison gas potion to poison the enemy, deducting 50 points of poison damage per second. The unintelligent witches in the Witch Sky Island can only make the potions they have mastered according to specific procedures, and use the potions to destroy all enemies in front of them. After seeing Gu Fan, the 2 unintelligent witches threw 2 poison gas potions directly at them. 2 thunderbolts suddenly gathered from the sky, and the azure lightning smashed the 2 foolish witches. Seeing Gu Fan defeat the enemy so easily, Lin Tao's eyes showed shock. Is this the world's #1 strength? Lin Tao muttered to himself. He had not yet been promoted to the first ban, but he thought he was doing well among the players. Moreover, Lin Tao and Li Hong were ranked above the middle among all players, but now, seeing Gu Fan defeat the witch so easily, Lin Tao felt very complicated for a while. Long time no see, Lin Tao. Gu Fan nodded at them. To be honest, if they had not encountered Lin Tao and the other 2 players confronting each other a long time ago, they would not be able to obtain the powerful white tiger now. Of course, what Xiaobai can do now is not very useful. At best, it is just to make up for the damage. The strength is about the same as that of the strengthened Lucian. Lucian may even be a little stronger. The S-level control of lightning is not to be underestimated. Gu Fan greeted them, then came to the place where the witch died, and took the bottle dropped by killing the witch. Obtained poison potion X7. Li Hong soon woke up, and Lin Tao quickly gave her some healing potions, and fed her some food, and Li Hong's health slowly recovered. After seeing Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, Li Hong opened her eyes wide, and was very surprised. After understanding what happened, Li Hong's face was ashamed and fortunate. When she thought of the stupid thing she had done when she met Gu Fan and Xia Shulan before, Li Hong felt ashamed, and now she was saved by Gu Fan again. Gu Fan. Li Hong greeted them tremblingly. Gu Fan nodded, and without saying much, the two were ready to leave. Just when Gu Fan and Xia Shuan jumped on Xiaoyi's back and were ready to leave, Lin Tao made up his mind and knelt on one knee in front of Gu Fan. Master Gu Fan, for the sake of our former classmates, please take us away. Li Hong saw this and remembered that they were attacked by the witch tonight. If the monsters on the monster cloud they encounter next are all banned monsters, how can they survive? Li Hong also knelt down hurriedly. Brother Gu Fan, Sister Xia Shulan, take us away. We are willing to do anything. Whatever you want, we are willing to give it to you. Seeing his former college classmates kneeling in front of him, Gu Fan felt a little melancholy. Especially Li Hong, relying on her status as a study committee member and her good family conditions. She often flatters the class and curries favor with university teachers. And her aunt, the counselor Gu Yuner. Of course, because Gu Fan is Gu Yuner's nephew and Xia Shuan is close to Gu Fan, Li Hong actually treats them well in class, not to mention some powerless classmates. Anyway, Gu Fan and Xia Shuan don't have a good impression of Li Hong. These two trash. What's the point of taking them back? Gu Fan thought to himself. What can I get by taking you back? Gu Fan said coldly. They are completely different from Hu Xiongbo. They are just classmates, who met by chance and have no friendship. Hu Xiongbo's abilities were not brought to him, but he was allowed to develop freely and find enemies. What's the point of bringing these two guys to him? Lin Tao's brain was working fast. He knew that the opportunity was right in front of him. If he didn't convince Gu Fan and Xia Shuan and didn't give a certain value, they would have to live in fear in the future. Li Hong glanced at Gu Fan and wanted to say that she could be his woman, but after thinking about it, it might not be a good idea to do so. If she offended Xia Shuan and Lin Tao, it would be over. Boss Gu Fan, I still remember that you got the teleportation array of the Beast Sky Island in the global broadcast of your killing of the 3 forbidden strongmen. Lin Tao said a little nervously. He knew that it was impossible to be taken to their base, that is, the Gu Lan. In this case, it would be better to go to the Sky Island that has been occupied by Boss Gu Fan. Now some people have discovered that as long as you occupy the resource Sky Island, you can live on the resource Sky Island of 10,000 square meters. Of course, the resource Sky Island is also floating, and you will encounter monster clouds and be attacked. So there is little meaning in living on the resource Sky Island. So, I have the teleportation array of the Beast Sky Island. What does it have to do with you? Gu Fan frowned. Brother Fan, Li Hong and I both have level 2 fishing rods, which can be used for 30 fishing trips in total. We can help you fish by the Cloud Sea, and we will give you all the materials we catch, whether they are good or not. We just want a place where we can live safely. Lin Tao doesn't want to venture out, nor does he want to become stronger. He wants to be a jerk. Gu Fan was stunned. He actually overlooked this point. How did the invisibility that was so useful in the early stage come from? It was nothing more than Xia Shuan fishing. What is your luck value? Xia Shuan asked curiously. I have a range of 1 to 30, and Li Hong has a range of -12 to 15. Lin Tao said quickly. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan looked at each other. Little darling, what do you think? Actually, I think this is also okay. Anyway, they live on the Beast Sky Island, and are also protected by 3 forbidden kings. Every day, we only need to send a 1 forbidden or 2 forbidden beast to supervise them, and let them fish and hand in supplies. If they catch good things, we will also make money. Xia Shuan thought for a while, and said. Hearing this, Lin Tao and Li Hong showed joy on their faces. Luck is erratic, and it does not necessarily mean that players with low luck will not catch good things. It is all probability and metaphysics. It's just that players with low luck have a low probability of fishing good things. Gu Fan nodded. That makes sense. Come with us. You can also participate in the work of digging lapis lazuli mines, and the salary is the same as that of the barbarians. Gu Fan introduced them to various jobs on the Beast Sky Island. Lin Tao nodded happily. Boss Gu Fan, I understand. I will definitely work hard and fish well. But there is one thing you must abide by. Gu Fan's tone suddenly sank. You must abide by the rules and regulations of the island. If you dare to betray the island and betray me, you know the consequences. This domineering look made Xia Shulan admire with fiery eyes. Ah, my husband is so handsome. Chapter 223. Xiaoyi carried the 4 people back. Then Gu Fan took Li Hong and Lin Tao back to the Beast Sky Island. As soon as they returned to the Beast Sky Island, the 3 forbidden kings who were resting in the Beast King Palace surrounded Gu Fan immediately when they saw him appear. Your Majesty King Gu. X3. Yes, the mission of the Flame Lion King, the Queen of the Fishmen, and the Dragon King is to stay in the Beast King Palace when they are free. If there is something, at least 3 forbidden strongmen is left. If Gu Fan suddenly comes back, they will know, and leaving 3 forbidden strongmen to guard the teleportation array can also prevent idle people from entering. Li Hong and Lin Tao were dumbfounded. 3 strong beasts with strong breath actually knelt down like this. Gu Fan gave some instructions, and asked to build some houses on the beach, and asked those predators to help take care of the beach of the Beast Sky Island and give them rewards. Because Lin Tao said on the way here, whether it is a player's base, an ordinary sky island, or a resource sky island, you may encounter some clouds. Monsters may appear on the clouds. In order to prevent witches, giants, and other new monsters from entering the sky island, Gu Fan asked to strengthen the defense of the entire sky island's edge beach and the sea of clouds. After giving the order, he introduced Li Hong and Lin Tao. Let the two have a stable job, and the salary can be higher than that of ordinary worker beasts. Worker beasts are naturally the general term for those working beasts. At the same time, when the two go fishing on the edge, they must also send 2 first-level strongmen to guard them. Gu Fan's behavior made Lin Tao and the others cry and were very moved. Don't worry, Your Majesty King Gu, the students you bring back will definitely be recruited according to your requirements. The Flame Lion King laughed. That's fine. Oh, by the way, the food cooked by Yanli tastes good. Gu Fan patted the Flame Lion King on the shoulder and said. The Flame Lion King was very excited. It was definitely a good thing that his daughter could be valued by His Majesty King Gu. In the future, Yanli will definitely grow into an excellent 3 forbidden strongmen. After a few pleasantries, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan went back through the teleportation array. Husband, I feel that you are becoming more and more like a cuckold. Xia Shulan took Gu Fan's arm and laughed. Cuckold? What are you thinking about in your little head? Gu Fan rubbed Xia Shulan's head lovingly. He was in a good mood and didn't care about Xia Shulan's rude words. You are talking with a domineering aura now. It's so cool, Xia Shulan said admiringly. Okay, it's getting late. I'll show you more domineering behavior after taking a bath. Gu Fan picked up little Shulan in a princess hug. Time flies, and 3 days have passed. Gu Fan has accumulated 3 copies. Although there are 2 more copies left before a critical hit, he did not use them. Instead, he felt more at ease with the copies. At the same time, during these 3 days, Gu Fan found a new resource island. The resource island produces new blocks, which are about the same strength as lapis lazuli, called Linglong stone blocks. After occupying the Linglong stone resource island, Gu Fan sent 2 second-level dragons to guard it according to the rules. At the same time, there were many attacks during these 3 days, and even a giant was encountered. Of course, the 3 powerful men, Xue Nu, Lu Jun, and Xiao Bai, helped to deal with these attacks directly, without Gu Fan and Xia Shulan having to take action. At this stage, the strongest cloud monster is probably at the level of the first ban, so there is no need to worry at all. On the contrary, although Gu Fan and Xia Shulan don't have to worry, other players will have a hard time. For this reason, they even prayed to encounter an empty island, and some players even tried to stay on the empty island again. But there is no doubt that they all died miserably. Gu Fan only knows one player who can stay on the empty island and survive, and that is the Beast King. Of course, that is also because the Beast King's talent is very suitable for becoming stronger. He resisted wave after wave of beast attacks, and devoured various bloodlines to become stronger and stronger. I heard from Shioi that it participated in the operation of encircling and suppressing the Beast King at that time. The Beast King even used guerrilla warfare to fight thousands of beasts alone. Thinking of the Beast King's combat IQ before, he did have this ability. However, among so many players, only the Beast King can do it. It also proves how dangerous it is to stay on an unliberated empty island. Yes, Gu Fan guessed that only by completely liberating an empty island can you obtain the right to use the empty island. However, Xia Shulan had different ideas after hearing this, because the Sand Sky Island was obviously liberated, and the second Forbidden King Kong Lizard King was also killed. So why didn't they get the teleportation array of the Sand Sky Island? For this, the two also argued. In the end, there was only one conclusion, that is, they didn't know. Because the distribution of this Beast Sky Island teleportation array was obtained after the first killing of the 3 forbidden strongmen and the liberation of the entire Sky Island. Perhaps, only if these 2 conditions are met, there is a probability to obtain the teleportation array. Soon, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan finished fishing today, and also obtained the fishing supplies of Li Hong and Lin Tao today, and sold some useless supplies to earn some cube coins. But at this time, a prompt sound appeared in the ears of the two. Global announcement. Congratulations to all players for the number of players falling below 200 million. You are the elite among the elites on the blue planet. Reward all players with 500 health points. The second test of cube survival begins. Next, all areas will have a cube erosion rain that lasts for 7 days. At the same time, blocks of different strengths will corrode to different degrees or even disappear after being exposed to block erosion rain. If a creature is exposed to block erosion rain, it will be caused 10 points of real damage per second. The current ranking of common block comprehensive strengths, energy stone blocks, blue diamond blocks, exquisite stone blocks and lapis lazuli blocks each have their own advantages. Strange black crystal blocks, diamond blocks, black iron blocks, hematite blocks and quartz blocks each have their own advantages. Iron blocks and gold blocks each have their own advantages. Various stone blocks, wooden blocks, soil blocks. Chapter 224. At the same time, during the second test, the probability of players encountering an empty island will be greatly reduced. Please note that the block erosion rain will continue to fall, and some areas will also have lightning and thunder. The price of blocks in the block mall will be greatly increased during the second test. As soon as the voice fell, the moisture in the air suddenly became very humid, forming bean-sized raindrops. At the same time, raindrops continued to fall from the sky, gradually forming a downpour. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan stood on the deck, their whole bodies wet. At this time, Gu Fan didn't care about the beautiful scenery outlined by the rain wetting Xia Shulan's clothes. He hugged Xia Shulan and called everyone to run to the negative first floor. At the same time, Gu Fan ordered the servants to hurry up above the Gu Lan. Take the lapis lazuli blocks to block the rain, and then lay a few more layers of lapis lazuli blocks on the surface to prevent corrosion. At the same time, raindrops fell on some quartz blocks, making a sizzling sound. It hurt so much. Xia Shulan touched her face. Her expression was very uncomfortable. At this time, the corrosion of rainwater made her exposed white and tender skin turn red, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Take a bath. You can only stay indoors for the next 7 days. Gu Fan rubbed it with heartache. Of course he also felt pain, thought about it, and grabbed Xia Shulan's little hand. My dear, you also helped me rub it, you see. My face and skin are also red. Xia Shulan rolled her eyes at Gu Fan, but still obediently stroked Gu Fan's skin with her little hand. Zanyu, is this okay? Xia Shulan touched Gu Fan's head, while gently stroking his slightly red face. Of course, my dear, come and give me a massage too. Gu Fan laughed. You are so frivolous. Xia Shulan rolled her eyes at Gu Fan again, but did not refuse. At the same time, Gu Fan bought a few umbrellas of decent quality in the market. Although the umbrella cannot stop the corrosive rain, it should not be a problem to hold on for 10 seconds. Gu Fan then took a look at the block mall. There is no doubt that the price of blocks sold in the block mall has increased by 5 times. Now, a mud block is sold for 5 blocks. A wooden block is also 5 blocks, a stone block is 10 blocks, an iron block needs 25, a quartz block is 13 blocks, and of course there are diamond blocks. Yes, the block mall is updated every day. At this time, the diamond block is actually sold for 25,000 coins. Husband, what do you think? Why don't we take this opportunity to sell the lapis lazuli block at a high price in the trading market? Xia Shulan suggested. Gu Fan nodded. Yes, I think so too, but most people can't afford the lapis lazuli block. The price of the lapis lazuli block is twice that of the diamond, which means that if the lapis lazuli block is refreshed in the block mall now, it will have to be sold for at least 50,000 coins. At this stage, it is very good if 1% of the players have more than 10,000 coins. Not to mention 50,000 coins. I remember that there were also a lot of diamond minerals in the Bee's Sky Island before? Xia Shulan nodded. It seems so. It was also found that many barbarians had diamond pickaxes before. That's fine. The normal price of diamond blocks is 25,000 coins now, so I'll sell them for 8,000 coins. As for lapis lazuli, I'll sell it for 20,000 coins. Of course, Gu Fan didn't know what kind of blocks would perform under the erosion of rain. After thinking for a while, he opened the chat channel again. What kind of test is this? All my blocks are gone. I am a wooden block. Most of them are gone, and most of the roof of my house is gone. Who can save me? I only have 200 blocks, and I definitely can't last a week. Oh my god, are there still players using wooden blocks at this stage? It's really unbelievable, but my stone blocks can't last long. According to my inventory, I'll be lucky if I can last 3 days. Maybe I will die. Everyone, I have a way, that is to build a 1x1x in columnar ceiling. The first two are length and width, and then for height, stack as high as possible. Then stay at the bottom of this extra high ceiling with your game partner. Awesome, the upstairs is really smart. No, it's windy here now, and the rain is slanting. Besides, I don't want to go back to 2 people per single block, it's too uncomfortable. What should I do? I really have no way. Maybe, the weak don't deserve to live in this world. Everyone, hematite blocks last longer. If you have hematite or black iron, you can build a house. A single hematite platform should last a whole day under rain erosion. Hematite is really too expensive. At this stage, you need at least 3-digit block coins. Watching everyone chatting, Gufan realized that the second test should be much more severe than he imagined. Especially since one hematite can only last for 1 day. In addition, there are strong winds, so it is impossible to keep the platform intact. Forget it, put it on the shelf first, there should be rich guys to buy it. Gufan cleaned up the inventory of diamonds and lapis lazuli, and sold them at the price just now. Of course, Gufan also specially marked that in addition to buying at normal prices, if there are any strange drawings, special equipment, special skills, or potions, one can be exchanged for at least 3-digit lapis lazuli. It is not a problem for one lapis lazuli to last for several days, so Gufan does not have to worry about the second test. After the 9th level promotion post was released, immediately, there were constant replies from players below. Oh my god, Gufan is really a great god, he has lapis lazuli blocks. And there are so many? If there are really 3-digit lapis lazuli blocks, then he must have a deposit of tens of thousands. The above, you underestimate Gufan too much. According to Gufan's current worth, he still has hundreds of thousands of square coins. It should be more than that, at least 1 million cube coins. Didn't he rely on 1 million cube coins to get the 9th level promotion before? That should be several million, and I wish Gufan can earn 1 million cube coins a year. Oh my god, this guy is cursing us. Xia Shulan was a little angry. Their assets have already reached more than 20 million cube coins. And it's only been less than 2 months. Earn 1 million a year? He really said that. At the same time, there are also many top-ranked players who buy Gufan and Xia Shulan's cubes. Because some players are powerful, but they don't realize that they need to accumulate hard and precious cubes. After most players have money, the cube coins are used to improve their strength. Therefore, the players at the top of the battle power rankings may not have enough cubes. However, this time, they have to buy them. Once they are rained on, it will be 10 points of real damage per second. Although it doesn't look much, it is 600 per minute. 1 hour is 36,000 points, so Gufan can't even hold on for 10 minutes. This kind of rain can only be resisted by blocks. And it requires a sufficient number of hematite level or higher blocks. Ordinary iron, stone, and even gold can't hold on for long. Chapter 225. Of course, Gufan did not forget to send Guyuner lapis lazuli cubes, and sent a full 500. Guyuner was very grateful, but soon returned 450 cubes, and told Gufan that he didn't need to worry about her and her uncle. Gufan could only tell his aunt that there were plenty of lapis lazuli cubes, and there was no shortage of them, so she felt relieved to accept them all. At the same time, Guyuner also asked about the two of them during this period, and chatted about family matters. Of course, more importantly, let Gufan and Xia Shulan not cause any deaths. This sentence made Xia Shulan blush. Gufan could only reply awkwardly, well, we are all very careful, don't worry, aunt. Don't worry about this. Guyuner, that's fine, alas, your aunt has been tricked, and there is no way to avoid it now, alas. Maybe I will have to give you a brother or sister at that time. Seeing this, Gufan couldn't help but wonder, with a look of surprise, and looked at Xia Shulan. Gufan, really aunt, whose is it? But soon, after sending this sentence, Gufan felt something was wrong. Xia Shulan hurriedly covered her stomach and rolled on the ground, laughing at Gufan. Husband, you are really sick, aunt's pregnancy can't be whose is it if it's not my uncle's? And Guyuner was a little speechless. Guyuner, It's all your uncle's fault. He knelt in front of me for 3 days, and 3 nights before I forgave him. Really? I don't know if I should use any means to abort it. Seeing this sentence, Gufan recalled the kind face of his uncle Jiangming. My uncle and aunt have been preparing for pregnancy for many years. I heard that they liked children very much when they first got married. However, fate played a trick on them. I don't know if it was because of my uncle's health or my aunt's health, but they just never got pregnant. Therefore, Jiangming and Guyuner's care for Gufan is no less than that for their own son. Everything has its cause and effect. Now, after so many years, almost 20 years, he finally got the sperm. But fate plays tricks on him again. When is it now? He suddenly got the sperm at this time, and there is no doctor. He may have to fight every day. The key is that Gu Yuner is much stronger than Jiang Ming. If she is really pregnant, and they are in danger. But Gu Fan quickly thought of his uncle Jiang Ming, who is already in his 40s. Although they are not related by blood, they are better than father and son. Gu Fan quickly sent a message to Gu Yuner, "Aunt, give birth to the child. Isn't this what you have always wished for?" Gu Yuner was entangled. "Gu Fan, you also know the current situation. You have raised me for so many years, and it is time for me to protect you. Don't worry, as long as I find you, I will take you to the Bee's Sky Island. You should also know that the Bee's Sky Island is currently my private island, and I will give you a batch of powerful equipment tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." After that, Gu Fan transferred another 5 million square coins to Guam Yuner. Use these square coins to buy roads to improve your strength, etc. With the equipment given to you tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, it should not be a problem for you to become the top 100 combat forces in the world. At this time, in the sky villa built of quartz cubes, a handsome middle-aged man looked at a charming woman in disbelief. "What did you say, Yuner? Thanoi transferred 5 million cubes and 500 lapis lazuli blocks to us? These are worth more than tens of millions of cubes." Gu Yuner nodded, but when she saw the middle-aged man, she was still angry. "Really, we made the mistakes, and let the children bear them. You are really too much." Yes, this handsome middle-aged man is Jiang Ming. He is also Gu Fan's adoptive father. Alas, I was negligent. I didn't expect that I would be attacked again after just crossing over for so many years. Jiang Ming's face was full of apologies. "Forget it. Let's not say anything. We just need to take good care of the baby, and give all the good things we find in the future to Gu Fan. Gu Fan, this child, has given us too much." Gu Yuner's face was full of emotion. Jiang Ming nodded, helped Gu Yuner into the villa, and then began to use the lapis lazuli blocks given by Gu Fan to build a circle around the entire villa. "Banner, I can't help you with anything, but if my talent opens up energy stone blocks or other more precious blocks one day, I will definitely give them all to you as repayment." Recalling Gu Fan's cute appearance when he was a child, Jiang Ming showed a smile on his face. Gu Fan exchanged a few words with his aunt again, and then got off. Xia Shulan in his arms watched the two people chatting obediently. After seeing Gu Fan finish chatting, she looked at Gu Fan with her big eyes, blinking, very cute. I don't know when Xia Shulan ran into Gu Fan's arms. But it was also normal. The two of them had dinner with the servants and had a full meal. Soon, they opened an umbrella and returned to the villa on the deck. At this time, the Gu lawn had changed. Every place was covered with at least 2 layers of lapis lazuli blocks. At the same time, with the ones given to the aunt and those sold, the two of them didn't have many lapis lazuli blocks. For this reason, Gu Fan asked Xiaoyi to go back to the Bee's Sky Island and bring all the lapis lazuli blocks in stock. Xiaoyi nodded quickly and returned to the Bee's Sky Island through the teleportation array. Not long after, he brought nearly 20,000 lapis lazuli blocks. These are the current stocks in the Bee's Sky Island. Of course, the reserves are definitely more than this, but the bees are still working hard, and many lapis lazuli blocks have been used for construction. You know, there are many fortresses and factories in the Bee's Sky Island now, and the lapis lazuli blocks in stock will only increase. Oh my god, if these are sold for 50,000 coins each, that's a full 1 billion. If they are sold for 20,000, there will be 400 million. If they can all be sold in the next few days. Xia Shulan said in surprise. Gu Fan then shook his head and laughed. I'm sure we can't sell all of them, but if we can sell a small part, we can definitely accumulate 100 million assets. Xia Shulan nodded, her eyes rolled. Hubby, it's getting late. Isn't it time to take a bath and go to bed? Gu Fan smiled happily, and held up the cute little Shulan in a princess hug. Chapter 226. It rained for 3 whole days. The lapis lazuli block was still very hard, but there were some rough marks on the surface. These were all due to rain erosion. Other players were miserable. Most of the players' bases, platforms, or large ships disappeared, and about 20% of the players lost their lives. However, there were also lucky players who encountered the Sky Island. Although it was raining on the Sky Island, as long as they hid in the deep mountains and old forests, they could avoid the erosion of rain. At the same time, these lucky players also used thrusters to push their bases and platforms into caves in the deep mountains and old forests, or other indoor places where rain could not reach them. Now most players cannot reach the Sky Island, but a few players can still reach it. In these 3 days, Gufan also saved 3 copies. The first day's copy was given to the Meteoric Moon Sword, which was directly given to his aunt. According to the current development situation, the Meteoric Moon Sword can be used for a long time. Now, for players, creatures with 1 band are considered big bosses, not to mention the Meteoric Moon Sword, which can kill 2 bands and even cause damage to 3 bands. However, Gufan is also a little worried. If the Meteoric Moon Sword is given to the ant, will it lead to a significant increase in the strength of the ant and uncle in the judgment of the game system, and then the difficulty of the Sky Island they encounter will also be very high, so you can give help, but you can't give too much, so as not to encounter a powerful Sky Island and get into danger. The second day of the copy, it was time to crit once every 10 days. Now there are too many items that need to be crit. After the Meteoric Moon Sword is crit, it can become stronger and do more damage. After the Deathly Silence coat is crit, the defense can be greatly improved. After the Skill Fruit is crit, the skills will be more powerful. After the Lionheart Ring is crit, the mental and physical strength obtained will be greatly improved, so that more talents can be copied. After the Eclipse Treasure Box is crit, there will be a higher quality treasure box. Gufan thought about it, and still chose to crit the Eclipse Treasure Box. The reason is very simple. In addition to special items and special skills, the higher the quality, the higher the upper limit. Although there have been cases of bad things being opened from high-quality treasure boxes before. After the crit, it is undoubtedly the Fallen Sun Treasure Box. Then on the 3rd day, another Fallen Sun Treasure Box was copied. In this way, there are 2 Fallen Sun Treasure Boxes. Now, it is time for Xia Shulan to open the Eclipse Treasure Box and the Fallen Sun Treasure Box. God bless you, Xiao Shulan decided to do it. Xia Shulan first patted her chest to encourage herself, and then opened the Eclipse Treasure Box. Seeing this cute look, Gufan quickly held back and almost laughed out loud. Ding! Obtain Star Glory Top Grade Armor, Star Energy Armor X1. Wearing increases defense by 1,000 points. Increases health by 1,000 points. Increases mental strength by 200 points. Increases physical strength by 200 points. Star Energy, 100. Consume 100 points of Star Energy to create a Star Energy Shield, which lasts for 5 seconds and can resist up to 2,000 points of attack. Star Energy can be slowly replenished every night. Honey, now we can change clothes, Xia Shulan said in surprise. Gufan nodded. Although the equipment opened was not of the same level, this Star Energy armor must be pretty good. Gufan decided to copy a Star Energy armor for his aunt, and the others tomorrow. Then, he put on the Star Energy armor for Xia Shulan first, and put away the enhanced version of the Deathly Silence coat first. Xia Shulan continued to open the Falling Sun Treasure Box. Ding! Obtain the Eclipse Moon Top Grade Pet/Servant Skill Book X Skill, Dragon Tiger Fist/Claw, gather a lot of physical strength, swing the fist/claw, and attack the enemy with the upper limbs 10 times. The first 9 times cause 1,200 damage, and the last time causes 2,500 damage. Cooling, 1 hour. Interestingly, 3 identical skill books were opened from the Falling Sun Treasure Box, and these skill books were not for players to learn, but for servants to learn. This is a good thing. Gufan hurriedly called the servants and pets. Servants, Snow Girl, Lucian, King Kong Lizardman. Pets are naturally Xiaobai, Xiao Yanli Milk Dragon, Liger Beast, etc. In fact, servants and pets are not much different, but humanoid creatures are not set as pets in the game. Gufan thought about it, and first let Xiaobai and Sun learn. There was another book that Gufan was thinking about whether to keep first to see if there is a chance to copy it in the future. However, Xia Shulan shook her head. Hubby, now we can copy more and more things. Instead of copying this, we might as well copy the Falling Sun Treasure Box again. Gufan thought it made sense, so he gave the 3rd book of Dragon Tiger Dance Fist Illusion to learn. Xiao is still suitable for long-range attacks, not to mention the Milk Dragon, it only needs to assist well. However, at this time, the Shadow Puppet ran down and signaled Gufan to land on the New Sky Island. New Sky Island? I thought I had to wait until the second test was over. Gufan was a little curious. He first looked at the trading market to see if there were any good umbrellas or raincoats for sale. At this stage, being caught in the rain not only makes you feel uncomfortable and itchy, but also deducts 10 points of health per second. Although it is not impossible to hold the lapis lazuli block above your head, it is too tiring. The weight of the lapis lazuli block is very heavy, and when the rain is tilted, there will still be rain on you from all directions. As a result, I really found it. In the past 3 days, many players have started selling various umbrellas, and the prices are high. Most of them are tens of thousands. Anti-corrosion umbrella. It can prevent rain corrosion and can last for a day. Price: 5,000 cube coins. Quantity: 362. The umbrella is big enough to cover 2 or 3 people. First come first served, no bargaining, the lowest price in the market. Gu Fan was too lazy to lower the price. He sold a lot of lapis lazuli blocks during this period. He bought 20, which should be enough for the last few days. Then, he came to the deck with Xiao Shulan in his arms, holding an umbrella. In the distance, a huge sky island slowly appeared. Once it was visible, it was extremely vast, and the coastline of the sky island was particularly long. This is... Gu Fan frowned slightly. He quickly took out 2 pet balls, and put the milk dragon and Xiao Bai in. Then, Xia Shulan was not surprised. She took out 3 purple gold bags, thought about it, and put away Xuan Nu, Lu Jin, and Xiao Yi. After Xuan Nu and Lu Jin's strength increased, they both had the level of the upper level of the 3 forbidden. Although Xiao Yi only had the 2nd forbidden, he could fly, and his dragon breath was not weak. Soon, a prompt sound rang in their ears. Chapter 227. Ding! Landing on the special island Witch Sky Island. The following rules will appear when landing on the Witch Sky Island. 1. When landing on the Witch Island, you will not be able to leave within the specified time unless you have special props. 2. There are 3 camps in the Witch Camp: Witch Cult, Neutral Cult, Black Witch Cult. When teleporting at the beginning, the team members will be randomly shuffled into the 3 sects and obtain certain identities. 3. The Witch Cult and the Black Witch Cult will give certain tasks to players who enter and leave the cult. If they are not completed, they will receive certain penalties. 4. Team members must reunite before leaving. 5. Each player must master a magic book when leaving the island, otherwise they will be wiped out. Duration of stay: 30 days. Gu Fan opened his eyes wide. The special Sky Island is coming again? What should I do, husband? Should I use the special Sky Island instant pass scroll? Gu Fan read the rules carefully and shook his head. It shouldn't be necessary, because we all have a Tao Tai magic book. Do you remember? In this case, the biggest problem is the magic book. Gu Fan analyzed. We all have magic books. We just need to search for resources on the Witch Sky Island, but what? Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with panic, and she obviously realized this. But we may be separated, because we were just lucky to be teleported together on the Dead Sky Island last time. This time, we may not have such good luck. Gu Fan told the truth. Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with entanglement. She didn't expect this special Sky Island to come so quickly. My dear, seeing that you are so reluctant, I should have saved more copies earlier, and copied a special Sky Island at this time, don't you think? Of course, it's okay to use it now, but I don't know if my aunt will use it. Gu Fan said with some emotion. Hubby, I will do my best. Every time we experience a special Sky Island, we will become stronger. This time is definitely the same. We don't need to pass it in seconds. We all have magic books, right? Xia Shulan shook her head and said. Just as the two were talking, the familiar feeling came again. This was the situation where the two needed to be teleported to a special Sky Island with a certain identity. Gu Fan quickly threw the poke ball containing the milk dragon to Xia Shulan, who threw it back and looked at him stubbornly. Don't throw it back, otherwise I will give you the milk dragon as a gift when I teleport later. I need to ensure your safety. Gu Fan threw it back again, and Xia Shulan wanted to throw it back again. Hearing what Gu Fan said, she could only throw Lu Jin to Gu Fan in a hurry. Husband, then you take the dead man Lu Jin. At this point, the 5 guys who were about to be taken to the island were thrown around, and their heads were dizzy. Soon, Gu Fan was accompanied by Xiao Bai and Lu Jin, and Xia Shulan was accompanied by Xuan Nu, Nai Long, and Xiao Yi. At the same time, the 2 of them were dizzy and teleported to the Witch Sky Island. It was detected that Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's team was the world's first team. It was detected that the 2 successfully liberated an ordinary Sky Island. This game gives preferential treatment and certain information. The following is important information about the Witch Sky Island. In the first year of the Witch Era, a group of simple villagers lived on a huge continent, until one day, a thunderbolt hit a village girl. This thunderbolt was very special, allowing the village girl to gain powerful elemental power. The strength possessed by the village girl soon attracted the attention of the villagers. At the beginning, she only used the powerful power of elements to help the villagers, such as using the fire element to help the villagers make fire, or using the water element to irrigate the farmland, or using some poisonous elements to drive away wild beasts. The villagers in the village loved the village girl, who possessed special powers. In the 10th year of the witch era, the village was discovered by the king. The king summoned the village girl and asked her to contribute her elemental power to the entire empire. At first, the village girl disagreed, so the king threatened the villagers and her children and husband. According to the king's idea and the normal development of the plot, she would be used by the empire and become a puppet of the empire, so as to work for the empire and help the empire conquer the whole world. But unfortunately, the village girl was not stupid. She just used a little trick to slaughter the king and his 9 clans, and then thought about it, and used extraordinary power to rule the entire empire, so that no one would attack her village and family. After the village girl ruled the empire, she quickly led the army to fight. Although she experienced some failures, after giving the soldiers some strength potions, poison potions, and other supernatural potions, the soldiers' strength was greatly enhanced, and they ruled the entire continent. In the 12th year of the witch era, the village girl changed her name to the Witch King, and the entire vast continent was renamed the Witch Continent. In the 85th year of the witch era, the Witch King died of old age. She ordered all her children to divide her body and obtain a large amount of witch power. In the 100th year of the witch era, a 15-year coup took place on the entire continent, and gradually evolved into 2 schools. The first school is the witch cult, led by the Witch King, advocating the use of witch power to benefit mankind, and is a decent school. The second school is the Black Witch cult, led by the Black Witch King. They tend to use witch power to improve their strength, and even use all means to use various dark powers to create various foolish witches, and even often conduct inhumane behaviors such as human experiments. In the 150th year of the witch era, the third school appeared. The neutral school believed that benefiting mankind and conducting human experiments, using normal elemental power and dark power can be carried out at the same time. For example, while using potions to give some good people a happy life, some bad people can also be captured for human experiments and transformed into foolish witches, etc., which are all possible. It advocates the coexistence of the witch cult and the Black Witch cult. In the 155th year of the witch era, the Witch Continent was discovered by the Block World and forcibly requisitioned. Considering the high upper limit of the Witch Continent, it was requisitioned as a special sky island. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan heard the system prompt sound beside their ears, and learned the information about the Witch Sky Island. As for other players, obviously they didn't have it, because the 2 were the world's first, which was a privilege given by the game system. However, Gu Fan was also very curious why there was no display of how many teams there were when he landed on the Witch Sky Island. He slowly opened his eyes, and found that his ankles, hands, and waist were tied with iron chains, and he smelled a smell of rust. Here is. After realizing that the surrounding environment was very dark and there was a dark fence in front, he realized that his birthplace was actually a big prison, the birthplace of this special sky island. At the same time, in a warm little home in the residential area of the witch cult, Xia Shulan opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she did was to look for Gu Fan. "Old, where's my husband?" Xia Shulan was very anxious. She quickly sent a private message to Gu Fan, only to find out that Gu Fan had been teleported to a prison. "I thought my birthplace was here, but my husband was actually in there. What a difference in birthplace." She glanced at the furniture on the side, which was full of gold ornaments. Although it was not magnificent, it was considered rich and powerful. "Ha ha ha, let this damn fish bully me every day." Xia Shulan couldn't help but laugh, and then she quickly became distressed. How should she save Gu Fan? Chapter 228. Xia Shulan was worried, while Gu Fan was thinking about whether to get out of prison now. He looked around, and there were a large number of cells around, each of which had a criminal tied up. Soon, a voice suddenly came from the next door. Master Gu Fan, is that you?" On the side, another tied-up man looked at Gu Fan curiously and asked, "Hu Xiangbua?" Gu Fan was also stunned. He didn't expect Hu Xiangbua to come to the Witch Sky Island. "Why are you here?" Gu Fan was really curious. Hu Xiangbua's ability and talent were definitely considered capable. With 5 times the enhancement, plus the various powerful equipment that Gu Fan had given him before, he definitely had Gu Fan's strength when using his talent. However, Gu Fan didn't expect such a coincidence that he met Hu Xiangbua again. "Ahem, Master Gu Fan, I don't know either. We encountered a special sky island called Witch Sky Island on the 3rd day of the 2nd test, but it doesn't seem to be difficult. We only need to obtain a magic book to leave alive, although I don't know what the magic book is." Hu Xiongwa sighed. Gu Fan didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly asked, "What is your current ranking?" "My team? Wang Tingting and I are now 8th in the world, and we have risen again." Gu Fan nodded thoughtfully. At the same time, the woman in the cell opposite also looked at Gu Fan and Hu Xiongwa with a playful look. Sensing the gaze of the woman opposite, Gu Fan looked at her curiously. As expected, the exploration price required hundreds of square coins, which was more expensive than Hu Xiongwa. And this woman was a difficult enemy that Gu Fan and Xia Shulan had encountered in the ranking battle before. "Boss Gu Fan, long time no see." Gu Fan nodded. "It seems that the world's 5th-ranked team should be here too." Yes, the female player who was also treated as a prisoner and imprisoned was Jiang Yu, who was in the same team with Chu Lin before. Her ability is indeed extremely tricky. She can switch the positions of 2 objects. Of course, the objects cannot be too big and there are size restrictions. With the current development of her talent, Jiang Yu can only make objects with a length, width, and height of 2 meters and a volume of less than 8 cubic meters. "Master Gu Fan, do you know this woman with average appearance?" Hu Xiongwa asked curiously. Jiang Yu's eyebrows jumped wildly when he heard it, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "What did you say? Average appearance?" No wonder Hu Xiongwa said so. His teammate Wang Tingting and the wife of the boss Gu Fan, that is, his eldest sister-in-law Xia Shulan, are all first-class beauties. However, Jiang Yu is inferior in both figure and appearance. "Okay, since I can meet your 2 teams here, why not cooperate? Anyway, the requirements for this special Sky Island are not difficult, and there is no requirement that only one team can survive." Jiang Yu quickly resisted the idea of chopping Hu Xiongwa into pieces, and then proposed to Gu Fan and Hu Xiongwa. "I only listen to the boss." Hu Xiongwa took the lead in standing in line. This look made Jiang Yu very alert. Why did Hu Xiongwa always call Gu Fan sir and boss? Could it be that the 2 teams had colluded before? "Well, what you said makes sense." Gu Fan nodded, and at the same time he also wanted to recruit Jiang Yu and Chu Lin. The abilities of these 2 people are indeed powerful. Especially Jiang Yu, whose talent can only be described as weird. I don't know how many players have this kind of special talent. Are we going to escape now? This kind of chain can't stop us. Hu Xiongwa asked. Wait a little longer. Don't you feel that there is still a small piece of memory light in your mind? This may be the information given by the game system. Now the stay time is still 1 month. Gu Fan closed his eyes and absorbed the memory of this identity. After a long time, he understood why he and these 2 people were caught by the witches of the Black Witch cult. The reason is very simple. After the game system forcibly inserted the identities of Gu Fan, Hu Xiongwa, and Jiang Qingwei, the Black Witch cult learned about the abilities of Gu Fan, Hu Xiongwa, and Jiang Yu. The witch power mastered by the 3 is very powerful: lightning elements, power elements, and space elements. The witch power is related to various strange elements. The normal 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, are still not normal, named as various other elements, as well as dark elements. This also indirectly shows the strength of the Witch King more than 100 years ago. Now Gu Fan has only 4 talents, plus some equipment and skills. Having more than 10 abilities is already amazing. But what about the first generation of Witch Kings? There are hundreds, even thousands of abilities. No wonder she easily overthrew the Emperor's rule. If a woman with such power is really controlled by a mortal emperor, wouldn't it be too fake? The 3 of them are powerful and weird, so they are naturally favored by the Black Witch cult. So, at the cost of killing thousands of foolish witches and many middle and high-level people, Hu Xiongwa, Jiang Yu, and Gu Fan were captured. After absorbing the memory, combined with the historical information given by the previous game system, Gu Fan could only come to one conclusion: this Sky Island is not simple, thinking that only witches with 3 bands could have magic books before. The upper limit of this Witch Sky Island is definitely more than 3 bands. Maybe there may be 4 bands, or even 5 bands. Thinking of the rules of the previous 3 realms, the minimum requirements for the first band are 1000 HP, 100 attack, 100 defense, and 100 speed. The second band is twice the first band, and the third band is 5 times the first band. In this case, the requirements for the 4th band are most likely 10,000 HP, 1000 attack, 1000 defense, and 1000 speed. However, Gu Fan is very curious. This memory is most likely fabricated by the game system, because he and Xia Shulan had fun all day long a few days ago. This may be because this group of memories is for a better integration into this identity. Does this also mean that the witches on the Witch Sky Island are also a group of NPCs? before the Witch Continent was requisitioned by the Block World, were the natives there also NPCs? And how was this Witch Continent requisitioned? Is there any relationship between the Witch Continent and the Dead Silence World? The former was requisitioned. So what about the latter? Gu Fan's mind was full of doubts. In the blink of an eye, the tightly closed cell door slowly opened, making a dull and heavy sound. As the door opened, a black shadow flashed into the cell like a ghost. Gu Fan looked and saw that the person who came was a man in a black robe. He was tall and straight, holding a staff emitting black light in his hand. At this moment, Gu Fan, Hu Xionghua and Jiang Yu in the cell all had calm expressions, and were very curious about what the man in the black robe wanted to do. However, at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. The man in black robe knelt on one knee in front of Gu Fan without any warning. His movements were swift and decisive, without any delay. He only heard him say in a low and respectful voice, "The Black Witch Cult begs Master Gu to come out and fight for the entire Witch Continent for our Black Witch Cult." Before he finished speaking, the entire cell fell into silence, and only the words of the black-robed man echoed in the air for a long time. Gu Fan sneered, "You want us to help your Black Witch Cult, but your Black Witch Cult tied us up in the prison. It's really interesting. This is also a helpless move. Putting aside the neutral church, the world is now divided into two. The three of you are all strong men in the Witch Continent. If you don't use this method to tie you three up, if you become the elders of the Witch Cult, it will be a disaster for our Black Witch Cult." The black-robed man hurriedly explained, "If you are willing to join our Black Witch Cult and rule the entire Witch Continent, the three of you will be promoted and have a life of wealth and glory." Gu Fan did not speak, but spent thousands of cubes to explore the information of the black-robed man in front. Black Witch Cult Elder. Killing him will give you a high chance of getting a Star Treasure Box, and a low chance of getting an Eclipse Treasure Box. Realm 3 Forbidden. HP. Attack 856. Defense 2537. Speed 758. Skills. Weakness Potion. Throw out a weakness potion to make a person weak. In the weak state, the person's various attributes are reduced by 1/2, and they will have a severe headache. Poison Potion. Damage Potion. Throw out a damage potion to the enemy, causing 3,000 points of damage. The interval between each potion throw is at least 3 seconds. Gu Fan's mouth twitched. Just as he had guessed, the upper limit of this Witch Sky Island was abnormally high. The attributes of the black-robed man were almost the same as those of the Beast King. He had just defeated the terrifying Beast King by chance not long ago, but now this Witch Sky Island is full of Beast Kings? At the same time, he also sent the attribute panel to Hu Xionghua. Hu Xionghua took a look and his eyes went dark. Does such a powerful Black Witch Cult really need the power of 3 people? But soon, he was able to understand that although the attribute panel of the boss Gu Fan didn't look very good, his various abilities were indeed terrifying. The purpose of this Black Witch Cult Elder was just for Gu Fan, and as for himself and Jiang Yu, they were probably incidental. "Okay, I didn't say I didn't want to. Take us to see the Black Witch King. We can discuss anything. Anyway, Gu Fan already has the Taotai magic book. If not, he should meet his young wife Xia Shulan as soon as possible, hang around for 30 days, and then steal a few treasures on this Sky Island and leave. But in 30 days, you can hit 3 times, maybe you can improve your strength a lot, and maybe you can rule the entire Witch Sky Island? Master Gu Fan, are you willing to come out and help us?" The elder of the Black Witch Cult said in surprise. "Then please give us the recipe of the lightning potion and the perfect invisibility recipe." The elder of the Black Witch Cult had a greedy look in his eyes. He must be clear about Gu Fan's ability. The lightning plus invisibility took a lot of effort to arrest him. It is indeed important to get Gu Fan's help, but it is more important to get the recipe of the lightning potion and the perfect invisibility recipe. Gu Fan was confused. What is the lightning potion? But he soon realized that he could use lightning and invisibility, which was actually the effect of the potion in the eyes of the Black Witch Cult. This worldview is still too small, and the mind only knows potions. "Let us out first," Gu Fan said coldly. "Oh yes, I neglected you 3. Soon, the elder of the Black Witch Cult led people to untie the 3 people, and took them out of this dark dungeon. At the same time, the territory of the Witch Cult. The territory of the 3 major religions is divided into 3 parts of the entire Witch Continent. The reason why it is called the Witch Continent, not the Witch Sky Island, is that the area of the Witch Continent is about 10 times larger than that of the Beast Sky Island. Almost all the people and witches have never been to the edge of the Witch Sky Island. In their eyes, this continent is the whole world. And the Witch Cult has the largest territory. Almost the entire north is the territory of the witch cult. After all, it is an orthodox sect. In fact, when the Witch King was still alive, there were the witch cult and the black witch cult. The witch cult is in the light, and the black witch cult is in the dark, and they do things that are not allowed to see the light for the Witch King. However, all this changed after dozens of children divided up the body of the Witch King. Today's Witch King, or the Black Witch King, or the Middle Witch King of the Neutral Church, all have the same bloodline and are descendants of the Witch King. These are what Xia Shulan learned from reading the ancient books at home. She stole them all, and sent them to Gu Fan, and helped Gu Fan summarize the current situation and improve the entire intelligence. Xia Shulan's family is not simple, it is called the Losong family. The head of the Losong family, Losong Ming, is the witch elder of the witch church, and his power is only below the Witch King. And Xia Shulan's current identity is the youngest princess of the Losong family, Losong Shulan. Just as she was lying on the bed, secretly reading the books in the room, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Xia Shulan was a little alert, but she still called in. The person who came in was none other than the head of the Luosang family, Luosang Ming. Shulan, from tomorrow on, you are no longer my biological daughter. Luosang Ming looked at Xia Shulan coldly and said. Xia Shulan was a little confused. She was not Luosang Ming's daughter. But soon, she realized that this was the identity given by the game system, so she deliberately acted and pretended to be sad and asked, Why, father? The sand element you master is still too weak, and the strength of your body is even weaker. At the same time, I also went to the witch to identify the blood relationship between you and me, and the result was that you are not my biological daughter. Isn't this nonsense? Xia Shulan complained desperately in her heart. Soon, a woman with a similar figure to Xia Shulan suddenly appeared from behind Luosang Ming, looking at Xia Shulan with a provocative look. She looks equally petite and cute, but her figure is much smaller than Xia Shulan's. And she is my daughter, Luosang Ming, named Luosang Shooting. Luosang Ming said slowly, according to the memory light ball that suddenly appeared in Xia Shulan. She recognized this little girl named Luosang Shooting, who seemed to be the daughter of her nanny. In the false memory, the relationship between the two seemed to be pretty good. Back then, a servant of my family gave birth at the same time as my wife. And, without my wife knowing, that damn servant swapped the babies. And, you are the daughter of that servant. Luosang Shooting is my biological daughter, and she and I are related by blood. Hearing Luosang Ming say this, Xia Shulan was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. Could this plot not be about the real or fake daughter? She didn't want to care about this matter at all. Anyway, she was the daughter of her own parents, and had nothing to do with this group of idiots on the Witch Island. Chapter 229. Oh, so what? Xia Shulan looked at the father and daughter in front of her coldly. Luosang Ming was a little puzzled. Why did his daughter, who had always been well-behaved, suddenly ask this? At the same time, Luosang Shooting also looked at Xia Shulan with a playful look. So, your room doesn't belong to you now, and you and I have severed the father-daughter relationship. You should go and recognize your own mother. Luosang Ming said coldly, but after all, she was the daughter he had raised for so long, and he would not do anything to Xia Shulan, and he couldn't drive her out or anything like that. Xia Shulan shrugged her shoulders, and was about to leave. Anyway, as long as she was in danger, she could just use invisibility to escape quickly. Although this Luosang Ming is a fool, Xia Shulan found that his strength is as strong as the 4 forbidden ones. Wait, before you leave, can you satisfy one of my requests? Luosang Shooting looked at Xia Shulan provocatively. I want to compete with you. After all, we are both witches, who have mastered the element of sand. I really want to see how strong you have become through the cultivation of the family over the years. Luosang Shooting quickly took out the potion she had made. After drinking the potion, her body was surrounded by circles of gravel. Yes, the Luosang family, as a large family of the witch cult, has mastered 3 elements, namely sand, water, and magma. There are 2 ways for witches to fight. One is to drink the potion to enhance themselves. The other is to use the potion to throw on others to cause damage to the enemy. The former is more used by the witch cult, and the latter is more used by the black witch cult. However, both witches and black witches must master these 2 methods. At the same time, according to Xia Shulan's understanding, the level of witches in the witch continent is the same as that in the cube world, all of which are forbidden. For example, Luosang Ming is a 4 forbidden witch, or a 4 forbidden wizard, while Xia Shulan and Luosang Shooting are both unforbidden witches, which means that they have not reached the first forbidden level, and have not passed the first forbidden assessment of the witch teaching. Xia Shulan looked at Luosang Shooting with contempt, and then used the cube coin to query Luosang Shooting's information. Luosang Shooting. HP 858. Attack 153. Defense 125. Speed 43. Skills: Sand Potion. Drinking the sand potion will temporarily master the sand element for 2 hours. Looking at the attribute panel of this little nose, Xia Shulan's mouth twitched. This little thing wants to fight with me. Looking at Xia Shulan's silly expression, Luosang Shooting proudly puffed up her chest. Hee hee, Sister Shulan, you are not afraid, right? Or is it that Sister Shulan, after the careful training of the family, does not have the confidence to defeat me, the sister who was previously raised by servants? Indeed, according to the content in the Memory Light group, Xia Shulan's qualifications are indeed average, and the killing element she mastered is not as good as Luosang Shooting. Luosang Ming looked at Xia Shulan indifferently, but at least according to his memory, she is the daughter he raised. He sighed, Luosang Shulan, if you don't have the courage to fight your sister, I won't blame you, but the family's training for you will be transferred to your sister. At that time, she will replace you to enter the Witch Academy to receive training and become a real witch in the future. Xia Shulan's mouth showed a trace of the Dragon King's crooked smile. Wait, who said I don't agree to spar? Then come on, let my father see how useless your useless sister is. In order to prevent the scandal of Luosang Shulan from spreading, Luosang Ming did not make it public, and did not even tell any servants about the real and fake daughter. Soon, he brought the two Lolita to a dojo in the family. Shulan, Shooting, you two can spar here, remember, don't kill each other. Luosang Ming looked at Luosang Shooting with an admonition. She was obviously a daughter, but she lived like a servant when she was a child. She must have a lot of resentment towards Luosang Shulan. In fact, Luosang Shooting did have the idea of teaching Xia Shulan a lesson, and even thought about expelling her from the Luosang family. Soon, the two women faced each other, and Luosang Shooting started fighting without saying a word. She drank the potion and continued to condense a big sword of sand, and the big sword of sand attacked Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan just dodged lightly, and avoided the big sword of sand. Then, she flashed to Luosang Shooting's front. This speed made Luosang Ming's eyes widen. No, how is this possible, this kind of physical skills? Yes, to become an excellent witch, you must not only master the powerful potion refining method, as well as the power of the fusion potion, and use various elemental powers. And you also need strong physical skills. With physical skills, the elemental power you master can be stronger. However, Xia Shulan's speed may not be matched even by witches with 3 forbidden levels. Partial hardening. Xia Shulan shouted softly, and as her voice fell, a strong energy instantly gathered on her fist. The originally pink and soft fist turned out to be extremely hard at this moment. Luosang Ming watched this scene with interest. He didn't understand when his fake daughter, who he raised, learned potions related to strength. Then, Xia Shulan swung the hardened fist without hesitation and hit Luosang Shooting on the opposite side fiercely. Luosang Shooting had no time to react at all, and was hit hard in the face by this powerful punch. The next moment, she let out a shrill scream, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. When she fell heavily to the ground, her cheeks were swollen high, like a cooked pig's head, and several white teeth fell out of her mouth, mixed with blood and scattered on the side. And her whole face was covered with bruises and scars, which was horrible, as if she had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. Ah! Luosang Shooting screamed, I'm going to kill you! Ah! Luosang Shooting was going crazy. She was about to throw the potion given by her father Luosang Ming at Xia Shulan, but was stopped by Luosang Ming. Okay, you want to compete with your sister with such little strength? Then, he looked at Xia Shulan with satisfaction, but he did think that the other party's bloodline did not belong to him. Luosang Ming hesitated again. No matter what, you Luosang Shulan are my daughter. Okay, you wanted to drive me out before, and now you say it's your daughter, right? Xia Shulan felt disgusted. If Luosang Ming was not a forbidden strongman, she would have slapped him to death long ago. Chapter 230. At the same time, Gu Fan has already contacted the leader of the Black Witch cult. At this time, in a secret room in the Black Witch church, Gu Fan looked at the woman in the black dress in front of him indifferently, but was shocked by her strength in his heart. The woman in the black dress exuded black energy all over her body, and at the same time, it was like the power of death, but it was a different energy from the power of death. According to Gu Fan's guess, this is most likely the so-called dark element. The leader of the Black Witch cult, Nalanya, killing her will give you a high probability of getting the Eclipse Moon treasure box, a low probability of getting the Fallen Sun treasure box, and a very low probability of getting the king-level treasure box. Health, 15263. Attack, 3526. Defense, 3825. Speed, 2531. Skills, Dark Potion, ? Meet the Black Witch Cult Leader. Gu Fan bowed his hands and said respectfully. At this time, Gu Fan's eyelids were twitching. The attributes of the leader of the Black Witch Cult, Nalandia, were too amazing. She had a full 15,000 HP and a defense of nearly 4,000. Moreover, except for a dark potion with a name, all her skills were ? There is no doubt that Gu Fan would lose if he faced the leader of the Black Witch Cult head-on. Moreover, through the information given by Xia Shulan, Gu Fan also learned that the head of a large family on her side was also a forbidden strongman, and most of his skills were like this. I don't know if the realm gap was too big, even money and cubes could not make up for it, or if these two forbidden witches used some unknown means to cover up their skills. For this reason, Gu Fan secretly used mind reading, and now he had to go back to the time of surviving cautiously. However, reading this consumes a lot of physical strength. Currently, Gu Fan has only broken through the first level. Although he is only 300 points away from breaking through the second level, he still feels very uncomfortable. Nalandia, TSK, these three people are talented people. Although their strength is average, they have strange abilities. Perhaps they are the remains of the royal family. This is very similar to the man holding a long black pole before. It's a pity that he defected to the neutral church. Black pole? Gu Fan was confused, and soon, he thought of He Xiaofeng holding a black sniper rifle. Gu Fan wanted to kill this He Xiaofeng in his dreams. Are you three really willing to join our Black Witch Church? Share the glory and wealth? Gu Fan nodded, yes, Lord Black Witch. Me too. Me too. Hu Xionghua and Jiang Yu behind him spoke up quickly. But why are you three unwilling to hand over the prescription to us? The Black Witch Cult leader frowned and asked. Gu Fan shook his head. We don't have any prescriptions, everything is innate. He gritted his teeth, not knowing whether the Black Witch Master believed it. After all, witches must rely on potions to gain power. This is an attempt. This is impossible. The guard on the side suddenly said, do you think you are the Witch Ancestor King? Only she can gain real divine power without relying on potions. Wait a minute. Master Black Witch. Master Black Witch stopped the guard on the side from talking. Could it be that the three of you, like the man with the long black pole, drank the so-called permanent potion? For a moment, Gu Fan thought of a lot in his mind. If he wants to obtain countless resources, precious magic books, and become stronger with the Black Witch Cult, he needs to gain the trust of the Black Witch Cult leader and complete the tasks she assigns. It seems that this kind of task is similar to landing on the Bee's Sky Island to obtain the main task and side tasks. And this so-called permanent potion is most likely made up by He Xiaofeng. If not, Nalandia, that kid's power is really incredible. Even if he was imprisoned for 3 whole days with special power, he has the ability to flash without eating anything. According to what the kid said, he drank the permanent potion at that time. Is there really such a magical thing in the world? It is indeed He Xiaofeng. His ability seems to be teleportation, which is very similar to the ability of a companion in Hu Xionghua's team. I just don't know if he can teleport anywhere. He also came to the Witch Sky Island, but he has not left until now. It must be because he did not get the magic book. There are only 2 rules to leave the island. The first is to reunite, and the second is to obtain the magic book. But soon, Gu Fan became curious. If there were 2 people in the team who came to the island at the beginning, but one of them died, could they still leave? For a moment, Gu Fan was terrified. If it was just one person, it would be fine. But if there were 2 people in the team, and one of them was in danger on the island, the other person would never be able to reunite with the one in danger. In this case, it is highly likely that they will not be able to leave this special empty island. We must quickly reunite with Xia Shulan, and let Hu Xionghua and Jiang Yu reunite with their companions. Although Xia Shulan would send messages every few minutes to report safety, and tell Gu Fan what she had experienced, so that Gu Fan could rest assured, and Gu Fan would also take the time to reply immediately. However, Gu Fan was always uneasy without a chattering big lowly by his side, and he was still not used to it. Only when he was by Xia Shulan's side could he feel safe. Only when Xia Shulan was in his arms at night could he fall asleep. That's right, we don't need potions to use our abilities. After saying this, Gu Fan felt a little uneasy. He was a little afraid that Nalandia would do human experiments on him. After all, the Black Witch Cult is famous for human experiments. But since there is a precedent like He Xiaofeng, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? I see. Then the three of you must be firmly in my Black Witch cult. To be honest, I, Nalanya, have also drunk permanent potions. Nalanya looked at Gu Fan with excitement, then opened her palm to him, and streams of black air floated out of her palm. The power of darkness, this is because I ate my mother, and my mother ate my grandmother, and my grandmother, until she ate the fragments of the witch ancestor king. She said tremblingly, I guess your power is also spread in this way, right? We are the real witches, and those useless witches who rely on potions are always the slaves of us real witches, don't you think? Nalanya's beautiful face became abnormally distorted at this time. The black air enveloped her whole body. Gu Fan nodded. Yes, the master of the Black Witch cult is right. Nalanya said again. Gu Fan said again. In the end, Nalanya decided that Gu Fan would become the elder of the Black Witch cult, and Hu Xianghua and Jiang Yu would become the mentors of the Black Witch cult. The position structure of the Black Witch cult is very simple. The leader, the deputy leader, the supreme elder, the great elder, the mentor, the deacon, the witch, and the apprentice witch. At the same time, it is divided into various departments, such as those for refining medicine, fighting, searching for intelligence, and laboratories. But before Gu Fan becomes the elder of the Black Witch cult's combat department, he needs to complete a task. Ding! The Black Witch cult's task is detected. Do you accept it? Yes. Seeing the content of the task, Gu Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but soon, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. Chapter 231. Black Witch Cult Mission. Capture the two princesses of the Losong family alive, Losong Shuan and Losong Shooting. Now the Black Witch Cult and the Witch Cult are in a stalemate. The great elder of the Witch Cult, Losong Ming, has killed at least 5 elders of the Witch Cult. For this reason, the Black Witch Cult hates the Losong family very much. In order to make the Losong family pay the price, the Black Witch Cult leader decided to let you go to the Losong family to capture the two princesses. Mission reward, a magic book. Mission failure. The Black Witch Cult leader's favorability drops significantly. Looking at the content of the mission, Gu Fan really wanted to find a way to contact Xia Shulan, but this time, it was easy to get it. The mission actually required Gu Fan to bring Xia Shulan back. I don't know if Xia Shulan will jump up and hug me when she sees me. After all, Xia Shulan would send private messages to Gu Fan whenever she was free, often refreshing the screen, telling her longing for Gu Fan. Even, he said some inexplicable words, saying that he should punish Gu Fan in a way of punishment after they meet. Of course, in Gu Fan's eyes, that was a reward. So, Gu Fan couldn't wait to find Xia Shulan, hoping that the inexperienced and playful little Shulan would fulfill her promise. But, Gu Fan didn't know what the Black Witch cult needed Xia Shulan and the NPC sister for. If they were to attack them, Gu Fan would never agree. May I ask the Lord of the Black Witch cult, what is the use of capturing Xia Luosang Shuan and Luosang Shooting alive? In addition to increasing the anger of the Witch Elder. Gu Fan didn't finish, but the meaning was very clear. He really wanted to know what the use of capturing the princess of the Luosang family was. It's very simple. It's to anger the great elder of the Black Witch cult. As long as he is eliminated, the chances of our Black Witch cult defeating the Witch cult will increase. The Black Witch cult leader nodded. As for the two little girls, I will kill them myself, crush their bones, and send them flying, then record it in the magic book, slice them, and send them to the Losong family. The Black Witch cult leader said cruelly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Gu Fan was shocked. If he hadn't been unsure of winning, this skill would not have any introduction, and the fourth forbidden realm would certainly be the Black Witch cult leader. He would have killed him long ago after hearing this. Gu Fan suppressed his dissatisfaction and said slowly, I don't think it's possible. What did you say? The Black Witch cult leader looked at Gu Fan angrily, but he was also afraid of Gu Fan's strength. Gu Fan, plus the two companions behind him, the combined strength was not even sure for the Black Witch cult leader. Master, instead of killing both of them, it would be better to kill one of them and marry the other to me, so that I can play with her day and night. Isn't this more heartbreaking? I'm sorry, Xia Shulan, I can only say this. Although you won't be angry if I say this, right? Gu Fan said with some shame in his heart. The Black Witch cult master's eyes lit up, and he patted Gu Fan's shoulder heavily with his hand. Okay, this method is simply too good. Ha ha ha, Luo Sangning, one of your daughters was killed, and the other daughter was forcibly married by my Black Witch cult elder. In this case, you will be angry and come to my territory alone. You have gained a lot of goodwill from the Four Forbidden Powerhouse, the Black Witch cult master. Current goodwill, 23. Note. Starting from the Four Forbidden, The four forbidden includes creatures above the four forbidden, and their goodwill will be materialized. According to the character of the creature, more interactions can be carried out with increased goodwill, such as opening transactions, taking them in as servants, companions, or letting them work on the native Sky Island. Open trading. When the favorability of creatures reaches a certain level, some material transactions can be carried out with creatures of the four forbidden and above. The transactions can be bartered or with cube coins. Collecting servants. When the favorability of creatures reaches a certain level, and they are stronger than the other party, they can be collected as servants and follow them to fight together. When there are more than or equal to 5 creatures of the 4 forbidden or above with the highest favorability on an empty island according to different rigid requirements, there will be a very small probability of obtaining the teleportation array of the empty island. Note, these 5 creatures must be the strong ones of the empty island. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that his proposal would actually increase the favorability of the Black Witch Cult Master by a lot, and every time the favorability of the Black Witch Cult Master is increased, different rewards can be obtained, but there is no standard. The reward is to open trading, or even collect as a servant, so that he can help with things like the Snow Girl illusion. Of course, even if the game system doesn't say this, Gu Fan can do it, trade with him, or bring him on board. Yenli on the Bee's Sky Island is a good example. She was brought directly on board and obtained a lot of resources from the Flame Lion clan. However, the more important thing is the last reward. When there are 5 or more 4 forbidden strongmen with full level favorability, there is a small probability of obtaining the Sky Island teleportation array. The known methods of obtaining the Sky Island teleportation array are: first, liberate the entire Sky Island, which has a certain probability of obtaining it. Second, make friends with more than 5 of the strongest people on the Sky Island, and the minimum requirement is also 4 forbidden. Obviously, the second method is easier. Of course, Gu Fan also knows that if he wants to obtain the teleportation array of the Witch Sky Island and the ownership, then he can make friends with people like the 5 Black Witch leaders. But if it is a more powerful Sky Island, it will require 5 more powerful people from the more powerful Sky Island. At that time, there will be more than 4 bands, maybe 5 bands, 6 bands. Thinking back to the present, Gu Fan nodded. Master, I will complete the task. The Black Witch Master nodded, and then gave him a map of the Witch Sky Island. At the same time, he also assigned tasks to Hu Xiongbo and Jiangyu in turn. After assigning the tasks, the Black Witch Master left the place, leaving only the 3 people in deep thought. Boss Gu Fan, how can I say that my teammate Wang Tingting is very likely to be at the location of the task? Hu Xiongbo said anxiously. Go, after completing the task, we will meet again. Jiangyu, what about you? Where is Chu Lin? Jiangyu shook his head. My task is to go to the territory of the witch cult to kill a second band witch, and Chu Lin told me that his location is in the neutral cult. Maybe we won't see him in a short time. Gu Fan nodded, comforted a few words, and then planned to leave. Soon, he used infinite invisibility, took the map, and kept rushing towards the territory of the witch cult. During the 10 hours, he was running. Gu Fan did not use lighting to drive at the maximum speed, which was to save energy. However, Gu Fan's speed was still not slow. He wasted the whole daytime on the road. This undoubtedly fully proved that the entire Witch Sky Island was beyond imagination. Gu Fan took out the map and looked around. The entire northern area was the sphere of influence of the neutral cult. Although this vast land is vast, the population is relatively small. The reason is that on the one hand, the natural resources in the north are relatively scarce, which makes it difficult to meet people's production and living needs. On the other hand, it is because the terrain here is rugged and most of the area is rolling mountains, which is not conducive to large-scale human settlement and development. In sharp contrast to the north, the vast territory in the west belongs to the powerful witch cult. Its area is second only to the neutral cult in the north, and it has strong strength and many powerful families. To the east, it is the territory controlled by the mysterious Black Witch cult. The sects on the east and west sides use a narrow road as the dividing line, which is called the Light and Dark Road. According to the introduction of the Light and Dark Road, the west of this road is sunny and full of vitality, symbolizing justice and light, while the east is dark and obscure, filled with a dark atmosphere, representing evil and darkness. Although the witch cult and the Black Witch cult were originally from the same source, the top leaders were all descendants of the witch ancestor king, and they were close to each other like a family. But as time went on, the two sects gradually parted ways due to the huge differences in their respective philosophies, and even turned against each other, and became mortal enemies. Now, on this crucial Light and Dark Road, Both sides have sent a large number of Elite 1 and 2 forbidden witches to defend it tightly. Soon, on the morning of the next day, Gu Fan arrived at the place of the Light and Dark Road. Then, his number of copies was refreshed once. After thinking about it, Gu Fan decided to store it first, and didn't copy the treasure chest of the Falling Sun level. Chapter 232. Gu Fan was rushing along the way, and only then did he send a message to Xia Shulan, asking her to prepare in advance, and he was going to capture her alive. At the same time, Gu Fan also told Xia Shulan what happened. Private message Xia Shulan. Oh my god, Zunda Fake, you came to save me. Gu Fan. No, I want to catch you. Strange laugh. Gu Fan sent an evil emoticon package after the sentence. This emoticon package was previously bought in the Cube Mall. Not bad, in addition to selling various emoticons, the Cube Mall also sells various skins. In the chat channel, private messages, trading markets, and the initial interface, etc., you can dress up the skins of the Cube Mall. Xia Shulan secretly bought some cute emoticons, and a whole set of cute pink skins 2 days ago. And she also dressed up Gu Fan. Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan's evil expression, and couldn't help but smile. Xia Shulan. Okay, hurry up and bring me back. I'm willing to do anything. Don't you want to marry into the Yin family? Cute. Gu Fan said again. Xia Shulan said again. After chatting with each other, Gu Fan also talked about business. When the time comes, remember to stay with your bullying Luosang shooting, so that I can catch both of you back together. Of course, Luosang shooting will be the one who dies at that time. How could Xia Shulan not be relieved by Gu Fan's words? At this moment, in the Luosang family, Luosang shooting threw Xia Shulan's toothbrush and towel into the toilet in the bathroom. However, Xia Shulan did not use these accessories. They were used by Luosang Shulan, who was previously in a false identity. In Luosang shooting's eyes, these were also her sister's towels and toothbrushes. Afterwards, Luosang shooting stamped her feet in anger. Damn sister, why are you so outstanding? Why can you, a useless servant who doesn't even have the blood of the Luosang family, get the favor of my father? This is impossible. Luosang shooting's cute little expression showed resentment. She walked out of the bathroom and saw Xia Shulan sitting on the sofa, swinging her feet. At this time, Xia Shulan had just finished chatting with Gu Fan and was in a good mood. However, facing Luosang shooting's eyes, Xia Shulan looked at her with disdain, shook her head, and walked into the room. After the two girls finished their competition, Luosang shooting targeted Xia Shulan in various ways, such as slandering her for stealing her father's gold and silver jewelry. Luosang Ming saw this. How could he not know Luosang shooting scheming? After beating Luosang shooting, he gave those precious jewelry to Xia Shulan instead, and promised Xia Shulan to send her to the Witch Academy together in a few days to train her well. Therefore, it was strange that Luosang shooting was happy. She had been using all kinds of disgusting methods to target Xia Shulan, but it was a pity that it was useless. Adding to what happened last night, and Xia Shulan's behavior now, Luosang shooting was completely red. Looking at Xia Shulan's sexy and round figure and cute face, Luosang shooting left the Luosang family with resentment. Soon, she came to the dungeon of the Luosang family in a few steps, where various criminals were imprisoned. They were all prisoners who had offended the Luosang family, and some were undercover sent by the Black Witch cult. Soon, Luosang shooting called her trusted guard. The guard looked at Luosang shooting respectfully. He knew that Luosang shooting was a real eldest lady, and would sooner or later control the entire Luosang family. Miss, you're looking for me? Help me find 5 first-class criminals to go to my sister's room late at night. Luosang shooting whispered in the guard's ear. The guard's eyes flashed with shock. The real miss actually wanted to give the other fake miss. But this is also normal. Now the fake miss has been recognized by Luosang Ming because of her strong qualifications. As long as the real miss is a normal person, it is possible that she will attack the fake miss for power and family resources. This, isn't it bad? The guard struggled. Miss Shulan is the miss I protected before, and this kind of thing once. You can also participate at that time. Luosang shooting whispered in the guard's ear. Hearing this, the guard quickly changed his hesitant expression to firm. Miss Shooting's words are absolute. No matter how hard it is, I am willing to do it. Hee man. Luosang shooting looked at the guard with contempt. Behind Luosang shooting, Xia Shulan, who was invisible, had a terrible rage in her eyes. She had just pretended to go back to her room, but in fact she wanted to hide and see what this bitch was going to do, and soon she saw this scene. Good for you, Luosang shooting. I felt a little guilty about killing you when my husband killed you, But now it seems that you will definitely die. Xia Shulan quickly told Gu Fan, who had sneaked over invisibly, everything. The two discussed it for a while, and Gu Fan planned to do it late at night, when Luosang shooting, the vicious little bitch, would definitely be in the mansion. Watching Luosang shooting, and the guards plotting more closely, Xia Shulan suddenly thought of something. Luosang Ming was not a good guy either, so in that case, why not give Luosang Ming another good thing when she left? Soon, she took out a video magic book and recorded the scene of Luosang shooting and the guards discussing. Yes, as the eldest princess of the Luosang family, how could she not have a magician with her? Chapter 233. The video magic book, as the name implies, can record videos. Although it showed up a little when Xia Shulan first took it out, it soon became invisible as it came into contact with the player. And there are many magic books of this type. There are fewer magic books like the Tao Tai magic book and other special magic books. Therefore, most players who have experienced the Witch Sky Island will choose some common and less useful magic books when leaving the island. However, these magic books also require the existence of 3 prohibitions in the Witch Sky Island. If you start as a civilian, it is still very difficult to obtain them. Listening to the content of the plan, Xia Shulan was so angry that she recorded it down, and she didn't know how Luo Sangming would feel when he saw it. Soon, she returned to the mansion full of anger. Of course, Xia Shulan didn't dare to relax for a moment, hiding in a small corner to use invisibility. Some witches and black witches can also be invisible, and most of them are black witches. However, Xia Shulan still did not dare to relax. At this time, Luosang shooting finally finished discussing the plan, and the guard also brought 5 strong and vicious men to Luosang shooting. These 5 strong men were sentenced to death. She nodded with satisfaction. You 5 should also know the specific content. If this matter is not handled well, I will use cruel methods to torture you. If it is done, you 5 can find a chance to escape from the Luosang family, understand? Luosang shooting shouted cruelly. I understand. Mississippi X time passed, relying on the power of invisibility and thunder and lightning. At night, Gu Fan finally found the territory of the Luosang family. Tonight, Luosang Ming happened to go out on a mission, and the servants of the entire mansion were driven out by Luosang shooting. At this moment, Luosang shooting followed the 5 big men to the mansion secretly, and went straight to Xia Shulan's boudoir. However, once they entered, there was nothing inside, it was empty. Luosang shooting was a little surprised. Search the house for me. According to the guard's eyes, Xia Shulan will never leave this house. Yes. The 5 criminals kept looking for Xia Shulan in the room, and Xia Shulan hid in the corner, and learned that Gu Fan had arrived nearby, and was just outside the window. She looked out the window, and the invisible Gu Fan quietly slipped in from the window. Xia Shulan's expression showed joy. Because both of them were in invisible state, they could see each other, and they rushed together. Gu Fan hugged his beloved Big Loli, who he hadn't seen for a day, rubbed her in his arms, and bullied her. At the same time, the criminals who had searched the entire villa for half a day, and Luosang shooting gathered again in Xia Shulan's boudoir. Second miss, I can't find the eldest lady. The strongest criminal shouted respectfully to Luosang shooting. No, how is this possible? Did she know the plan? Keep looking, even in the toilet. I must kill her, to ensure my future position. But soon, a smart criminal said, Second miss, will this be a problem? Will the eldest lady see us coming from outside? So she drank the invisibility potion and hid in a small place. Hearing this, Xia Shulan was a little surprised. It seems that the popularity of invisibility is still very high in the Witch Sky Island. In that case, you should also turn invisible. The invisibility potion, which is a potion produced in large quantities by the Black Witch cult, has great side effects. I won't drink it, you should drink it. Many potions with special abilities are not only extremely difficult to drink, but also have a heartburn and even reduce health points. No need, I'll stay here. Xia Shulan lifted the invisibility. She knew Gu Fan's mission to bring herself and Luosang shooting to the Black Witch cult's territory. So now is the best time. Xia Shulan stood in front of Luosang shooting and looked at her coldly. Are you finally willing to come out? My good sister. Luosang shooting looked at Xia Shulan with disdain. Xia Shulan looked at Luosang shooting coldly. I don't know why Luosang Ming gave birth to such a vicious thing like you. Luosang shooting blushed. She could be bad, but she couldn't be called bad. Shut up. You are a thief who stole my training for nearly 20 years. If it weren't for the support of your father, do you think you could have achieved what you have today? I will let 5 criminals give you. Let you know what pain is. Come on. The 5 criminals smiled evilly, and prepared to take action. Aren't you afraid of Luo Sangming's blame for doing this? Xia Shulan looked at this scene calmly. At the same time, the invisible Gu Fan had already gathered lightning in his hands. Blame? As long as I kill first and report later, what can I blame? As long as you die, he can't kill his own flesh and blood. Just as Gu Fan was about to take action, a cold voice suddenly sounded, Luo Sang Shooting, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. After all, Luo Sang Shulan is your biological sister. The next moment, the door opened wide, and Luo Sangming came in from the door, looking seriously at Luo Sang Shooting and the 5 criminals around her. Gu Fan was startled and quickly put away the lightning in his hand. He stood beside Xia Shulan and made sure that Luo Sangming didn't find him. It's bad, the situation is a bit complicated. Why is Luo Sangming here? Gu Fan quickly checked Luo Sangming. Luo Sangming's information is somewhat similar to that of the Black Witch cult. They are all 4 forbidden strongmen, but Luo Sangming's health value is only over 10,000, and there is a potion between the skills called the Speed Increasing Potion. As long as you drink this potion, you can greatly increase your speed. Gu Fan can't guarantee that Luo Sangming will be faster than him after drinking the potion. Luo Sang Shooting was shocked. Her father was not at home and had asked her guards to keep watch. The result? Chapter 234. Why did you suddenly appear again? Fear flashed in Luo Sang Shooting's eyes, and she trembled, not knowing what to say. At the same time, Xia Shulan was also a little overwhelmed by the sudden situation. Luo Sang Shooting, tell me, how should I punish you? Do you know that Luo Sang Shulan is the pride of our Luo Sang family? Luo Sang Shooting trembled, not knowing what to say. Master, this is what happened. Can I make amends? A criminal came to Luo Sangming and bowed his hands respectfully. Luo Sangming nodded yes, I didn't expect my daughter to be so vicious. Shooting, you usually target Shulan, but now, you actually want to humiliate her and kill her I really don't know what to say. Luo Sangming's hair turned white, and he didn't know what to say. Yes, he did want to drive Xia Shulan away. After all, Xia Shulan is not his biological daughter, but now, Xia Shulan has shown enough value. She deserves to be his daughter, worthy of the training of the Luo Sang family, and will definitely become a 3 forbidden witch in the future. And Luo Sang Shooting is his biological daughter. For a moment, Luo Sangming didn't know what to do. Father, I was wrong, Tinger. I was confused by the traitor for a while. It was that guard. The guard who was guarding below. He proposed it. It was him. I just want to get the favor of father. Luo Sang Shooting knelt on the ground to apologize to Luo Sangming. At the same time, crazy hatred flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Luo Sangming could only give Luo Sang Shooting a way out. He casually slapped and killed the other 4 criminals, who really wanted to kill Xia Shulan, and then called the guards up. The guard originally thought it was his turn, because he didn't see Luo Sangming when he came back, so he rushed up, but suddenly saw Luo Sangming with murderous eyes, and Luo Sang Shooting who didn't dare to look at him. This? Master, please spare me. Luo Sangming slapped Luo Sang Shooting to death. He looked at Xia Shulan with an apologetic look. Shulan, how about this? I will take Shu Ting away today, and you 2 girls will never meet again in the future. Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with anxiety. No, if you take her away, how can my husband report back? This Luo Sangming is also a hypocritical person. He wanted to drive me away when he was down and out, and now that he sees that I am awesome, he wants to win me over. Father, wait. Xia Shulan hurriedly shouted, can you go out and let me talk to Sister Shu Ting? Luo Sangming nodded, hesitantly said, you are sisters after all, don't worry, I know. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan on the side, with praise in his eyes. Xia Shulan's method is good. Just say a few words to get Luo Sangming away. As long as he can escape with Xia Shulan, completing the mission will not be a problem. At the same time, after Luo Sangming went out, Xia Shulan sent a private message to Gu Fan. Xia Shulan, don't be afraid, you bastard husband. I also have a speed-increasing potion, which was given to me by Luo Sangming last night. We also have the title of Unwavering Until Death. The speed-increasing potion can double your speed. By then, your speed will be close to 9,000 points. Gu Fan, okay. Don't worry, I will take you away and kill this bitch. Even if he was not there, and Luo Sangming was not there, these 5 criminals could not hurt Xia Shulan. But when he thought that Luo Sang Shooting dared to harm Xia Shulan, Gu Fan still felt extremely angry. No one in this world could hurt Xia Shulan. She was the baby that he had cherished and loved for a lifetime. After Luo Sangming went out, Xia Shulan held a video magic book in her hand, This magic book records the details of your crime. If you don't want you to be famous. Humph, so what? You are just relying on your father's preferential treatment. Luo Sang Shooting still looked at Xia Shulan with disdain. Stupid. What else do you want to talk about? I tell you, we are enemies. Xia Shulan suddenly approached Luo Sang Shooting. What are you doing? Don't even think about doing it to me. My father is outside. The next moment, a lightning covered Luo Sang Shooting's body, and she was trembling with electricity, and her body was shaking. Gu Fan picked up Xia Shulan with his right hand, pinched Luo Sang Shooting's neck with his left hand, and quickly disappeared from the room. And Luo Sangming also discovered the problem at the first time. He came in immediately, and found that his two daughters were gone. Damn it! What's going on? Luo Sangming shouted angrily. He hurriedly chased after him from the window, because Gu Fan's invisibility cooldown time had expired. He was holding Xia Shulan and pinching Luo Sang Shooting, and his back in the air was seen by Luo Sangming. He chased after him angrily. A terrifying white light attacked Gu Fan, and Gu Fan was not in a hurry, holding Luo Sang Shooting in his hand as a shield. At the same time, Luo Sang Shooting screamed in fear, opened her eyes, and saw Xia Shulan feeding Gu Fan with a speed-increasing potion. Lo Sang Shulan, you traitor! Lo Sang Shooting was shocked. She didn't expect that Lo Sang Shulan was more rebellious than herself. My last name is not Lo Sang, my last name is Xia, and this identity is just my replacement. Perhaps the real Lo Sang Shulan had been locked up in a small dark room under the control of the game system. Or perhaps, there is no such person as Lo Sang Shulan, and all this is for the plot. Of course, because the special Sky Island is real-time, Xia Shulan guessed that the real Lo Sang Shulan and the prisoner who controlled lightning in the Black Witch cult are likely to exist. It is very likely that the first situation is that after Gu Fan and Xia Shulan leave the island, if there is no plot change, the real Lo Sang Shulan and the prisoner who controlled lightning will come back again. This is the terrible thing about the game system that controls the main world of the cube and the entire void. Xia Shulan laughed and looked at Lo Sang Shooting with murderous eyes. She didn't understand and kept struggling. If you move and talk nonsense now, I don't mind breaking your neck. Gu Fan's gloomy voice sounded, coupled with the lightning under his feet and the terrifying speed. Luo Sang Shooting closed her eyes in fear for a while, and dared not speak. Take the speed increasing potion. The speed increases by 100%. As soon as the prompt sound beside his ear ended, Gu Fan's speed soared, turning into a lightning and desperately fleeing to the territory of the Black Witch cult. The speed of more than 9,000 made Luo Sangming, who had already drunk the speed-increasing potion, horrified. This speed? How is it possible? Just now it was comparable to me. I just need to cooperate with the border generals to stop it now. Could it be that Shulan was forced to ask for the speed-increasing potion? Shulan, you are really confused. Luo Sangming was very anxious. He knew that Gu Fan's purpose was actually to take away his two daughters, and only those crazy people in the Black Witch cult could do such a crazy thing. Damn it! Black Witch cult, I, Luo Sangming, will never reconcile with you. Luo Sangming shouted, his voice covering a large area of the town. My Tianjiu. My Tianjiao. Originally, Luo Sangming was thinking of waiting until his goddaughter was older. After all, he had been training her for so long, it would be a loss if he didn't do that. Unexpectedly, not only was his goddaughter taken away, but his real daughter, who had just been recognized, was also lost. Luo Sangming burst into tears, hatred flashed in his eyes. Although Luo Sang Shooting was afraid, he heard his father open his eyes and shouted, Luo Sang Shulan, is it really right for you to do this? Are you really worthy of the ancestors of the Luo Sang family? Xia Shulan chuckled, thinking that Luo Sang Shooting was very funny. I said, you are not allowed to talk anymore. Gu Fan pinched her hard, and Luo Sang Shooting fainted immediately. Chapter 235. Luo Sang Shooting fainted immediately. That's right. Gu Fan said unhappily. Soon, with the help of the speed-increasing potion, Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan, pinched Luo Sang Shooting, who was like a dead dog, and got rid of Luo Sangming. Of course, his behavior also caused a wave of anger in the witch cult. It's easy to understand why they were angry. If Gu Fan can do whatever he wants, then are the children of other powerful people also in danger? Many witches of the second and third forbidden levels planned to besiege Gu Fan. There were even 2 witches of the 4th forbidden level chasing Gu Fan, but without surprise, they were all thrown away by Gu Fan. Gu Fan's speed was just over 9,000, and most witches' health points were less than 9,000, not to mention speed. After returning to the Black Witch Palace, the Black Witch cult leader hurriedly ran out to greet Gu Fan happily. When she saw Gu Fan holding a lowly and dragging a loli in his hand, she immediately understood which loli Gu Fan decided to insult, and which loli he decided to kill. Because she didn't know if Gu Fan and Xia Shuan knew each other, she took a look at the difference between the two Lolita. Although both were cute, one was plump and more sexy, making people love her. Even the Black Witch cult leader felt amazing. The other was skinny. Although her facial features were delicate, she always had a sharp nose and monkey cheeks. Gu Fan, is this Luo Sangming's daughter? The Black Witch cult leader asked curiously. Gu Fan nodded. Yes, Lord Cult Leader, I decided to marry Luo Sang Shuan as my wife. As for Luo Sang Shooting, Lord Cult Leader can do whatever he wants with her. The Black Witch cult leader nodded. That's good. In this way, Luo Sangming will be furious. It's time for the Black Witch and Witch clan to have a fuse for war. The Black Witch cult leader said slowly, with disdain in her tone. In her eyes, the Witch leader is definitely not the opponent of the Black Witch cult leader. Black Witch cult mission. Capture the two princesses of the Losong family alive, Losong Shuan and Losong Shooting. The mission has been completed. A prompt sounded beside Gu Fan's ear. He knew that the form of reward was most likely not like the Beast King Sky Island, where the teleportation array was obtained by killing the 3 forbidden strongmen. Yes, when Gu Fan and Xia Shuan completed the mission of the Beast Sky Island, the reward they received was not explicitly stated. So, killing the Beast King at that time had already completed the mission, and the teleportation array on the Beast Sky Island was obtained by the superposition of the two. And now, after completing the Black Witch cult's mission, the form of reward obtained is most likely provided by the Black Witch cult leader in front of him. Gu Fan, you did a good job. I will promote you to elder, and work for our Black Witch cult. At the same time, what reward do you want? For some reason, Xia Shuan always felt that the Black Witch cult leader's tone was questioning. If Gu Fan asked for more, the Black Witch Master would definitely be unhappy. Everything is up to the Black Witch Master. Gu Fan bowed and shouted. The Black Witch Master nodded. In that case, I will give you a magic book. Sure enough, the reward for the task will not be issued directly. Afterwards, the Black Witch Master called his subordinates. Go and bring the Crawler magic book and the Black Witch Elder's clothing. The subordinates promised and left quickly. Not long after, Luo Sang Shooting woke up slowly, and saw everyone looking at her with indifference. At the same time, Xia Shuan was still holding Gu Fan's arm, looking at Luo Sang Shooting with a playful expression. She was stunned for a moment. Where is this? Then she quickly calmed down. Since they didn't kill her, it must be because they were afraid of the power of the Luo Sang family. You know, she is the princess of the Luo Sang family. Even if they want to kill, they should kill Luo Sang Shuan, who has no blood relationship with them, right? Then, she quickly hugged her chest and looked at the Black Witch cult leader, Gu Fan, and Xia Shuan with a proud look. Hey, what do you want? How much money do you want? Come and negotiate with my father. Otherwise, the dark cult leader shook his head. We didn't kidnap you for money. Hearing about money, Gu Fan suddenly thought of the Dead Silence Island. It seems that there are also things like currency on the Dead Silence Island. And at that time, there was no big merger of the various regions of the Cube Void. So the currency of the previous Dead Silence Island was naturally useless. However, this time, the Witch Island, no, it should be said that the Witch Continent has a mature civilization, and currency, and so on seem to be able to exchange cube coins according to purchasing power. The purchasing power of the cube coin is probably 10 times that of the yen country currency. 1 cube coin can be exchanged for a meal or a bento, and the yen country currency, of course, can also be exchanged for a fast food meal for more than 10 yuan. However, according to the principle that the game system must produce high-quality products, the food exchanged in the Cube Mall is safe and delicious. As for the Blue Star before the crossing, there are always a small number of small vendors who may have food safety and unsanitary problems. So, according to this point, the purchasing power of the cube coin should be higher. It seems that I have to find a way to make money. Gu Fan thought secretly in his heart. What is that for? Could it be for? Luo Sang Shooting took a few steps back and looked at the few people with some caution, as if she had thought wrongly. Because at this moment, Luo Sang Shulan was in Gu Fan's arms, and the two looked very close. What a traitor, she thought secretly, looking at Xia Shulan angrily. Xia Shulan sneered, my poor sister, to tell you the truth, you are going to die, and I will be forced to marry Elder Gu Fan. So humiliating, so uncomfortable, you and I are both princesses of the Luo Sang family. In this way, Luo Sang Ming will be angry. This is the way the Black Witch cult targets the Luo Sang family. However, Xia Shulan looked like a villain who had succeeded. How could she be forced? For a moment, Luosang's shooting was furious, and at the same time she was also worried about her situation. No, you can't do this. You can't kill me. My father won't let you go. It's to make your father not let us go, little sister. Be good, take a deep breath quickly. The Black Witch cult leader laughed and approached Luosang shooting. No. No, I can also marry. I know a lot of things. Elder, I can also marry. Luosang shooting shouted. Gu Fan looked at the Black Witch cult leader with interest. He was very curious about how the Black Witch cult leader would kill Luosang shooting. The Black Witch cult leader took out a magic book first, and Xia Shuan explained on the side, this is a video magic book, which can be used for video recording. Gu Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this Witch Sky Island could do so many high-tech things. You know, players can also record and take pictures, but they can only be sent to other players or chat channels. As for sending them to the native NPCs, don't even think about it. However, the video magic book can solve this problem. Afterwards, the video magic book stayed in the air, recording the Black Witch cult leader approaching Luosang shooting. Don't come over here. Luosang shooting wanted to cry, but had no tears. She regretted it. She regretted targeting Luosang Shuan. If she hadn't targeted her, she wouldn't have died, right? She didn't expect that Luosang Shuan was also related to the Black Witch cult. It turned out that Luosang shooting was wrong. Even if she hadn't attacked Xia Shuan, she would have died, but Xia Shuan might have felt guilty for a little while. Chapter 236. The Black Witch cult leader quickly waved his right hand, and a black gas like the power of death appeared. However, the quality of this black gas seemed to be far inferior to the power of death. Of course, the power of death here refers to the power of death in the dead world. The breath of the Black Witch cult leader is only related to the dark element. The black gas enveloped Luosang shooting's whole body. Luosang shooting screamed miserably, and her whole body corroded from a cute lowly to a skeleton. Luosang shooting, die. This is considered a bargain for her. Gu Fan muttered to himself. What did you say? The Black Witch cult leader asked curiously, what is cheap or not? Could it be that you and her have a deep hatred? Gu Fan was a little embarrassed and nodded, yes. Luosang Shuan and I fell in love at first sight after meeting. Luosang Shuan was severely suppressed in the Luosang family before, and was also bullied by Luosang shooting, so she was angry about it. Then, Gu Fan simply explained the reason. The Black Witch cult leader was a little surprised when he learned that Xia Shuan had no blood relationship with the head of the Luosang family, but had been trained for more than 10 years. I didn't expect there would be such a bloody plot. Okay, if that's the case, then Luosang shooting must die, and it's a good thing that you didn't fall in love with Luosang shooting at first sight. The Black Witch cult leader shrugged. The meaning is very clear. Luosang Ming's favorite daughter must die, so that he can be angry, and at the same time, the unfavored daughter is humiliated by the Black Witch cult elders, and if Luosang Ming wants to take revenge and save his unfavored daughter, he must go to the Black Witch cult's territory in person. Then, the Black Witch cult leader said, you two hugged each other and kissed casually, since Gu Fan, you really like this girl. Since this woman is not interested in the Luosang family, there is no need to insult her too much. You two can kiss each other, and get married on the spot. Then, Gu Fan, you can give the video to Luosang Ming. The Black Witch cult leader originally planned to use all kinds of insults, but now it seems that she did not expect Gu Fan to be moved. In this case, the Black Witch cult leader will certainly not let Gu Fan down. When he came back, his performance speed surpassed his own several times. It was obvious that Gu Fan was a talented person. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan looked at each other and began to perform. How about it, Luosang Shuan, if you really want to marry me, then do as the Black Witch cult leader said otherwise. Xia Shuan was a little nervous, but entangled, and looked shy. Gu, Elder Gu, but I have just known you for less than an hour. Although I fell in love with you at first sight, I still... This look of wanting to kiss, but not wanting to kiss is so cute. Then I will force it. No, I don't allow it. Xia Shuan said angrily and excitedly. Gu Fan forcibly pinched Xia Shulan's hand with one hand, then clasped it behind her back and forcefully kissed her. The Black Witch cult leader turned her head away in the face of this exciting scene. She always felt that the two of them were very stiff, but there was also a feeling of being very familiar. She shook her head quickly. This was unlikely. How could the daughter of the Luosang family come into contact with a Black Witch in the Black Witch cult's territory? Okay, just a kiss is enough. After enduring for less than 2 minutes, the Black Witch cult leader shouted angrily. Gu Fan then let go of Xia Shuan. Xia Shulan lowered her head, looking humiliated. I hate you. Elder Gu. You didn't seek Shulan's opinion. Since we're going to get married sooner or later, can't we prove it now? Okay, now you two get married right here. The Black Witch cult interrupted the awkward conversation in time. Okay, Gu Fan, I ask you, are you willing to marry Luosang Shulan? No matter whether the road ahead is smooth or bumpy, are you willing to spend your whole life with her? Gu Fan nodded, held Xia Shulan's hands tightly, and looked into Xia Shulan's eyes seriously. Although this was a mission, and there was only one audience member in the audience, Gu Fan still said seriously, I am willing. No matter what the road ahead is like, no matter how dangerous it is, I am willing to take Shulan with me, and I will do my best to give Shulan a happy life. Shulan, I love you. Tears flashed in Xia Shulan's eyes. She tried hard to pretend that she was a little humiliated and a little uneasy. Okay, bride, it's your turn. The Black Witch leader waved his hand and shouted. I am willing to do it too. I am lucky to meet, know and love Gu Fan. I am willing to share the joys and sorrows with Gu Fan in the days to come, be Gu Fan's strongest backing, and love Gu Fan with all my heart. Gu Fan, I love you. Both of them knew that they were acting at this moment, but the words they said were sincere. Just as Gu Fan wanted to say something, the Black Witch leader waved his hand. Okay, that's it. You two really don't look like you are meeting for the first time. You are acting so corny and awkward. After that, she threw the video magic book to Gu Fan. Gu Fan, you hand this magic book to Luo Sangming in person. At the same time, I will send other elders to kill Luo Sangming's parents, wife, and other family members. The Black Witch leader said gloomily, even if Luo Sangming is a coward, these operations are not a loss. At the same time, Xia Shulan was immersed in joy. Although this wedding was not formal, the vows made by both parties were serious. Xia Shulan was so happy that she burst out. The first time she felt so happy was after she and Gu Fan were on the Snow Clan Sky Island. Because from that time on, the two of them really had close contact. The second time was after the Dead Silent Sky Island, because unchanged till death is the best marriage certificate. The third time is now, on the Witch Sky Island, with the witness of the four forbidden powers Black Witch leader, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan said their vows to each other. It would be great if my parents, aunt and uncle were there. Xia Shulan was immersed in happiness. There was no doubt that she was very happy with the acting with Gu Fan. At the same time, the guard brought the crawler magic book and the clothes of the new fifth Black Witch elder to the Black Witch leader. Then, at the signal of the Black Witch leader, the guard gave it to Gu Fan, and Gu Fan put on the elder's clothes and held the crawler magic book in his hand. Looking at the introduction of the creeper magic book, Gu Fan thought it was good. Chapter 237. Special item, Crawler Magic Book. Crawler Magic Book. You can use Taotai Magic Book or some food to feed the crawler in the Crawler Magic Book. The crawler can self-destruct. The self-destruction damage is based on the attribute points added by the holder's life and attack. For example, if the life value is 1000 and the attack power is 100, the self-destruction damage caused is 1100 points, and the self-destruction damage is real damage. Every time a crawler is summoned to self-destruct, the critical multiplier will increase by 1 point. The Crawler Magic Book can store at most 1 crawler. When a crawler self-destructs and dies, a new crawler needs a lot of food energy, and it takes at least 2 days. Gu Fan, your life and blood are not bad. This Crawler Magic Book is very suitable for you, but you need to feed a lot of meat to feed it. If you don't have meat, you can use money to exchange it in the store in the Black Witch cult. The Black Witch cult leader explained, and then gave Gu Fan 1,000 witch coins. Gu Fan nodded, I understand, master. Then, Gu Fan asked curiously, where did this crawler come from? Is it a specialty of the witch continent? The Black Witch cult leader looked at Gu Fan with strange eyes. Gu Fan realized that he had said the wrong thing. He shouldn't have said it was a specialty of the witch continent, making it seem like he was not from the witch continent. And the Black Witch cult leader had lived here for so long, he must have known more or less that there were outsiders like players. However, it seems that the Black Witch cult does not reject outsiders. On the contrary, the witch cult and the neutral cult are very rejecting of outsiders. So, Gu Fan didn't pay much attention to these. The Black Witch cult leader looked at Gu Fan meaningfully and shook his head. No, the crawler is a monster that appeared on the edge of the witch continent. The strange thing is that the crawler has no level. Any crawler will cause a self-explosion of different strengths according to its own hostility, and each self-explosion will kill the creature it is targeting. In other words, even if I am such a powerful creature, if I am targeted by a strange crawler, I will die once its self-explosion affects me. Gu Fan's heart sank when he heard this, and so did Xia Shulan, who tightly grasped the corner of Gu Fan's clothes. The two of them thought of the same thing, that is, this crawler must have appeared from the monster cloud. The monster cloud was close to the edge of the Witch's Sky Island, and the crawler slowly climbed onto the Witch's Sky Island. At the same time, when it approached the original inhabitants of the Witch's Sky Island, it would explode. Moreover, Gu Fan also thought that the damage caused by the self-explosion of this crawler should be exactly the same as the health value of the original inhabitants of the Witch's Sky Island, and the damage caused was real. It's really a terrifying monster. It's just, Master, why was this terrible creature refined into a magic book? The Black Witch Master shrugged. You have to ask my ancestor. The Witch Ancestor King previously gave his children fiefs, and flesh and blood, and the ancestor of my lineage received terrible power. Although the power of the dark element has become weaker and weaker as it has been passed down from generation to generation, my ancestor still has mastered a terrible forbidden technique, which can refine the captured crawlers into magic books. Speaking of the latter, the leader of the Black Witch cult sighed, it's a pity. After being refined into a magic book, the creeper, although the magic book can create creepers, and the creeper can obey orders, the explosion damage caused is related to itself. If it is used by a weak witch, the creeper in the creeper magic book is not worth mentioning at all. If it is used by a powerful witch, such as me, and the strong in the Black Witch cult, the damage is very high. Afterwards, the Black Witch cult leader seemed to open up, and talked a lot about the information of the crawler magic book. This was also because of the favorability. If Gu Fan and the Black Witch cult leader had a low favorability, they would definitely not be able to chat so easily. For example, this type of dark magic book is forbidden to be used in the witch cult, and will be destroyed once discovered. In the Black Witch cult, there are not many black witches who have the crawler magic book. The leader, the deputy leader, and the great elder have one, and the only one is Gu Fan. I understand, thank you, Lord Leader. It's getting late, you two can go and have a rest. It happens to be your wedding night. Help deliver it to the Luosang family early tomorrow morning. At the same time, other elders will kill Luosangming's family at the same time. After being driven away by the Black Witch cult leader, Gu Fan brought Xia Shulan to his residence, which was a very luxurious mansion built with black diamonds. Yes, whether it is the palace or the mansion where the high-ranking members of the Black Witch cult live, they are all built with black diamonds. As the name suggests, black diamonds are black diamonds, and their hardness is about the same as that of blue diamonds, but they are harder than blue diamonds, and can be mined with a lapis lazuli pickaxe. The price is also relatively expensive, and a black diamond block can be sold for about 30,000 square coins. At this moment, the sky is no longer raining, and the entire Witch Sky Island is different from the outside world that is being eroded by blocks of rain. It was the same when Gu Fan went to pick up Xia Shulan before. The sky was not raining, otherwise it would be impossible to pick up Xiao Shulan so easily under such rain erosion. However, the sky is still gloomy. Gu Fan, do you think that the Void Main world is different from these sky islands? Xia Shulan snuggled in Gu Fan's arms, and asked curiously. Gu Fan hugged her lovingly, and then said gently, why do you think so? It's not raining here, and we came to the Sky Island when it was raining. From the previous perspective, the sky was clearly full of rain, and covered the Witch Sky Island, but once you enter, it's different. Maybe it's different. This world is really strange. Each Sky Island has a different climate, but the climate of the Void will not affect the Sky Island. I don't know if it's only the Witch Sky Island, or because the Snow Clan Sky Island was not like this before. At that time, the first test was very cold, and it was snowing on the Snow Clan Sky Island and the Void. However, Gu Fan soon realized something, that is there a possibility that even if it doesn't snow in the Void, it will snow on the Snow Clan Sky Island? Well, never mind, I hope Yanli and the others can take good care of the Gu Lan no drenched by rain. Xia Shulan said softly. The two first washed up in the bathroom in the mansion. Then, Gu Fan wanted to see what the crawler looked like. Ignoring Xia Shulan's eager expression, Gu Fan summoned a crawler. Xia Shulan was also curious, hugged Gu Fan, and looked at this little thing. Yes, the crawler was very short, about the same height as Xia Shulan, more than 1 meter, green all over, and had 4 little feet lying on the ground. The crawler looked at Gu Fan quietly, seemingly waiting for Gu Fan's order. So this is the crawler. Gu Fan nodded, and then explored the crawler. Crawler, realm, ? Health value, 7253. Attack, ? Defense, 1253. Speed, 623. Skill, Self-Destruction. The self-destruction damage is real damage, and is the same as the master's health and the attribute points of the attack. Note, original self-destruction damage. The self-destruction damage of the uncontrolled creeper or the original creeper will be the same as the enemy's health, and it is pseudo-real damage. The original creeper will regard any creature closest to it as an enemy, and will self-destruct to kill it. The creeper has no means of attack, only self-destruction. Although the self-destruction damage of the controlled creeper can be the same as the attribute points of the health and attack. However, Gu Fan still thinks that the original creeper is much more powerful. When the original creeper approaches and self-destructs, no matter how powerful the enemy is, it can die. Of course, there are many ways to limit the original creeper. First, its defense is not very good, so just kill it with long-range means before getting close. Second, its speed is not good. If there is really no long-range means, you can also pull it and run away directly to make it lose its target. Of course, Gu Fan also thought of a more damaging method. After encountering the original crawler, he could only throw a captive calf, lamb, chicken, etc., and then the crawler would target the calf, and the self-explosion would only cause a little damage. Okay, husband, have you finished watching the crawler? Xia Shulan shook Gu Fan's arm, and said coquettishly. Gu Fan put the crawler away. I'm done watching it, Xiao Shulan, you are really anxious. Hearing Xia Shulan blushing and spitting, I spit. Today is the first night of our wedding. Don't you want to enter the bridal chamber with Xiao Shulan? After saying that, Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan with charming eyes, and made some seductive movements at the same time. JK clothes, white silk, sexy lowly. Plus this expression and movement, Xia Shulan is simply too good. Gu Fan couldn't help but pounce on her. However, Xia Shulan quickly jumped away, made a face at Gu Fan, twisted her waist, and laughed. Luyulu, you just looked down on me, now I want to run away. Chapter 238. A love-hate chase unfolds in the palace. In the end, Gu Fan wins. At the same time, in the Black Witch Palace, the Black Witch cult leader has a deep look in his eyes. Outsider? Interesting. I have a feeling that the ability to rule the entire continent depends on Gu Fan, an outsider. Since Gu Fan may be an outsider, then the other two may also be. Even Losong Shulan may be a possibility, but it doesn't matter, even if they are outsiders, so what? As long as they can do things for me, and use each other, it doesn't matter. After saying that, the Black Witch cult leader escaped into a black mist. The next morning, Xia Shulan lay on Gu Fan's belly. After a night of hard work, she was about to fall asleep, but she found that the lover she was holding moved. She woke up and looked at Gu Fan in a daze. Stinky baby, I have to go on a mission. Gu Fan kissed Xia Shulan as expected, kissed her good morning, and said gently, Okay, I'll go too. Xia Shulan wiped her eyes, and prepared to pack up and go together. Gu Fan shook his head. You were so crazy yesterday, why are you going? Have a good rest. However, Xia Shulan still managed to not have the sleep disorder that Gu Fan couldn't sleep with. She threw herself on Gu Fan. I want to follow you for the rest of my life. Don't chase me away, okay? Husband, besides, I can do the moon step, and when you are electrocuted by the side effects of your talent and scream, I can carry you on my back to temporarily avoid the crisis. Gu Fan was speechless. The young wife's coquettish request was the most difficult to refuse. Especially with Xia Shulan on the side, it was a strong combination, and there was also the title of being loyal until death. Okay, then I'll carry you on my back, and you can hold me on the way to have a good rest. Hee, my husband is so nice. After breakfast, Gu Fan carried Xia Shulan on his back and prepared to set off. However, at this time, an uninvited guest came. Hey, isn't this Lord Gu? Lord Gu just got promoted to the Black Witch Elder, and he plans to take his young wife to go on a mission. A female Black Witch Elder with a sharp look but a good figure came to Gu Fan. She looked at Gu Fan with disdain, seemingly jealous and angry at this prisoner who rose to fame overnight. You know, she worked hard for 11 years to become a Black Witch Elder. Gu Fan glanced coldly at the Black Witch Elder. Black Witch Cult Elder, Lin Bing. Realm, 3 Forbidden. Health, 8232. Attack, 1236. Defense, 835. Speed, 723. Skills, Decay Potion, Poison Potion, Poisoning Potion, Speed Up Potion. Are you the elder who participated in the assassination of the Luozhang family? Lin Bing laughed. That's me. Don't think that you can be on par with our Black Witch Elders just because you kidnapped Luozhang Ming's 2 useless daughters. Let me tell you, Black Witch Elders need to be cruel and vicious, kill countless people, and do many things that are against the will of heaven and earth before they can become Black Witch Elders. And you just brought 2 pieces of trash. This makes me very unhappy. Gu Fan's tone was a little impatient. So what do you want to do? I want to say that you, a young man, are not worthy of being a Black Witch Elder. You even brought the maid you just kidnapped with you on the mission. What do you regard our Black Witch cult mission as? Lin Bing was very angry, and was about to continue to scold and beat him. Shulan, you don't have to beat her to death. Hearing Gu Fan's order, Xia Shulan flew up immediately, and then a layer of energy covered her fist, partial hardening. Instantly, Lin Bing was knocked to the ground. Several teeth burst, blood all over the ground, and the dignified Black Witch Elder was knocked unconscious by Xia Shulan's punch. And it was not that the Black Witch Elder was too weak, it was completely because Xia Shulan was too fast. The Black Witch Elder did not react, and then was beaten half to death by Xia Shulan, who thought she was a slave. Trash, you are worthy of shouting in front of my husband. Xia Shulan's eyes were murderous, but after all, she could not kill in the territory of the Black Witch cult. Gu Fan carried Xia Shulan on his back again, a flash of lightning flashed, and disappeared on the spot. The Black Witch instructor, the second forbidden Black Witch, etc. on the side were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. An old man with a black beard appeared here, looking at the unconscious Lin Bing. Grand Elder. A mentor came and told the old man everything. He nodded. It's clearly a mission, but you have to foolishly look for trouble with Gu Fan. It's okay if he has the strength, but Lin Bing can't even beat the servants around Gu Fan. The old man's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. Come on, put Lin Bing in jail, and let another elder take on the task of killing Luo Sangming's wife. Chapter 239. Soon, several deacons of the Lozan family came and imprisoned Lin Bing. At the same time, the chief elder of the Black Witch cult met the Black Witch cult leader. When the chief elder of the Black Witch cult saw the Black Witch cult leader, he immediately expressed his concerns, including the fact that the identities of the two were a mystery, and Xia Shulan's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary Black Witch cult elder. The Black Witch cult leader laughed. Well, I understand your concerns. This Gu Fan, whose origins are unknown, is most likely a so-called outsider. But since outsiders can be used by our Black Witch cult, why not use them? As long as it is a useful tool, why not use it? The Black Witch cult elder nodded thoughtfully. He did see how powerful Gu Fan was, especially when the lightning appeared. According to Gu Fan's speed, even he might not be able to take Gu Fan down. Okay, prepare the masters in the cult. If Luo Sangming leaves the witch cult, the masters in the cult will kill Luo Sangming. After Luo Sangming dies, the witch cult leader will be dragged into battle no matter how cowardly she is. It's time to settle the grudge between the Black Witch cult and the witch cult. The Black Witch cult leader's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Yes, master. However, the Black Witch cult's great elder soon asked curiously, Master, what did you say about the permanent potion before? The Black Witch cult leader smiled, because it makes them not suspicious, and only the master, the supreme elder, the deputy master, and the great elder are qualified to obtain the permanent potion. Ordinary people are not qualified, not only Gu Fan and Luo Sangchuan, but also Li Feng. The chief elder of the Black Witch cult finally understood why the Black Witch cult leader said so. Also, Master, Luo Sangming is only the chief elder, why do you have to kill him? Could it really be beneficial to our war situation? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You just need to know that once Luo Sangming dies, the witch cult leader, that is, the Witch King, will definitely tear each other apart. And don't be arrogant. The current situation of the witch cult has changed. Luo Sangming's strength is definitely stronger than we imagined. The Black Witch and the Witch are fighting each other, and each is fully preparing for war. In the neutral cult, Wang Tingting, who has obtained the identity of a forbidden witch in the neutral cult, finally found the person their team has been thinking about finding, that is He Xiaofeng. Yes, at this time, He Xiaofeng has become an elder of the neutral cult, and the reason why she knew it was He Xiaofeng was because Gu Fan had introduced his appearance to their team before. He Xiaofeng carried a black spear on his back, was powerful, and had assassinated Gu Fan before. At this time, Wang Tingting took several photos of He Xiaofeng. Just as she was about to leave, a figure suddenly flashed before her eyes. Wang Tingting was startled. Looking at the furious He Xiaofeng, she didn't know what to do. He Xiaofeng looked at Wang Tingting with gloomy eyes. During this period, he lost his sister. According to the rules of the Witch Sky Island, he also lost the ability to leave the Witch Sky Island, unless you come to the edge of the Witch Continent and find your own base. Otherwise, there is no way to leave. because the rules state that leaving the Witch Sky Island requires 2 players to meet first. The poison that the player gave to his sister was so powerful that even a witch with 4 bands could not solve it. She could only watch her sister being poisoned to death. Although He Xiaofeng also saw the player who shot the poison arrow at that time, the culprit was not him, but Gu Fan, who offered a bounty on him. If it weren't for Gu Fan, he would definitely not have been attacked by various players. Although he was wrong at the beginning, if he didn't attack Gu Fan, nothing would happen, but he already knew he was wrong. Isn't it okay? Gu Fan was obviously not dead, but he had to kill him and even offered a bounty on him. His bounty was still increasing, and had reached 5 million cube coins. Thinking of this, He Xiaofeng simply hated Gu Fan. However, maybe staying on the Witch Sky Island is also a good destination. With the current bounty, maybe He Xiaofeng will be hunted down by players every time he meets them after leaving the Witch Sky Island. Why are you following me, witch? He Xiaofeng looked at Wang Tingting warily, because there would be hidden players in the Witch Sky Island, especially now that the Black Witch cult and the Witch cult have reached a critical moment. According to his understanding of the game system is very likely to send powerful players to participate. In order not to be discovered by the players, he could only hide in the neutral church, which was still stable. Yes, this is why He Xiaofeng betrayed the Black Witch cult and went to the neutral church. Everything has a reason. He was afraid of being discovered by the players, but he wanted to kill Gu Fan. Wang Tingting breathed a sigh of relief, and she hurriedly said in a delicate voice, Elder, I think you are very handsome, so I want to make friends with you. He Xiaofeng looked at Wang Tingting suspiciously. Odds change, but evens don't. Wang Tingting, ? She almost said the second half of symbols look at quadrants. Now Wang Tingting is just a native. Of course she can't say that she is an outsider. Otherwise, if she follows He Xiaofeng, she will definitely be killed by him. She is still a virgin. She has never tasted the taste of love. She can't die so easily. Elderly, what are you doing? He Xiaofeng changed his name in the Witch Sky Island to Li Feng. And this move further proves that Li Feng is He Xiaofeng. The name change is not a complete change, and he is quite stupid, carrying a sniper rifle all day long. Any player can tell that this is He Xiaofeng. It's okay. He Xiaofeng shook his head, and then looked at Wang Tingting suspiciously again. Is this witch who is banned in front of me really not a player? Let me ask you again, if chickens can play ball sports, what ball sports can chickens play? He Xiaofeng asked. Basketball. Ahem, how can chickens play ball sports? Elderly, please stop joking. Wang Tingting almost fell into the trap again, and laughed awkwardly. For a moment, Wang Tingting didn't know whether the basketball she mentioned at the beginning was heard. He Xiaofeng nodded. It seems that Wang Tingting is really not a Blue Star player. Just when he was thinking about whether to let Wang Tingting go, He Xiaofeng suddenly changed his mind and grabbed Wang Tingting's chest with his hand. What are you doing? You low-class man. Smelly hooligan. Wang Tingting was startled and blurted out, then took a step or two back. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she realized something. He Xiaofeng didn't really grab her. His hand stayed on Wang Tingting's chest, and he looked at Wang Tingting with a gloomy look. Call me a subordinate? Would the natives of the Witch Continent say that? You're so good at pretending. Anger flashed in He Xiaofeng's eyes, and he knocked Wang Tingting out with a punch. At the same time, he also spent some cube coins to explore Wang Tingting's information. There is no doubt that Wang Tingting is a player. And her teammate is still Hu Xiongbo, who is in the top 10 of the rankings. For a moment, He Xiaofeng, who wanted to silence her, was very hesitant. Having offended Gu Fan, do I have to offend the top 10 players? At the same time, Hu Xiongbo received news that Wang Tingting was hurt. Player Wang Tingting was attacked by a punch, and 200 health points were deducted. However, in the small group that Gu Fan was pulling, Wang Tingting had just revealed the information that He Xiaofeng was the elder of the neutral church. Now that she was knocked out by a punch, it was obvious that Wang Tingting was knocked out by He Xiaofeng. For a moment, Hu Xiongbo's eyes showed anger. Although the two were not husband and wife, nor were they in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, they had been together for so long that he had long regarded Wang Tingting as his companion, and her self-destruction talent similar to that of a crawler was also his trump card. So, Hu Xiongbo quickly tagged Gu Fan in the group and told him the general story. Chapter 240. Gu Fan, who was heading to the witch cult's territory in the air, received information from Hu Xiongbo and the group. After a rough look, he understood what happened. So that's it. He Xiaofeng is an elder in the neutral cult. This is his life. Gu Fan's tone was full of coldness. He wanted to go to the neutral cult right now and kill He Xiaofeng. Husband, When are we going to attack him? Gu Fan thought for a while. After giving the projection magic book to Luo Sangming, I will discuss it with Hu Xiongbo. If He Xiaofeng's talent is teleportation, it is indeed difficult to deal with. But now Sister Tingting has been captured. Bring Jiangyu with you at noon today. With Jiangyu, killing He Xiaofeng should not be a problem. As for Wang Tingting, He Xiaofeng is not stupid and should not attack Wang Tingting. Xia Shulan blinked her eyes and didn't understand what Gu Fan was saying. Husband, why? It's very simple. If I were He Xiaofeng, I would definitely ask clearly the information on Wang Tingting and the strength of teammates. At that time, it can be placed in one place to confuse the enemy's position, because there is a private chat on the game panel. He Xiaofeng cannot stop Wang Tingting from leaking her information, and there is no benefit in killing Wang Tingting. Moreover, with Wang Tingting as a hostage, it can also be negotiated better. Xia Shuan nodded as if she understood, and soon buried her head in Gu Fan's neck. Well, no matter what, we just need to kill He Xiaofeng before leaving the island. Soon, Gu Fan returned to the Luosang family mansion after a long journey, but Luo Sangming was not there. The two used invisibility and stole a lot of useful potions, treasures and money from the Luosang family. Not long after a while, Luosang came back with a gloomy face. Luo Sangming kept pacing back and forth in the lobby of the mansion. His hair was completely white, and his eyes were full of sorrow. Just now, his wife was assassinated by the elders of the Black Witch cult. Yesterday, his 2 daughters were taken away by the elders of the Black Witch cult, and there is no news yet. Overnight, plus now, he lost his wife and 2 daughters. Although he had strange thoughts about Luosang Shulan after he knew that Luosang Shulan was not related by blood. But now? Soon, Gu Fan quietly came to the window, saw Luo Sangming, and threw a video magic book at his feet. After throwing it, he immediately ran away with Xia Shulan on his back. At least Gu Fan is not Luo Sangming's opponent now. After Luo Sangming noticed it, he took it in his hand. Playing the latest video, watching the scene of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan kissing, and Xia Shulan humiliated to agree to become Gu Fan's little wife. This scene made Luo Sangming's blood rush to his brain. Damn Black Witch cult. How could they treat my lovely daughter like this? Wait, where is Luo Sang shooting? Could Luo Sang shooting also be killed? He quickly played the second to last video again. Luo Sang shooting knelt down and begged for mercy, but later, she was still tortured and killed by the Black Witch cult leader, becoming a skeleton, without even a complete body left. Why? Why is shooting the one who died? Luo Sangming was completely red hot. After a series of blows during this period, coupled with the occasional targeting of the Black Witch cult, even with the persuasion of the Witch Queen, he still wanted to go to the Black Witch cult's territory, kill the elder, and save his daughter. Shulan, wait for me. My last daughter must not be insulted by the elders of the Black Witch cult. But Luo Sangming did not expect that Xia Shulan was enjoying it. At this time, a woman in a white robe came to Luo Sangming. Master, the old master. Old master? Could it be my father? Luo Sangming followed the white-robed woman in disbelief, and went to another mansion. Unlike Gu Fan who escaped unscathed, the 2 elders of the Black Witch cult who killed Luo Sangming's parents have been arrested. Originally, they went to the witch cult's territory to do such a thing. Without Gu Fan's speed and means of escape, they would have been in danger of death. No! Luo Sangming was going crazy. At the same time, Gu Fan had returned to the Black Witch cult with Xia Shulan on his back. After the Black Witch cult leader rewarded some witch coins, he asked the 2 to prepare for a rest, and then go on stage when it was time to encircle Luo Sangming. At this time, in a neutral church elder's mansion, Wang Tingting woke up quietly, and in front of her, He Xiaofeng stared at her with a gloomy face. Finally woke up? Elderly, why did you tie me up? What did I do wrong? Wang Tingting was shocked. Still pretending? You are a player, right? I know all your information. It's just a few hundred cube coins. Your talent is self-destruction, right? But don't think about hurting me by self-destruction. Before you self-destruct, I can escape. Do you believe it? He Xiaofeng said in a gloomy tone, and then changed the subject. Your teammate is Hu Xiongbo. Hu Xiongbo is not bad in the rankings, and he is in the top 10. Are you so short of cube coins? Do you want to get the bounty of cube coins so much? He Xiaofeng's tone was full of doubt. Wang Tingting stopped pretending and closed her mouth, as if she was willing to kill him or not. Tell me what Hu Xiongbo is capable of. Let me go, and I'll tell you. Then there's nothing to talk about? He Xiaofeng carried the sniper rifle on his shoulder, and pointed it at Wang Tingting. Die, or tell me the information. Die. I choose to die. If you have the ability, kill me. Haha, Hu Xiongbo will not let you go. You have already offended the big boss Gu Fan. Do you still want to offend Hu Xiongbo, who is ranked in the top 10? By then, there will be no place for you in the entire block world, and you can only live on this which continent. If I die, my teammate Hu Xiongbo will also be unable to leave the Sky Island, and he will also regard you as a thorn in his side. Then, Wang Tingting took another look at He Xiaofeng's ranking. It is worth mentioning that even if He Xiaofeng's teammates died, he himself ranked in the top 30. And you are only in the top 30. Once you are hunted down by my teammate Hu Xiongbo, you will be like a stray dog. Where are your teammates? Why didn't they see it? They must be dead. Why didn't they see it? Ah ha ha ha. Wang Tingting shouted viciously, without any fear of death in her eyes. As for giving out information about Hu Xiongbo and the boss Hu Xiongbo, it is impossible. Chapter 241. Let's not talk about the fact that Boss Hu has signed a contract with Boss Gu. In addition, Wang Tingting is not a person who goes back on her word. She has determined that Boss Hu and Boss Gu will never betray her in her life. At the same time, she was also reflecting on herself. Why did she have to follow He Xiaofeng at that time, when she could have just taken a photo and sent it to the group chat so that Gu Fan could recognize it? For a moment, Wang Tingting regretted it. And He Xiaofeng was also blushing. At this time, He Xiaofeng's face was red, not because he was shy, but because his teammate, that is, his sister, was really dead. What did you say? Then you and my sister will be buried together. Anyway, you are also an enemy. He Xiaofeng pinched Wang Tingting with his hands. He kept pinching hard. Wang Tingting couldn't breathe, and her consciousness gradually blurred. When she was about to self-destruct, He Xiaofeng didn't continue to attack. Can't kill Wang Tingting now. At least, Wang Tingting can leave the island. If he can rely on Wang Tingting to leave the Witch Sky Island, he won't stay here forever. In addition, Wang Tingting can also serve as a hostage. Thinking of this, He Xiaofeng gradually regained consciousness and stared at Wang Tingting coldly. What's wrong? You don't want to kill me. Trash! Wang Tingting shouted at He Xiaofeng. He looked like he deserved a beating. I wonder if he learned this from Xia Shulan. He Xiaofeng suppressed his anger and said calmly, I think we shouldn't be enemies. He Xiaofeng's attitude changed 180 degrees, which confused Wang Tingting for a while, but she soon realized that this was a good time to kill He Xiaofeng. He Xiaofeng now didn't know that the boss of his teammate Hu Xiongbo was Gu Fan. Cooperation? Is this your attitude towards cooperation? Hurry up and untie me. I'm just curious whether you are a player or not. Are you a man if you treat me like this? Wang Tingting suddenly cried with red eyes. Think carefully, have I ever done anything bad to you? He Xiaofeng thought about it, and realized that it was true. Wang Tingting did not show any disadvantage to him except following him. But why did she hide it? I definitely can untie you, but I won't kill you. You should also know the conditions for leaving the island. It's nothing more than getting a magic book. I happen to have 2 magic books. If you and your teammate Hu Xiongbo can take me away from the island, then these 2 magic books will be given to you. He Xiaofeng's tone was full of temptation. At the same time, he was considering meeting Hu Xiongbo, who was ranked in the top 10. If he could give enough rewards, he might really be able to leave the Sky Island. Although staying on the Witch Sky Island is indeed a good choice, and it can also avoid being hunted down by most players. If you stay on the Witch Sky Island, you will be caught up by the big army sooner or later. At this stage, there are countless empty islands in the entire void. Every time a player passes an empty island, his strength will become much stronger. If you stay on the Witch Empty Island all the time, your strength will definitely stagnate. If you want to avenge your sister, you can only bite the bullet and go out, and gain the strength to defeat Gu Fan. And everything depends on my special weapon. He Xiaofeng looked at the sniper rifle on his shoulder, and a firm look flashed in his eyes. The condition for leaving the empty island is to reunite and obtain the magic book, but your teammates are dead and can't reunite. How can I take you away? You know, every player comes to the special Sky Island by teleporting. Wang Tingting thought for a moment, then said solemnly, it seems that she is really considering He Xiaofeng. At the same time, Wang Tingting also sent the current situation to the group chat through the chat. Wang Tingting. I was captured alive by He Xiaofeng. The other party did not kill me, and was ready to cooperate with you, Boss Hu. His teammates died, and could not leave the island. So he wanted us to find a way to take him away from the island. Now I am dragging He Xiaofeng, Boss Hu, Boss Gu, Boss Xia, you can come and find an opportunity to kill He Xiaofeng. Seeing Wang Tingting's message, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan did not hesitate, and prepared to discuss countermeasures with Hu Xiongbo. At this time, Jiang Yu also found his teammate Chu Li. And Jiang Yu and Chu Li were ready to participate in the operation to encircle and suppress He Xiaofeng. But Chu Li asked Gu Fan to give some rewards. Gu Fan agreed very readily. If He Xiaofeng died, at least one magic book would be given to each person, so leaving the island would not be a problem. The reason why Gu Fan was so straightforward was that he had a lot of magic books and potions in stock, all of which were stolen from the Losong family. For example, the speed increasing magic book, the Taotai magic book, the shield magic book, etc. Yes, the magic books of the Losong family also have the Taotai magic book. Now Gu Fan has a total of 3 Taotai magic books, 1 crawler magic book, 2 speed increasing magic books, and 1 shield magic book, all of which were found in the Losong family. He also found almost 1 million witch coins, but this was very few, because the exchange rate between witch coins and cube coins was 10 to 1, which was equivalent to only 100,000 witch coins, which was not worth mentioning at all. Soon, Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, Hu Xiongbo, Jiang Yu and Chu Li made a plan to go to the neutral church's territory. However, this move will certainly cause conflicts between the neutral church and the Black Witch Church. Now there are 3 parties, and the neutral church does not participate in the conflict between the Black Witch Church and the Witch Church, and is now on the sidelines. However, several people have joined the Black Witch Church, and Gu Fan is even an elder of the Black Witch Church. It is strange that the elder of the Black Witch Church brought a large number of people to the neutral church's territory. And killing the elder of the neutral church in the neutral church's territory is even more strange. However, what does the Black Witch Church have to do with Gu Fan? The elder of the Black Witch Church is just a temporary identity. Killing the enemy and obtaining the powerful sniper rifle on He Xiaofeng is the real thing. I don't know if the leader of the Black Witch Church will regret letting Gu Fan become the elder of the Black Witch Church after knowing this. Gu Fan is discussing the plan. He Xiaofeng also thought of a solution. You make sense. We came to this special sky island not by direct access, but by teleportation. In this case, I will stand on the edge of the special sky island. After you complete the task and teleport back to the base, you can pick me up via the thruster. How about it? He Xiaofeng thought about it, and could only come up with this solution. However, this is equivalent to violating the rules of the game system, and I don't know if I can leave the sky island in this way. But this is the only way to get revenge, right? Wang Tingting's eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of this solution? She nodded. Okay, Mr. He, don't worry, I have contacted Hu Xiongbo, and he will come to the neutral church soon. However, because he is the Black Witch Mentor of the Black Witch Church, I hope you can avoid suspicion and not involve the indigenous forces of the neutral church. Wang Tingting thought about it, and could only come up with this bad plan in order to prevent He Xiaofeng from using his identity as the elder of the neutral church. Of course, there is a chance that this will be exposed. At the same time, Wang Tingting was very curious about what He Xiaofeng's talent was. She borrowed several thousand yuan from Hu Xiongbo and used it to explore He Xiaofeng's data panel. Chapter 242. Character, He Xiaofeng teammate, none talent, S-level talent, super teleport, generate a mark point every day. You can use the mark point to mark any place at will. You only need to look at it and click the mark. The marked place can be teleported. Note, there are a maximum of 5 mark points. The emergence of new mark points will refresh the old mark points. Realm, 1 ban. Skills, Perception Enhancement, minor success, Divine Sniper, minor success, Damage Enhancement, minor success, Dragon Tiger Double Fist, entry, Purification, entry. Health, 2213. Attack, 513. Defense, 521. Speed, 736. Status, sad, angry. Seeing He Xiaofeng's talent introduction, Wang Tingting's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He Xiaofeng's talent and skills are very powerful. Although there is no skill introduction, 3 of his skills are all minor achievements. His talent is even more amazing. He can teleport and generate a mark point every day. The location marked by the mark point can be teleported without any signs. But fortunately, even such a powerful talent has a limit, and there are a maximum of 5 mark points. However, Wang Tingting has another question in her heart, that is, He Xiaofeng obviously has teleportation, why doesn't he teleport back to his place? After Wang Tingting asked her inner question, He Xiaofeng stared at her with gloomy eyes. You actually explored my talent. Wang Tingting sneered. So what, you can explore me, but I can't explore you. This is too double standard, right? And I have this block coin. But your talent is really powerful, and it is so terrifying when combined with your sniper rifle. By the way, How much damage can your sniper rifle deal at most? Can you tell me? He Xiaofeng shook his head, because I didn't expect my sister to die at the beginning. Of course, I kept the mark point and didn't refresh it. It should be possible to teleport back. But more importantly, the mark point disappeared inexplicably. I marked it on the platform of the quartz block. Why did it disappear? Yes, he attributed this problem to the problem of the special sky island, but he didn't know that it was raining heavily outside. Not only He Xiaofeng's base, but most of the players who landed on the special sky island, their bases were eroded by rain. Fortunately, Gu Fan and Hu Xiongbua's buildings were protected by lapis lazuli blocks. As for Chu Lin and Jiang Yu, it's hard to say. Their bases are certainly not as rich as Gu Fan and Hu Xiongbua. At the same time, He Xiaofeng's sister, He Miaomiao, died of poisoning and improper treatment 5 days ago. At that time, it happened to be the time of erosion rain. So, when He Xiaofeng reacted and wanted to go back through the mark point, it was over. I don't know why the mark point disappeared. I see. Wang Tingting silently wrote down the information and sent it to the group. After receiving the news, Gu Fan was on his way and adjusted his plan. He Xiaofeng's attribute panel is indeed not good. Up to now, Hu Xiongbu is much stronger than He Xiaofeng. Of course, He Xiaofeng's ranking is not as high as Hu Xiongbu. What is difficult is his talent, which is to be able to teleport at 5 points. If He Xiaofeng is not killed by a single shot from a distance, it will be difficult for him to react and kill He Xiaofeng. As for my sniper rifle, it is my treasure. It is enough to kill a piece of trash like you in 1 second. He Xiaofeng said bluntly. Soon, at night, Luo Sangming had planned to bring his confidants back to Xia Shulan to attack the Black Witch cult, and see if he could assassinate the Black Witch cult leader. And, in order not to leak the plan and not to alert the enemy, he did not tell others. Soon, Luo Sangming and a group of 3 forbidden masters came to the Black Witch cult's territory. At the same time, Gu Xia, Hu Xiongbu, Jiang Yu, Chu Lin and others came to the neutral cult's territory. When the Black Witch cult leader was about to call Gu Fan and others to join the battle to encircle Luo Sangming, he found that several people were missing. According to the inquiry, it was learned that for some reason, Gu Fan and others had already gone to the neutral cult's territory. For a while, the Black Witch cult leader was furious, and his favorability towards Gu Fan dropped significantly. Ding! The Black Witch cult leader's favorability towards you has dropped significantly. Current favorability, 10. As soon as he entered the neutral church, Gu Fan received a prompt. When he saw that the favorability of the Black Witch cult leader had dropped so much, he was a little surprised. After Xia Shulan knew about it, she thought, maybe it's because she found out that we were heading to the neutral church, thinking that we had rebelled? Then will we go back? Gu Fan thought about it, and decided to kill He Xiaofeng before going back. Moreover, when he saw He Xiaofeng's talent, he wanted to copy it. I just don't know if the current mental strength can bear it. 5 marking points, and a marking point can be set wherever the eyes go. Even if you are dragged into the battle, you can have a stock of 5 marking points, then the place where the eyes go can be marked and teleported. Just think about how terrifying it is. Mastering this ability, it will not be a problem to completely possess the strength of the 4 forbidden. The reason for going back is very simple. The favorability of the Black Witch cult leader to him is still above 0, and it has not dropped so much. I will explain it later. Most of the entire neutral church is covered with mountains and hills, separating one small town after another. The overall area is large, but the habitable area is the smallest among the 3 churches, a bit like the Damao country area in the previous life. Damao country is like this, with a large area, but the habitable area accounts for a small proportion. And the place where He Xiaofeng is going to meet is in a house in a small town. Hu Xiongbu has already contacted He Xiaofeng first. Gu Fan took out the death silence staff from the storage column. Husband, what are you doing with this thing? Xia Shulan was very confused after seeing it, because the death silence staff can only transform creatures below the 2nd forbidden level into death and silence. At this point, it is no longer useful. Don't forget, He Xiaofeng still has equipment on him, and his realm is only 1 forbidden. Gu Fan laughed. Ah, this? But he has the talent of teleportation. How should we make him dead and silent? Xia Shulan asked curiously. Chapter 243. If we can find a way to trap him. Even if he uses purification, there will be a certain amount of lead time. Suddenly, Gu Fan remembered the snow girl. He released the snow girl. Master. After coming out, the snow girl looked around and saw that everyone was running in a certain direction. She hurriedly followed. Not only that, in addition to the snow girl, other servants and pets were also released. With such a big fanfare, I don't believe that they can't take down He Xiaofeng. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu and Chu Lin were also shocked. They didn't expect that Gu Fan actually had so many servants accompanying him. And each servant or pet was extremely powerful, and some of them even had the same aura as Gu Fan. Hu Xianghua was not surprised. When he was on the Beast Sky Island before, he had seen the strength of Gu Fan's team. He Xiaofeng had met Xue Nu and Lu Zhen before. Xue Nu and Lu Zhen must not show up to avoid alerting the enemy, but Xiao Bai, Xiao Yi, and Nai Long don't matter. They can follow Hu Xianghua. Hu Xianghua nodded after hearing this. Master Gu Fan, you come to make a specific plan, and we will do it. Gu Fan quickly made a fairly complete plan, including turning He Xiaofeng into a dead person, and when there is enough mental power in the future, he will directly copy his talent. In fact, in terms of actual combat ability, Hu Xianghua's talent is stronger than He Xiaofeng, but the side effects are also obvious. It can only last for 1 hour, and he will be weak after 1 hour. In comparison, He Xiaofeng's talent is obviously stronger in practical ability. I don't know if He Xiaofeng will be so angry that he will vomit blood after knowing Gu Fan's thoughts. After all, he was still alive, and Gu Fan had already regarded his talent as his own. Of course, he was not completely unprepared. Although He Xiaofeng openly agreed not to tell the high-level officials of the neutral church about his meeting with Hu Xianghua. For his own safety, and to prevent any future events, He Xiaofeng still used his identity to plant some neutral church witches around him, and informed the trustworthy neutral church elder. The neutral church elder was furious when he learned that He Xiaofeng had met with the mentor of the Black Witch cult, but after some persuasion from the latter, he finally decided to acquiesce and help He Xiaofeng conceal the matter. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, He Xiaofeng kept pacing in the designated mansion. He said to Wang Tingting impatiently, "Wang Tingting, when will your teammate Hu Xianghua come?" "It's coming soon, and it's coming soon. Don't worry, Mr. He." Wang Tingting hurriedly comforted him, and sent a message to dissuade him at the same time. The whole mansion was empty. If there were ambushes, it would be easy to find something wrong based on the witch's eyes. Therefore, only Hu Xianghua came alone, and the other players drank the invisibility potion. Of course, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan did not need to drink this potion, they only needed to use the infinite invisibility skill. I don't know if infinite invisibility is more advanced. Players who drank the invisibility potion, such as Jiang Yu and Chu Lin, could not see Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, but they could see each other. This also follows the rule that the invisible person can be seen after invisibility. But after Gu Fan and Xia Shulan became invisible, Jiang Yu and Chu Lin still could not see Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. On the contrary, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan can see Jiang Yu and Chu Lin. Xiao Bai, Xiao Yi, Xue Nu, and Lu Zhen all drank the invisibility potion, and the same is true. Gu Fan can look up to them, but they don't know where Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are. This means that Jiang Yu drank the invisibility potion for the 2nd level, but Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's infinite invisibility is the 3rd level. "Gu Fan, you should be next to me, right? I can't see you." Jiang Yu said, "My invisibility potion can only last for 15 minutes, and there are about 5 bottles in stock." "That's enough. When you see He Xiaofeng, immediately switch directions with Chu Lin, and then Xue Nu will use the ice and snow world to freeze Chu Lin's position. Because he may also use purification, so when you are freezing, I will also take action and shoot him directly. As for whether He Xiaofeng will be unable to transform into dead silence after his death, of course, there is no need to worry about this. As long as he is not completely dead, this strange power can revive He Xiaofeng in a short time." The boyfriend of the school bully, who was bullied by Xia Shulan, was like this. I don't know how they are doing now. After being transformed by Silent Silence, he is no longer the real He Xiaofeng, but Silent Silence with the identity of He Xiaofeng. Just like Lu Zhen now. "Okay, Boss Gu Fan, I will try hard." Jiang Yu nodded. Xia Shulan was also eager to try and shouted, "Come on, husband." Not long after, He Xiaofeng had met Hu Xianghua. As soon as they met, Hu Xianghua gave He Xiaofeng a warning. He looked at He Xiaofeng seriously and asked in a temper, "You are the one who kidnapped my game teammates, right? You are being chased by Gu Fan, but you still stir up trouble. You are worthy of being called He Xiaofeng." He Xiaofeng didn't care what Hu Xianghua said to him. "I didn't hurt her, and I didn't do anything to her. Besides, she was the one who followed me first. Let's leave this matter alone. Don't forget the purpose of our cooperation." At the same time, he released his perception to check if there was anything unusual around. The neutral witch hiding in the dark did not find anything around the mansion. Everything was safe. After all, Gu Fan and the others were still far away, several kilometers away. Shui was hovering at a low altitude, carrying everyone on his back. Jiang Yu would be on Xiaoyi's back, using a telescope to observe He Xiaofeng, in order to ensure that Chu Lin and He Xiaofeng were within sight. Chu Lin stood in front of Jiang Yu at this time. Jiang Yu used one eye to look far away, and the other eye was looking at Chu Lin. This operation was thought up by Xia Shulan. The two sides were far apart, and the invisibility played a role of insurance, so it was basically unlikely to be discovered by the witches. Wang Tingting quickly returned to Hu Xiongbu's side. Jiang Yu sent a message to Hu Xiongbu. I can't see He Xiaofeng yet. You should find a way to lead him to the window, so that I can see him and move. Hu Xiongbu secretly noted this, and came to the window. Okay, then why don't you give us the 2 magic books quickly? If the time comes, and we leave the Sky Island, I might find a way to take you out. Hu Xiongbu's tone was full of disdain, and He Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with surprise. There was no intention of cooperation in the tone of Hu Xiongbu in front of him. This was completely different from what Wang Tingting said. What do you mean, sir? This is different from what we agreed before. He Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with anger, and at the same time, there was a trace of retreat in his heart. But Hu Xiongbu in front of him ranked high, and he did have this arrogance. It's just a waste whose sister died. If I were you, I would never be so stupid to provoke the #1 Gu fan. Now it seems that I am really hesitant whether to cooperate with you. Hu Xiongbu continued to provoke He Xiaofeng with words. He Xiaofeng was immediately overwhelmed by anger. He came to Hu Xiongbu and shouted angrily, What did you say? Do you want to cooperate with me? I tell you that I am the elder of the neutral church, and you are just a mentor of the Black Witch Church. When can you get the magic book? Coincidentally, He Xiaofeng's position appeared at the windowsill. He raised his sniper rifle, and was about to shoot at Hu Xiongbu. Jiang Yu saw this scene from a distance, and changed his position without hesitation. Chapter 244. He Xiaofeng's body immediately turned around with the invisible Chu Lin. The snow girl on the side immediately used ice and snow, and He Xiaofeng was frozen. Of course, He Xiaofeng knew that he was in trouble the moment he was turned around. So when he was frozen by the snow girl, he immediately used purification, and then prepared to use his talent to escape. Unfortunately, Gu Fan was right beside him. He took the life pistol and shot at He Xiaofeng's body the moment he was frozen. Bang! The damage of the life pistol instantly killed He Xiaofeng. Xia Shulan did not forget to use the death transformation on the side. The power of death eroded He Xiaofeng's still warm body. In the shocked eyes of Chu Lin and Jiang Yu, He Xiaofeng's body and clothes immediately became rotten, his face became hideous, and he stood up staggeringly. Jiang Yu and Chu Lin were not considered his own people, so Gu Fan did not explain. This power of resurrection. Boss Gu Fan, Boss Xia Shulan, are you really not gods? Chu Lin was stunned, his tone full of admiration. They did not ask Gu Fan why he wanted to revive He Xiaofeng again. It was obvious that this was Gu Fan's secret. This is a special power. Maybe you will be able to see it in the future. Gu Fan explained. By then, it is certain that more than just him and Xia Shulan will have the strange black crystal stone. Some people in the market have spread the function of the strange black crystal stone, which is to form a Dead Silence World gate, which can go to the Dead Silence World. It's a pity that the Dead Silence World is too dangerous. Basically, the players who enter it are dead, so except for Gu Fan who has seen the scenery inside with the help of the Dead Silence people, the living players have never seen it. Looking at He Xiaofeng's face, Gu Fan felt disgusted. If I hadn't kept you so that I could copy your talent later, how could I not cut you into pieces? After Gu Fan finished speaking, he picked up all the items that dropped when he was killed. That black sniper rifle is really a good thing. In addition, there is also a skill blueprint, and several platinum and diamond treasure chests. Obtained special items. Black Dragon Barret. 10 bullets can be charged every day. Each recharged bullet can choose to consume 500 points, or 1000 points. Each type of recharged bullet can only retain a maximum of 20 bullets. A bullet that consumes 500 health points can cause 4000 real damage to the enemy. A bullet that consumes 1000 health points can cause 8000 real damage to the enemy. The damage caused by the 2 bullets can slowly increase as the strength of the holder increases. The body of the Black Dragon Barret gun is deep black and huge in size. The Black Dragon lines on the gun are smooth and tough, and the details are carefully carved, domineering and unparalleled in the beauty of craftsmanship. And it is worth mentioning that both the life pistol and the Black Dragon Barret have a sense of technology, just like the gun skins in the FPS game. Except that the life pistol is white, and the Black Dragon Barret is black. Put away the sniper rifle first, and the copy that has been stored for almost 2 days can continue to be used. However, this black dragon barret cannot crit. The reason is very simple. The required health value is too high. If it crits, it is not clear how high the health value required by the black dragon barret can be. In addition, there is a skill book and a shield magic book. Since we already have the shield magic book, it's not important. What's important is the skill book. Special skill, Purification. It can remove the current negative state and restore all physical and mental strength. Cooling time, 24 hours. Purification once a day. With this purification book in hand, it's equivalent to an extra layer of insurance. Add the previous beast resurrection, the milk dragon. There are 4 layers of insurance. Then, Gu Fan gave all the other things to Jiang Yu and Chu Lin, because the diamond treasure chest and platinum treasure chest were no longer useful to the two of them. Boss Gu Fan, are these things for us? Chu Lin was a little surprised. Gu Fan nodded and said, yes. Without Chu Lin's talent, it would be impossible to kill He Xiaofeng so easily. You can share his remaining treasures. If you want to leave the island safely, you still need a magic book. If you don't have enough magic books, you can also ask us. At this time, Hu Xiongbo and Wang Tingting had already run back, and there was a large group of witches chasing behind them. The witch in the lead was a white-haired old woman, looking at everyone with angry eyes. Because the invisibility potion had worn off, and Gu Fan and Xia Shulan had removed their invisibility, they were naturally discovered by the neutral church. Boss Gu Fan, run away, the neutral church's leader is chasing us. Hu Xiongbo shouted, carrying Wang Tingting on his back and jumping onto Xiaoyi's back. Xiaoyi quickly spread his wings and flew high, constantly flying towards the territory of the Black Witch cult. You killed my neutral church elders, and you will die. The neutral church's elder shouted angrily. She drank 5 potions, flashed to Gu Fan, and punched Gu Fan. Gu Fan snorted coldly, dodged the lightning, and at the same time, he aimed the life pistol at her head and shot. Her face changed, and she realized the terrible damage and shouted, bounce. The bullet hit her head with a ding-dong sound, and then bounced out, just in the direction of Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan's ability of seeing and hearing was activated, and she subconsciously turned her head. The bullet of the life pistol flashed by Xia Shulan's ear, and almost hit Xia Shulan's head. Gu Fan, be careful, don't murder your wife. Xia Shulan shouted in fear. She almost peed herself. This is probably because of the luck value. Although Xia Shulan always explodes awesome items, sometimes when she is unlucky, it is really unlucky. Gu Fan was shocked, put away the life pistol, looked at the great elder of the neutral church with a serious expression, and took advantage of the other party's lack of active attack, and then used thousands of cube coins to explore the other party's information. Chapter 245. The great elder of the neutral church, Mu Yangxue. Killing her will give you a high chance of getting the Eclipse Moon treasure box, and a low chance of getting the Fallen Sun treasure box. Realm, 4 forbidden. HP, 11232. Attack, 1538. Defense, 2312. Speed, 2852. Skills, Rebound Potion, rebounds the damage received after taking it. Speed Increasing Potion, Strengthening Potion. The great elder of the neutral church barely made it past the 4 forbidden, but except for a HP of over 10,000, other attributes, even after obtaining equipment, were below 2,000, which shows that the Beast King is stronger than the great elder of the neutral church. However, she is also a little difficult. That is the so-called Rebound Potion. After taking the Rebound Potion, you can gain the rebound power for a period of time. At the same time, there are 2 other abilities that cannot be detected, which should also be due to the huge gap in attribute strength. Humph, a group of bastard black witches from the Black Witch cult. I didn't expect you to have the courage to attack elderly. Mu Yangxue shouted angrily, and with a wave of her hand, the flying mindless witches and normal witches quickly surrounded the front and back in the air in front. Yes, not only the Black Witch cult uses mindless witches, even the neutral cult uses them. This is also one of the reasons why the neutral cult supports the Black Witch cult. Mindless witches without emotions are the best to use. The Orthodox Witch cult is different. The Witch cult does not allow the use of potions to destroy the human brain and turn it into a mindless witch, nor does it allow human experiments. Of course, it is unknown whether the Witch cult has secretly carried out it, but it is not allowed on the surface. At the same time, the Witch cult also needs to love the people, benefit the people through the use of powerful potions, and build a beautiful witch continent. In fact, if the Witch cult had always upheld such a pure and sincere belief, it would not have been possible for it to split. The witch continent was divided into 4 families at a very early time: the Lu Ping family, the Luosang family, the Nalan family, and the Muyang family. Among them, The Lu Ping family was the royal family and ruled the entire witch continent. After the death of the witch ancestor king, the second generation began to be corrupt, saying one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes, so the other three families began to stir. Up to now, the Lu Ping family and the Luozhang family still rule the orthodoxy of the witch continent, and the current witch cult leader, that is, the witch king, is the head of the Lu Ping family. The Nalan family established the black witch cult, and the Muyang family established the neutral cult, forming a three-legged state. Of course, up to now, the witch cult is still the most powerful, followed by the black witch cult, and the neutral cult is the weakest on the surface, but secretly watching the changes and hiding deeper. Gu Fan saw that he was surrounded, and his heart sank. He and Xia Shulan didn't care, but with so many servants, as well as Hu Xianghua, Jiang Yu and others, their speed was not good enough. The best way was to kill the great elder of the neutral church before the main force of the neutral church arrived. Forget it, I haven't fought for a long time. Gu Fan looked at Mu Yangxue. Does your rebound potion rebound everything? Mu Yangxue ignored him. She had just taken the rebound, strengthening, and speed up potions, and flashed to Gu Fan and punched Gu Fan's head. Too slow. Gu Fan dodged with his head turned, and gathered a ray of lightning in his hand to hit Mu Yangxue. Mu Yangxue was shocked. She didn't expect that even after taking the speed-increasing potion, she was still not as fast as Gu Fan. Old woman, die. The lightning attacked Mu Yangxue. The next moment, she felt numb, but fortunately the rebound force was strong enough to spread the lightning. Xia Shulan saw this, and put away the idea of attacking Mu Yangxue. The current situation was that she couldn't attack Mu Yangxue, but Mu Yangxue's speed was not good enough to hit Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. At the same time, Hu Xianghua activated the S-level talent enhancement, and his strength was greatly enhanced. He carried Wang Tingting on his back to protect Wang Tingting from being hurt. The enhanced Hu Xianghua was simply a humanoid monster. He clenched his fists and punched a foolish witch. Chu Lin and Jiang Yu cooperated continuously. One controlled the fire, and the other turned the direction, and also killed many foolish witches. Many witches with normal brains didn't dare to take action when they saw how fierce they were. Xiaobai, Xuanu, and Lu Zhen were not to be outdone. The White Tiger used the White Tiger Tear to tear apart many of the foolish witches. However, because he failed to dodge in time, he was hit by the itching potion thrown by a foolish witch, and immediately felt itchy all over his body. He kept scratching his skin with his claws. Seeing this, the milk dragon used the power of ice and snow to help freeze Xiaobai's skin, making his body feel much better. At the same time, under the healing power of ice and snow, Xiaobai's body gradually got better. Xiaoyi also kept spraying dragon breath and covering everyone. The lightning all over the body of the dead man Lu Zhen, the dead man He Xiufeng who kept flashing. In short, there is no weak person around Gu Fan, except for Xiaomi who is sleeping in Gu Lan. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are constantly thinking of ways to hurt Mu Yangxue. Mu Yangxue is very nervous at this moment, because her rebound potion is running out of time, and there are only 2 bottles left. Moreover, Li Feng, who was killed by Gu Fan, is now alive and kicking like a zombie and attacking his own people. The weak witch who was attacked was infected with the terrible black air and fell to the ground. For a moment, Mu Yangxue wanted to retreat, but before leaving, she shouted, "How could this happen, Li Feng? Why did you help the elders of the Black Witch cult?" Li Feng is He Xiufeng. At this moment, He Xiufeng's whole body is emitting black air, and his face is extremely hideous. He is not a normal person at all. It's simple, he was killed by me. But I used him. Gu Fan laughed and stopped Mu Yangxue from leaving. The other foolish witches and normal 1 and 2 forbidden witches have been killed, and the servants and brothers have obtained a lot of potions. Now everyone has surrounded them. Mu Yangxue felt regretful. She shouldn't have agreed to let Li Feng meet with the elders of the Black Witch cult. Originally, she thought that the enemy of the Black Witch cult was the Witch cult, and as a neutral cult, it shouldn't matter. As a result, Elder Li Feng was killed. He was even resurrected by a strange power. Is this a new ability of the Black Witch cult? If this is true, maybe the Black Witch cult will really become prosperous. At the same time, she shouldn't be so irrational to chase and kill a few people. Instead of chasing and killing them, she was killed. Gu Fan's body aura was obviously just like that, but his speed was extremely amazing. Even if he drank the speed-increasing potion, he couldn't catch up with Gu Fan at all. What do you want to do to me? Let me go now. There is still room for negotiation between the Black Witch cult and the Central Witch cult. If you kill me, then aren't you afraid that our leader and the Witch cult will unite? Unite? You think too highly of yourself. Gu Fan shook his head. Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain to you, Snow Girl. Since the rebound force can't hurt you, then you are frozen. I don't believe that you can still stimulate the rebound force after being controlled. Delay will change. Snow Girl immediately took action, and Mu Yangxue was immediately frozen. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, hitting the ice sculpture heavily. Seeing that it did not bounce back, Gu Fan laughed. Let's go together and kill the great elder of the neutral church. Everyone attacked Mu Yangxue with their own weapons, talents and skills. As her bloodline continued to drop, Gu Fan kept calculating, and then consumed 500 health points to charge the Black Dragon Barret. When he put the Barret against Mu Yangshue's forehead, he immediately pulled the trigger. Boom! Mu Yangshue's head exploded, and she died instantly in Gu Fan's hands. The powerful recoil also made Gu Fan take 2 steps back. Chapter 246. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations to player Gu Fan for becoming the first player among all Blue Star players to kill the 4 forbidden creatures. Reward Gu Fan with 1000 points of any attribute points, can be used in life, attack, defense, speed. Reward Gu Fan with 500 points of special attribute points, except luck. This special attribute point can be used in all attribute points. Reward Gu Fan with 1 block world void map. Void map can cover up to a radius of 100 kilometers, marking ordinary sky islands, special sky islands, resource sky islands, and various cloud information. Note: can only be used in the void, not inside large sky islands. Gu Fan opened his eyes wide, and a map appeared in his hand. Because he was inside the sky island, he couldn't use it at this moment, but Gu Fan was still excited. In this way, after leaving the Witch Sky Island, he could mark things within 100 kilometers, and he didn't need to wander around like a headless fly in the future. Maybe he could encounter several sky islands at once, and then turn around and choose the sky island that suits him. Xia Shulan was also jumping around, very excited. Gu Fan, there are special attribute points. Can special attribute points be used for physical strength, mental strength, or even critical multiplier? Gu Fan nodded. It should be. I'll give you half. Let's divide this attribute point equally. Hu Xionghua and Jiang Yu on the side definitely had no objection. After all, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were the main force to kill the great elder of the neutral religion. After the equal division, Gu Fan first divided 500 attribute points into 300 points for health points. The naked health value immediately broke through to 2052. What does this mean? It means that Gu Fan has officially broken through to the second forbidden level. It has only been about 3 or 4 months now, and the attribute points have not been able to catch up with Gu Fan at all. So, the global notice appears again. Global notice. Congratulations to player Gu Fan for becoming the first player in the world to become a second forbidden player. Gu Fan is rewarded with special attribute points x 200, the lower limit of luck value plus 5, and the upper limit of luck value plus 5. Gu Fan is rewarded with a locator set x1. Locator set, divided into 2 locating devices, which can locate each other and guide each other. Although this reward looks very ordinary, but it is what Gu Fan and Xia Shulan want very much. First, Gu Fan's luck value has increased from 2 to 28 to 7 to 33. Special attribute points have also been given 200 more. But this is not the point is the locator set. With the locator set, you can continue to guide the direction, and your aunt and uncle can find it. After finding the family, they will be placed on the Bee's Sky Island and taken good care of. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. However, this locator set must be copied. Because Hu Xionghua, Jiang Yu, Chu Lin and others are all very good brothers, giving it to them will help them take care of each other in the future. Xiao Yi carried everyone on his back, and flew towards the direction of the Black Witch cult. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan also took the opportunity to use attribute points to add points to themselves. As for the rebound potion dropped by the neutral elder, other potions, and magic books, Gu Fan chose to share it with Hu Xionghua and others. The 2 powerful rebound potions belonged to him, and most of the other potions were given to Hu Xionghua and Jiang Yu. At the same time, there were some magic books and treasure chests. In short, the things that he didn't need too much could be distributed to his younger brothers. This made Hu Xionghua, Chu Lin and others grateful to Gu Fan. Boss Gu Fan, I will do whatever you say in the future. Chu Lin shouted to Gu Fan from the bottom of his heart. This time, Chu Lin didn't do much to kill He Xiaofeng, but he had already completed the requirements to obtain the magic book. He only needed to hang around for more than 20 days to leave the Sky Island with a full load. So of course, he was grateful to Gu Fan. Okay, okay. Don't treat me and Xia Shuan as enemies next time we meet. Gu Fan waved his hand modestly. Jiang Yu hurriedly said, how is it possible, Boss Gu Fan? We are definitely not ungrateful people. Seeing this, Gu Fan was too lazy to use the scroll to control the two. Along the way, Gu Fan divided the remaining 200 attribute points into 100 points each for attack and defense, and then both attack and defense reached 400. Xia Shuan did the same thing, and soon her realm broke through to the second forbidden level, and her attack and defense also broke through to 400 points. She did this because she wanted her husband to be notified globally. Because after Gu Fan gave Xia Shuan attribute points, she could immediately add them to her life value, and then break through, but unfortunately she didn't. Every time Gu Fan was notified globally for a reward, Xia Shuan was very happy, and felt a sense of pleasure that her man was so powerful and outstanding. As for special attribute points, except for luck, they could add other points, and each of them got 350 points. Xia Shuan's physical strength and mental strength were similar to Gu Fan's. Xia Shuan thought about it, and gave some to Gu Fan, because Gu Fan was about to copy the S-level talent, so he needed more mental strength. Gu Fan understood Xia Shuan's meaning and didn't refuse. Soon, his mental strength and physical strength reached 600 points, and with the equipment of the Lionheart Ring, they reached 700 points respectively. At this time, Gu Fan felt that the 10th string was much loosened, and so was Xia Shuan. She could now eat the new skill fruit. But Gu Fan understood that the previous tense feeling would more or less affect the state of combat. He planned to consider copying new talents after his mental strength and physical strength were both over 1,000. After returning to the Black Witch cult, the Black Witch cult leader did not sleep, but waited for Gu Fan all night, and when he saw several people coming back, he immediately went to greet them angrily. Chapter 247. The leader of the Black Witch cult was so angry that he almost died. Just when Gu Fan led everyone to attack He Xiaofeng, Luo Sangning had already stepped into the territory of the Black Witch cult. Luo Sangning led a group of confidants, and it was uncertain when he would take action. At this time, Gu Fan and others were not there. Instead, they provoked the neutral cult nearby. A group of people stepped into the territory of the neutral cult and killed the elders of the neutral cult openly. It was simply lawless. Killing them would be fine. Anyway, the position of elders is not scarce, but according to the spies of the Black Witch cult, when the elder was chasing Gu Fan and his men actually killed the elder of the neutral cult and a group of witch masters. How arrogant. In fact, those who are not my sect must be enemies. After the orthodox witch cult is dealt with, the neutral cult will sooner or later be dealt with by the Black Witch cult. There is actually nothing wrong with Gu Fan doing this, but the timing is wrong, especially now that Luo Sangning has sneaked into the Black Witch cult's territory and is about to assassinate the Black Witch cult's elders. At this time, in the Black Witch cult's hall, the Black Witch cult's leader and a group of Black Witch cult masters all looked at Gu Fan and his companions with scrutiny. Elder Gu, are you going to rebel? Gu Fan bowed to the Black Witch cult's leader, that is, Nalinya, and smiled and said, Master, don't be angry. Haven't we returned in time? Now Luo Sangning hasn't made a move yet, so it's not a big problem. Gu Fan changed his usual respectful tone and became calm. With the help of Black Dragon Barret, Gu Fan, with the help of a few people on the side, will no longer be afraid of the Black Witch cult's leader. Is the Black Witch cult's leader very strong? It is indeed very strong, with a life value of nearly 16,000, but in front of the Black Dragon Barret, it only takes 2 shots. If a shot hits the head and causes a critical force, it will seriously injure the Black Witch cult leader. There is a saying, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Bold. A supreme elder of the Black Witch cult slapped the table in front of him, and the entire black diamond table made of black diamonds shattered instantly. He flashed in front of Gu Fan and wanted to teach him a lesson. However, this supreme elder would not kill Gu Fan. Gu Fan is one of the Black Witch cult leader's confidants, and he is also very young. He just taught him a lesson to let him understand what it means that there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. But the next moment, his pupils shrank. Don't move. Unfortunately, Gu Fan was faster than him. The Black Dragon Barret had already appeared in his hand, and the cold black muzzle was against the forehead of the Supreme Elder. Gu Fan was already somewhat distracted at this time. The health value of the 4 Forbiddens was just over 10,000. According to the rules, the health value of the 5 Forbiddens was 20,000, and the 6 Forbiddens was 50,000. In this way, the various attributes of the equipment on his body were strengthened several times again, and he could go out and explore the so-called dead world. The Supreme Elder of the Black Witch cult held the potion tightly in his hand, and did not dare to move at all, for fear that the terrifying long pole weapon would do something to him after moving. Powerful creatures have a certain degree of perception. The Supreme Elder of the Four Forbiddens was the same. He smelled a strong crisis. Humph, the so-called Supreme Elder, in my husband's eyes, is nothing more than that. Xia Shulan complained on the side, not taking the Supreme Elder seriously at all. Is this Li Feng's weapon? The Black Witch cult leader was shocked. His real name is He Xiaofeng, and he is one of my enemies. Yes, that's it. Did you see it? Gu Fan pointed to a dead man in his team who kept his head down and exuded an ominous aura. The Black Witch cult leader had noticed that not only He Xiaofeng, but also Xuanu and Lu Zhen had this terrible aura. Li Feng. He Xiaofeng. It seems to be him. So you didn't kill him, but captured him alive? What's the matter with his current state? The Black Witch cult leader muttered to herself, gathering a black gas in her hand. Her black gas was pure black, not like the dead gas on He Xiaofeng's body. With curiosity in mind, she used black energy to surround He Xiaofeng's body. The power of darkness and the power of death collided with each other. After all, the power of the Black Witch cult was more powerful. Even though she controlled the so-called power of darkness, the quality was not as good as the power of death, but she suppressed it tightly. This power, though weak, is very strange. I understand. Gu Fan, He Xiaofeng is dead, right? He is currently a walking corpse. You are going through so much trouble just for revenge? Gu Fan laughed. That's right, Master. I'm sorry to bother you. However, since the Black Witch cult will sooner or later dominate the entire Witch continent, they are just two elders of the neutral church. If they die, they die. With a few of us to assist you, what are you afraid of? Gu Fan threatened the Black Witch cult's Supreme Elder and showed the power of death, which completely made the Black Witch cult's high-level officials present dare not speak. Not far away, outside the church, Luo Sangming, who had been disguised, used the power of the potion to hear the speech of the entire hall, and was even more shocked. The power of death, the living dead, and Gu Fan, who kidnapped his daughter and forced her, actually possessed such strength, threatening the Supreme Elder of the Black Witch cult and killing the Great Elder of the Neutral cult. Gu Fan's existence was a huge threat. At the same time, Luo Sangming also got good news. That is, Xia Shulan is back. Wait, Luo Sang Shulan, I will take you back. After learning the news, Luo Sangming decided to take Xia Shulan away, and as for the group of confidants, they stayed here to help cover the rear. It's a pity that he didn't know that Xia Shulan didn't want to leave at all, but would kill him together with the yellow-haired Gu Fan. The leader of the Black Witch cult blushed. How could she not hear what Gu Fan meant? Gu Fan was just a tool that could be manipulated at will before. How come his attitude changed so quickly? And it was difficult for him to teach Gu Fan a lesson, because the real enemy was hiding in the Black Witch cult. It was impossible for him to take Gu Fan down and ask for forgiveness from the neutral cult just because Gu Fan killed the elder of the neutral cult? Master, the pharmacy department is stuck in a bottleneck period now. The technology of the Black Witch cult is not as strong as that of the other two cults, and even lags behind in some aspects. If we can master the power of dead silence that Gu Fan mentioned, it may be helpful to the pharmacy department and human experiment department of our Black Witch cult. On the side, another Supreme Elder whispered in the ear of the Black Witch cult master. Yes, technology is also extremely important. The elemental power and source power mastered by witches are mastered by the three masters and Supreme Elders. From the beginning, the Witch Ancestor King. To this day, potions have various abilities. In addition to giving birth to children wantonly and dividing their own bodies, there is also a level of technology. For example, the neutral religion's rebound potion did not exist more than 100 years ago. After so many years of improvement and secret human experiments, it was improved from a defensive potion to a rebound potion. The Orthodox Witch religion, various strengthening speed increasing potions, elemental fire potions, have also developed stronger than the Black Witch religion. The Black Witch religion mostly relies on the power of darkness, and has carried out various improved branches of the dark power. To today's poison potion, invisibility potion, pain potion, corrosion potion, and other negative potions. However, everyone knows about this kind of potion. After years of human experiments, there are no people who volunteer to participate in human experiments. Forcibly finding a large number of humans to do this kind of thing is likely to cause public outrage, so the Black Witch religion's technological level is actually not good. The technology points of the Witch continent are also very distorted because of the Witch Ancestor King, almost all of which are in the aspects of biology and chemistry. Chapter 248. The Black Witch leader nodded helplessly. Okay, everyone leave first. Leave me and Elder Gu, the elder of the pharmacy department, to chat. Pay attention to Night Alert, because Luo Sangming and others can attack us at any time. The Black Witch leader waved his hand and drove everyone away. Then Boss Gu will leave first? Hu Xiongbo shouted to Gu Fan. Gu Fan nodded, and soon, all who stayed were Gu Fan's servants, pets, and the little Shulan he was hugging. Of course, there was an old man on the side, who seemed to be the elder of the pharmacy department. Elder Gu, I can ignore what happened today, but I hope you won't do such absurd things next time. The Black Witch leader sighed and said slowly, Can you show me the power of death and silence you have mastered? Gu Fan hesitated for a while. He was wearing the death and silence coat, and the star energy armor had not been copied yet, so he wore it on Xia Shulan. He nodded, and used the power of the death coat to create a death man. As the bones, flesh, meridians, skin were created by Gu Fan, the Black Witch cult leader's eyes flashed with shock. Is this the legendary summoning technique? However, she soon discovered that the summoned death man was as weak as Shibi Jie, and could be killed with a casual pinch. She blinked her eyes immediately, looking like she didn't know what to say. This is a created death man, but the power I control is not strong, so it is very weak. Gu Fan hurriedly explained, and the Black Witch cult leader quickly said to the elders of the pharmacy department, You can take this death man back to study, and see if you can master this power. She ignored Gu Fan's explanation, and a hint of heat appeared in her eyes. This power was so weak, but it could revive the dead, and even create a dead person out of thin air. What would happen if the power she mastered came to the 4 forbidden places? I must master this power. Gu Fan, if I succeed in mastering it, you will definitely benefit in the future, ha ha. The Black Witch cult leader shouted loudly. Gu Fan looked at the dead person, who was taken away by the elder of the pharmacy department, and his left eyelid twitched for some reason. Logically. I didn't give the dead coat, nor did I give the dead elder, I just provided a dead person, so it shouldn't be a big problem, right? However, Gu Fan still had a bad feeling, and he more or less regretted giving the dead person to the Black Witch cult for research. After all, the Black Witch cult itself is a cult, and the power of death is even more evil. The cult studies the power of evil. Forget it, I'll give it all. Anyway, I'll leave the island in more than 20 days. Even if the Witch Sky Island explodes, it has nothing to do with Gu Fan. Just as Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were about to leave, count today's gains, and contact their aunts, a loud shout came from above the church. Mad molten explosion. Soon, a large amount of magma suddenly exploded from above the church. The powerful magma destroyed the entire church. The elder of the pharmacy department, holding the dead man, changed his face, and ran away. It was Luo Sangming who was good at the power of 3 elements. He was not good at fighting. He only knew to do research in the laboratory all day. The Black Witch cult leader did not change her face, because she also knew that Luo Sangming was hiding secretly in the territory of the Black Witch cult. Sending away all the elders, and leaving Gu Fan and Xia Shuan alone, was also to attract Luo Sangming. As the second fighting force of the witch cult, the Black Witch cult leader was not even sure that he could stop him in a single fight. The next moment, 13 forbidden witches appeared around and attacked the Black Witch cult leader. The Black Witch cult leader snorted coldly, and used the power of darkness to welcome him. Luo Sangming was covered with magma, and appeared in front of Xia Shulan and Gu Fan. Luo Shulan, I'm here. I'm here to take you back. Just when he thought Xia Shulan would cry loudly, and then throw herself into his arms, and he would successfully take his daughter back. Xia Shulan frowned and took several steps back. Luo Sangming's eyes flashed with surprise. Could it be that the magma hanging on him was too hot? No, it's impossible. I'm your father, Shulan. Luo Sangming shouted loudly. Xia Shulan leaned close to Gu Fan's arms, then made a face at Luo Sangming, and said, Bah, I'm still your aunt, you little beast. How dare you be so rebellious? Why don't you pay homage to your aunt and uncle? Idiot! Luo Sangming was stunned. He didn't expect his daughter to be so sweet, and even said that he was her grandson. It was simply the opposite of the heavenly power. Uh-huh. Gu Fan couldn't help laughing. Luo Sangming, don't you think you are like a clown? Soon, he realized that Xia Shulan was brainwashed by Gu Fan with a dark potion. It's you evil black witches who controlled my daughter. I'm too lazy to explain to you, a poor man. Gu Fan took out the black dragon barret, and was about to shoot at his head. Luo Sangming reacted and turned into magma in advance. This is one of his skills. When it comes to the level of the Black Witch leader and Luo Sangming, most of them don't need to drink medicine. Bang! The bullet, which consumed 500 points of Gu Fan's health, pierced through Luo Songming's head. In theory, it should have caused a critical hit of 4,000 by 2, a total of 8,000 points of real damage. Unfortunately, the lava exploded, just like Xia Shulan's sandification skill, and did not hurt Luo Sangming. Luo Sangming roared, "Lava Fist." The magma-gathering fist attacked Gu Fan, and Gu Fan dodged with Xia Shulan in his arms. The lava fist penetrated the temple building on the side, and the temperature was abnormally high in the entire temple. At the same time, Hu Xiangbua and others, the elders of the Black Witch cult and others came. Luo Sangming's magma transformation itself is different from that of a red dog who ate a fruit. He also has a CD, and at most he can be regarded as a low-profile red dog. Besieged by a group of people, Luo Sangming was finally seriously injured and fell to the ground. He stared at Xia Shulan, as if questioning why she didn't follow him at the beginning. Chapter 249. Damn it. Luo Sang shooting. Don't you want your father? Luo Sangming yelled. The surrounding elders, as well as Hu Xiangbua and others, had already surrounded him. There was also a more powerful Black Witch leader. Luo Sangming knew that his plan to come here this time had failed, and he would die in the territory of the Black Witch cult. Xia Shulan shook her head. To be honest, this scene was indeed sad. Luo Sangming did nothing wrong. The only thing wrong was that Xia Shulan was not his daughter at all. The struggle between the Witch cult and the Black Witch cult was wrong, which made the Luo Sang family fall into it. Soon, in Luo Sangming's extreme unwillingness, Luo Sangming died at the hands of many masters. However, his dying counterattack also killed a supreme elder and several elders with magma, and the Black Witch cult suffered heavy losses. The scene was in a mess at this time, and a red potion appeared where Luo Sangming died. This, Gu Fan directly used 2,000 cube coins to explore. Obviously, this red potion is related to the power that Luo Sangming controls. Permanent Magma Potion. After taking it, you can master the power of magma and can randomly comprehend 3 skills related to magma. Note, every time you use magma, your physical strength will be consumed. Because this potion is produced by the Luo Sang family, the elements controlled by the Luo Sang family are water, sand, and magma. After taking this potion, if you have the power of elements other than sand and water in your body, taking it will clear the power of other elements, and there is a small probability of side effects, which may cause fainting or even death. This potion naturally belongs to the Black Witch cult leader. She held it in her hand, and was about to take it away. Xia Shulan pulled Gu Fan's clothes, and her eyes flashed with expectation. Obviously, this magma potion is very suitable for Xia Shulan. The Snow Girl has snow elements, Gu Fan and Lu Zhen have thunder elements, and Yanli has fire elements. They can't use magma potions. This permanent magma potion is very strange, perhaps because the Lo Song family has just 3 elements. So once there are other elements in the body besides water, sand, and thunder, if you take magma potions, it's all over. Xia Shulan only has a part of the sand element, sandstorm, and desertification. Of course, there's a little bit of ice and snow power, which is so far useless, so you can let the milk dragon take it away before taking the magma potion. As for the dinosaur's heat breath, it is a stream of energy, which has nothing to do with fire and other elements. In theory, Xia Shulan, whose ice and snow power has been withdrawn, should be able to absorb this potion. By then, if Xia Shulan could master this terrifying magma, her strength would increase greatly. Gu Fan understood Xia Shulan's meaning in an instant. How could he not love his wife? Master. He called the Black Witch Master. What's the matter? The Black Witch Master looked at Gu Fan impatiently. She was about to give this permanent magma potion to the laboratory for inspection and experiment to see if it could produce a one-time magma potion in batches. Master, can you show me this permanent magma potion? Gu Fan asked. The Black Witch Master gave it to Gu Fan impatiently. Perhaps it was because Gu Fan had just generously given a dead person for research. It was a courtesy to give Gu Fan a look. After reading it, Gu Fan secretly copied it and put it on his right hand, and then put his right hand into the pocket of the dead coat. Soon, he gave it to the Black Witch cult leader. Yes, I'll give it back to you. After getting what he wanted, Gu Fan took Xia Shulan back to his mansion, and counted the rewards he had received. Hu Xiangbua, Jiang Yu and others also lived nearby. However, it seemed that because Hu Xiangbua found the traces of the other 2 teammates, he was ready to find the other 2 teammates overnight. One of them had a talent for attacking with a small amount of true damage, and the other had a talent for irregular transmission. Tonight we have gained a lot, and more importantly, we have the opportunity to meet our families. Gu Fan stared at Xia Shulan and said seriously. He took out the locator set. The locator set has 2 devices in total. In addition to locating each other's pointing positions, it can also display the distance between the 2 parties through introduction. Gu Fan, why don't you copy one more set? What if it is useful in the future? Xia Shulan suggested. Of course, my father-in-law and mother-in-law have to be found. If they are found by then, it will be difficult to find them without the locator set. Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's head and sighed. Yeah, husband, you are so good to me. So, Gu Fan consumed the last copy and copied a new locator set. At the same time, he also saw the message his aunt had just sent him. Because it was a global announcement, Gu Yuner also knew that Gu Fan had the locator. In the current chat channel, a lot of people tagged Gu Fan and hoped that he could sell it, because many people contacted their families but couldn't find them. However, how could Gu Fan sell it to them when he didn't have enough for himself? Gu Yuner, Fanner, you're banned so soon. We saw the content of the broadcast and miss you all. The locator. Gu Yuner sent a lot of messages in a row, and the meaning was obvious. She wanted to see her nephew. Gu Fan, and we were fighting just now. Of course, I will give you the locator. With the locator, we will meet sooner or later. At that time, I will build a big mansion on the Bee's Sky Island and give you a place to live in your old age and pregnancy. Gu Fan gave Gu Yuner the other end of the locator. Gu Yuner saw this and quickly received it. Suddenly, the direction was displayed on the top of Gu Fan's locator. Localizer, the direction of the other end of the locator, horizontal direction, southeast, 123 degrees 53 minutes, with the north end as 0 degrees, vertical direction, the spatial coordinates of both parties, the distance between the 2 parties, 98,312 kilometers. Looking at the information of this locator, Gu Fan was a little numb. He forgot one thing, that is, everyone's base is now in the void. In addition to the flat ground, there are also ups and downs. According to the information on the locator, at this moment, according to the horizontal direction, Ant and her group are in the southeast. However, according to the vertical direction, Ant and her group are now below, and the distance between the 2 sides is close to 100,000 kilometers according to the calculation of spatial rectangular coordinates. As the saying goes, you can travel 80,000 miles a day when you sit on the ground, and 1 circle of the blue star is 80,000 miles. 100,000 kilometers is equivalent to 200,000 miles, which is quite close to 3 circles of the blue star. Xia Shulan quickly thought about the distance between the 2 people at this time. She opened her eyes wide and told Gu Fan how far the 2 sides were at present. Oh my god, why is it so far? I remember that we were in the same area as Ant and her group before. In just a few months, we have traveled so far? Gu Fan said in disbelief. Gu Yuner also learned that Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were far away at this time. Gu Yuner, it's okay Gu Fan. Don't look at our distance. I caught something called an acceleration thruster before. I forgot to introduce it to you at that time. Under the acceleration thruster, the base speed will soar very fast. I guess my Jianyun was too far away from your Gu Lan because of the acceleration thruster. Gu Fan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the explanation. He thought that things had been disrupted since the merger. But this acceleration thruster is too scary. It actually pushed them so far. Gu Fan, okay, Ant, you can drive towards me now. You can buy more thrusters. If you don't have enough cube coins, ask us. We are on a special sky island, and we will leave in more than 20 days. Gu Yuner, of course, nephew, trust your aunt's driving skills. I haven't seen you two for a long time. Has Xia Shulan gained weight? She has always had a big appetite. Let her eat less. Gu Fan glanced at Xia Shulan, and his eyes moved slightly downward. Gu Fan, she really gained weight. Looking at Gu Fan's answer, Xia Shulan rushed to Gu Fan and wanted to bite him. I spit, where am I fat? My waist is thin. If you don't believe me, touch it. Ah, right. Who said your waist has gained weight? Then where did you say it? Then, Gu Yuner asked about the 2 of them like an old mother. I told them to sleep well and eat well, but not to sleep too much. Eating too much is not good either, as it will increase the burden on the stomach. Gu Yuner, it's getting late. Your uncle and I will go to bed first and won't bother you too. Also, you can't stay up late. You have to go to bed early and get up early. Do you hear me? Chapter 250. Gu Fan, good night, Aunt. Xia Shulan, Aunt, good night. After the 2 of them sent a voice message to Gu Yuner saying good night, Xia Shulan slid into Gu Fan's arms and sat on Gu Fan's thigh. What are you doing? Gu Fan rubbed Xia Shulan's head and put his chin on her head. The cutest height difference, This posture is exactly the same as the one when he was fishing on a single mud block at the beginning. This made Gu Fan think of the miserable life at the beginning. It was so beautiful at that time. Humph, don't you dislike my fatness? I'll sit on your lap and crush you to death. Crush you to death. Xia Shulan said dissatisfiedly, with a tone full of blame. Girls don't like to be called fat, and Xia Shulan is not surprised, especially when they are called fat by the person they like. I lied to you. Gu Fan turned his head and kissed Xia Shulan's forehead, then whispered softly beside her ear, your figure, everything about you, is what I love most, and it's perfect. The explicit words made Xia Shulan's breathing quicken. 2 hours later, Xia Shulan was resting in Gu Fan's arms, and she looked at Gu Fan with satisfaction. After putting on his clothes, Gu Fan brought Neilong in. Neilong, see if you can absorb the ice and snow power from Xia Shulan? Neilong nodded, hesitated for a moment, and seemed to be curious about why Gu Fan wanted to do this. The ice and snow power is too weak after all, and the effect is average. It also conflicts with the ability to enhance Xiao Shulan later. Neilong curled his lips, seemingly a little unhappy. The ice and snow power is a unique ability of the Snow Clan. How can it be said to be weak? However, Gu Fan ordered it to be put away. Then, Xia Shulan's attribute panel also lost the information of ice and snow power. Husband, do we need to use the potion now? Xia Shulan asked curiously. Don't you need to copy more? No, there are too many things to copy now, and the number of copies is not enough. If you can master the power of magma, it will be enough. At that time, you will be magma and I will be thunder. The ability of this potion should be similar to talent. Both are very powerful, but I don't know how high the damage of magma mastered by Xia Shulan will be. Okay. Xia Shulan drank the permanent magma potion. The next moment, her body temperature began to become hot. Gu Fan was holding Xia Shulan at this time, and was immediately burned by the high temperature of Xia Shulan's body. But Gu Fan still didn't let go, but was a little reluctant to let go. I don't know the temperature of that place. Gu Fan thought wildly, and at the same time, he looked closely at Xia Shulan, who closed her eyes and absorbed the potion at this time. Soon, Xia Shulan heard a prompt. Master the element, the power of magma. The game system is digitizing the power of magma. The attribute points that Xia Shulan is good at are detected as health and speed. Elemental magma power. The magma created has a high temperature and a strong burning ability, so the damage caused by the magma is up to 1.3 times the health value, and this damage is burning damage. The created magma will consume different physical strength values according to the size and area. The created magma will have all the characteristics of magma. Mastered skills X3. Skill 1, Lava Fist. Gather magma to form a huge fist to attack the enemy, causing 8,000 damage. Cooling time, 1 hour. Skill 2, Blazing Body. The whole body is covered with magma, and the body becomes extremely hot for 15 minutes. Each attack will cause 500 points of burning damage, and the whole body defense will increase by 2,000 points during the period of being covered with magma. Skill 3, Magma. The effect is similar to sandification, and the cooling time is the same as sandification, which is 5 minutes. After the prompt sound ended, a red mark appeared on Xia Shulan's jade-like forehead. The mark was like a water drop, representing that Xia Shulan had obtained the power of magma. She opened her eyes, and excitedly talked about the effect of the power of magma. At the same time, Xia Shulan can also hide the red mark on her forehead, so as to avoid being discovered by the Black Witch cult leader. Sure, stinky baby, and you are hot all over your body, a little higher than usual. Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's face, and said in surprise. That should be due to the power of magma, just like you always feel numb and tingling, but I can only cause 1.3 times the health value at most, while your lightning can cause 2 times, so unfair. Xia Shulan sighed, then stretched out her hand, and the red liquid gathered in her hand, and the air above the liquid suddenly became extremely hot. The talent must be different from this potion, and your magma is burning damage. For creatures with low fire resistance, the magma damage is basically equivalent to real damage. That's right, I'm already very satisfied. Hey, hello, stinky husband, do you want to try my high temperature? Xia Shulan put her hands on her hips, and said coquettishly to Gu Fan with a smile. Chapter 251. Xiao Shulan in the high temperature is indeed a new experience. Gu Fan laughed, then it's better to obey than to be respectful? Miscellaneous husband. Gu Xiao and the others are now in a happy moment. Hu Xiongbo also brought back 2 teammates, but an accident happened in the laboratory of the Black Witch cult. The elders of the pharmacy department were studying the dead silence man and extracted a lot of new dead silence power. But the dead silence man suddenly disappeared. Think about it, and understand that this is the dead silence man created by the dead silence coat, so it is naturally time limited. At this time, the elder of the pharmacy department looked at all this with a depressed face. Just now, he finally understood what the dead silence power is. Although the power is weak, the dead silence man is also a weak chicken. But in essence, this power is extremely terrifying, but it is too little. The power of decay, infection, and death. If this power is used to destroy the witch cult and the neutral cult, then wouldn't it be? Wait, I'm too superficial. The elder's eyes flashed with deep desire, and if I combine this power with the power of darkness and use it on myself. Knowledge is power. According to the elder's idea, once successful, it will not be a problem to gain power beyond Nalinya. The elder of the pharmacy department is named Nalan Liang. He is the most knowledgeable and learned old man in the entire Nalan family. At the same time, he is also Nalanya's grandfather. Nalan Liang quickly calmed down. Since this dead man disappeared, he must get another one from Gu Fan. It would be great if he could get a permanent one. However, he couldn't let his granddaughter, Nalanya, know. Nalanya has always been arrogant, with only power in his eyes, not the elders of the family. Nalanya did not call him grandpa, but called him elder arrogantly. If Nalanya knew the horror of this power, she would never allow him to continue researching. Soon, he calmed down and tried his best to hold back his smile, then came to Nalanya and talked about part of the power of the dead silence, but he only talked about part of it, and did not say it was particularly magical. You mean, this dead silence man suddenly disappeared and wanted to find Gu Fan to continue research? Nalanya stared at Nalan Liang with a calm face and asked. Yes, master, if this power can be mastered by our dark church, perhaps, it will only be a matter of time before we dominate the entire witch continent. Nalan Liang said calmly. Okay, I got it. I'll tell Gu Fan. Have you researched the magma potion? How is it? Not yet, master, you have to give me some time, right? Nalanya nodded, not caring about anything, but thinking the power of death can infect. If the potion can be produced in batches, it can indeed put the witch cult in trouble before the witch king takes revenge. Thank you for your hard work, elder. The next morning, Xia Shulan lay on Gu Fan and slept soundly. Xia Shulan, who had obtained the power of magma, was like a hot baby, and could also automatically adjust the temperature. Holding him in his arms, he was very warm, and he didn't need to cover himself with a quilt. At the same time, the snow girl knocked on the door of the room. My two masters, the Black Witch Master is here. Xia Shulan woke up unhappily. She had only slept for 2 hours, and was very sleepy. She hadn't slept well in the past 2 days. What are you doing here so early in the morning, that stinky woman? Okay, let's go and take a look, maybe there's something important. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan finished their morning chores, and came to the hall. The leader of the Black Witch cult, Nalanya, and the elder of the Black Witch cult, Nalan Liang, were both there, and they told each other why they were here. Gu Fan frowned. Do you want to continue studying the power of death and silence? Yes, Elder Gu, if this power is thoroughly studied, it will be helpful to our Black Witch cult. Nalan Liang laughed, but he didn't make it clear that if this power is thoroughly studied, it would be good for him, but he said it would benefit the Black Witch cult. Gu Fan didn't think much about it, but Xia Shulan rolled her eyes. Hey, we can do research for you, but you have to provide benefits, right? Without benefits, we won't work. Don't worry, you two, if you are willing to provide a permanent experimental sample. We can give you 10 million witch coins, as well as 3 dark potions and 5 precious potions of your choice. Nalanya suddenly said. Of course she is willing to do anything that can benefit the Black Witch cult. Not to mention that Nalan Liang is her grandfather, and will definitely not harm her. Okay, it's your business anyway, but you need to provide an experimental subject below the second ban, not including the second ban, and I can turn it into a dead person. Gu Fan said. What, Elder Gu, do you still have this kind of power? Nalan Liang said in shock. This is not my power, but the power of the equipment. The equipment will not be given to you, we need it ourselves. Gu Fan was not stupid enough to give away the deathly silent staff. Is that so? That's enough, just give me a permanent experimental sample. Nalan Liang stroked his beard and laughed, but, we originally wanted to use a permanent potion to exchange for that equipment. Gu Fan was stunned. Permanent potion to exchange for equipment. He was a little eager. I wonder what kind of permanent potion it is. There are 2 deathly silent staffs. One is given and there is another one. It's obviously not bad to exchange it. Wait. Nalanya shook his head. I haven't agreed yet. The permanent potion is too precious, it's impossible to hand it over. Nalan Liang had to give up. Soon, the two found a voluntary volunteer. This person was a forbidden witch of the witch cult, who was captured before. He was tied up tightly all over his body, and stuffed with something in his mouth. He kept whimpering when he saw a few people, and he was very scared. Elder Gu, the volunteers have arrived, he. Looking at this poor man, Gu Fan didn't feel sorry for him. Anyway, this is a deal, and the prisoner is to be executed or tortured to death through human experiments. Gu Fan turned him into a dead man, which was good for him and saved him from torture. Soon, he took out the dead staff and pointed it at the prisoner. The next moment, a dead force erupted in the man's body. Soon, his skin wrinkled instantly, his expression became hideous and terrifying, and the whole person changed dramatically. Yes, that's it. Nalan Liang's eyes flashed with a touch of heat. Under this power, the man's strength was raised to nearly the second forbidden level, and he was also turned into an obedient monster. Be careful not to let it infect witches of the same strength. Otherwise, it will become a dead creature, which is much more terrible than your stupid witches. Speaking of stupid witches, Gu Fan suddenly thought of something and asked Nalanya, by the way, how did your stupid witch transform from an ordinary witch? Chapter 252. Nalan Liang laughed and said, it's okay to tell you, anyway, the power of death is obtained by you. The mindless witch is the product of human experiments, because my brother is the elder of the human experiment department. I am very familiar with him, and have seen the process of ordinary witches transforming into mindless witches. In human experiments, a large amount of potions and mixed new potions are used. For example, poison gas potions are the product formed by mixing poison potions and gas potions. Some mixed products need to be tested on humans to understand what abilities they have, and the same applies to secondary and tertiary mixing, because witches who are banned can only drink one bottle of potion at a time. After drinking multiple bottles, side effects will occur. Some explode and die, some die of ulceration, and some lose their minds. So, the important thing is that those witches who have lost their priesthood can be transformed into mindless witches through some potions. The transformed mindless witches will obey the orders of the elders, just like the dead soldiers. So this is the origin of the mindless witch. However, Gu Fan suddenly remembered the monster cloud of the mindless witch that he had encountered in the void. At that time, the mindless witch seemed to only know how to kill people. It was even said that she had unlimited potions, but she could only get a few bottles by killing them. However, Gu Fan still held back and did not ask. After all, the witch continent is the witch continent, and the void is the void. The NPCs of the witch continent must not know that there is a void outside. This is related to the game system. After Nalan Liang left, Nalanya suddenly said, stay here for the time being, don't run around. In the next few days, there may be neutral religions, and witch religions coming to cause trouble. Of course, I won't hand you over to appease their anger, you can rest assured about that. Gu Fan nodded, goodbye. Nalanya's mouth twitched. Is it so troublesome for her to stay here? After she left, Xia Shulan asked, Gu Fan, what are we doing these days? It seems that there are no tasks to do. Hu Xiongbo and the others should have enough magic books, and they should indeed be able to come to a peaceful period of time. Gu Fan said easily, hubby, accompany me to the training ground. I want to spar with you. Xia Shulan said sweetly, pulling the corner of Gu Fan's clothes. Gu Fan touched his chin, a little curious, didn't we spar a lot last night? Xia Shulan's face turned red, I spit, you are such a big pig. I mean a real sparring. I am not familiar with the power of magma, you can help me guide. I also practice how to use the power of magma. Gu Fan reacted at this time, and soon came to the training ground in the yard of the mansion with Xia Shulan. The two faced each other. Xia Shulan looked serious. Looking at Gu Fan, you are faster than me, don't dodge my attack, and don't let go of the rest. Because Xia Shulan was wearing a star energy armor, but the star energy armor can cover the whole body, so the black crystal pants and psychic arm guards can't be worn, that is to say, Xia Shulan's defensive equipment at this time is only a star energy armor. And her health and defense are also 2,000 plus 1,000 plus 500 is equal to 3,500, the health is about 3,500, and the defense is about 1,400 points. It seems that the defense has decreased, but the mental strength and physical strength have increased by 200. Yes, the star energy armor is so versatile. So Gu Fan's next copy will also be the star energy armor, and his mental and physical strength will also increase a lot. Of course, this will have to wait for a few days. Gu Fan plans to save it first. He currently only has one copy that he has just refreshed today. Don't worry, I won't let you go. Come on. Gu Fan waved his hand. Xia Shulan has many life-saving abilities, 1 desertification, 1 magmization, 2 beast resurrection, and the Milk Dragon Snow Treatment and Ice Shield. Of course, because the Milk Dragon will consume all the ice and snow power when using skills, the Milk Dragon Snow Treatment and Ice Shield can only be used once in a short period of time. At the same time, the Star Energy Armor can also provide 2,000 points of defense. Added together, Xia Shulan has as many as 6 or 7 life-saving abilities. Not to mention, she also has one of the magma skills, Fiery Magma, which can also increase her defense. Here I come! Xia Shulan shouted loudly, hopped her feet, and performed the moon step to reach high altitude, Magma Spear. Her right hand turned into magma, and the magma formed a huge spear. Harden! Afterwards, Xia Shulan covered the tip of the spear with hardening, which is just like the Sand Moon Slash. The Sand Moon Slash is transformed from the arm, and the magma spear at this time is the right hand, so the skill hardening can be used. 1.3 times the health value is about 4,500, plus the blessing of local hardening, there are 4,500 by 1.2 plus 800, which is 6,200 points of burning damage. Of course, in this way, the physical strength consumed is also huge, consuming 100 points of Xia Shulan, and her own physical strength and mental strength are more than 500. The lava spear attacked Gu Fan, and Gu Fan used the skill of Dinosaur Heat Breath. This was the first time he used this skill. He puffed up his cheeks, and a stinging feeling appeared in his throat. A powerful light wave rushed to the lava spear and immediately swallowed the lava spear, because the damage of Dinosaur Heat Breath is higher than that of lava spear. So, there is still some damage after swallowing the lava spear. Xia Shulan tilted her head, and the power of sight and hearing allowed her to avoid the remaining heat breath. Then, she continued to jump and fight with Gu Fan, and then she simply fought directly. Gu Fan gathered thunder in his hand, and she turned into magma in her hand. Red magma and blue thunder continued to interweave in the training field. The Snow Girl looked at all this with admiration. The two masters are so powerful now. It seems that I have to work harder. Come, Ice and Snow Milk Dragon, spar with me. The Snow Girl grabbed the Milk Dragon's neck and said with a fiery face. Milk Dragon looked at Snow Girl in shock, pointed at himself, and almost said, choose me? I'm a support. Xioi shook his head. Snow Girl, let me fight you. Milk Dragon is just a support. It's not fair to fight it like this. That's also. Snow Girl touched Milk Dragon's head. As the treasure of the Snow Clan, Milk Dragon has always been the pride of Snow Girl. Gu Fan was happily fighting, while Nalan Liang, who had obtained a complete Dead Silence Man, was completely devoted to the experiment. The knowledgeable Nalan Liang immediately began to study the power of Dead Silence with the director of the Human Experiment Department, that is, his brother Nalan Hua. Among them, about 500 human samples were used, 300 of which were alive, and 200 were dead. Finally, hard work paid off. In just less than 2 hours, the progress of the research on the power of Dead Silence reached January 10th. According to this progress, it only takes 3 days to comprehend this power. Chapter 253. Time flies, and 3 days pass quickly. During this period, the leader of the neutral church brought people to the Black Witch Church to cause trouble for Gu Fan and his friends, but was quickly driven back by the Black Witch leader. The angry and embarrassed neutral leader decided to deal with the Black Witch Church together with the Witch Church, and was bound to wipe out the entire Black Witch Church. The Witch leader, that is, the Orthodox Witch King, learned of the death of Luosang Ming and the disintegration of the Luosang family. She first raged and cursed the Black Witch Church in the church, and then took over the Luosang family in a lightning speed, absorbed the Luosang family, and strengthened herself. The Witch King not only ruled the Witch Church, but also had the most orthodox blood of the royal family. The Jade Seal was also in her hands, representing the orthodox grandson of the Witch Ancestor King. Yes, the current Witch King is a man, but the female character has not been changed, probably because of the memory of the Witch Ancestor King. Of course, in order to distinguish between genders, it is not wrong to call male witches wizards. At the same time, the Witch King is also the head of the Lu Ping family. This wave of operations is really profitable, because after absorbing the Losong family, the Lu Ping family also more firmly rules the entire witch cult. Of course, in order to calm the anger of the remaining family members of the Losong family, the Witch King must choose to lead the witches to retaliate against the Black Witch. After learning the origin of the leader of the neutral church, the Witch King was overjoyed and planned to attack the Black Witch cult together with the neutral church. After solving the Black Witch cult, the two sides shared the territory and resources of the Black Witch cult. The Black Witch leader who learned about the incident was very angry and nervous. She called Gu Fan and others over. Gu Fan, look at what you did before. My good brother and sister are going to attack me, understand? Once the witch cult and the neutral church come together, we will lose, and I didn't hand you over at that time. I was so stupid. The Black Witch leader, the witch leader, and the neutral leader are brothers and sisters. The witch leader and the neutral leader are male, the eldest and second brothers respectively, and the Black Witch leader is female, the third sister. Logically speaking, the witch ancestor king was extravagant and licentious in the later period, and gave birth to dozens of children. These children inherited the nature of the witch ancestor king, and should have given birth to a lot of children again. But why are there only 3 brothers and sisters? This is easy to understand. The other brothers and sisters died in the struggle, leaving only 3 brothers and sisters, who are now the 3 leaders. Gu Fan's expression was also a little serious, now that things have come to this. It is indeed a problem. There are still 20 days before we can leave. Once involved in a 4th level battle, although Gu Fan and Xia Shulan can barely save themselves, the servants and younger brothers may not be able to. Especially Hu Xiongbo, his talent can only last for an hour. Forget it, we have to make a plan. If both leaders come, Gu Fan, you must hold one leader back. Although the Black Witch leader was angry, she would not wait for the other 2 sects to form an alliance and choose to severely punish Gu Fan. If Gu Fan chose to rebel, then she, the Black Witch leader, would really be in trouble. However, when she was counting the number of people, she found that 2 elders were missing. It happened that the 2 elders who studied the power of death in the past 3 days, Nalan Liang and Nalan Hua, were not here. Well, didn't they come? At the same time, misfortunes never come alone. The Black Witch leader was discussing how to face the siege of the witch cult and the neutral cult. An accident also occurred in the laboratory. Nalan Liang held a bottle of potion with black vapor in his hand, and looked at Nalan Hua excitedly and said, "Brother, I did it. This potion combines half of the experimental materials, plus more than 100 bottles of dark potions, and the power of death and silence that I have researched." Nalan Hua was also very excited. "Yes, brother, we 2 old men have finally researched something. With this bottle of permanent death and silence potion, we will give it to our eldest granddaughter. She will definitely reward us happily." Nalan Hua patted Nalan Liang on the shoulder and shouted excitedly. Nalan Liang showed a strange smile. "Huh? Why do you want to offer it to the leader?" Nalan Hua's heart skipped a beat. He didn't understand what Nalan Liang meant now. "It must be offered to the master of the family, could it be?" Nalan Hua said carefully, but soon saw Nalan Liang drink the bottle of permanent death potion. He widened his eyes. "What are you doing, Nalan Liang? Are you crazy?" Nalan Liang shook his head. "I'm not crazy. I want to gain power. This power can make me stronger, even stronger. I want to become the master of the Witch Sky Island." He. Nalan Hua was scared to death. He sat on the ground, but soon he reacted and hurriedly stumbled to leave. "Don't leave, become my servant." Nalan Liang slowly came to Nalan Hua. His strength had already broken through to the 4th forbidden level under the various potions in the laboratory. In fact, his 4th forbidden level was more terrifying than the Black Witch leader, because the powerful power of death can infect creatures of the same level or lower. Let them be eroded by the power of death. Looking at Nalan Liang's big hand with black air, Nalan Hua trembled and said, "Brother, you have lived for more than 100 years. Do you still want to rule the world?" He didn't understand Nalan Liang's mentality. Wouldn't it be better to live a quiet life in old age? You don't understand. The witch ancestor king didn't give me any power. How could you feel so frustrated? Nalan Liang was halfway through his speech, but he didn't move. He felt that his consciousness was being annihilated. He was also losing his mind, as if he had been transformed into a mindless witch. It's bad. How could I forget that this is how mindless witches were born? No, I don't want to become mindless. Save me, brother. Nalan Liang knelt on the ground and desperately called for help from Nalan Hua. Nalan Hua breathed a sigh of relief and took out a bottle of death recovery potion. Yes, they have also researched the death recovery potion. In the top witch continent in the field of biochemistry, it is not difficult to infer the composition of the recovery potion through reverse analysis of the power of death. But when he threw it on Nalan Liang, there was no reaction. How could this happen? Is it because the amount is too small? Seeing this, he could only stumble away and block the entire laboratory. The laboratory contained human experiments and drug experiments. Some colleagues, who didn't know what was going on, looked at Nalan Hua curiously, not knowing what was happening in the core experimental area. And Nalan Hua was too lazy to remind them, as long as he escaped in time and reported to the Black Witch Cult Master. As for whether he would be punished, it was all because of Nalan Liang. He was just a victim. How could he be punished? After Nalan Hua left, Nalan Liang's mind completely disappeared. His painful expression had become extremely calm, and he looked at the surroundings coldly. Soon, the dead man Nalan Liang spread his dead power. Under the cover of black air, everything changed. Gray ashes appeared out of thin air, and everything became dilapidated. It smashed the door with a punch and looked coldly at the colleagues, who came to observe the black air curiously. "Elder, what's wrong with you?" "Wait, the elder seems to be a little wrong? Did he dye his hair? His hair is all white, and white paper is floating all over his body. Hey, the elder seems to be a little dead." A second-level forbidden black wizard, who was studying the dead power together, said nervously. He saw something wrong. "How about we run away?" Just when the black wizards in the laboratory were terrified and panicked, trying to escape, Nalan Liang's face was sluggish, but he suddenly raised his foot and stomped hard on the ground. In an instant, the thick black gas, like a surging tide, spread wildly from his feet, filling the entire laboratory space in the blink of an eye. This is a bit like the dark power of the leader. It seems to be even more terrifying after absorbing a large amount of the dead power of the dark potion. I don't know what kind of strength the Black Witch leader will have when he becomes a dead person. Nalan Liang flashed, as fast as a ghost, and instantly shuttled in front of each experimenter. His originally normal palm was now wrapped in the strange dead power, turning into sharp claws, and mercilessly scratched the skin of the experimenter. The skin where he scratched instantly twisted and festered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those experimenters with weaker strength were simply unable to resist this sudden strange power. In just a breath, they were first eroded by the power of death. Their bodies began to change drastically, their normal faces became extremely hideous, their eyes wide open, full of endless fear and despair, black gas continuously coming out of their bodies, their skin quickly shrank and tightly attached to their bones, and the whole person seemed to be drained of all vitality in an instant, turning into a terrifying zombie, joining the ranks of the dead. And those relatively powerful experimenters, at first, tried to resist this process of death with their own strength. They gritted their teeth, their muscles were tense, and beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, struggling to fight against the dark power that was spreading in their bodies, and even more so, they kept drinking various detoxification potions, hoping to solve this terrible poison. However, in front of this all-pervasive and extremely domineering power of death, the resistance seemed so pale and powerless. More importantly, the initiator was a 4-ban dead person who only knew instinct, and after being strengthened by various potions. And most of these experimenters were 2-ban, and a few were 3-ban. After just over 10 seconds, with a few unwilling roars, they finally couldn't resist. Several shrunken bodies trembled involuntarily, slowly stood up, walked towards Nalan Liang with empty eyes and expressionless faces, and joined the growing army of dead people. With Nalan Liang's crazy infection, the entire laboratory was completely reduced to a purgatory on Earth. The originally bright lights became dim and flickering under the thick black air, as if they would go out at any time. The equipment on the laboratory table was knocked over, and the parts were scattered all over the ground, making crackling sounds. The ground became dry and rotten, just like the buildings on the Dead Silence Island. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, mixed with the disgusting stench of decay. From time to time, a few low roars of the Dead Silence people were heard, and a large number of Dead Silence people echoed in this empty and gloomy laboratory, including Elder Nalan Liang, as well as experimental personnel, those from the pharmacy department, the human laboratory, those who were studied, and a group of stupid witches. A total of 200 or 300 people, which was different from the Dead Silence Island. For some reason, the strongest person on the Dead Silence Island was only a second forbidden person, and he was suppressed anyway. Now it is as easy for Gu Fan and Xia Shulan to go to the Dead Silence Island as playing a game. Now, there is 1-4 forbidden people, 10-3 forbidden people, 52 forbidden people, and the rest are 1 forbidden people. This army of Dead Silence people is definitely a terrible force on the Witch Sky Island. At the same time, the people who were discussing tactics smelled a rotten smell. Gu Fan was the same. The Dead Silence coat on his back kept fluttering in the air. He frowned, sensing something. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other, and read something in each other's pupils. Ahem, master. Gu Fan suddenly interrupted the Black Witch Master's long speech. The Black Witch Master was talking happily and eloquently, and after being interrupted, He looked at Gu Fan with dissatisfaction. Gu Fan, what's the matter with you? The laboratory may have a problem. Gu Fan said slowly, and at the same time, as if to verify Gu Fan's statement, Nalan Hua hurried over, his expression panicked, and kept exhaling, Master, Master, it's not good. The laboratory has been blocked by me, but I have a hunch that it must not be blocked for too long. Let's run away. Under the surprised eyes of the Black Witch cult leader, Nalan Hua told all the stories. The Black Witch cult leader was so angry that she slapped Nalan Hua on the face again and again. Granddaughter, stop hitting me. I am your great-grandfather. Nalan Hua was beaten into a pig's head and wailed in pain. Besides, if you want to hit someone, hit your real grandfather. Nalan Liang, he was the one who researched it and drank it. The Black Witch cult leader stopped after hearing this. It was indeed not Nalan Hua's fault. She looked at Gu Fan with a scrutinizing gaze, and Gu Fan shrugged. Master, this is what you want to study. I reminded you at the time, but you insisted on studying it. Can you blame me for this? Nalan Ye took a few deep breaths and calmed down. It's really not your fault. It's my problem. The next moment, she shed tears. After all, he was her own grandfather, and he was gone just like that. After wiping her tears, Nalan Ye calmed down. Everyone, follow me to see, Gu Fan, you tell me the characteristics of the power of death and silence. Sit on my little wing. It just happens that it can fly, so it won't be infected by the dead silence people. If your grandfather, Nalan Liang, comes to the 4 forbidden zones, even I can't deal with it, unless I gather the power of the 3 religions on the witch continent. Gu Fan called Xiao Yi in, and everyone sat on Xiao Yi's back. Things started to get interesting. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan's slender waist, thinking secretly in his heart. Chapter 254. Xia Shulan was also very excited. Her personality was that she was a little afraid of chaos in the world. Now that the Black Witch cult had made such a big mess, she really wanted to see how the Black Witch cult would solve it. At the same time, the two of them were secretly amazed at the biochemical technology on the Witch Sky Island. This power of death and silence really came up with a lot of tricks. The characteristic of the power of death and silence is that it can infect. In the same realm, the dead creatures are almost invincible, because the dead creatures can infect creatures of the same realm and below. For example, the current 3 forbidden Snow Girl can infect creatures of the 3 forbidden or below. Right, Snow Girl. Gu Fan asked the Snow Girl next to him. The Snow Girl nodded. Master, Lord, that's true, but because I was also infected, the power of infection is very weak. Generally speaking, fighting does not rely much on the power of death and silence. The Black Witch cult's eyelids twitched when he heard it. Moreover, the power of death can destroy a civilization. I have seen with my own eyes that the entire town was in ruins, with gray ashes everywhere and the ground full of cracks. Fortunately, there are living dead. Living dead? Living dead are humans who have been infected with death creatures, but have recovered through the antidote. Hearing the antidote, Nalan Hua immediately shouted, It's useless, the antidote is useless. I have also developed it, but it is useless to throw it on Nalan Liang. His tone was full of disappointment. Gu Fan was surprised. Is that so? Is the recovery potion you are talking about this kind? After speaking, Gu Fan took it out and showed it to Nalan Hua. Nalan Hua glanced at it and nodded. Ah, yes, 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 it is this kind. Even my concentration is higher than yours, but it is useless against Nalan Liang. I suspect it is because of the bottle that has merged most of the potions in the laboratory. Gu Fan's mouth twitched. What did you say? The power of death and silence can be integrated with other potions? The leader of the Black Witch cult also realized the seriousness of the matter. She shouted, Xiao Yi, you should fly faster, don't waste time. Xiao Yi shouted, Master, I'm only in the 2nd level of the band. I've tried my best. Many of you are standing on my back. Nalan Hua nodded, yes, because we found that one of the characteristics of the power of death and silence is its strong tolerance, so we use it to integrate other potions. Gu Fan's face changed. Hearing you say that, the problem is big. The recovery potion can at least turn the dead people into living dead. Although the living dead still have the power of death and silence, they are at least normal people when their sanity is high. Soon, Xiao Yi carried everyone to the sky above the laboratory. The location of the laboratory is very remote, in the deepest part of the Black Witch cult's territory. If the Black Witch cult church is in the center, it is also to protect the laboratory. Various accidents often occur in the laboratory, and it is heavily guarded. The output of the mindless witch, human experiments, and drug experiments are all here. However, the Black Witch leader could no longer sit still. At this time, The laboratory was constantly emitting black gas, the door was broken, and hundreds of dead people had come out. In addition, many creatures were transformed into dead creatures, and the scene was in a mess. The 2-kilometer area was transformed into the appearance of the dead city at that time. At the same time, Nalan Liang stood at the back of the dead witch army, and he had noticed Xiaoyi. Fortunately, Xiaoyi carried him here on his back. Most witches can't fly, and if they are infected by the dead witch below, they will be dead. Gu Fan saw Nalan Liang and planned to use the cube coins to investigate. Ding! Do you want to consume 50,000 cube coins to investigate some information about the dead man Nalan Liang? I'll go! Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other again, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Although the two of them had no worries about the cube coins, but, generally speaking, it takes 1,000 cube coins to investigate a creature with the same strength as oneself. It will take a lot more to investigate a creature stronger than oneself, and the stronger the strength, the more difficult it is to investigate. This thing is much stronger than the Black Witch Cult Master. Gu Fan investigated without hesitation. Former Black Witch Cult Elder, Nalan Liang, now a special dead man Nalan Liang. Killing has a chance to get the Eclipse Moon Treasure Box, a chance to get the Falling Sun Treasure Box, and a small chance to get the King Level Treasure Box. Realm, 4 Forbidden. Health, 17896. Attack, 4230. Defense, 2523. Speed, 1238. Skills, Dark Death. The power of death, with the power of darkness, the infection ability and decay ability are enhanced. Even the 5 forbidden creatures are risky to fight against it. Death Fog. Consume a lot of physical strength to create a fog carrying the power of darkness and death. In the fog, creatures below the 5 forbidden will gradually become death creatures. The stronger the strength, the slower the transformation speed. Cooling, 10 hours. Death Silence. The body can be transformed into death element to avoid danger. Cooling, 1 minute. Desperate Death City. The places that Nalan Liang has been through will be corrupted. Into a new Death City, a large number of death people will be born in the Death City. Dark Death Hand. Transform into a huge dark hand, grab the enemy, and cause 9,000 damage to the enemy. Cooling time, 10 minutes. In addition to suffering damage, the enemy will also feel endless pain and turn into a death creature. Death Recovery. If you are fatally wounded, you will instantly recover all your health and become invincible for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Death Potion, Dark Potion, Magma Potion, Fog Potion, Itch Potion, Pain Potion, Poison Gas Potion. And other new death creatures spawned by various potions. This strength is already above average in the death realm. Gu Fan took out the Black Dragon Barret without saying a word, and shot at Nalan Liang's head. This shot consumed 1,000 points of Gu Fan's health. The 8,000 point high damage bullet hit Nalan Liang's head, causing a critical force of 16,000 points. The reason why this Black Dragon Barret is a special weapon is that the strength of the owner is different, and the damage it causes is also different. If it was Yi Xiaofeng, it would definitely not have such high damage. Unfortunately, the bullet passed through Nalan Liang's head. Nalan Liang raised his head and looked at Gu Fan with calm eyes. This look instantly made Gu Fan's scalp numb. Husband, 1 minute left. I understand. At the same time, Gu Fan was about to continue shooting, but thick fog was emanating from his body, obscuring his vision. Gu Fan quickly activated his sense of sight to explore the location, but found that Nalan Liang had disappeared. Run away? Gu Fan was a little unwilling. Killing this terrifying monster would definitely give him a lot of rewards. What a pity. The fog covered this area and was about to affect several people. Shui, retreat quickly, don't be affected by this black fog. Xia Shulan shouted hurriedly. Seeing this, Xiaoyi hurriedly flew to a higher place. The Black Witch cult leader looked at the scene in disbelief. Her witches and people were fleeing below, but their speed was not as fast as the speed of the black fog. Damn, my people! The Black Witch cult leader shouted with red eyes. She did do human experiments, but most of the subjects were captives, and a small number were volunteers. And the families of the volunteers would receive a large amount of preferential treatment. In short, this witch Nalanya, who was terrifying in the eyes of all the people in the witch cult, was not all evil. People's character should be a delicate gray, not black or white. Just like the previous Beast King, although evil, he was also a love-brained person at the beginning. Chapter 255. Master, hurry back to the temple, and take your family away. Gu Fan suggested. According to the speed of the spread of this black fog and the infection ability of the dead people, all creatures below the 4th forbidden level will suffer. Even the Supreme Elder and Master, witches like you with the 4th forbidden level are in danger. The Black Witch Master nodded. She had a lot of strength, but she couldn't fight her grandfather in the Black Fog. But soon, she realized where she should leave. Other territories are all enemies. Where should we go? Seeing that the Black Witch Master had no idea, Xia Shulan jumped up speechlessly and patted the Black Witch Master's head. Hey, how dare you be more stupid than me? Lu Sang shooting you, a maid, hit my head? Bah, what time is it now? Hurry up and record it with the video magic book, and then use the communication magic book to talk to the Witch King and the leader of the neutral religion. Our 3 religions are united. Can't we deal with this thing? Nalanya blinked, thinking that what Xia Shulan said seemed to make sense. So, she recorded it with the video magic book, then opened the communication magic book and contacted the Witch King. Soon, the Witch King's voice appeared, not a female voice, but a magnetic male voice. Hey, my good sister, are you going to beg for mercy from the big brothers? Although the Witch King called Nalanya's sister, they were not biological children, and the two just had the same ancestors. Humph, begging for mercy is also okay. Marry me, and give me all the territory of the Black Witch religion, and I am willing to attack the neutral religion with you. How about it? If you become my wife, I can make you the second best among all the people. Nalanya showed a disgusted expression on her face. Witch King, don't you look at what you look like? I am not begging for mercy from you. There is a problem in my laboratory. If it is not solved in time, when the power of death swallows up the Black Witch cult, both of you will surely die. Then, Nalanya explained. The other party was silent, because Nalanya's tone did not sound like a lie. Because of Nalanya, he was able to annex the Losong family, but in order to appease the people, the Witch King would lead the army to attack the Black Witch cult. So, this is why Nalanya said that if Losong Ming was killed, the Witch King would definitely attack. Heh, you are so naive. You actually use this little trick to lie. You are afraid? Don't make excuses. Kneel in front of me now. I may still forgive you. You let the Witch Messenger take the content of my video and take a look. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning and the Black Witch cult will die. The other party was silent, and then hung up the communication. Everyone hurried back to the church, the Supreme Elder, the elders, and everyone brought their families. However, because there were too many people, they could not stand on Xiaoyi's back, so they could only use various means of transportation. Having a magic book can play the role of flying. That is the flying magic book. Standing on it, you can move in the air, but the disadvantage is that the speed is not fast. There are also many elders who have flying magic books. As for the 2nd forbidden and 1st forbidden witches, they can only run on the ground. But there are also witches who don't believe in evil and think there is no problem, so they stay where they are. The leader of the Black Witch cult was too lazy to persuade. The spread of death and silence takes time. Leaving some cannon fodder in the Black Witch cult territory can also resist a little in a short time. However, when they were about to reach the border of the Black Witch, Gu Xia, Hu Xianghua, and other outsiders heard a reminder sound. Ding! Special island detected. The Witch Sky Island has a dead silence pollution source. The Witch Sky Island may be transformed into a dead silence island. The attention of the King of Dead Silence has been obtained. The current dead silence process, 1%. When the dead silence process reaches 100%, the dead silence gate will appear on the Witch Sky Island. The King of Dead Silence will appear on the Witch Sky Island, and the Witch Sky Island will be renamed the Dead Silence Island. At the same time, players on the island can choose to leave the Witch Sky Island at this time, and leaving the Witch Sky Island will not gain any players. You can also choose to stay on the Witch Sky Island. Players on the island will get the original rewards if they spend the remaining time leaving the Witch Sky Island. If the player solves the source of dead silence, they will get more rewards. Ding! Player Gu Fan, do you choose to leave? When 2 people in the team choose to leave, they will return to the platform base. Now, Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, Hu Xianghua and others, Jiang Yuekulin have about 23 or 24 days left. As for other players, who are still hiding on the island, it is unknown. The prompt sound beside his ear also told Gu Fan and others the current choice. First, choose to leave. In fact, the benefits gained on the island are enough. There is Black Dragon Barret, various magic books, various potions, and Xia Shulan also obtained the power of magma. The strength of the two has increased greatly, so it doesn't matter if they choose to leave, but they just don't get the final reward. Second, continue to stay for 24 days. In fact, this is not difficult. Although the laboratory and the surrounding areas have fallen, the Witch Sky Island is large, And the territory of the neutral church is even more rugged and easy to defend. Therefore, as long as the speed of territory development does not exceed 4% a day, staying for 24 days is not a problem. Not to mention, Shui can also hover in the air with everyone on his back. Third, that is to solve the source, kill Nalan Liang, and you can get a mysterious reward. Honey, are we leaving? Xia Shulan poked Gu Fan's waist and asked. Hu Xiongbo and Jiang Yu also looked at Gu Fan. Gu Fan pondered for a moment. What do you choose, leave or stay here? Hu Xiongbo hesitated and said, Boss, if you stay here, I will stay here. The strange conversation of the crowd attracted the attention of the Dark Lord, who and the two Supreme Elders were still standing on Xiaoyi's back. Chapter 256. The Black Witch cult leader frowned and looked at the few people. Gu Fan, what do you mean? Do you want to leave? Do you have a chance to leave? Where are you going to leave? Anxiety flashed in the eyes of the two Black Witch Supreme Elders. Elder Gu Fan, you can't leave. Only you know this terrifying power. If you leave directly, what will happen to our Black Witch cult? Gu Fan glanced at everyone. To be honest, he didn't care if they just ran away. If all the creatures on the entire Witch Sky Island were not dealt with properly, they would be destroyed. As you can see, we are indeed outsiders, and the power of death is also a product of the outside world. The Black Witch cult leader should understand this. The Black Witch cult leader nodded. Yes, I knew you were not locals a long time ago. I don't know when outsiders appeared on the Sky Island. Their characteristic is to replace the people on the island. Just like you, Luosang Shulan, you are not the real Luosang Shulan, right? Xia Shulan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Can we leave with you? If we really can't solve the power of death. The Black Witch leader hesitated for a while, and finally said her purpose. Her eyes were full of pleading. The other two Supreme Elders were the same. Gu Fan shook his head. I need to obtain the teleportation array on the Witch Sky Island to have a chance to take you out. Your Sky Island is different from other Sky Islands that can be landed directly. More importantly, if we leave first, we can leave now, and the risk is smaller. Husband, no matter what choice you make, I will accompany you. Xia Shulan pulled Gu Fan's hand and shouted. Everyone looked at Gu Fan, hoping that Gu Fan would make a choice. Jiang Yu and Chu Li would not run away either. The reason was simple. Gu Fan gave too much. If you follow Gu Fan, you will have enough food for 3 days. If you can meet Gu Fan in various Sky Islands next time, it will be good to have a thigh belt. After thinking about it, Gu Fan finally decided to stay. First, if you stay and gain a lot of favor from the 5-4 Forbidden Masters, you can get a teleportation array. The teleportation array can connect the Sky Island and the base. If you wait until you are strong enough and completely recover the 3 religions, you will have endless potions in the future. The strength of the Witch Sky Island is much stronger than that of the Beast Sky Island. Secondly, this power of death and silence will eventually be the power brought by me. If I leave like this, thousands of lives will be lost. Although Gu Fan and Xia Shulan don't care much, the more important thing is the mysterious reward. Thirdly, there is still a chance to meet the King of Death and Silence. Gu Fan doesn't know how many cubes it will cost to explore the King of Death and Silence with his current strength, nor does he know the difference between the two. Even if the Witch Sky Island is destroyed, there is a chance to meet the King of Death and Silence, and he can also understand the difference between the two through exploration. As for whether the King of Death and Silence will attack me, Gu Fan thinks that there is a high probability that he will not attack me. He didn't attack me when he met me before, but wanted to bring me to the world of death and silence. With the protection of the game system should not allow such a strong man to attack its players at will. Gu Fan stopped to think. Stay and see if we can solve it within 23 days. If we can't solve it, we will choose to leave. 23 days, plus the accumulation during this period, it can almost be critical hit 3 times. If the strength after 3 critical hits is still not enough, then there is really no way. The Black Witch cult leader's pretty face showed joy when she heard it. Gu Fan, thank you. Just when she stepped forward to hold Gu Fan's hand to express her gratitude, she was kicked away by Xia Shulan. Heh, old woman, be careful not to touch me. This is my husband. Xia Shulan snuggled in Gu Fan's arms and shouted arrogantly. The Black Witch cult leader's face showed embarrassment. She didn't think so much. But she also envied Xia Shulan for being with such a powerful man. She is almost middle-aged, and Gu Fan is still young, and her future strength will definitely be stronger. Boss Gu Fan, are you sure? Keep it here? Hu Xiongbo asked. Gu Fan nodded. If you are worried, you can leave now. I just stopped you. Hu Xiongbo shook his head. If you say you won't leave, you won't leave. Don't worry. We are the same. We will stay for 23 days. With the power of the Black Witch cult leader and other leaders, I don't believe we can't stop it. Looking at everyone's expression, Gu Fan was very satisfied. Soon, after arriving at the border of the Black Witch territory and the Witch territory, the Witch messenger came to take away the video magic book. After seeing the content of the video, her face suddenly changed. This thick black fog is countless times more evil than the dark power of the Black Witch cult leader. And, wherever it goes, any creature becomes decayed and becomes the so-called dead creature. 1 infects 2, 2 infects 4. It won't be long before the Black Witch cult will be completely destroyed, thus affecting the other 2 cults. Maybe, in a short time, the entire Witch continent will be solved by this power. The Witch messenger's thinking is right. She quickly went back and told the Witch King about the situation. The Witch King's name is Luo Pingdao, a 4 forbidden strongman, and his strength is 1 point stronger than Nalanya. After seeing the content of the video magic book, he stood up immediately. As we all know, videos will not lie, and the video magic book is the same. The Witch continent also has no PS technology. Combined with Nalanya's tone, the problem should be very big. He frowned, his eyes flashed with anger. This damn Nalanya, what the hell is she studying? Now that something has happened, does she want to drag the entire Witch continent into the water? I really want to kill her with this slap. Your Majesty, what should we do? The Witch messenger asked. Give this video to the neutral church. I will go and see it myself. If the situation is serious, the 3 religions need to unite to solve it. Luo Pingdao is also a person who understands the overall situation. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to annex the Luosang family immediately after his cousin Luosang Ming died. His scheming are not low. Soon, a light flashed across Luo Pingdao's body, and he left the church. This is Luo Pingdao's power, the element of light. Corresponding to the darkness of the Black Witch cult leader, it has an extraordinary speed. I'm afraid that Luo Pingdao's speed, after taking the speed increasing potion, is comparable to Gu Fan, and it is definitely faster than Xia Shulan. When he rushed to the border at a high speed, he saw Shui staying at the border. On his back, Nalanya's face was a little panicked. There were many unfamiliar faces on the side. Black Witch cult leader. Luo Pingdao shouted, and the light in his hand gathered into a sphere. The light ball attacked the Black Witch cult leader. The Black Witch cult leader's face changed, and black liquid appeared in his hand. The black liquid formed a dark net, which immediately covered the entire light ball. Luo Pingdao, is this your attitude towards your sister? Hey, if you want to hit me, don't hit me on my back. Shioi said a little unhappy and shook. Chapter 257. I really want to kill you. This disaster? Luo Pingdao roared, I'll trouble you later. Soon, he turned into a ray of light, and flew to the Black Witch cult's territory. Do we still need to wait here? Gu Fan frowned and asked. What are you waiting for? I think, while Luo Pingdao is away, we can leave the army to occupy the entire Witch cult's territory. A supreme elder said unhappily. Go in first, wait for them in the witch's church first. Gu Fan suggested, at this stage, as long as you are not stupid, you will not choose to kill each other. At the same time, Xia Shulan widened her eyes. She seemed to understand what Gu Fan meant, and immediately laughed sweetly. Private message Xia Shulan. Husband, are you going to steal something? Gu Fan, those who know me well are good children. Let's see if there is a chance. It doesn't matter if there is no chance. So, several people went to the territory of the witch cult without the consent of the witch cult leader. The elders and guards of the witch cult dared not speak out, because they were all high-level members of the Black Witch cult. The Black Witch cult leader was also very powerful. At the same time, the border was also open to the Black Witch cult, and a large number of Black Witch cult residents could go to the witch cult first. The Black Witches of the Black Witch cult had to wait for Luo Pingdao to come back before discussing whether to put the evil Black Witches into the territory of the witch cult. Because Luo Pingdao was very fast, he had already arrived at the territory of the Black Witch cult laboratory. When he sensed the extremely evil energy, Luo Pingdao's face changed immediately. With this kind of power, it's no wonder Naranya chose to join me. If it's not dealt with in time, it will definitely be the biggest disaster in the history of Witch Sky Island. But it's strange. This kind of power has never appeared in history. Could it be because of an outsider? Thinking of the unfamiliar faces around Nalanya, Gu Fan stood in the main seat on Xiaoyi's back, and Nalanya could only stand on the side. It seemed that his position was not as high as Luo Sangshulan's. Is that guy doing something? It's strange. He is only a second level forbidden. Why is Nalanya so respectful to him? When they arrived above the laboratory, the devastated land was covered with towns made of strange black crystal stones. The town automatically became a dead city because of Nalan Liang's passing. Even on the open ground, a dead town and dead people appeared out of thin air. Countless residents and black witches were wailing constantly. They were cannon fodder abandoned by the black witch cult. Damn Nalanya, damn outsiders. Anger flashed in Luo Pingdao's eyes, and a ray of light gathered in his hand, attacking a large group of dead people on the ground. Holy light judgment. The power of holy light solved a large part of the dead people who were banned and also saved some residents who escaped from the dead people. He came to the ground and looked at these panicked residents. Some had broken hands and feet, and some were covered with wounds and black gas. This kind of injury, just take it back, it should be treatable. You are the Witch King. Some people recognized Luo Pingdao and knelt down and shouted. It's so sad. The Black Witch cult leader abandoned us, and it was the enemy Witch King who saved us. Yes, the Black Witch cult leader is a beast, only the Witch King can save us. These residents kept complaining. In fact, the Black Witch cult leader had already given advice to leave the Black Witch cult's territory, but these people were stupid and insisted on staying here. Yes, I'm here to save you. Luo Pingdao nodded, intending to use the light in his hand to rescue the injured residents. This is one of his abilities. Light can not only hurt people, but also save people. After realizing that many dead people were very close, Luo Pingdao snorted coldly, and emitted light from his hand to eliminate the dead people around him. Luo Pingdao's strength is indeed strong. As the Witch King, she has mastered the light potion, and all kinds of skills are ranged group damage. My Lord Witch King, please be kind and save my wife first. My wife has lost both legs. A resident, who was close to her, shouted hurriedly, and then pushed his wife in his arms to the front. Luo Pingdao took it and stroked the wound of the resident's wife with a white light in his hand. However, the wife who should have healed immediately and grown legs under the power of the magical light element. There was no movement at all at the broken limbs. What's going on? Luo Pingdao's pupil shrank, and he realized that the broken limbs of the resident's wife could not grow out at all, but were still decaying. Roar! The skin of the wife, with broken legs, became shriveled and her expression became hideous. Not only that, the same was true for other injured and rescued residents. The dead residents began to bite other residents. Not only that, black fog, just like in the video, being bitten and injured will also turn into dead creatures. It seems that the situation is really serious. I will find out where the source is. Even my treatment has no effect? Luo Pingdao was a little scared, and he hurried to find the source of the dead silence. Finally, Nalan Liang was found. Nalan Liang noticed Luo Pingdao, and also raised his head calmly. His expression was different from that of an ordinary ferocious and dead person. It seemed that he had gained a certain amount of wisdom. His expression became much calmer, and his black pupils exuded a fierce murderous intent. There is a saying that goes, people who show their emotions are not scary, only people who know how to endure and hide their emotions are scary. Social skills. It is also particularly suitable for the dead man. At the same time, Gu Fan and others have arrived at the Witch Church. The Witch King is worthy of being an orthodox king. The whole church is like a court, surrounded by questioning eyes. The leader of the Black Witch cult snorted coldly, this is related to the life and death of the Witch continent. You have to hold it in even if you are unhappy. Wait for the return of the Witch King. A great elder of the Witch cult shouted angrily, you beasts of the Black Witch cult are also worthy of talking about life and death with us. You should die at the source of terror. Yes, let us deal with this group of cruel criminals of the Black Witch cult. No, at least we have to wait for the Witch King to come back. I have seen the video. If the Witch King confirms its terror, we still need to rely on the power of the Black Witch cult. The surrounding noise is aimed at the high-level people of the Black Witch cult. The leader of the Black Witch cult also turned into a shrew and kept fighting back. For a while, the scene was in chaos. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other, smiled, and secretly hid themselves, preparing to explore the entire palace. Because their invisibility ability was higher, the witch who took the invisibility potion could not see them. But Gu Fan and Xia Shulan could see the witch who took the invisibility potion. Husband, do you think it's a bit bad for us to do this? Xia Shulan said quietly. No matter what, we could have left, but we stayed, so we should get some compensation, right? Chapter 258. The area of the Witch Church is very large, and unlike the Black Witch Church, the research of the Black Witch Church is full of various dangers. In fact, if it is just the danger of producing a single potion, it is okay, but the human experiments of the Black Witch Church will eventually violate ethics, and the existence of various dark potions, So the Black Witch Church's laboratory is very far away from the Black Witch Church, in a remote corner at the back. This also led to Nalan Liang's greed for power at the beginning, and no one could manage him in time, thus becoming a terrifying and powerful dead man. The witch cult's laboratory is different. The witch cult's laboratory is larger, and located behind the church. Once something goes wrong or it falls into danger, the Witch King or various four forbidden strongmen can suppress it in time. Just when the Witch King went out to investigate the situation, two uninvited guests came to the witch cult's laboratory. It was Gu Xia and the other two who were used to being thieves. The two quietly came to the laboratory. The entire laboratory was complicated and specifically divided into the outer periphery, inner periphery and core. The peripherals mainly researched one-time potions, such as one-time strengthening potions, one-time speed increasing potions, one-time invisibility potions, etc. Not surprisingly, Gu Fan took out the Qianquan bag and stole more than half of the inventory, while no one was paying attention. During this process, Xia Shulan was ready to be discovered by the witch cult, and her hair stood up, and she was ready to run away at any time. However, the staff working in the laboratory not far away did not care at all. There is only one reason. First of all, the invisibility potion is divided into Type 1 and Type 2. However, the infinite invisibility of Gu Xia and the others is far more powerful than Type 1 and Type 2. That is to say, even if the invisibility potion has been developed into Type 2, of course, it has not yet been mass-produced. A witch who takes Type 2 invisibility potion can see through a witch who takes Type 1 invisibility potion. A witch who takes Type 1 invisibility potion cannot see through Type 2. But the infinite invisibility of the two is far more advanced than Type 1 and 2, and neither Type 1 or 2 can see through the invisibility of the two. It is equivalent to Gu Xia, and the other's invisibility being Type 3. This huge inventory can only detect invisibility including Type 2 and below under high technology. Therefore, the two can steal successfully. In addition to the control of Type 2 potions, the periphery has the ability to see through Type 2 invisibility and trigger alarms, so it just happens that there is no strict supervision. Oh my god, so many potions, we can use them for a long time. Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with surprise. These are all a large amount of wealth, and each potion is expensive in the trading market. Selling a game system costs at least 4 digits of coins. Let's go and take a look at the inner circle. Gu Fan smiled and hugged Xia Shulan, and the two of them came to the inner circle unscrupulously. The inner circle potions are obviously much more powerful, and most of them are elemental. For example, magma potions, soil potions, wood potions, fire potions, which are basically one-time, are completely different from the permanent magma potions that exploded when Luo Sangning was killed. Just when the two wanted to steal, they saw two pretty witches with the second band suddenly walked out of the warehouse door. There was a flash of sadness in their eyes. It seemed that they had just finished the experiment and put things into the warehouse. Witch number 1, how long will these human experiments last? The people above are really crazy. At least 100,000 people died in human experiments. Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you crazy? You dare to talk about such things casually. Witch number 2 persuaded her hastily, with a flash of sorrow in her eyes. You know, the last witch who talked about such things has long been part of the potion. What are you afraid of? Now that the top leaders are not here, are you not allowed to complain? In my opinion, the top leaders are all rats, and they are not as upright as the Black Witch leader. The people who go missing every year, the people who are injured and treated on the battlefield, and the child trafficking are not severely punished. All these signs show the hypocrisy of our witch cult. The two people's conversation happened to be heard by Gu Xia and the others. Xia Shulan's eyes widened when she heard this. Private message Xia Shulan. Oh my god, this is simply horrifying. Hasn't the witch cult always used witch power and potions to benefit mankind? How could it be possible to use human experiments? Gu Fan, nothing is impossible. I'm afraid the Witch King has done more than the Black Witch King. Let's continue listening, and by the way, we can also read their minds and learn about the research in the core area. Xia Shulan chuckled and did not forget to take out the magic book of the video. Okay, since you are so interested, I have been to the core area for research before. TSK, I can share the sharing process with you, but don't tell anyone. I treat you as my best friend. Witch number 2's tone was full of temptation. It seemed that she also wanted to share these things. Witch number 1 nodded excitedly, and the two of them talked like this, not knowing that the two invaders behind them were recording their conversations, and even listening to their thoughts. Ahem, have you heard of XD cells? Well, I learned about it in the pharmaceutical biology class before. Yes, in fact, in addition to researching various permanent potions, the core area is even researching something that the top leaders need and have been pursuing. Although which number two's tone was bewitching, she didn't say what it was. The two who were listening to the inner voice had their pupils shaking. It is well known that when people speak, they will think about this part of the content, and the thinking part is very detailed. And very true. Even if they lie, they need to correct it in their hearts. It is impossible for people to lie in their words and thoughts. The two will also know what they are pursuing. Yes, what is it? Don't be so scary, sister. It's immortality. After saying this, which number two looked at number one triumphantly. Because I signed an agreement, I can't say too much, but I can tell you roughly. Do you know what cells are produced when the human body is born? Whether it's a pregnant woman or a fetus. XD cells? Yes, not only that, the human body will produce trace amounts of XD cells when it is happy, or even in that process. So most human experiments are studying this cell. What is the specific use of this cell? Under the modulation of various medicines, it can temporarily increase lifespan. In other words, the content of XD cells is related to the preparation of lifespan medicines. So those who know what we are doing with the human experiments we captured. Later, which number one didn't dare to ask, she was afraid that if she knew too much, she would be covered up, and it would be over. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, who understood everything in their hearts, were shocked and speechless, and their heartbeats kept pounding. Chapter 259. These contents are so perverted and disgusting just by understanding them. For a moment, Xia Shulan almost vomited, but fortunately Gu Fan was quick to cover Xia Shulan's mouth. After the two left, Xia Shulan breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Fan, this witch cult is much more perverted than the black witch cult. So disgusting. Or let's go to the core area to see, maybe we can find a potion to increase lifespan. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with madness. If these potions that increase lifespan are hit by a critical hit, can they become real immortality potions? If so, can Xia Shulan and he live forever? But this is just an idea. The lifespan potion obtained is estimated to only increase lifespan tenfold after a critical hit, and it should not directly explode into an immortality potion. But even so, it is worth wasting a critical hit to try. Just ask, who in this world doesn't want to live forever? Xia Shulan's breathing also became rapid, not because of what she was doing, but because of the temptation in Gu Fan's tone. If she could really be with Gu Fan, and live forever, how great would that be? Okay, husband, I want to live forever with you, forever together, never apart for a moment. Xia Shulan's tone was full of expectation. The two quickly found the laboratory in the core area. This place is different from the previous two laboratories. There are several heavy guards of the three forbidden areas, and there are even machines similar to scanners waiting at the door. However, this scanner is estimated to only scan Type 2 invisibility potions. After the people coming in and out left, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan sneaked in. What came into view was a spacious area with cages one after another. The cages were filled with volunteers, who were ready to be experimented on. Some of them were in rags, some were terrified, and some collapsed on the ground. These test subjects were not for the study of immortality potions, but for other potions. Because the development of immortality potions requires XD cells generated by high emotions, as well as pregnancy. So not far away, there were also experimenters coming out of the delivery room one after another, holding babies one after another. Not only babies, but also female volunteers. They were all sent to a more advanced base. The entire huge laboratory is similar to the underground kingdom of Sand Sky Island before, with a big circle surrounding a small circle. Although it is behind the palace, it also needs to lead to the underground. And it just so happens that the core area that those experimenters, who sent a group of babies and mothers and children to, is the bottom layer. Husband, how should we go in to steal? These experimenters are doing experiments day and night. Otherwise, let's release the other experimental subjects. Anyway, it's also a benefit, and then steal things in the chaos. Xia Shulan suggested. Gu Fan was about to agree, but quickly shook his head. No. Why? After all, the Witch King is still alive now. When he knows Nalan Liang's strength, he will not fight Nalan Liang desperately. At that time, he will return to the witch cult. The Black Witch cult leader and his trusted pets are still in the church. But soon, Gu Fan realized that even so, as long as a large number of potions related to lifespan were stolen, they would be discovered immediately. Do you want to listen to Xia Shulan's gamble? Gu Fan has always believed in Xia Shulan's luck. He was bitten by Xia Shulan at the beginning and got S-level talent, but he still came to this point. Of course, There is a chance to sneak in directly, but you can't steal all the samples and treasures in public, right? Okay, but before that, steal something else first. Gu Fan nodded. The two searched for a long time and found 5 permanent potions, namely permanent fire potion, permanent water potion, and permanent strengthening potion. At the same time, there are permanent fire resistance potion and permanent poison resistance potion. The location of these 5 potions is relatively remote, and it took a long time to find them. The first 2 are elemental potions, and the requirements for fire and water are more stringent than magma. You can't master other elemental powers. In this way, it is most appropriate to give the fire potion to Yanli, and the water potion to the fish queen on the Beast Sky Island. As for the strengthening potion, fire resistance potion, and poison resistance potion, keep them first. As for the milk dragon, still ignore it for now, and let the snow girl protect it. After stealing all the permanent potions, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan opened many cages at once. Some test subjects who were in good mental state were shocked when they saw the cages opened. This cage is actually opened. Oh my god, who let us go? I don't want to be burned by the fire, and those who don't want to die run with us. I don't want to eat dirt either. Woo, I'm so miserable, I've been soaking in poison all day, and now I breathe and go to the toilet with poison gas and venom. Countless test subjects wailed, and some experimental nurses and experimental personnel who passed by were shocked when they saw them being released. Hey, why did you run out? Damn traitors, why are you running away? Yes, we treat you well here, we give you food, clothes, and a place to rest. Why are you running away? A witch guard with 3 forbidden levels looked at everyone with a serious face and scolded all the experimental subjects who are going to be tested on human beings. Stop, how can you be selfish? Those volunteers who are studying immortality are really miserable. With the addition of the drug that induces labor, they have to give birth to a child every 2 months on average, and they are participating in the great experiment. And you don't need to give birth to children, you just need to stay alive and cooperate with us. Experiments are fine, you can't stand this? When you feel pain, compare yourself to others, they are more painful than you. When the witch guard said this, a light flashed in her eyes, and she was so determined that the group of experimental subjects who were about to escape were dumbfounded. A big man pointed at the charred body. No, buddy, you see it right? I've been burned like this, I would have died if I didn't run away. Me too, I got at least 8 cancers from the poisonous bubbles. How dare you say these things? A thin man with purple mist on his body roared at the guards and experimenters. What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. Without enduring hardships, how can we help the witch cult to carry out experiments? Without enduring hardships, how can we help the witch king to complete his thousands of achievements? Without enduring hardships, how can our witch cult rule the world? Back then, your father's generation sacrificed their lives for the country and the cult. They all volunteered to participate in the experiments. And the young people nowadays. Alas! The witch guard shook her head, with a face full of lamentations. However, some of the experimental subjects seemed to have been brainwashed after coming in. Under the scolding of the guard, some people really began to reflect on themselves. Chapter 260. It makes sense. Here, we have food and clothes. We just need to cooperate with some experiments. Outside, we only get a salary of 1,000 or 2,000 a month, which is not enough to support ourselves. I'd better stay here. I don't plan to defect. An experimental subject muttered to himself. He was not the only one. Some people bowed their heads and said guiltily, forget it, I'd better go back. Compared with those pregnant women who extract XE cells, I only need to cooperate with experiments related to soil potions, which is much better. Thinking about it this way, it's actually okay to eat some soil. More importantly, it can contribute to the witch cult. That's what I feel. Everyone, let's go back to the cage. We shouldn't be able to run away. You are simply crazy. Instead of suffering the torture of the witch cult, you might as well try your best to escape. Don't forget that we are the strong ones of the first and second forbidden. Run together. The charred man with his whole body burned by fire shouted immediately, trying to win people's hearts. That's right, I'm studying English URM. However, a small number of experimental subjects still decided to return to their cages, and were unwilling to let go. This scene shocked Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. No, husband, is it still possible? These witches solved 30% of the people by talking? Xia Shulan was stunned. Gu Fan was the same, perhaps, under the rule of the witch cult, the residents' lives and happiness are not even as good as those of the black witch cult. It's really sad. Hurry up and find potions while the chaos is going on. There's still time. Xia Shulan excitedly pulled Gu Fan's hand and shouted. What do you want? What do you want? Xia Shulan hadn't reacted yet. She thought about what she had just said, and her face turned red. Hey, you bastard. You dare to tease me at this time. The two of them bickered as they came to the core basement. Because they were suppressing the rebellion of the experimental subjects, most of the experimental personnel came outside to help. This also gave the two of them an opportunity. After arriving at the core area, the scene in front of them frightened them. On the ground, there were crystal coffins similar to coffins, with pairs of mothers and babies in the coffins. At the same time, there were two long and thin tubes. In short, the research here was simply crazy. For a moment, Gu Fan remembered that before he crossed over, a rich man in Life's own country often went to an island. Is the power of immortality so attractive? Gu Fan sighed. All the experimental subjects here were lifeless, and could not be saved. Where the tubes were concentrated was a wall with rows of potions on it. Life-increasing potion X7. Life-increasing potion. After taking it, it will consume 500 points of your own health. At the same time, it can increase your life by 1 year, 500 points of upper limit of health, 50 points of upper limit of attack and defense speed, and can be taken up to 3 times. Life-reducing potion X5. Life-reducing potion. After taking it or throwing it at the enemy, it can reduce your own or the enemy's life by 1 year, 500 points of health, 50 points of attack and defense speed, and each creature can take it up to 3 times. Xia Shulan's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth had already opened. Old husband. Well, I know, I took them all. Gu Fan stuffed all the potions and various precious-looking facilities into the Chinquan bag. The two people's hearts were pounding. This was too tempting. 7 potions, 7 years of life. The key is that Gu Fan has a critical hit. After a critical hit, it is hard to imagine how many years can be added. Moreover, each potion increases the life value a lot, and the two may soon be able to break through the 3 prohibitions. Unfortunately, the life-extending potion has side effects. When you drink it at the beginning, you need to consume 500 life points. After a critical hit, the life points you need to consume will definitely be more. In other words, this thing can't always be critical. Once it is always critical, the life points consumed will also increase sharply. After exceeding the upper limit of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, it can no longer be taken. While playing with things secretly, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan took advantage of the chaos to let more experimental subjects go. The whole laboratory was in chaos. Soon, the two sneaked out and returned to the witch church. At the same time, the Black Witch King Nalanya was still cursing with a group of elders of the witch cult, and the cursing was so ugly. But soon, Nalanya discovered a problem. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan seemed to be missing. Could these two people go to cause trouble? Nalanya thought secretly in her heart. Although she cursed, she was still afraid of these 4 forbidden strongmen of the witch cult, so naturally she didn't want the two to cause trouble in the witch cult. It was not until she saw the 2 people quickly appeared in her team that Nalanya breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the Witch King came back. Where is the leader of the neutral cult? Hasn't he come yet? Something big has happened. If it is not handled well, the whole continent may be destroyed. The Witch King's tone was full of solemnity. My Lord Witch King, what happened? Did something really happen in the Black Witch cult's territory? What does it have to do with us if something happens in the Black Witch cult's territory? My Lord Witch King, don't be so foolish as to cooperate with the Black Witch cult. That's right, my Lord Witch King, these Black Witch cults are evil. Evil? You hypocritical witches. Xia Shulan thought of the previous scene and scolded them. Losong Shulan, you traitor. Your father died to save you, but you turned against the Black Witch cult. A great elder of the witch cult shouted loudly, pointing at Xia Shulan's nose angrily. The chattering of the crowd made the Witch King frown. Everyone, stop arguing. The Black Witch cult is our ally. Let the border open, and let the residents of the Black Witch cult in. This is a very serious matter. If it is not handled properly. The Witch King slowly explained the reason. After he talked about what happened in the Black Witch cult's territory, all the elders changed their faces. How is it possible? How can there be such a strange power in this world? Damn it, are all of us going to die because of this so-called power of death? Damn Black Witch cult. At the same time, an elder from the pharmacy department came to the Witch King. Your Majesty, something big happened. The potion laboratory has an accident. All. Thinking that the Black Witch cult is still here, the elder of the pharmacy department sighed, not knowing whether to say it out. What? Something happened in our lab too. The Witch King went to the lab again to check. only to find that all the people being studied had run out and were fighting with the experimenters and guards of the witch cult. Because some of the experimental subjects were at a high level, and a small number of them were forbidden to level 2 or 3, so at this moment, it would take at least 4 forbidden witches to suppress them. And a large number of potions and permanent potions, even longevity potions, were stolen. When the Witch King learned what happened, she was furious. How is it possible? The laboratory is the important place of our witch cult. At the same time, the Black Witches of the Black Witch Cult learned that the witch cult was also doing human experiments. And the scale and number of human experiments were far larger than those of the Black Witches, and they immediately mocked. Is this the style of the witch cult? It's really insidious, cunning, and hypocritical. Obviously, you are also doing a lot of human experiments, violating moral ethics, but you frequently use this reason to oppose us. It's really hypocritical. Nalanya immediately mocked with disdain. Yes, in my opinion, the witch cult is just a group of hypocritical people. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and record everything with the video magic book, and then tell the world. Xia Shulan thought the matter was not big enough, and quietly poked Nalanya's waist. Nalanya turned around. What's wrong? Louis Ang Shulan. Xia Shulan's little hand pulled. Ahem, this thing is for you. Yes, it was the video magic book, which recorded the conversation between the two witch experimenters. Gu Fan did not stop it after seeing it. Although the most important thing now is unity, the birth of the witch cult must not be concealed. At least, the Black Witch cult captured prisoners, or some dying volunteers, and the scale was not very large. On the contrary, the witch cult not only brainwashed the local residents, but also conducted large-scale experiments, and was hypocritical and disgusting, and in order to make the witch cult and the Black Witch cult have the same level of status, and clear the Black Witch cult of its crimes, it can't be considered as clearing the name. The Black Witch cult itself has done a lot of bad things. At most, it can be regarded as dragging the witch cult into the water, so that when they cooperate, the witch cult will be arrogant again and say something bad about the Black Witch cult. Indeed, the Black Witch cult is a bad guy, and the witch cult is a big bad guy. Xia Shulan thought so, and Gu Fan also understood Xia Shulan's thoughts. This is, ahem, Sister Ya, there are good things in it, which can be spread throughout the territory of the witch cult. Nalanya nodded in understanding, and also looked at Xia Shulan with great appreciation, and then asked his confidant to spread this video magic book. Luo Pingdao quickly resolved the riot, and captured all the experimental subjects. Witch King, the crisis of death and silence has not been resolved yet. Are you still thinking about doing experiments? Why not release them all, and use them to fight against the army of death and silence? Nalanya taunted, and Gu Fan followed up. Luo Pingdao, the progress is now 5%, but it's only been less than a day. At this rate, in less than 20 days, the witch continent will be suppressed by the army of death, and your world will become Nalan Liang's. Luo Pingdao suppressed his anger. I don't know if it's the work of you stinky guys. Why? Why are you going against me? Where's my longevity potion? Who knows if it was snatched away by the experimental subjects in the chaos? Xia Shulan pretended to be cute. Luo Pingdao was almost swallowed up by anger, but fortunately a loud shout stopped him from wanting to attack Nalanya and his group. Brother Dao, why did you ask me to come here? Do you want to wipe out the Black Witch cult together? Soon, a man with a height of 3 meters and a beard on his face came to Luo Pingdao. And he is the leader of the neutral church, Mu Yanghan, who was also the man who had planned to wipe out the Black Witch church together with the Witch church. According to seniority, Mu Yanghan is also Luo Pingdao's distant cousin. Leader of the neutral church, you are finally here. Luo Pingdao suppressed his anger. He knew that now was not the time to be angry. Instead of fighting in anger, it would be better to sit down and talk about the dead silence crisis. Well, why is Nalanya here too? That's great, brother Luo Ping. Was Nalanya captured by you? Or did he surrender? Mu Yanghan said with a happy face. Neither. Luo Pingdao hurriedly explained, and so did Nalanya. Mu Yanghan didn't believe it at first, but soon went to check it out himself. Yes, like Luo Pingdao, Mu Yanghan also fought with Nalan Liang and suffered a big loss, losing an arm. After he understood the power of death, and the wound on his arm was stained with the black mist, he cut off his arm without hesitation. Yes, Mu Yanghan didn't have the ability to master the element type, and couldn't do elementalization, which was his weakness. Soon it was night, and he returned to the witch church in a mess. Only then did he understand the crisis of the witch continent. At the same time, the people and residents of the witch cult realized that the witch cult, which was in power, was a ghost thing. Madly cursing the Luo Ping family, civil strife broke out everywhere. Many residents and witches died. Until Luo Pingdao announced the biggest crisis in the history of the witch continent, this matter was steadily suppressed. Sure enough, a hot spot can only be suppressed by another hot spot. Now, all places in which city are discussing the terrible power of death. Hey, is this true? Is the power of death really that terrible? I heard that the Black Witch Cult leader, the Witch Cult leader, and the Neutral Cult leader, the three leaders have united together, and are ready to fight against the dead creatures together. Yes, I heard that the three of them fought Nalan Liang, who had become a dead creature, separately, but they all lost. Now the three religions have united together to resist the terrible monsters together. TSK, come to think of it, the Witch King is really a piece of shit. She obviously also does human experiments, and often. Okay, is it time to do this now? Instead of denouncing the Witch King, why not think about how we should deal with this dead crisis? At the same time, the three leaders were discussing things at a round table, and Gu Fan, Xia Shulan and a group of confidants were there. Yes, Gu and Xia have become the confidants of the Black Witch leader. On the surface, this is the case, but in fact, Gu Fan has already mastered the overall situation of the Black Witch cult. There are some things that the Black Witch leader has to listen to Gu Fan. All this is because of the dead crisis, plus Gu Fan's strength has increased. Okay, in my opinion, why don't the three of us work together to eliminate that Nalan Liang? As long as Nalan Liang is dead, everything will be fine. After all, he is just a forbidden creature. Mu Yonghan shouted angrily, damn my arm. What's there to worry about your arm? Alchemy is so advanced. Isn't it easy to make a potion to restore broken limbs? Nalan Liang glanced at Mu Yonghan's broken limb and said, no, I tried it. My arm was broken by Nalan Liang. This corrupt power is much stronger than your dark power. This feeling is like a lack of existence. It can't be repaired at all. Mu Yonghan's angry expression became solemn. He pointed to his broken arm, and said helplessly. Chapter 261. So that's how it is. A trace of fear flashed across Nalan Ye's eyes. But Luo Pingdao remained silent. He was silent for a while, and slowly said, while there is still a way to solve the crisis, why not lead the army to deal with this group of dead people? What if the army is infected? Gu Fan asked, you three leaders have also fought with the dead army, right? Under the thick black fog, the stronger the strength, the easier it is to transform into dead creatures. Who are you? You dare to speak up with a mere second forbidden? Mu Yonghan's face changed, and he shouted angrily. Nalan Ye also looked at Gu Fan curiously. She really wanted to know how Gu Fan would solve it. According to his strength, it would be no problem for him to reach the fourth forbidden, and she might not be Gu Fan's opponent. It's very simple, because I brought this power. Gu Fan laughed, and the dead coat on his body suddenly fluttered. The dead man appeared out of thin air. What did you say? I killed. Zizizizi. Thunder surrounded his body, and the black dragon Barret also appeared in Gu Fan's hand. Gu Fan stared at Mu Yonghan indifferently. You are not my opponent. If you make trouble again, I don't mind getting rid of you first. Xia Shulan was the same. Her whole body suddenly emitted red light. She stood beside Gu Fan, staring at Mu Yonghan with her cute big eyes full of fierceness. Her whole body soon became hot, and drops of magma dripped on the ground. The two of them mastered the power of thunder and magma. It's not surprising that Xia Shulan mastered the power of magma. In the eyes of everyone, she was the daughter of Luo Sangming, and it was normal to inherit the power of magma. Except for Nalan Ye, who felt very strange. The pressure and strength of the two shocked everyone present. Nalan Ye, why don't you tell Mu Yonghan the details of what happened? Nalan Ye nodded, and then said that it was the result of her forcing herself to study the power of death and silence. Mu Yonghan sighed, I understand. I didn't expect that the Black Witch cult, which is full of talents, would actually have such a strong person. But it's good. With little friend Gu Fan here, the crisis of death and silence should be resolved. Then everyone, can you listen to me? Gu Fan was silent for a while, and seeing that the three leaders did not refute, he slowly said, now, while the power of death and silence has not infected the territory of the Witch cult and the Neutral cult, we should first build a wall to isolate the crisis. The faster the action, the better. The Neutral cult is in a mountainous area, and can use some natural barriers. The Black Witch cult and the Witch cult can resist through the middle road, the light and dark road. Gu Fan initially gave his own ideas. The first thing is to persist for 20 days. As long as you can persist for 20 days, there is a way out. Gu Fan's idea was also agreed by Nalan Ye. At this point, the Black Witch cult's territory could only be abandoned. Since she also knew the Witch King's unbearableness, after the matter was over, there might be a way to drag the Witch King into the water. There is only this way. Luo Pingdao sighed, if possible, we will also study this power. If we can develop a large number of antidotes, maybe there will be a way to solve the crisis. Gu Fan sneered, still studying? Are you afraid that you won't die quickly enough? Luo Pingdao was speechless, thinking of the consequences of studying this power before. However, he still had an inexplicable desire in his heart. If he obtained this power, could he become the strongest person on the Witch continent? But soon, his eyes regained clarity. The power of death and silence was too weird. Once you think about this power, you will fall into it. Wait, you are right, it is true. And I feel that there is desire in my heart. Soon, Luo Pingdao told everything that had just happened. Gu Fan was shocked at first, and then he understood everything. Xia Shulan couldn't help shouting, husband, do you think this is the power of death and silence itself? It aroused Nalan Liang's desire, which led to Nalan Liang. Nalan Ya's eyes flashed with anger, it should be this reason. The power of death and silence is too weird. It will seduce the desire for powerful power in the hearts of humans. My grandfather is already old, and he still wants to rule the world. This is really unreasonable. The Snow Girl followed in. The Snow Girl's eyes showed doubts. She obviously also mastered the power of death and silence, and then broke through to the second forbidden and gained powerful power. Why, she has no greed in her heart? Is it because of the master? Looking at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, the Snow Girl nodded secretly, and she must ensure the safety of the two masters in the future. If they die, it is hard to say whether she will lose consciousness. Similarly, the Snow Girl is also curious that she is obviously a weak forbidden creature, but when she is transformed into a dead creature, her consciousness still exists. Maybe I have a special bloodline? The Snow Girl fantasized. Okay, everyone, get to work, lead the three factions. One faction will lead the Black Witches and residents of the Black Witch cult to the territory of the Witch cult. The more people they bring, the fewer people will be infected. The second faction will publicize the horror of the Dead Silence Legion, and of course, they must also calm people's hearts. The third group of people, build a high wall, and strive to build a fence to block the Dead Silence army within 3 days. Gu Fan shouted loudly, at the same time, no one is allowed to study the power of Dead Silence, and no one is allowed to touch it. The other 3 leaders also agreed, and then issued an order. Tonight, the Witch continent will be busy. After the meeting was disbanded, Gu Xia and others were assigned a luxury villa. Back to the villa, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan washed up, and lay on the bed with the two of them snuggling in each other's arms. In fact, Gu Fan had thought about the 4 forbidden strongmen going out together to deal with Nalan Liang. But Nalan Liang's black fog was there, and he couldn't find his figure at all. Its ability to save his life and evade is extremely strong. In addition, Nalan Liang still has a lot of. There are many unexplored cards. If all the people go out and fail to kill Nalan Liang, maybe there will be 4 forbidden strongmen who will be infected. Human wave tactics will not be useful against Nalan Liang. On the contrary, there may be negative side effects. In short, the possibility of several people killing Nalan Liang together is too low. Unless... Husband, what are you thinking about? Are you worried about the Dead Silence army? Xia Shulan hugged Gu Fan and asked softly. Yes, my idea is to forget it. If it can't be solved, we can survive for more than 20 days. On the Witch continent, we will give a piece of land to the Dead Silence army. Let's end the journey of the Witch continent and return to the void. Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's head and said gently, well, husband, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. Hee, let's divide the longevity potion first. There are 7 bottles. Gu Fan nodded with a smile, took out 6 bottles, and then 3 for himself and 3 for Xia Shulan. It just happened to be stuck at the limit. At the same time, the health of the 2 also increased by 1500 points, and the others increased by 150 points. Now Gu Fan's health of the pile breaking has reached more than 3,500. He glanced at his attribute panel. Character, Gu Fan. Teammate, Xia Shulan. Talent, title, unwavering until death. World's richest man. Skills, Bull Fist, beginner, Vajra Palm, beginner, infinite invisibility, special skills cannot be upgraded, Vajra Fist, beginner, terrifying sandstorm, minor success, Star Lord Morale. Realm, second forbidden health, attack, defense, speed, 7428. Status, worried. However, because of the talent, the speed has been bound to 1.5 times the health. Therefore, the 150 points of speed increase did not take effect. Now Gu Fan's speed is more than 7,000, and no one in the entire which continent can catch up with him. Xia Shulan's attribute panel has also been greatly enhanced. Then Gu Fan summarized the copied content and calculated the time for the next critical hit. He has now copied 4 times. Because there was no copying for 3 or 4 days, the last copy was the locator. The last copy was the magma potion. And the sun-falling treasure chest, and another time was to copy a star energy armor, but this star energy armor was not used by himself, but given to his aunt and others. It seems that it takes 6 times to reach a critical hit. Now there are 4 copies. 1 copy for Black Dragon Barret, and 1 copy for the star energy armor. Gu Fan thought about it, and considered. Soon, a new Black Dragon Barret appeared in Xia Shulan's hand, but it was a pity that Xia Shulan's Black Dragon Barret was too weak. This thing became stronger with the strength of its owner. Xia Shulan's 2 levels of damage could only cause 2,000 and 4,000, and the critical force was more than 4,000 and more than 8,000. Ah, why do I only have this much damage? Xia Shulan pouted a little dissatisfied. Gu Fan took the opportunity to kiss her. It's okay, isn't this the case with this special weapon? It changes with the strength of the owner. And Gu Fan put on the star energy armor, and there were still 2 copies left. After thinking about it, Gu Fan decided to wait until 2 days later, when he could crit and use them together. At the same time, the Witch Cult and the Neutral Cult were introducing the refugees of the Black Witch Cult according to Gu Fan's request, and then building walls, and then calming people's hearts. In this way, another 3 days passed, which happened to be the 10 days since Gu Fan came to the Witch Sky Island. With the efforts of everyone, a huge wall was finally built. The Neutral Church also had a wall, but it was not very long and was connected to the mountains. Because the number of residents in the Black Witch Church was decreasing, Nalan Liang found that the Dead Silence Legion had fewer and fewer troops. It had occupied about half of the Black Witch Church's territory. The progress of Dead Silence had also reached 15%. The reason why the wall was built so quickly was because of the blessing of various strengthening potions and energy potions, which led to the construction team of the Witch Church being so fast and doing it well. Nalan Liang sent 1 or 2 Dead Silence people to check the reason, and then he realized that the territories of the Witch Church and the Neutral Church had built walls, and brought most of the refugees back to the territory. Although Nalan Liang is not the Nalan Liang before, because of its strong strength, its wisdom is not low. After thinking about it, it decided to turn the entire territory of the Black Witch Cult into a dead city first, and then find a way to attack the other 2 cults. At the same time, Gu Fan watched the process of Dead Silence getting faster and faster, jumping by 1% every few hours, and immediately understood Nalan Liang's idea. I don't know if it's a problem to just stand still. It seems that Nalan Liang, who has become a dead man, has a high IQ. He also discovered the actions of the human side. Gu Fan sighed. Nalan Liang's strength is too strong. There is no way, unless he can solve the fog. If he stops using the fog and doesn't hide, there will be a way to solve Nalan Liang. Soon, the Witch King held a meeting again. Now that 3 days have passed, we have completed the request of little friend Gu Fan. What should we do now? Luo Pingdao looked at Gu Fan and asked. Nalan suffered the most serious losses. She lost her entire territory, but she had no way to deal with it. Perhaps because she was unhappy about losing her territory, she hurriedly said, "Everyone, I think that standing still is self-destruction. Now that we have defensive means, we might as well take the initiative to attack and wipe out the Death Legion." I think so too, but in order to prevent sending troops to the Death Legion, witches and black witches below the 4th forbidden level cannot act. Mu Yonghan hurriedly added. What you said makes sense. I suggest that all the 4 forbidden strongmen gather together, and then 2 people in a group try to disperse and clean up the dead creatures. If one of the groups encounters Nalan Liang, they will fire a flare into the sky, and all the 4 forbidden strongmen will gather together to deal with Nalan Liang together. Gu Fan gave a plan, but soon, he said solemnly, no matter what, any 4 forbidden strongman must guarantee his own life. Once you die, it means adding a 4 forbidden strongman to the Death Silence Legion. Do you understand? Gu Fan's tone was very serious. If it is not handled well, it will be a disaster. Soon, Luo Pingdao, Mu Yonghan, and Nalan gathered all the 4 forbidden strongmen around them. Luo Pingdao has 5 people around him, Mu Yonghan has 4, and Nalan also has only 4. Add up to 16. If Gu Fan and Xia Shulan can be regarded as special 4 forbidden strongmen, then There are a total of 18. Soon, the 18 top strongmen of the Witch Continent were divided into 9 groups. Arrived at the edge of the city wall. At this moment, because of Nalan Liang's wanton expansion of territory, the death-silent city with black air can be vaguely seen in the distance. It is faster than Gu Fan imagined. In order to prevent the influence of the fog, the thickness of the city wall is extremely high, and there are 3 walls on the periphery, all of which are made of lapis lazuli with high defense, a small part of blue diamond, and black diamond. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are of course in the same group, as strong people who have experienced the Dead Silence continent and mastered some of the power of Dead Silence. They stand at the front of the line, vaguely having a central position. Everyone, pay attention to ensure your own life. Gu Fan finally reminded, we are all 4 forbidden strongmen, and there are some things that I don't need to say more. Don't worry, little friend Gu Fan, we will follow your request. Fire flares into the sky when we encounter danger, and then retreat. Chapter 262. Seeing that everyone was ready, Gu Fan nodded, just be ready, I won't say more, come on everyone. After Gu Fan finished speaking, he hugged Xia Shulan and disappeared on the spot. With Luo in his arms, he was full of energy. The speed shocked the 4 forbidden strongmen present. It would be strange if Gu Fan was not fast. With a speed of 7,000, everyone could not even see their shadows before they disappeared. Nalanya, who are your subordinates, and why do they have such a terrible speed? Luo Pingdao asked with a fearful look on his face. This speed has already made them invincible in a fight with them. Nalanya hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, if I am not mistaken, the 2 of them should be outsiders. After all, Nalanya is a local native. Although she has a good relationship with Gu Fan, she still has to keep a hand. As expected, this is not surprising. So what kind of existence is our continent? Why do outsiders appear? I remember that at the edge of the continent, it seems that no creature can pass through from the inside to the outside, or are Gu Fan and his people from another world? Mu Yanhan asked curiously. Luo Pingdao nodded, this is the only speculation. Various monsters appear from time to time on the edge of the continent, such as crawlers and even giant humans. I don't know where those monsters come from, and why can't witches like us on the continent get out? Luo Pingdao's tone was a little lost, and he didn't know what he was thinking. This world may be bigger than we imagined. When we come back, ask the 2 of them, maybe we can find the truth of this world. Nalanya said calmly, besides, this world is so big, and the sky is so high, how could there be only our witch continent? If a fish finds that it can't find other fish, then the answer is obvious, that is, it lives in a fish tank. Similarly, in our continent, we can't see the scenery outside the continent. Nor can we find other continents in this world. Nalanya then thought of something and kept silent. Grand Elder, follow me to fight against the dead creatures. It's too early to say this now. After saying that, she and a Grand Elder disappeared on the spot. The other 4 forbidden masters did the same, leaving worriedly, forming teams of 2. At this time, Gu Fan didn't know that he and Xia Shulan were being discussed by these 4 forbidden masters. After noticing the Dead Silent City, he stopped immediately. Ahead, it happened to be the Dead Silent City, which was the area infected by Nalan Liang. Every time he passed by, his dead creatures would turn ordinary towns and houses into Dead Silence, turning them into the Dead Silent City. In the Dead Silent City, many Dead Silence gates appeared out of thin air, and countless weak Dead Silence people without realms, and one Ben appeared from the Dead Silence gates. Seeing this scene, Gu Fan was a little silent. Husband, this is not right. Why are there still Dead Silence people coming out of the Dead Silence gate, but not the Dead Silence gate we built? Xia Shulan asked curiously. So, this is probably also due to the Dead Silence world. When I thought about the fact that there were humans and living dead living on the Dead Silence island before, I felt strange at the time. Now think about it, is it possible that the Dead Silence island was also a thriving civilized island at the beginning? After Gu Fan finished speaking, he stopped thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Soon, lightning appeared in his hands. Because of the increase in physical and mental strength, the frequency and number of times Gu Fan used lightning were much faster than before. Countless thunderbolts danced wildly among the Dead Silence crowd. Chapter 263. A large number of dead people died under the thunder and lightning, and Gu Fan desperately cast thunder after thunder. The accumulation of thunder and lightning value also accumulated relatively slowly. In other words, the increase in his health and physical strength greatly increased the endurance of thunder and lightning. Xia Shulan saw that Gu Fan was very happy with the thunder and lightning, and immediately smiled and was eager to try, and then continued to urge groups of magma to attack the dead creatures below. The two were in midair, and under the suppression of firepower, the dead creatures really retreated step by step. In addition to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan constantly attacking the dead creatures, the other four forbidden strongmen did the same. Luo Pingdao, who mastered the element of light, also began to learn from the two of them, constantly using one wave of light after another to attack the dead creatures, and the light element he mastered is actually similar to heat energy. It can not only deal high damage, but also be used for treatment, and the speed is very fast. The power of light seems to be stronger and more comprehensive than the power of thunder and lightning. The elder beside him, although he did not have permanent power, could still inflict very high damage after drinking bottles of potions. Nalanya, who mastered the dark element, also attacked the dead creatures crazily. Although the dark element could not match the power of dead silence. It seemed that the power of dead silence was weak, but Nalanya had a high band number and very strong attack power. Mu Yong'an was not so efficient, as he was more powerful in his physical strength. But it was not so easy to get close to the dead people. Fortunately, the ones he encountered were relatively weak. Mu Yong'an strengthened his own strength and continued to attack the dead people. The powerful fist wind tore the dead people one after another. The top fighters of the Witch Continent used terrifying power. The Silent Legion was also shrinking madly. But Nalan Liang was still hiding in the city. Gu Fan was also a little confused. Why didn't Nalan Liang come out? He didn't send a signal flare. Wait a little longer, isn't this a good thing? Xia Shulan didn't care. Just like that, one day passed, and the process of silent transformation was shortened by a few percentage points. The witch cult, the Supreme Elder, Luo Pingyi was using mud to transform into weapons, and constantly attack the silent people. The elemental power he mastered was also permanent, for mud. Although the mud's attack was not strong, he took a strengthening potion. With the strengthening potion, the mud's attack power instantly increased a lot, and it could even harden. Just when Luo Pingyi was attacking the silent people, and trying his best to contribute to this disaster. Nalan Liang had already been staring at Luo Pingyi in the dark. Soon, it smiled cunningly, and groups of black mist continued to form, and then came to the air. Seeing the black mist, Luo Pingyi's face changed, and he was about to pick up the signal-sending device to fire a flare into the sky. However, the next moment, a huge black hand appeared from Luo Pingyi's neck. Then it pinched Luo Pingyi's neck. Ah! Luo Pingyi's neck was instantly corrupted and disappeared. He used up his last strength to send a flare into the sky. The red potion was sprayed out by an unknown device. The liquid vaporized instantly, and turned into thick fog. The red fog floated in the sky and served as a signal. After seeing it, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan immediately flew in the direction of the red fog. The same was true for the other four forbidden strongmen. Luo Pingyi's companion beside him was shocked, and he also desperately fired flares into the sky. Send 2 more flares. 3 flares mean that a 4 forbidden strongman was seriously injured. 2 flares mean that a 4 forbidden strongman was in trouble. 1 flare means that Nalan Liang was found. Similarly, 4 and 5 flares have different meanings. For flares mean that a 4 forbidden strongman is about to die and is seriously injured, and 5 flares mean that 2 4 forbidden strongmen are about to be wiped out. Including the last flare, there are 3 flares in total. Luo Pingyi's teammates took Luo Pingyi, who had a serious neck injury, away. Luo Pingyi did not die. After all, this big hand with the power of death and silence can only cause 9,000 points of damage at most. However, this attack also consumed a huge amount of the power of death and silence. At this time, Nalan Liang was extremely weak and was absorbing the power of death and silence from the dead people beside him, sucking them dry one after another. At this level, you will definitely become my companion, Nalan Liang said hoarsely. It has learned to speak based on the memory of its predecessor. This is the advantage of a high number of forbidden numbers, and the IQ is not low. Today's Nalan Liang will become more and more terrifying as time goes by. Time passed slowly. Gu Fan and the 4 forbidden masters have arrived at the location of the signal flare. Unfortunately, there is only Luo Pingyi with a large gap in his neck and a panicked 4 forbidden master. When he saw Nalanya, Gu Fan, Luo Pingdao and others arrived, he immediately told them what happened. What about that old thing Nalan Liang? Luo Pingdao asked murderously. No, I don't know. A 4 forbidden warrior drank the perception potion, and went to sense the existence of Nalan Liang, but Nalan Liang had already fled. His goal was to consume all the power of death and silence to infect the target that needed to be infected. Now Nalan Liang's IQ is getting higher and higher. No, Except for our group of 4 forbidden warriors, there are no other 4 forbidden creatures, and the so-called Nalan Liang is not here. The 4 forbidden warrior with strong perception ability shouted. He is a person on Mu Yonghan's side. His strength is not strong, but his auxiliary ability is very strong. His perception ability is much stronger than other 4 forbidden warriors. Damn, how could I be so careless? Gu Fan's eyes were a little anxious. Luo Pingyi's face was pale now, and the power in his body was constantly fighting against the power of death and silence. Uncle, hold on. Luo Pingdao looked at Luo Pingyi with concern, and then cast the element of light to treat him. Unfortunately, 30 minutes later, Luo Pingyi sensed something and his face changed immediately. Dao, let me go! Or kill me! Luo Pingyi shouted. How could I choose to kill you? You are my uncle, Luo Pingdao said anxiously. However, a black air began to spread throughout Luo Pingyi's body. Chapter 264. Luo Pingdao's uncle, Luo Pingyi, was ultimately unable to resist the terrible erosion of the dead silence. Its back of the neck gradually recovered, and its skin began to wrinkle. Gu Fan was sharp-eyed, and of course he saw that Luo Pingyi was going to become a deadly person, and he immediately shouted, "Everyone, give it a fatal blow quickly, otherwise it will." Just as Gu Fan was about to take action, the 4 forbidden strongmen with strong perception abilities suddenly noticed something. Everyone, Nalan Liang is here. The black fog instantly erupted and attacked everyone. Gu Fan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and shot Luo Pingyi's head. Luo Pingyi was instantly shot in the head. Unfortunately, it did not die immediately, but was constantly twitching, and the power of dead silence was constantly gathering towards Luo Pingyi's head. The black fog that attacked from all around was the most terrifying skill. Ordinary 4 forbidden strongmen dared not touch it, and once touched, there would be a risk of infection. Gu Fan desperately retreated with Xia Shulan in his arms. Everyone, retreat first, don't worry about him. Luo Pingdao and his men gave up and tried their best to leave the range of the black fog. When the black fog wrapped around Luo Pingyi, it instantly swept away the head-exploded Luo Pingyi. Although Gu Fan and his men attacked the dead creatures, the progress of its dead transformation decreased by several percentage points. It's a pity, Gu Fan and his men still lost a lot. The reason is very simple, because there are only 16 4 forbidden strongmen, and now they have lost 1. And the enemy has 1 4 forbidden strongmen, and now there are 2. After the dead transformation, the strength will be greatly enhanced. I don't know what strength Luo Pingyi will reach after becoming a dead man. Nalan Liang, who was previously 3 forbidden, has become a 4 forbidden. Will Luo Pingyi go from 4 forbidden to 5 forbidden? Thinking of his head being smashed by the black dragon Barret, but it didn't work at all. Gu Fan's heart sank. Perhaps it would have been a good thing to leave directly at that time. The danger level of staying here has increased a lot. Everyone retreated back to the city wall, and even the little Shulan, who usually played funny, was frowning. At the same time, in the dead silent city, Luo Pingyi's head was constantly repairing, and his aura was constantly increasing. Although it was not so exaggerated to break through to the 5th forbidden, it was still more than the 4th forbidden. It opened its cold pupils, and it was Nalan Liang who came into view. Nalan Liang looked down at it. From now on, you have to obey my orders. Nalan Liang's tone was full of unquestionable. Luo Pingyi had just become a dead silence person, and couldn't speak yet. Facing Nalan Liang's request, it nodded slightly. Time passed quickly, and another 2 days passed. Because of the failure of the previous encirclement and suppression of the Dead Silence Legion, the whole church was filled with a desperate atmosphere. Nalan Liang was too powerful, although Luo Pingdao was confident that he could defeat him fairly. But what's the use? Once Nalan Liang sensed danger, he would hide, and even burst out black fog to cover himself. He even had several life-saving abilities. And around him, there were a lot of 3 forbidden Dead Silence people from time to time. When he encountered danger, he would run away, and if he could sneak up on people, he would sneak up on them. Nalan Liang's ability made all the 4 forbidden strongmen extremely painful. At the same time, Gu Fan's number of copies accumulated to 7. And for critical hits, there were only 4 left. So, Gu Fan began to consume the number of copies. First, he consumed 1 copy to give to the Fallen Sun treasure box. The Falling Sun treasure box was given to Xia Shulan to use. Xia Shulan opened it, and suddenly a golden light flashed. Ding! Obtain Forgetting Potion X7. Forgetting Potion. You can selectively forget the skills that are not needed, so as not to occupy too much mental power with the skills you master. Drinking the Forgetting Potion can also increase 50 points of mental power. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. The ability of this forgetting potion is quite strong. You know, the reason why he couldn't copy the talent before was because he mastered a lot of talents and skills. For example, the skills that were useless at the beginning, the Bull Fist, the Vajra Palm, the Great Vajra Fist, etc. Xia Shulan was also a little curious. Is this forgetting potion so magical? Husband, I'll give you all these 7 bottles of potion, so that your mental power will reach more than 1,000. Xia Shulan shouted hurriedly. Gu Fan nodded and drank the potion quickly. Because there is no limit to this potion, he can drink it all the time. After thinking about it, Gu Fan decided to keep 1 bottle and copy it later. Soon, he drank 6 bottles, and forgot the 4 useless skills he had acquired earlier. As for the other 2, he kept them first, because the current skills were useful, and the effects could be preserved and forgotten in the future. Suddenly, Gu Fan felt his mind was extremely clear. Gu Fan's mental power also increased to nearly 1,000. Now he can try to copy the S-level talent. Now there are 4 S-level talents in front of him, with 5 times the attribute enhancement. Can teleport, can exchange items, and control fire. The 4 abilities are very abnormal and powerful. First of all, excluding fire, Gu Fan already has many means of attack, control of lightning, Black Dragon Barret, Life Pistol, various powerful skills. However, the last 3 are all very powerful talents, especially the 2 talents of exchanging items and 5-fold enhancement, which may help to kill Nalan Liang. Hubby, why don't you copy a skill fruit? The skill strength of this skill fruit is still very useful. Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan, who was struggling, and suddenly felt distressed, then snuggled in Gu Fan's arms and recommended. Gu Fan opened his eyes. I was thinking about how to kill Nalan Liang. If I eat the skill fruit, I would also like to, but if the skill opened is not what I want, it will occupy my own mental power. This is a bit of a loss, Gu Fan said in a deep voice. After thinking about it, he planned to continue copy another star energy armor, and give it to his aunt. It has been given once before, so that his aunt and uncle will each have a star energy armor. Then copy a permanent fire potion. 2 fire potions can greatly enhance the strength of the team. The next copy is a critical hit. Gu Fan chose the Sunfall treasure chest between the longevity potion and the Sunfall treasure chest. The reason is simple. Gu Fan wants to gamble. He wants to gamble whether the next level of treasure chest can explode useful things. Ding! Critical hit succeeded, and the king's lower grade treasure chest was obtained. Gu Fan's mouth twitched. What is this? Why is it the king's lower grade? But thinking about it, I feel relieved. There are still 3 critical hits to get the Emperor's treasure chest. That is, 1 month later, if the Emperor's treasure chest is so easy to get, it's too cheating. The king's lower grade is the king's lower grade. Just don't get the Glory King when the time comes. Soon, a huge golden treasure chest appeared in front of the 2. At the same time, a big word king appeared on the surface of the golden treasure chest. Xia Shulan exclaimed, Wow, is this the treasure chest of the lower grade of the king? Husband, open it for me. Gu Fan of course had to open it for Xia Shulan, and she could get good things if she wasn't careful, but before that, he had to copy one. Gu Fan quickly copied the treasure chest of the lower grade of the king, and then gave one to Xia Shulan. Hee, husband, I knew you were really good to me. I'll reward you with a mouthful. Xia Shulan pounced on Gu Fan and pecked at his face like a woodpecker. Are you going to reward yourself? Gu Fan complained, but he also catered to the lowly in his arms, then smiled, and quickly put his hand under Xia Shulan's armpit to tickle her. Woo, husband is bad. Even if the situation was urgent, the 2 did not forget to flirt with each other and shiver with each other. After all, it should be Nalanya, Luo Pingnao, and others who should have a headache. In 10 days, Gu Fan and the others can leave. The current level of death is not as high as it was 3 days ago. Chapter 265. Okay, stop playing, my dear, and open the box quickly. If you don't open it, I will. Gu Fan pinched the collagen on Xia Shulan's face and said lovingly. Don't, honey, I'll open it. My hands are itching. Xia Shulan quickly opened the copied king's lower grade treasure box. The dazzling golden light flashed. Although the game system didn't say it, you can tell whether the box is good or bad by the light of the box. Generally speaking, there is either no light, golden light, or white light. Special skill. Range sensing. You can perceive or sense the kindness and hostility of all creatures within a radius of 100 meters. At the same time, when you can see the scene within 100 meters around you without using your eyes, you will not be affected by obstacles. If you have other sensing talents or skills, the range sensing will be greatly enhanced. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. This skill is exactly what he needs now. If the dead man Nalan Liang had been hiding in the black fog, he could have relied on his sense of sight and hearing to avoid Nalan Liang's sneak attack. But he could not actively see the scene of the black fog. Some people said that this black fog also had a cooling period of 10 hours. However, the area of the black fog cast by Nalan Liang was too wide. After the black fog disappeared, Nalan Liang hit again. There was no way at all. And now, he has obtained range sensing. It can be greatly combined with the sense of sight and hearing, and play the role of 1 + 1 greater than 2. How to play it? Range sensing is mainly external, while the sense of sight and hearing is mainly internal. The two different focuses can complement each other. Although it was said before that the sense of sight and hearing can be perceived in the future when it is enhanced to a certain extent, it has been several months now, and the two have no idea how to enhance their talents. Gu Fan was very happy and rewarded Xia Shulan with several big kisses. At the same time, he gave the last copy to the range sensing, and the two learned together. Good things must be learned together. Share happiness and share difficulties. Soon, half an hour later, the two finished learning, and the prompt sound rang in their ears at the same time. Special skill, range sensing learning successful. Player Gu Fan / Xia Shulan has S-level talent perception. The two abilities are complementary. S-level talent perception is slightly enhanced, perception is enhanced, and the physical strength consumed by mind reading is slightly reduced. Special skill range sensing is slightly enhanced, and the range of 100 meters is increased to 300 meters. Yes, the sensing abilities of both of them have been enhanced. At the same time, Gu Fan also found a difference, that is, if range sensing is used, Xia Shulan will emit a strong red light. Xia Shulan is the same. So she asked curiously Gu Fan, "Why are you red?" Gu Fan and Xia Shulan soon understood the meaning of the light. White light means no hostility or threat to oneself. For example, passers-by and witches can be seen everywhere on the street, they will emit white light. Moreover, the innate reaction also tells Gu Fan that black light emits hostility. The darker it is, the deeper the hostility is, and gray means some hostility. And red light is naturally love. Only after falling in love will the light turn red. The redder the light, the deeper the love. The two people are currently full of love for each other, so naturally they are all red. After figuring it out, the two looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, Gu Fan had a guess, talent and special skills are very similar. In this case, can special skills be considered talents? Maybe, but the difference between talent and skills is that skills can be forgotten, but talents cannot. Xia Shulan thought for a while and said, with this ability, Gu Fan knew what kind of talent to copy. Yes, it was Jiangyu's talent, the power of transfer. Soon, Gu Fan called Jiangyu to explain his intention. Jiangyu nodded without any refusal. She exuded pure white. As Gu Fan's subordinate and partner, she certainly would not emit a trace of malice. This way, you can also check how loyal your subordinates are to you, so there is no need for a contract paper. Both are S-level, but there are still differences. Gu Fan's S-level talent daily copy is obviously the best of the best. Get the power of transfer of S-level talent. Any two objects within your sight can be replaced. Each replacement consumes mental power and a small amount of physical strength, but the size of the two objects replaced cannot be too large. You can transfer up to 4 at a time, which will consume more mental power and physical strength. Soon, after Gu Fan mastered the new S-level talent, he closed his eyes. His mental power reached the state of full oppression again. Perhaps only when the mental power reaches 1500 can he relax a little and be conservative. After the mental power reaches 2000, Gu Fan will choose to copy the next talent. Chu Lin is next to Jiangyu at this time, and he is naturally dressed in white. Chu Lin, go outside and try. Chu Lin didn't understand, but he still followed Gu Fan's request. Soon, he came to the door. Jiangyu was in the bedroom, and Chu Lin was outside the bedroom. Jiangyu, your ability should not be able to make Chu Lin and I turn around, right? Gu Fan asked casually. Jiangyu said, of course, I can only see the two of you, not Chu Lin. Gu Fan smiled and activated the power of turning. The next moment, Jiangyu disappeared, replaced by a confused Chu Lin. Jiangyu broke into the door in shock. Why? Boss Gu Fan, didn't you copy my talent? Why can you turn Chu Lin outside the door? Jiangyu's expression was full of shock. Any talent has its limits. Jiangyu was not surprised. Her limit was the place she could see. And Gu Fan's limit was the number of days, of course. As the number of days increased, this limit was dispensable, and now it has developed to a level that other players can't compare with. Because my vision has improved, it's exactly what I thought. This is the way to defeat Nalan Liang. Once Nalan Liang dies, the crisis of death can be solved. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with confidence. Gu Fan can of course transfer himself and other objects, but I don't know if it is a limitation. Transferring himself consumes 5 or 6 times more mental power than transferring other objects. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Gu Fan could only say the newly acquired skills. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with excitement. Boss Gu Fan, can you use up one copy to copy this skill? We will definitely obey your and Boss Xia's orders 100% in the future. Seeing Jiang Yu's excited expression, Gu Fan blinked his eyes. He seemed to have used it just now. Yes, he didn't care about it after copying it, which made Jiang Yu feel disappointed. Gu Fan forgot this. But you two don't need to worry. In order to thank you for your S-level talent, I will give you 2 lower-grade treasure chests for the copies in the next 2 days. I will give you 2 lower-grade treasure chests of the king. Gu Fan stretched out 2 fingers and said confidently. Chu Lin and Jiang Yu were of course happy to see this. This is a king's treasure chest. You should know that even if they have never seen an Eclipse treasure chest, they have seen a Star Glory treasure chest once. The top 10 players now generally use Diamond and Star Glory's equipment. They rarely use Eclipse equipment. After the two left, Gu Fan took Xiao Shulan to find Nailanya and Luo Pingdao without stopping. Forget Mu Yanghan, his ability is not suitable for dealing with Nalan Liang. Seeing this, the two hurried to greet Gu Fan. After activating the range sensing ability, Gu Fan found that Nailanya's eyes were white to him, while Luo Pingdao's eyes were slightly gray. It seemed that he had some clues about the theft of the longevity potion and a large number of potions. Or he was already wary of himself and Xia Shulan. But it doesn't matter, as long as it's not that thick black. Now they are all in a headache. These days, the entire Black Witch cult has been occupied. Even a small number of city walls were destroyed, and the power of death and silence almost entered the witch cult. Gu Fan is the hope to solve the power of death and silence. Gu Fan said, my strength has increased, and it should not be a problem to deal with Nalan Liang, but I also need the assistance of the two of you. Nailanya nodded, don't worry, Gu Fan, I will do whatever you need me to do, as long as I can solve the power of death. Luo Pingdao also stood up. He looked at Gu Fan in confusion. Gu Fan, isn't your breath strength the same as before? How much has it been enhanced? Just when Luo Pingdao finished speaking, Gu Fan smiled and used his ability. The next moment, Nailanya and Luo Pingdao exchanged positions. The two of them looked confused. After a while, they turned around again. Now I can see the scene within a range of several hundred meters, and bring a few volunteers. If I can see Nalan Liang, I can exchange Nalan Liang with the volunteers. After exchanging positions, I can attack Nalan Liang. The reason why living people were used was because Gu Fan found that 2 objects of similar size and density were more convenient to transfer, and consumed less physical strength. This is also why Jiang Yu always transferred players before. Gu Fan tried his best to explain his approach. Nailanya understood, and looked at Gu Fan in surprise. What a freak, this kind of terrifying strength, thunder and lightning, and turning. When you grow to the 4th forbidden level, who in this world can be your opponent? Nailanya couldn't help but sigh. Gu Fan shook his head, don't flatter me, there are people who are better than you, and there are better things than you. Xia Shulan shouted proudly, my husband is invincible. Luo Pingdao nodded, okay, I will bring volunteers here, and we must get rid of Nalan Liang. If we can't solve it, our city wall will be broken. Luo Pingdao's tone was full of sorrow. He always felt that this wall or something. It was just some psychological effect. Soon, he asked someone to go find the volunteer. Because if it encounters Nalan Liang, it will hide in the fog if it feels bad. The black fog lasts for a long time, so the volunteer and Nalan Liang will definitely die after switching positions. As for who the volunteers are, of course, they will be selected from the experimental subjects, who have not escaped. At the same time, Gu Fan is planning to target Nalan Liang. Nalan Liang himself has already built a hall made of strange black crystal stone blocks. Beside it, Luo Pingyi followed closely. Soon they came to the hall, and the walls inside the hall were full of various strange runes. Luo Pingyi, although I don't want to, but the king has sent us all a signal. Perhaps because he doubts my ability, or perhaps because the king is running out of time, he has obtained a great opportunity, and has broken through to the 7 forbidden realms. Only by mastering one dead and silent island after another can he bring in one talent after another. In order to make the dead and silent world stronger, you need to be sacrificed. Luo Pingy. Luo Pingy looked at Nalan Liang dully. Although he understood what Nalan Liang meant, he did not have any intention of resisting. He was infected by Nalan Liang and naturally obeyed Nalan Liang. Soon, Nalan Liang consumed a lot of his own dead and silent power, as well as a skill, and set up a formation on a strange black crystal stone block. Okay, you stand on top of this formation, Nalan Liang said hoarsely. Luo Pingy nodded dully, and stood on top of the formation. A beam of black light suddenly emerged from the block and enveloped Luo Pingy's whole body. Sacrifice. Sacrifice a 4 forbidden person and all 3 forbidden dead silence people. Maybe the king will come to this empty island. After saying that, Nalan Liang lined up a large group of infected 3 forbidden dead silence people, and went to the black light every once in a while. When the king arrives, there will be no suspense at all. This continent will belong to our dead silence world. After Nalan Liang finished speaking, his expression suddenly became angry. Why don't these witches and my damn granddaughter surrender? Why don't you accept this powerful dead silence power? And that Gu Fan? Why are you trying to stop me? Nalan Liang was very angry. However, at this moment, a 2 forbidden which he infected told him that Gu Fan and his friends were coming again. Again? If they are coming, don't leave. It's just right to sacrifice them, Nalan Liang said with a sly smile. At this moment, Gu Fan didn't know that the witch empty island was about to encounter a disaster. After all, he believed too much in the system. As long as he persisted for more than 20 days, he could leave whenever he wanted. When they arrived above the dead silent city, Gu Fan used his skills and range sensing, and immediately noticed countless faint black lights below. Each black light represented a dead silence person. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and soon thunder fell, bombarding the bodies of the dead silence people. Not long after, Nalan Liang arrived, looking at the few people from a distance, his expression full of playfulness. There were at least 4 second-level forbidden witches following Luo Pingdao. They were all forced by Luo Pingdao to threaten their families. If they didn't want to follow, then kill their entire family. Gu Fan was unwilling to remain calm about this, although he didn't feel sorry for it, but he still felt a little touched. Soon, a black hand appeared out of thin air and pinched the few people. The thick black fog continued to condense. Separate first, Gu Fan shouted. He hugged Xia Shulan and didn't separate. After all, the two were together. Nalan Ye and Luo Pingdao were far apart. Several beams of light enveloped the volunteers, protecting them. This was Luo Pingdao's mission. It was not time to turn around yet, so they needed to be protected. Chapter 266. Gu Fan was very fast, and immediately ran away with Xia Shulan in his arms. At the same time, Xia Shulan and Gu Fan took out the Black Dragon Barret in unison, consuming their second-level health points, which is 1,000 points, and fired at least 2 bullets. The terrible damage was locked on Nalan Liang's forehead. Nalan Liang reacted instantly and cast a 1-minute cooling dead silence. A touch of black air appeared on its forehead. No damage. The 2 bullets did not cause any damage. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan also hurriedly used the Tao Tai magic book to replenish their own health points. The black fog spread, and in order not to be affected, the 4 flew high into the sky and watched Nalan Liang being wrapped in the black fog. Do you think you can hide? Gu Fan said, and the next moment, he took out a large pile of wooden blocks. Now the physical value is still sufficient, so if you can do without volunteers, don't do it. Gu Fan didn't necessarily need to sacrifice the lives of those volunteers in order to reduce his physical strength. Generally speaking, objects with similar volumes and densities are most convenient to transfer. So Gu Fan made 2 wooden blocks. 2 wooden blocks spliced together to form a 1x1x2 specification. The dark power quickly dragged the 4 wooden pillars that Gu Fan had placed. Nalan Ye said, Gu Fan, I'll help you hold these 4 wooden pillars. This scene made Nalan Liang, who was hiding in the black fog and preparing to attack, stunned. Although its IQ and attack power have risen to the same level as ordinary people. But now, it still doesn't understand what Gu Fan is doing. Boring human. Are you still playing the game of building blocks? Sure enough, humans are the weakest species, and only dead people are the most powerful species in the world. Nalan Liang laughed. But the next moment, Gu Fan looked at Nalan Liang, who was hiding in the black fog and waiting for an opportunity. The two looked at each other calmly through the thick black fog. Nalan Liang's heart skipped a beat. No way? Gu Fan found it? No, absolutely impossible this skill is. The next moment, the scene around Nalan Liang changed, and he and the wooden pillar composed of 2 wooden blocks changed positions. At the same time, a ray of light turned into a lightsaber and rushed towards Nalan Liang's head. The 4 volunteers prayed in their hearts that they could kill Nalan Liang. Otherwise, they would be in danger. Gu Fan was not surprised, and the Black Dragon Barret aimed at Nalan Liang's head and shot. Xia Shulan did the same, but the magma she used wrapped her arms and then hardened them. The hardened magma could also cause extremely terrible damage, just when everyone thought Nalan Liang was going to die. Nalan Liang's whole body emitted a gray light, absorbed all the damage that attacked it. Then, black mist began to emerge from the skin all over the body. To prevent infection, Gu Fan and his companions began to flee to the sky again. This should be the recovery of death. The damage was enough to reach a terrifying damage of 20,000, and did not cause any injuries to Nalan Liang. Honey, does his black mist last so long? It seems that even if there is only a 10-hour cooling period, Nalan Liang's black mist is still a terrifying one. Xia Shulan frowned. Gu Fan said, however, I remember that he needed to consume a lot of physical strength to perform his skills before. If this continues, we will win sooner or later. However, Nalan Liang, who performed the recovery of death, has returned to the fog and is desperately fleeing. After performing range sensing, a symbolic thick black light fled deeper. Follow him, don't let him run away. Gu Fan quickly flashed a lightning and followed closely in the sky, trying to keep Nalan Liang within a radius of 300 meters. Soon, Gu Fan continued to activate his ability, and another 1x2 wooden pillar exchanged positions with Nalan Liang. Gu Fan gathered a lightning again, and the terrifying lightning damage was more than 10,000. The lightning penetrated Nalan Liang's body, but the 1-minute cooling was very fast, and Nalan Liang continued to perform the element of death at the same time, consuming a lot of physical strength to emit black mist. It was like this, in a cycle. Gu Fan used the power of rotation. Nalan Liang was surrounded by black mist. Gu Fan used the Black Dragon Barret again, and Nalan Liang used the life saving skill again, looking very embarrassed. The physical strength of both sides was constantly decreasing. Among them, Nalan Liang's health value also dropped to 2,000 or 3,000 points. It understood that according to Gu Fan's ability, only the 5 forbidden creatures could be his opponent. Gu Fan, if you kill me, you and your wife may die. You'd better let me go. Nalan Liang roared. It was no longer Gu Fan's opponent. Really? I want to see what you can do. Finally, Gu Fan took out the life pistol and shot Nalan Liang to death. Nalan Liang's head exploded, and the reward for killing Nalan Liang rang in his ears. Xia Shulan also breathed a sigh of relief and hugged Gu Fan. Gu Fan's lightning value was already very high, and he would be electrocuted if he used it again, and then he would need her assistance. Just when everyone thought the crisis was solved, Luo Ping now flashed black light all over his body, and his skin became shriveled. No, my body, why? Why am I infected when I clearly didn't touch it? Luo Pingdao said in horror. The 4 volunteers beside him were still alive. He thought he was relieved, but he saw that the Witch King beside him had become a dead creature. His scalp suddenly numbed, and he was extremely frightened. This is Nalan Liang's last skill. There were 2 lines on the previous attribute panel. One of them is summoning, consuming a large number of dead creatures to summon the Dead King. The other line is the Death Curse. After death, a creature within 1 kilometer nearby will be randomly selected to become a death creature. It is a terrible ability of 1-for-1 exchange. Kill him, Nalan Ye, kill Luo Pingdao. While he was still in the death silence, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan rushed to attack Luo Pingdao. Lightning, Meteoric Moon Slash, Dinosaur Heat Breath, Magma Fist, and Nalan Ye's dark power formed a big sword. 3 strong men with 4 forbidden strengths continued to output fiercely to Luo Pingdao. Luo Pingdao never dreamed that he was infected, and these partners did not think about saving him, but desperately attacked him. Nalan Ye fought the most happily, and the dark power kept bombarding Luo Pingdao. It seemed that the two had a grudge before. No, the two did have a grudge. Luo Pingdao wanted to marry Nalan Ye before, and the 2 witches and the black witches were hostile forces. Nalan Ye's move was to take revenge. For a moment, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, who were desperately attacking Luo Pingdao, also looked at each other. I couldn't help but laugh. Darkness is calling. Dark spikes. Soon, the power of darkness turned into a huge black spike, piercing Luo Pingdao's lower body directly. Nalan Ye looked proud, and her tone was full of middle school. Awesome, you are worthy of being the leader. Just like that, before he transformed, Luo Pingdao died under the siege of everyone. Nalan Ye sighed. It should be okay now, right? Gu Fan, thank you very much. Why don't you join me to eliminate the leader of the neutral church? I will thank you. Nalanya looked at Gu Fan seriously and said, with ambition flashing in her eyes. Soon, Mu Yanhan also came after hearing the news. He complained about why everyone didn't take him with them when they besieged Nalan Liang. Seeing Luo Pingdao's inhumane corpse, Mu Yanhan was a little shocked. Nalanya was also a little embarrassed. She didn't know if what she just said to Gu Fan was heard. Gu Fan sighed. He was too lazy to participate in the grievances of the Witch Continent. This special trip to the Sky Island had already gained a lot of benefits. The most valuable life-extending potion, followed by potions of various permanent elements. 2 bottles of fire potion, 1 bottle of fire resistance potion, 1 bottle of poison resistance potion, 1 bottle of water potion, 1 bottle of strengthening potion. Afterwards, Gu Fan will also copy the fire resistance and poison resistance to strengthen himself and Xiao Shulan. Soon, a prompt sound rang in his ear. The core of the Dead Silence crisis has been detected, and the Dead Silence man Nalan Liang is dead. The Dead Silence crisis is about to be resolved, and the Witch Sky Island is about to return to normal. Congratulations to player Gu Fan for killing the Dead Silence man Nalan Liang and resolving the crisis of the entire island. Gu Fan is rewarded with the title, Enemy of Dead Silence. Enemy of Dead Silence. All your attacks will cause an additional 50% damage to Dead Silence creatures. Gu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Could it be that the mysterious reward he received was this title? He glanced at Nalanya, who was winking at him frantically, asking him and Xia Shulan to attack Mu Yanhan together. However, this kept buzzing in his mind like an error message. Warning! 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 It is detected that the 7 Forbidden Emperor level strongman, the King of Death, is about to be teleported to the Witch Sky Island. All players on the Witch Sky Island will be covered with an invincible halo. Under the invincible halo, all players and all players' pets and servants will not suffer any damage. After 30 seconds, all players and all players' servants and pets will be teleported to various base platforms. The reminder sound kept repeating in his ears, and Gu Fan realized what was happening. That thing is coming. The King of Death, who had previously bewitched himself and Xia Shulan to go to the Dead Silence realm to be trained. Gu Fan glanced at Nalanya and Mu Yanhan and sighed, "You too, your Sky Island, Black Witch Cult, and Neutral Cult may be destroyed. We will meet again if we are lucky." Nalanya frowned. "Gu Fan, what do you mean, you want to attack us?" Gu Fan shook his head. "I am not going to attack you. I guess Nalan Liang did something before he died. The real big guy is coming." For a moment, Gu Fan was a little confused. According to the system's prompt, the 7 forbidden creatures are Emperor-level creatures. Then the 6 forbidden creatures should be King-level creatures. Isn't the 8 forbidden creatures Emperor-level creatures? 6 forbidden creatures are kings, 7 forbidden creatures are emperors, and 8 forbidden creatures are emperors. Mu Yanhan also looked at Gu Fan vigilantly. For a moment, everyone was very nervous. Gu Fan didn't care. His servants and pets were still at the villa. After 30 seconds of teleportation, they would be teleported back unscathed. It's just a pity that the favorability of the 4 forbidden strongmen has not been cultivated, and the teleportation array of the entire Witch Sky Island cannot be obtained. Gu Fan's voice just fell, a ray of light came from afar, and a terrifying pressure descended on the Witch Sky Island. It's coming. In the hall built with strange black crystal blocks, a silver-haired man, wearing black armor appeared out of thin air in front of the array. He has a handsome face. Although he is not as good as Gu Fan and all the readers, he will also cause all kinds of screams and sensations in front of the opposite sex. It's not easy. The dead creatures of the 4 forbidden ones can actually master this teleportation skill and temporarily teleport me here. It seems that I can cultivate it well. Well, it's dead? Who killed it? The silver-haired man showed a stunned expression on his face. But soon he smiled. "Oh, those 2 little guys are interesting. Yes, this man is the King of Dead Silence, the guy who showed up on the Dead Sky Island before. During this period, he has gained many players who follow him. Most of them choose to follow him and get the training of the King of Death. The King of Death has an ability to turn creatures into dead creatures without destroying his memory. However, among so many excellent players, no one can compare with Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. The 2 are unwilling to follow him, which makes the King of Death feel upset. Soon, he kicked his feet slightly and appeared in the air. After seeing Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, surprise flashed in his eyes. "It's you too? Are you almost banned 3 times now? You are indeed the ones I like." The King of Death appeared out of nowhere, startling several people. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at him with unhappy eyes. After all, the King of Death wanted to break them up before, and in Xia Shulan's eyes, he was a bad guy. You too, why don't you follow me to the world of death? I won't break you up, and I can break some rules for you. Gu Fan glanced at the seconds, and there were still a few seconds left. Soon, he was about to shake his head. At the same time, Gu Fan did not forget to use the probe on the King of Death. It consumed a full 1 million cube coins. Yes, it's so exaggerated. The gap between the strength of the King of Death and Gu Fan is too large, and the price of the probe is extremely expensive. King of Death. Killing has a high probability of obtaining a lower-grade treasure chest of the Emperor, a small probability of obtaining a middle-grade treasure chest of the Emperor, and a very small probability of obtaining a high-grade treasure chest of the Emperor. Realm, 7 Forbidden. Health value, 115,600. Attack, 17,500. Defense, 12,300. Speed, 18,600. Skills, Advanced Death Transformation. Creatures infected by the King of Death will gain terrible power, and will not lose their minds. Death Annihilation Spear. Use the power of death to surround the spear, causing 60,000 damage with one shot. One of the strongest in the Death Realm, extremely powerful, and has some contractual rules with the Cube Main World, and the Death Realm is governed by the Cube Main World. At the same time, although Gu Fan shook his head to refuse, he also received an invitation from the King of Death. It seems that he has to formally refuse. Detected the invitation of the King of Death. Do you agree to the invitation of the King of Death? Yes or no? Ding! It has been automatically rejected for you. Gu Fan's mouth twitched. He hasn't clicked no yet. How could he be automatically rejected? Chapter 267. The King of Death was silent for a moment. It seems that the main world will not let you two go, but that's normal. Although the Death Realm and the main world are in a cooperative relationship, they are also in a competitive relationship. Then, he glanced at the two trembling and frightened four forbidden masters, Nailanya and Mu Yonghan. You two will be my people from now on. At this time, Nailanya shivered. She did not have an invincible aura. Facing the pressure of the King of Death, she and Mu Yonghan were as weak as a baby. Then, Nailanya looked at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan with a look of help. I'm sorry, master. Gu Fan shook his head. Now, I don't seem to have any way to take you out. Nailanya's face suddenly turned pale. Xia Shulan suddenly thought, Gu Fan, don't you have the 3 forbidden contract? If you take Nailanya as a slave, can you take her away? Xia Shulan was just a little curious. Gu Fan looked at the seconds. There were still 4 or 5 seconds left. He sighed, and could only speak very quickly. Use any means to reduce the number of bands to 3, sign this contract, and become a slave of me and Xia Shulan, otherwise, you can only follow this big brother with 7 bands. Nailanya did not hesitate. She really had the means to reduce her own band number. The next moment, the dark power exerted by Nailanya caused extremely terrible decay, and the power was decaying itself. The dark power represents decay. If she can decay others, she can decay herself and temporarily reduce her blood. No, why do you want to degrade yourself like this? If you follow me, not only will you not lose consciousness, but you will gain more powerful power, and breaking through the 5 bands is a sure thing. Don't you want powerful power? The King of Death complained. For a moment, Nailanya really hesitated, thinking of the time she spent with Gu Fan and the others, and the offer given by the King of Death. Nailanya gritted her teeth and still chose to destroy her future and leave the Witch Sky Island. Compared to the unknown and terrible world, she wanted to come to the familiar Gu Fan and the others. This was not because she had any feelings for Gu Fan, but because she didn't want to take risks. Humph! It's the Rottenwood Head. The King of Death glared at Nailanya angrily, and the next moment, the power of death invaded Nailanya's whole body. But she still bit her tongue and tried to wake herself up as much as possible. In the end, the number of bands was reduced to 3 bands, and she quickly signed a contract with Gu Fan. Nailanya fainted. At the same time, beams of light enveloped the bodies of players and player servants. Of course, including Nailanya, who would rather follow Gu Fan than surrender. Unfortunately, Nailanya was infected with the power of death from the King of Death. This high-level power would not make her head dizzy or stupid, but it would conflict with the dark power that suppressed her in her body. Gu Fan and Nailanya disappeared, and she became the only native who escaped from the Witch Sky Island. Mu Yonghan, who was standing by, was overjoyed when he learned that he could gain powerful power, and he was no longer afraid. What's the point of this stupid woman following those 2 little brats? If you want to follow the King of Death. Mu Yonghan knelt on one knee in front of the King of Death and shouted respectfully. Unexpectedly, The King of Death sighed and ignored Mu Yonghan's flattery. He admired Gu Fan and his friends, who were unwilling to follow him. As for those who licked his boots, he felt that they were too humble and noble. For a moment, the King of Death could not help but feel conflicted. This situation was just like the Blue Star before Gu Fan and his friend traveled through time. Blue Star, like Cao Cao in ancient times, admired Guan Yu, who left him to fight against all odds and kill 6 generals. Even if Guan Yu was unwilling to follow him, if Guan Yu really abandoned Liu Bei to follow him, Cao Cao would look down on Guan Yu. The King of Death had a similar mentality to Cao Cao at that time. So when the King of Death left, he turned Nalanya into death. If she could resist, with the power of the dark element, she would definitely be able to improve her strength. This was the gift from the King of Death to Gu Xia and his friend. Your Majesty. Ahem, when do you want to see? What are you arguing about? What's the hurry? The King of Death shouted impatiently. Soon, it came to the sky above the witch cult's territory and took out a pitch-black spear. He immediately poured the rich power of death into the spear, and then threw it to the ground. The spear was inserted into the ground, and suddenly, thick black fog descended, all the way to the entire witch cult. The buildings of the witch cult were constantly decaying and weathering. The dead people emerged one by one, and in the end, not only the witch cult, but also the neutral cult, and the remaining territory of the black witch cult were all shrouded in black fog. We still need to wait for 10 days, and take away the 4 forbidden witches first. The witch continent is now the territory of our Dead Silence realm, and the number of Dead Silence Sky Islands has also reached 7. Later, there will be more and more Dead Silence Sky Islands, and the territory of the main world will also have a place for our Dead Silence realm. I didn't break the rules, nor did I attack the players. Everything was because of the players. Are you right? After saying that, the Silent King left with the remaining 4 forbidden masters. Gu Fan, I hope you can give me a surprise next time we meet. The Silent King murmured. Gu Fan has returned to the base. At the same time, Hu Xiongbo and others, as well as Jiang Yu and Chu Lin, also returned to the base. The 3 bases are close together. Especially Gu Fan's. Through the processing of the Bee's Sky Island, a large amount of lapis lazuli is attached to the Gu Lan, which is particularly handsome. Gu Fan woke up slowly, and was also hit when he was teleported just now. Looking around, Xia Shulan was sleeping soundly in his arms. Snow Girl, Lu Jin, Xiaobai, Neilong, lying on the ground squatting on the ground. Nalanya fainted and was weak. And the Lion Tiger and Yanli who came to greet them. At this time, Yanli rode on the Lion Tiger and let it crawl over. According to Yanli, it had been ridden by Gu Fan and Xia Shulan before. So she wanted to try what it felt like to ride on someone else. So, the Lion Tiger was bullied by Yanli. Master, you are back. How come so soon? Didn't you say it would take a month? Yanli said in surprise. Something went wrong, but it wasn't a big problem anyway, and we gained a lot. Gu Fan glanced at Yanli and asked her to wake Nalanya up. Nalanya woke up slowly and found a big red lion playing with her, and was immediately startled. Don't worry, master, this is my pet, named Yanli, and she can speak human language. Nalanya was a little ashamed of being called that. How could she still be Gu Fan's master now? Gu Fan, you should call me Xiaoya, the leader can't bear it. Gu Fan shrugged. He didn't care. What do you say now? Can your strength be restored? Nalanya sighed. Because of the power of death, she became the same as the Snow Girl. It's just that the Snow Girl became stronger, but Nalanya seemed to have a conflict in her body. It turned out that after the reverse erosion, lowering her own forbidden number was also the first dangerous behavior Nalanya did. It's like Gu Fan using lightning to shock himself. Although he was passive, he would still be paralyzed by lightning. However, according to her idea, after 10 days, or a month at the latest, it should not be a problem to recover her strength. However, when she was leaving, the King of Death unnecessarily imposed the power of death on her. At this time, Nalanya felt as if her stomach was about to explode. The food she ate began to conflict with the food in her stomach. The result will be diarrhea. No, the result will be energy conflict, and it is unknown how long it will take to recover. Oh, what a pity, the great Black Witch leader is now in such a state of decline. Xia Shulan put her hands on her waist, and looked at Nalanya with contempt. You. Nalanya still wanted to show off her power, but realized that the current situation had changed. What me? Come on, call me mistress. Xia Shulan said arrogantly. Nalanya could only say weakly mistress. One of the two played the red cop, and the other played the white cop. The once arrogant Black Witch leader can only work for the two now. But this is also her choice. You should go somewhere to recuperate during this period, and then contribute to our group after you recover. Gu Fan planned to send her to the Beast Sky Island to recuperate. But he soon thought of something. Nalanya has the power of death and silence, and this dangerous power should not appear on his own island. Don't let your large territory be snatched away by the King of Death and Silence. That would be a big loss. Aunt, Uncle's retirement place is gone. After thinking about it, let her rest in the guest room during this period. The guest room is where Gu Fan's men live. The second to last floor is where the Snow Girl, Milk Dragon, Lucian, King Kong Lizard and others live. After thinking about it, Xiaobai and Xiaoyi also have to build a good place. Gu Fan quickly gathered all the pets and servants together. Snow Girl, Milk Dragon, Xiaobai, Xiaoyi, Lucian, Yanli, 3 King Kong Lizard monsters, Nalanya, just when Gu Fan was about to divide 2 permanent flame potions. Hu Xiongbo and others greeted Gu Fan. Hu Xiongbo and his 4 companions quickly arrived on the Gu lawn. He looked at Gu Fan respectfully. Master Gu Fan, now that Xiaofeng is dead, do you think we need to stay? At the same time, Julin and Jiang Yu also stayed, looking at Gu Fan respectfully. Obviously, they also wanted to stay. The road ahead is full of dangers. Instead of fighting alone, it is better to hug thighs. Xiaofeng has now become a dead person. Apart from providing talents in the future, he is of no use. Gu Fan glanced at Xia Shulan with his peripheral vision, and found that Xia Shulan did not look dissatisfied. It seems that Xia Shulan would not mind these. Even Nalanya suggested to bring them back. Private message Xia Shulan. Hubby, take it, strengthen our team, and if there is any abnormality in the Beast Sky Island in the future, we can also send them to the Beast Sky Island to guard it. Gu Fan, okay, it seems that you are not worried about me being unfaithful. You even generously suggested to bring Nalanya back. Xia Shulan, we have been together for so long. You would have done it long ago if you wanted to, but no, you only want to be with me. I have completely trusted you, and by then, my aunt and uncle will also be on board. It is impossible to exclude my aunt and uncle. In addition, there may be more players who will become the backbone of our Gulen in the future. By then, I will become the queen above 10,000 people. How majestic. Looking at Xia Shulan's innocent words, Gu Fan couldn't help but feel nervous, and his right hand tightly hugged Xia Shulan's small waist. It should be said that it started from the title of eternal love. The two of them completely trusted each other, and were each other's only one. Earlier, Xiao Shulan was a bit on the way to becoming a Yandra. Now it seems that she has corrected it. However, what Gu Fan did not notice was that Xia Shulan's loving eyes were also filled with a deep morbid possessiveness. She agreed to have players and natives on board to expand her power for the sake of the overall situation, and it did not mean that she had lost her nature as a Yandra. It was just that Xia Shulan also completely trusted Gu Fan, and the two of them were each other's only one. So, the number of players on the Gulen expanded to 8. Gu Fan was the captain and Xia Shulan was the deputy captain. Captain number 1 is Xuan Nu, who governs Milk Dragon, Lucian, 3 King Kong Lizards, Xiao Mi and other creatures who followed Gu Fan the earliest. Captain number 2 is Hu Xiongbo, who governs Wang Tingting and 2 other former teammates of Hu Xiongbo, that is, Hu Xiongbo and his 4 companions. Captain number 3 is Chu Lin, who governs Jiang Yu. Although the two are probably not lovers, they have a good relationship. Captain number 4 is Nalanya, who needs to recover her strength at present, and she does not need to send her confidants and subordinates. Captain number 5 is Xiao Bai, the White Tiger, who leads Xiao Yi and Yanli. According to Xiao Bai's growth rate, he will sooner or later become a strong man who can stand on his own. The ranking is in no particular order, just different titles. Gu Fan setting satisfied everyone. No one objected. Since the team has expanded to dozens of people, why not expand it properly? Gu Fan suggested. Hu Xiongbo patted his chest. Boss Gu Fan, I'll do the work. Should I use lapis lazuli blocks? Mostly lapis lazuli, a small part of lapis diamonds. At the same time, the shape of the aircraft carrier is built, divided into decks and 6 floors. The decks in the first floor are where Xia Shulan and I live. The second and third floors are for the Snow Girl, as well as my former servants and subordinates. The fourth floor is for the players, for example, Hu Xiongbo. The 6 of you live on the third floor. There are 2 more floors. Let's talk about it when the number of people expands. Okay. Soon, Hu Xiongbo and several others, including the Snow Girl, started working. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan helped to instruct. At the same time, the Witch Sky Island was not far away, and there was thick black fog above it, which was constantly transformed into the Dead Sky Island. Gu Fan was developing, and the Dead King was also developing. The two will definitely have a battle in the future. Not long after, Gu Fan's new Gu Lan was completed. It was much larger than the previous one and very handsome. The surface was covered with a layer of lapis lazuli. Other buildings were made of lapis lazuli. Quartz was no longer used and had been eliminated. Chapter 268. Wait until the expansion is completed. Gu Fan still has a lot of lapis lazuli blocks. At this time, the Gu Lan has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, the area is many times larger than before, with a length, width and height of approximately 200 by 100 by 50. Because most of the center is empty, the lapis lazuli blocks used are less than 100,000, and the blue diamond blocks used are about 20,000. As for what to do if the inventory is not enough, it's very simple. Just go to the Beast Sky Island through the teleportation array. Watching the Gu Lan growing bigger and bigger, I am very satisfied. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan on the side don't need to work, but keep reviewing. Just kidding, with the younger brothers here, do you still need to work? At this time, the beautiful Loli, who was hugging her arm, made a sighing voice. I don't know when we can use energy stone blocks for all blocks. Speaking of energy stone blocks, although a very small number of players have seen this thing, but the number of them is really too small. Just because the energy stone blocks can be decomposed into energy stones to upgrade the quality of skills. This kind of hard currency is too popular and expensive in the trading market. It is worth mentioning that because of the heavy rain in the second test, nearly 40% of the players died. In other words, there are only about 100 million players on Blue Star now. Compared with the beginning of the crossing, it has been reduced by 99%, which is a terrible elimination probability. If it continues like this, the number of all humans will only drop to tens of millions, and then get lower and lower. Through the reactions in the chat channel, you can know how small the current per capita density is. This rain has wiped out more than half of my blocks. I really collapsed and my savings are gone. If I land on a new Sky Island next time, I don't want to leave. Come on, you are actually lucky. Many players died because of this. Now there are only a little over 100 million people left, surpassing 99% of people. Be content. I really don't see any hope for me. I have no talent, no special skills, no special weapons, and no good equipment. After landing on the Sky Island, there is no other way except searching for supplies on the edge, earning some cubes, and fishing for some supplies every day. At least you are still alive. Before crossing, according to relevant statistics, the number of people who can become master students accounts for less than 1% of all people, only 0.67%. However, most masters still cannot find satisfactory jobs, and many graduate students even start delivering takeout. What if we are now the players within the 1%? We still live in fear, and have no hope of survival. Data cannot explain everything. In the final analysis, there are too many of us who have traveled through time, a full 10 billion people. Do you think it is possible that there are too many of us, which led to the travel from Blue Star to this hellhole? This heavy rain shattered the future prospects of most players. Indeed, they are alive now. But what about the future? What about the third test, the fourth test? The entire chat channel is full of despair. Gu Fan sighed. There are only 8 players on the Gu Lan at present, plus aunt and uncle, that is 10 players. However, thousands of other players have suffered disasters because of this. Gu Fan has no way. The next moment, the corners of his mouth twitched. Everyone, I heard that Gu Fan had obtained the teleportation array of the Beast Sky Island before. Why don't we go to the Beast Sky Island to live? This way we can avoid disasters. Yes, Master Gu Fan is so kind, he should take us in, right? At Gu Fan, Master Gu Fan, take us to the Beast Sky Island, we beg you, we don't want to die. For a while, because that person changed the topic, the chat channel was like the group of people who were chatting on the TikTok video, constantly asking Gu Fan for help. What kind of people are these? They really want to let my husband's land live for them. Xia Shulan was the first to be unhappy and pouted. Gu Fan was also very angry, but he had a different opinion. He called Hu Xianghua, Chu Lin, and Jiangyu. He talked to them about the content on the chat channel. After all, Hu Xianghua was a small leader before he crossed over, and he immediately knew that Gu Fan wanted to see what they thought. Soon, he knelt on one knee and advised, Captain, I think we can give it a try. Although it seems that the territory has been divided among those players, but don't forget fishing. Now most players go fishing for 10 or 20 times. Although the quality of the things they fish is very poor, either food or wood, it is inevitable that there will be players with better luck. If they fish for good things, they will give them to the captain. Hu Xiongbo's words are not without reason. Just like Lin Tao and Li Hongnao, they are Gu Fan's classmates and live on the Beast Sky Island. They honestly help fishing, and they only need to give them a meal each. Xia Shulan's eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of this? But soon, Chu Lin rejected it. Although he is silent, he is not stupid. He is the 5th best player in the world. Captain, I have a different idea. Captain, whose words make sense, but I have analyzed these beast clouds and monster clouds before. In fact, beast clouds are okay. After all, the name of your territory is Beast Sky Island. However, monster clouds are also a problem for Beast Sky Island. The more players stay in a base, the easier it is to encounter these clouds. So, if there are really thousands of players going to Sky Island, the number of these dangerous clouds encountered in a day will also increase greatly. Chu Lin's words were more convincing. Jiang Yu added, yes, and I personally think that since players need to grow in the void, if they don't leave after the time limit, they will be targeted by the creatures on the Void Island and die miserably. This shows that the game system does not want too many players to stay on the Void Island, so it's okay to leave players, but not too many. The analysis of the 3 people is reasonable. Sure enough, there is strength in numbers. Hubby! I have an idea. Xia Shulan suddenly jumped up and shouted, her eyes shining, as if she really thought of a particularly good trick. Xiao Shulan, you say? Gu Fan touched her little head. Ahem, husband, in this case, we just need to recruit a group of players with high luck and loyalty to us. High luck can affect all kinds of things, such as fishing, and clouds encountered. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. Xia Shulan is indeed a player with a luck value of more than 100, and she immediately thought of the key. However, the problem is, how to bring these players to the Beast Sky Island. Soon, Gu Fan edited a message, Gu Fan. I already know what you think, but it is not easy for you to come to the Beast Sky Island, because my locator is limited, and the probability of finding me to go to the Beast Sky Island is very low. At the same time, not all players can go to the Beast Sky Island. They need to meet 2 requirements. First, high loyalty. Second, high luck value. The minimum cannot be less than 30 points. The maximum cannot be less than 50 points. If you can meet the above requirements and have the ability to find me, I can let you go to the island to retire, and not suffer from suffering. Gu Fan's meaning is very clear. These 2 points directly screen out most of the players. Players who meet the luck value requirement are more or less ranked high, and they don't have to worry about life and death. So soon, the matter was left unresolved. Gu Fan looked at the distance between him and his aunt, and there was still about 1/5 of the distance. He would be able to see his aunt in a few days. For a while, Gu Fan was a little excited. But he did not forget to distribute rewards to his subordinates. Previously, he had obtained a lot of potions on the Witch Sky Island. Soon, the Gu Lan was built and left the Witch Sky Island. Oh no, it should be called the Dead Sky Island now. After leaving the Dead Sky Island, Gu Fan summoned everyone again. The first was Nalan Yu's Magma Potion, which she brought over. Magma Potion, 2 Fire Potions, Water Potion, Strengthening Potion, Fire Resistance, Poison Resistance. Soon, Gu Fan gave a Fire Potion to Yanli. After Yanli obtained it, it may be because the attributes are very similar, and it is not much different from the 3 Forbidden. It quickly broke through to the 3 Forbidden, and its eyes were full of Gu Fan's gratitude. Captain, Vice Captain, I, Yanli, will be loyal and dedicate myself to the Gulan. Gu Fan nodded, very good. Then, he consumed today's copy, and gave the strengthening potion. The white tiger will definitely awaken its own attributes after it grows up. If it is given some attributes, it will suppress it instead. The white tiger, which currently has 2 high damage skills, is definitely a very powerful existence. It's just that Xiaobai's presence is not strong now, and he is still in his infancy. So, Gu Fan gave 1 strengthening potion to Xiaobai, and kept the other strengthening potion first. It's just a pity that a creature can only drink 1 bottle of this strengthening potion, and drinking it again is the same as drinking ordinary water. So, it can't be strengthened again after strengthening. The effects of a strengthening potion and a longevity potion are similar, but the strengthening potion is more effective. The longevity potion itself is an improved version of the strengthening potion. However, the difference is that the longevity potion can be taken 3 times, while the strengthening potion can only be taken once. However, the 2 potions do not stack. So the longevity potion and the strengthening potion can be taken together. This is why Gu Fan copied the strengthening potion. Soon, Xiaobai increased his life by 1,000 points and his attack and defense speed by 200 points. Suddenly, It felt comfortable all over, and its white hair kept shaking. Woo! Looking at Xiaobai, who was thanking her coquettishly, Xia Shulan couldn't help but touch Xiaobai's head. Gu Fan also took the opportunity to touch Xia Shulan's head. For a moment, Xia Shulan was stunned. She treated Xiaobai like this as a pet, and Gu Fan took advantage of this moment to touch her like this. Could it be that he also treated her like this? Never mind, it's almost the same anyway. Don't you think Gu Fan is just a small fish? Then it was the fire potion. Gu Fan wanted to give it to Chu Lin, but unfortunately Chu Lin shook his head and couldn't get it. Giving it to Xiaoyu didn't seem appropriate. After all, Xiaoyu's dragon breath damage was very strong, and if he got the fire potion, his strength wouldn't be much stronger. So, Gu Fan decided to give it to Hu Xiongbo. Hu Xiongbo's five-fold enhancement might allow the flame to exert a very strong power. Chu Lin was stunned to the side. He felt like a clown. Most of the creatures on Gu Fan's ship could cast flames. Xia Shulan's magma itself was fire. Xiuyi's heat breath was also similar to flames. Yanli also mastered flames, and the damage was also related to the attack, similar to the S-level control of flames, but without such a high multiplier. The damage of the fire potion is only twice that of the naked attack, while the talent for controlling fire can do 3 times the damage. However, after Hu Xiongbo obtained it, he used his own talent to triple it, 5 times, and 15 times. The flame fruit is so powerful that even dogs won't eat it. One Piece fans are honest with me. Chu Lin, who has watched One Piece, secretly complained in his heart. Thank you, Captain, thank you, King. The captain refers to the captain of the Gulan, and the king refers to the king of the Beast Sky Island. There is nothing wrong with what Hu Xiongbo said. However, in order to balance the strength between the captains, Gu Fan quickly handed the water potion to Jiangyu. I originally wanted to give it to the Mermaid Queen, but now she is guarding the Beast Sky Island, and she doesn't need such a strong force. If there is an accident on the Beast Sky Island, a teleportation can solve it, not to mention that everyone knows that the Beast Sky Island is Gu Fan's territory. In addition, Gu Fan also distributed a lot of useful medicines. At night, it should be time for Gu Xia to rest and sleep. Nalinya was still healing at this time. She was lying in her own hut, with all kinds of memories flashing in her eyes, perhaps thinking of her enemy, the King of Death. Nalinya was even more angry. However, this power invaded Nalinya's body, and was constantly intertwined with the power of darkness. She was afraid of becoming the second Nalan Liang, so she told Gu Fan that if an accident occurred, he must kill her. Gu Fan shook his head, and told her that it was okay. The power of the King of Death was very advanced, and would not devour reason. Nalinya was relieved, but she still rejected this power. To be honest, if it wasn't for her greed, how could such a thing happen? The first ancestor king. I, Nalinya, am a sinner through the ages. She lay on the bed, crying and muttering to herself. It's not you who is guilty, it's the silent king. Don't get the logic wrong. Gu Fan's voice came in, and soon, 2 people walked in. It was the captain and vice captain of the Gulan. Gu Fan, who became her immediate superior, Xia Shulan. Captain, vice captain. Nalinya turned her head away, trying not to let the 2 see her tears. But the sharp-eyed Xia Shulan still saw something wrong. She immediately wanted to mock. Yo, this isn't Tang Tang. Woo. Gu Fan quickly covered her mouth, and then whispered something. Nalinya was no longer sad by this funny scene. Xia Shulan was a cute and funny live treasure. It was also fortunate that Nalinya had a good temper. If it were someone else, she would definitely be angry. Chapter 269. Nalinya glanced at Xia Shulan with some resentment. Gu Fan did not care about this scene, but said seriously, Nalinya, the guilty one is the King of Death, and your grandfather, who could not resist the greed of the power of death. Gu Fan explained slowly, you don't need to blame yourself. Instead of blaming yourself, you might as well plan how to become stronger, and then work for me. Our goal is the same, to kill the King of Death. Although Gu Fan did not know why he wanted to kill the King of Silence. But he had a hunch that the King of Death was like a big boss, and needed to be solved by the players. This is the same as I thought before. The Death Realm and the main world have cooperation, but also competition. Listening to Gu Fan's words, Nalinya said, don't worry, Captain, Vice Captain, I will definitely work for you and kill the King of Death. Seeing that Nalinya's emotions had stabilized, Gu Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you should take good care of your injuries during this period, and we will talk about it when your realm is restored. 5 days later, the distance between my aunt and me is getting closer and closer. During these 5 days of duplication, Gu Fan gave fire resistance, poison resistance, and 3 permanent strengthening potions. Because permanent strengthening potions are like life-extending potions, they are both worth critical hits. Gu Xia and Xia each took a fire resistance potion, a poison resistance potion, and a strengthening potion. Their strength is improved by leaps and bounds again. And because of the maximum fire resistance and poison resistance, the two are no longer afraid of this element. At the same time, the attribute points of the two have been greatly strengthened, and Gu Fan is about to break through to the 3 forbidden points. Character: Gu Fan. Teammate: Xia Shulan. Talents: S-level daily duplication, S-level perception, A-level live pistol, S-level control of lightning, S-level turning power. Status: excited. Gu Fan's attributes have changed dramatically now. He only needs 500 HP to break through to the 3rd forbidden level. But now, Gu Fan should only need his hands to beat the 4th forbidden creatures. Even if it is a 5th forbidden creature. Never mind, the HP of a 5th forbidden creature is between 20,000 and 50,000 according to the rules. Some weak 5th forbidden creatures can still be dealt with. At the same time, Ant and the others are almost there. Just a few kilometers away, Gu Fan opened the void map and then the locator. The locator showed that there were 2 small islands in front of him. These 2 islands were not for Gu Fan, so he naturally didn't consider them. The 2 stood at the front of the Gu Lawn, and asked the servants and subordinates to come behind them. The appearance of welcoming Ant must be full. A few minutes later, a small boat-like base appeared in front. A pair of middle-aged women stood at the bow, looking over eagerly. Among them, the middle-aged man was tall, and had a gentle and elegant appearance. He was Gu Fan's uncle Jiang Ming. Beside Jiang Ming was a beautiful woman with gold-rimmed glasses. She had a graceful figure and a delicate face. She didn't look like a woman in her 30s or 40s at all. And this person was Gu Fan's aunt, Gu Yuner, and the counselor of Gu Xia. When the boat approached, the 2 parties couldn't wait to meet. Xia Shulan waved her hands, while hugging Gu Yuner and buried her head in Gu Yuner's arms. Aunt? Gu Yuner was very pleased to see her former excellent student calling her aunt intimately. Gu Fan also came over, and Gu Yuner touched Gu Fan's head. Fanner, you've lost a lot of weight. You've worked hard. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other, and felt a little embarrassed. Well, it was quite hard. Except for going to the island, most of the time, even on the island, part of the time was. Chapter 270. Gu Fan thought awkwardly. Xia Shulan was also a little embarrassed. The 2 looked at each other with a guilty look. Xia Shulan, ahem, I don't know how my aunt would react if she knew that my husband and I were living a very comfortable life and often did this. That? My uncle also sighed. It's true that when a man is away for 3 days, he will definitely look at him with new eyes. The former college student has now become the best player in the entire Blue Star. That's right, my husband is the best. Xia Shulan's emotional value has always been very good, and she quickly catered to him. Gu Fan soon received 2 elders to come to the Gu Lawn. As for their base, of course, it was dug up and collected with a lapis lazuli pickaxe. The same is true for the bases of Huxiangbua and Jiangyu. At the same time, Gu Yuner also gave all the things she got to Gu Fan, as well as the previous locator. Afterwards, Gu Yuner pulled Gu Fan and talked to him. After all, the 2 were freshmen who had not yet entered their sophomore year. Gu Yuner kept asking about Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's well-being, with a touch of love in her eyes. To be honest, Gu Yuner had previously treated Xia Shulan as her niece-in-law. Xia Shulan was an excellent student, lively and cute, and after they got to know each other through Gu Yuner, they had a good relationship and hung out together every day. Did you 2 kill anyone? Suddenly, Gu Yuner asked again suspiciously. Of course not, we were very careful. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan hurriedly explained and promised. That's fine, you are all adults, it's time to discuss that with you. Gu Yuner said seriously. A few months ago, she still treated them as children. Xia Shulan patted her chest and said proudly, Okay, Aunt, if you don't understand anything about this, just ask me, I know everything. Gu Yuner, ? Gu Fan's eyebrows twitched. He didn't believe that Xia Shulan didn't understand what Gu Yuner said. It's just for abstraction. Gu Yuner said awkwardly, That's fine. Aunt, don't you have anything to ask? No. To celebrate the return of the 2 elders, Gu Fan asked Yanli to make a reunion dinner. Any ingredients needed can be purchased in the trading market, and there is no shortage of money. Now the only target for finding people is Xia Shulan's parents. I don't know when I can find them. In the evening, everyone gathered together to eat a reunion dinner, with meat of various rare and exotic animals. The highest has 3 bands, and the lowest has 1 ban. Gu Fan introduced Hu Xianghua and others to them by the way. After eating and drinking, Gu Fan looked at Gu Yuner and Jiang Mingdao. Aunt, uncle, do you plan to go with us, or retire in the Beast Sky Island? There are many 3 forbidden masters in the Beast Sky Island. Your safety can be guaranteed, and you can live near the teleportation array and get the protection of the 3 kings. Even if something happens in the Beast Sky Island, you can still come to the Gu Lan through the teleportation array. Gu Yuner rolled her eyes at Gu Fan. Really, it's so hard to see you once, and you want to drive us away. Are we affecting your relationship? Maybe because Xia Shulan still has a grudge against her shocking words. So Aunt's tone is a bit bad. That's because you are pregnant, Aunt. Gu Fan laughed. Of course, you can do it here, but you will encounter all kinds of dangers. Whether it is the Sky Island you will explore in the future, or the monster clouds you will encounter. Gu Yuner felt that what Gu Fan said made sense. But now with her equipment, she is also a 2nd band strongman, and even with the star energy armor and the meteorite sword, it is not impossible to defeat the 3-band strongman. And her talent is super critical. The probability of causing critical power is 50%, and the critical power multiplier is 250%. So Gu Yuner thinks that her talent can give Gu Fan a lot of help. Although her husband Jiang Ming's talent is not very good, the 100 random blocks can also provide enough help. What if Jiang Ming's uncle's talent block extracts the energy stone block? That would be a great profit. She and Jiang Ming looked at each other, and Jiang Ming understood Gu Yuner's idea. Fanner, let's stay on the boat and help you. So far, I have accumulated 5 energy stone blocks. These energy stone blocks are for you. When your aunt's belly is big, let us go to the Beast Sky Island. Jiang Ming said seriously, with a firm tone. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Gu Fan nodded. Although he was a little worried, Gu Yuner's talent was really great and should be able to provide great help. Thinking of the magma potion that had not been given out, Gu Fan had an idea in his heart. He took it out and gave it to Gu Yuner. Okay, then Aunt, you will be the 6th captain of our Gu Lan, and this extra permanent magma potion will be given to you. At the same time, Uncle Jiang Ming must not treat her badly. His fighting power was not enough, so Gu Fan took out another permanent corrosion potion. This potion was given by Nalinya yesterday. After Gu Fan's words, Nalinya was loyal to Gu Fan and Gu Fan. So, she gave Gu Fan another bottle of permanent potion at the bottom of the box. Corrosion power. This is a branch of the dark potion, which is still very powerful. It is just right for Uncle Jiang Ming, who has no offensive means. The 2 of them were surprised and drank the potion. Soon, like Xia Shulan at that time, Gu Yuner's whole body was warm. Uncle Jiang Ming could also have a new experience. Then, Gu Fan gave Jiang Ming a lapis lazuli block. Uncle, see how your corrosion power works against this lapis lazuli block? Jiang Ming nodded and mastered a new ability. Soon, a gray light appeared in his hand. After touching the metal surface of the lapis lazuli block, a sizzling sound was heard, and a green smoke slowly floated up. Soon, a palm print appeared on the lapis lazuli block. It can be corroded, but it requires some physical strength. When I become stronger, the corrosive power should be stronger. After seeing this, Nalinya exerted the power of darkness. The body has recovered to the present, which is enough to use the power of darkness freely. Of course, there is still a big gap with the previous strength. However, because Nalinya has recovered to the 4th forbidden, so she is no longer under Gu Fan's orders. But it doesn't matter, because she has no one to rely on, and only a group of companions of Gu Lanhao are left. So no matter what, she will recognize Gu Xia and the others as masters. The dark power wrapped around the lapis lazuli cube. After a while, the lapis lazuli cube disappeared, but the sizzling sound continued to ring. Jiang Ming was stunned and amazed. Seeing this, Gu Fan hurriedly explained, Uncle, this is our partner and the 4th captain. He is very powerful, and was a rare existence in the 4 forbidden zones during his peak period. The power she controls is the power of dead silence and darkness, and the corrosive power she gave you is also a branch of the previous dark power. Jiang Ming understood then. If you are confused about the use of any power, you can go and ask her. Gu Fan said. Then, late at night, Gu Fan assigned rooms to his aunt and uncle. As elders, of course they live on the 1st floor or on the deck. Gu Yuner thought about it, and chose to live on the 1st floor. When she gets pregnant in the future, she will go to the Beast Sky Island to retire. And Gu Fan also carried Xia Shulan, who looked anxious, back to the villa on the deck. Time passed quickly, and another 4 days passed. During this period, Gu Fan hoarded 2 copies and consumed 2 copies. He kept his promise, and copied 2 lower-level treasure chests of the king, and gave them to Jiangyu. Jiangyu opened a puppet of the 4th forbidden level, which required lapis lazuli to consume energy, which also enhanced the strength of Gu Lanhao. Another treasure chest opened a very ordinary skill, which also proved that in addition to the quality of the treasure chest, it also depends on the luck of the opener. Next, there are only 2 more critical hits. After thinking about it, Gu Fan decided to critically hit the longevity potion. After the longevity potion critically hits, the lifespan and attribute point bonus obtained are very large. At the same time, 2 new resource islands were obtained in these 4 days. Gu Fan sent 4 barbarians 2 by 2 to guard the resource island. Of course, the 2 did not forget the ranking battle. The ranking of the ranking battle was once again ranked first, and because of boredom, and there were no islands around. So Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, in addition to matching, they took advantage of the free time of matching to do some fun things with Xia Shulan. These fun things are quite varied. No wonder Xia Shulan finally matched again. Soon the style changed. Matching successful, teleportation location, ranking island, island area, 10,000 square meters. Matching team opponents, John, Lena. The 2 appeared on the ranking island in the form of projection. I don't know what kind of enemy it will be this time. It's a foreign name. Xia Shulan asked curiously. No matter what the enemy is, we will cover it with a sandstorm, and I will turn it around. 2 black dragon barrets, lightning and magma will bombard together, and they will definitely die. Gu Fan said with a chuckle. That's right, my husband is invincible. Xiao Shulan, you've been so well behaved recently. I kind of miss your previous rebelliousness. Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's head and hinted. Xia Shulan's fair face blushed slightly, and she quickly understood what Gu Fan meant. Hey, you stinky fish, are you worthy of touching my head? Yes, it's just a smell. Gu Fan put his hands under Xia Shulan's armpits, lifted her up, and kissed her lips. Xia Shulan's mouth twitched several times, and she didn't understand Gu Fan's idea at all. But since her husband asked so, she must obey. This is a good wife. At the same time, while the countdown was not over, Xia Shulan glanced at the rankings, and found that the 3rd place was John and Lena. In other words, the other party was the first in Lifeown country. The light curtain dissipated, and a pair of white-skinned, yellow-haired men and women appeared in front. And they were talking in a babble. Just because the chat channel can be translated for free, it does not mean that foreigners can understand what they say. Even Xia Shulan, who is a top student, can only understand a little bit. In the past few months, they have forgotten all the previous knowledge. Not to mention that the university of the 2 can only register for the level 4 and level 6 in the 2nd year. Although Xia Shulan registered for the level 6, she has not experienced review and examination. What are these 2 idiots talking about? Xia Shulan did understand some insulting words. Detect encountering players with different languages, whether to consume 100 cube coins to temporarily master Lifeown Mandarin, or choose to consume 10,000 cube coins to permanently master Lifeown Mandarin. Soon, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan got a hint. It indicated that they could use cube coins to understand what they said. Of course, the 2 chose to consume 10,000 cube coins. This also proved the importance of cube coins. Because according to the development, through the previous Beast King of Hongguang Star, it can be proved that there must be players from other worlds. But soon, after learning, Gu Fan suddenly remembered. At that time, he seemed to understand the words of the Beast King. After thinking for a while, Gu Fan also thought of one thing. That is, the Beast King has deprived the player of his identity. That is equivalent to the original inhabitants. So far, Gu Fan has never failed to understand the words of the indigenous people, demoted to the status of indigenous people, natives, and NPC-level Beast Kings. Of course, they can understand what they say. You know, both of them can understand what Neilong and Yanli say. After learning, the other party's disdainful voice came. Humph, the first player of Yin country, I finally met you. I have long wanted to test the 2 of you. Now this is a great opportunity, John said coldly, with disdain in his tone. In his eyes, the people of Lifeown country should be the first. As a result, the 1st and 2nd teams are all Yin people. This is too unfair. The so-called Yin country green worm should surrender to the feet of our great Lifeown country. Gu Fan had no expression on his face, and was too lazy to yell at these 2 bastards. He took out a black dragon barret and shot John in the head. Suddenly John's face changed, and he felt an unparalleled attack. His head was pierced by a huge sniper bullet that was more than 10 centimeters long. It exploded like a watermelon. What a clown, Xia Shulan said disdainfully. However, Lena on the side did not show any panic expression. She looked at the two of them coldly and vigilantly. Very powerful damage, John. This level can't kill you. Why don't you get up? Hearing this, John's fallen body quickly moved, then sat up and stood up. Oh my God, you bastard husband. Did you see it? This bastard can still stand up after his head exploded. Soon, a green light appeared on the broken neck. Not long after, John's skull was formed first, followed by facial features, eyeballs, nose, ears, and then muscles. Skin. In less than 3 seconds, John's head was fully restored. His talent is S-level super recovery. It can be immune to critical hit damage and reduce damage by half. And if John is not killed in one hit, his health will recover like crazy and then return to normal. Of course, this consumes a lot of stamina. It is a huge test for stamina. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the third-ranked player. Chapter 271. Recovery type talent. It seems that you can be immune to some damage. Otherwise, according to the damage of my Black Dragon Barret, you would have died long ago. Gu Fan said coldly. Don't bother with this, Gu Fan. You don't really think that the ranking power is everything, right? However, the next moment, a lightning flashed from the sky, and the powerful thunder kept flashing dazzling light. Xia Shulan also waved her right hand. The magma covered the thunder, and the terrifying attack instantly hit the two people. This is a combination skill that the two have figured out, and it has a special effect. The speed of lightning, paralysis, plus the destructive power of magma, the combination of the two can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. However, to everyone's surprise, a small black ball suddenly appeared in the sky out of thin air, blocking the path of thunder and magma. This black ball? Gu Fan became slightly alert. The next moment, the ball suddenly burst out with a suction force, and the magma and thunder immediately rotated counterclockwise under the suction force, and then were sucked up by the ball. Not a single slag was exposed. The talent of that person called Lena seems to be even more terrifying, looking at the shocked expressions of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Lena was very proud, and looked at the two with a proud expression. Her talent is called Super Black Hole, which is a very intimidating name, and has a very powerful effect. It can consume physical strength, and then create a black ball, that is, a black hole. Because Lena's current strength is 2 bands, she can absorb any attack below 20,000 high damage. In addition, if you get close to the black ball, creatures below the second band will be absorbed by her, and creatures above the second band will suffer the effect of gravity, and will still suffer a lot of trouble. Although the effect of hurting people is poor, if Lena's strength reaches the 4th forbidden level, then all creatures below the 4th forbidden level will be absorbed by the black ball. Several talents with particularly strong group attacks. Just imagine that in the center of the battlefield, Lena casts a super black hole, and creatures with a lower realm than her, even thousands or tens of thousands, will be sucked away by the black hole. This kind of group attack ability is too much for even Gu Fan's lightning. Don't you understand? Our talents are invincible, and my talent is a super black hole. Lena laughed. Relying on 2 powerful talents. The two of them have been smooth sailing like Gu Xia. No, they are even smoother than Gu Xia and the others. Imagine that you have a bug-like talent like a black hole at the beginning. When encountering the danger of inanimate objects, they will be directly sucked away. When encountering creatures with the same realm as yourself or even 1 realm higher, the super black hole can also be like the so-called Wanxiang Tianin, constantly controlling gravity. I don't know if this Lena will shout when she casts her ability Spicy Sky. Therefore, from the beginning to now, the talents of the two are almost invincible, and any moves that do not exceed the limit will be absorbed. Okay, I don't mean to say more. I will show you this almost divine power. Your realm is the same as mine. It's a pity that I can't kill you directly. At this time, Gu Fan has explored the talents of the two and understood their abilities. It seems that high-ranking players do have various strange abilities. Gu Fan sent it to Xia Shulan and asked her to pay attention. At the same time, John, who had super recovery, saw Gu Fan's long list of dense information, and most of the information was marked with question marks. For a moment, John's face changed. He suddenly understood why the two of them were the best in the world. The next moment, Lena was still very proud, and a small black ball appeared out of thin air again. Gravity. Xia Shulan suddenly floated up. Yes, it means literally. Woohoo, flying up! Xia Shulan suddenly shouted. Lena was speechless about Xia Shulan's reaction. Still in woohoo when you are about to die? Abstract yin country girl, die. Xia Shulan flew over quickly. Gu Fan took out 2 wooden cubes spliced together. The next moment, Xia Shulan and the wooden cube switched positions, and returned to Gu Fan's arms. The black ball sucked the wooden cube in. Huh? What kind of ability is this? Lena, the opponent is not simple. That should be one of the S-level talents, the power of rotation. Be careful, don't underestimate the enemy. John said in a solemn tone. What? What do you mean by one of them? Their attribute panel has been sent to you. Lena's face changed when she saw the attribute panel. This is completely different from the information sent by the player named Hu Xianghua. Damn Hu Xianghua, the Yin people are all liars. What are you talking about? Husband, come on, let's have a refreshing sandstorm. Xia Shuan said eagerly. Gu Fan did not refuse, and the two jumped high. They are coming. The two were a little panicked, because their abilities tended to self-destruct, although it was a bug, but the possibility of taking down Gu Fan and Xia Shuan was not high. In addition, the two's means of attack were not great. Two big sandstorms covered them, and suddenly the two could not move because of the characteristics of the sandstorm. Gu Fan took out two Taotai magic books. Then he held the life pistol in his left hand, and the black dragon barret in his right hand, aiming at John's forehead. The real power of the sandstorm was constantly consuming John's life. But he looked at Gu Fan fearlessly. If he couldn't kill him, he would keep recovering. This is the powerful ability of super recovery. Why, you want to kill me with a gun? You should have checked my ability, right? My ability is extremely abnormal. Not only am I immune to critical power, but I am also immune to half of the damage. Instead of trying to kill me, we might as well draw. After all, neither of us can do anything to the other. Gu Fan ignored it, and kept shooting at John with the life pistol and the black dragon barret. The power of the life pistol is the same as the health value, up to 7,000 points, and the black dragon barret has 8,000 points. Even if it is immune to critical power, it can still produce extremely terrifying power. Suddenly John's head was beaten into a sieve. You are right, your talent is indeed very strong, but no matter how it changes, there are two energy bars, physical and mental. Your super recovery should mainly consume physical value, right? Although I can't detect your physical value, it must not be high. I just need to consume all your physical value. Gu Fan said indifferently, and then continued to shoot at his body. The consumed life value can be replenished with the Taotai magic book. And Xia Shuan and Lena did not stand by and watch the show. Xia Shuan held Lena and asked her not to help, so she kept attacking Lena with various moves. Soon, magma burned all over her body. Hot body. Hot body can increase defense by 2,000 points. Each attack can also increase 500 points of burning damage. Xia Shuan is very powerful at this time. Lava Fist. In addition, the Lava Fist itself has 8,000 points of damage. The terrible lava gathers into a huge red fist, and the red fist keeps burning with flames. It is normal for the magma to burn. Facing Xia Shulan's crazy offensive, Lena certainly can't help John. Only one of the black balls she made can appear. Two can't appear, which can be regarded as a restriction. Soon, Xia Shulan's red lava fist was absorbed by Lena's super black hole. But she has nothing but many skills. Heh! Dragon Breath. Xia Shulan spit out a powerful dragon breath. She is just trying to delay time now. And Gu Fan has consumed almost all of his life value before he beat John in front of him to pieces. He was panting and quite embarrassed. Because both the life pistol and the black dragon barret need to consume health points. And the Taotai magic book has been used up. In other words, Gu Fan is really in a state of low health at this time. However, what is shocking is that John is not completely dead, and his broken body is still twitching. It's interesting. Gu Fan muttered to himself. The sandstorm is over, and the two sandstorms did not kill them. A lot of bullets did not kill John. I can only say that the third place is worthy of it. How strong should the second place be? Gu Fan thought curiously. Soon, John stood up again, and his body that was beaten into a sieve was restored to its original state. Hee, Gu Fan, I didn't expect that I am still alive. But your breath doesn't seem to be very good? After that, John took out his weapon, a huge saber. He swung the weapon and chopped at Gu Fan, a bullet that consumed all the health points to fire. Although the damage is high, you underestimated my strong vitality. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might still. What shocked John again was that Gu Fan did not beg for mercy, nor did he use other talents to dodge. Instead, he let John chop him. I'm about to kill the world's #1 player, John thought excitedly. However, just after the saber chopped Gu Fan, a ray of light suddenly flashed. The beast is resurrected. Gu Fan smiled and his breath was full again. It seems that you are careless. Gu Fan said in a mocking tone, and the two guns in his hand continued to shoot at John's head. Ah! John's body was beaten to pieces again. However, this time, there was no way to recover. His stamina was exhausted, and Gu Fan finally used a powerful thunderbolt, which kept bombarding John's dregs. Finally, he was solved. But he was not really dead, and he was just a projection. If I meet you in the real world in the future, you will definitely die. Gu Fan thought of the insulting words before. He couldn't help but said sternly. Lena, who was dragged by Xia Shulan, was shocked. He is really dead. At this time, Lena hurriedly used her skills to delay time. The fog is coming. The white fog appeared out of thin air, and her figure dissipated in the fog. This familiar scene made Gu Fan's eyelids jump. Here it comes again, the rat hiding in the dark. Thinking of the terrible Nalan Liang before, Humph, you are far from that Nalan Liang. He was once a strong man who forced a group of 4 forbidden creatures into a dead end. Range detection. Gu Fan shouted loudly, and Lena, who was emitting black air, was immediately noticed. The power of reversal. Gu Fan threw out the wooden block, and then drew out the meteoric moon sword. Lena, who was hiding in the dark, was stunned and appeared in front of Gu Fan. Xia Shulan was no exception. She also drew out the meteoric moon sword. The two cooperated very well. I'll come too. Meteoric moon slash. Lena didn't have time to use the super black hole. 2 meteoric moon slashes instantly tore her body apart. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan still won easily. Yes, they have something, but not much. In addition, they have been going smoothly for so long. They have raised a look of Long Altian. Is this a super black hole? It's nothing more than that. Xia Shulan put away the meteoric moon sword, which was taller than herself, and then complained. Yeah, it's not as good as yours. Gu Fan put his big hand around Xia Shulan and said with a smile. What? I don't have this talent. But soon, she understood what Gu Fan meant, and her face turned red. Damn Gu Fan, you tease me. Damn husband. Xia Shulan jumped up and grabbed Gu Fan's neck and shouted. Xia Shulan, you always talk, although I like it, but it's still so embarrassing. Humph, I'm not happy. I want to express my dissatisfaction with my actions. Xia Shulan thought secretly in her heart. You are obviously very happy with what I said. Why are you like this? Ah, you, my idiot husband, you listen to my voice again. After returning to the ship, Gu Yuner was squatting on the deck feeding Xiaomi. Xiaomi, who had become a dead cat, had long been tamed by the snow girl. She lay on the ground with her belly exposed, letting Gu Yuner caress her. Auntie, be careful that Xiaomi bites you. There is a trace of dead power in its body. Xia Shulan reminded her quickly. Seeing Xia Shulan, Xiaomi stood up nervously as if she was stressed. Look at you, little girl, you scared it. Gu Yuner said lovingly, and then touched Xiaomi's head. Don't be afraid, this is our vice captain. Xiaomi was the first creature caught before. Maybe it was because of the bad conditions at that time, and it didn't live well, so it was like this. Xia Shulan said with some shame. Xiaomi, right, and Gu Fan asked someone to record the new ability. After all, it is the 3rd best ability in the world, so it must be recorded well. Then, Gu Fan did not forget to issue a global wanted notice for them. Insulting the Yin people, of course, must be dealt with properly. Gu Fan's face turned cold, and he wrote down everything he had encountered, as well as the attitudes of the two people towards him and Xia Shulan, such as green worms and insulting words, and then offered a reward for the lives of the two people. For the reward amount, choose 10 million cube coins. Gu Fan thought about it. After all, he was the 3rd player, so of course he had to target him properly. At the same time, when this global promotion post was sent out, the chat channel immediately exploded. Chat channel. Oh my god, Gu Fan, you met John and Lena. These two Lifeng people are beasts. They insult Yin players. I am the 18th ranked player, and I have matched them before. It's disgusting. They are only ranked 3rd, but they are so arrogant. They are really too trash. Chapter 272. I have met them before. They are very powerful. One can heal any injury, and the other can create a small ball that absorbs anything. I saw with my own eyes that woman named Lena used the black ball to absorb a 1st level boss. The person above, you are a bit of a noob. Can the 1st level boss be called a boss now? Why not? Although there are many players who have reached the 1st level boss now, aren't there more who have not reached it? It makes sense. Now the 3rd strongest person in the world is offered a reward of 10 million square coins. I really want to take it. With so many square coins, Won't I be completely free? Okay. Forget about cursing behind my back. Who really wants to kill the third? Except for the first and second, the fourth can barely try. Everyone, have you noticed a terrifying message? The boss Gu Fan can offer a reward of 10 million square coins. Does it mean his assets have exceeded 100 million? Watching everyone chatting, Gu Fan didn't care. Anyway, it is true. There are not many talents that can defeat those two bug-like talents. Gu Fan used the Beast Resurrection once. It is enough to see how powerful the two are. Previously, He Xiaofeng had so many people targeting him when they saw him. That is also because his combat power depends entirely on the Black Dragon Barret and the ability to teleport, so his overall combat power ranking is not high. At the same time, in the main world of the cube, the Void, on a huge ship that is also made of part lapis lazuli and part diamond, there is a naked man sitting on the deck. The man is handsome, tall, and has a good overall temperament. Soon, an equally sexy woman came to the deck from below. Nowadays, most players are made into the shape of a ship, which is also to meet aerodynamics. Under the action of thrusters and elevators, they move with the least power consumption. The top-ranked big guys are the same. And these two people are the second-ranked players. They are also Yin people. Now the third is Lifeng people. The fourth is Stan people. The fifth is Yin people, that is, Chu Lin and Jiang Yu now. The sixth is Damao people. The seventh is Neon people who live a good life. The eighth is the people of the Seagull Alliance. The ninth and 10th are Yin people, among which the ninth is Hu Xiongwa and Wang Tingting team. Wang Quan, check the news on the trading market. Gu Fan has started offering a bounty. Oh! So that person is dead. Yes, the one named He Xiaofeng died a long time ago, and now another player, who is at the top of the list, is being offered a bounty by Gu Fan. Wang Quan smiled. Who could it be? It can't be us, right? It's the third place. The first player of Lifeng country, John and Lena. Lin Qianqian explained quickly. Wang Quan was a little surprised. He looked at the post and realized that the two sides had met. And they were tit for tat. What do you think, Wang Quan? Do you want to target Lena and John? A full 10 million square coins. Lin Qianqian licked her lips, looking excited. Let's go, take out the player locator. Wang Quan smiled and ordered. Yes, my good brother Quan. Lin Qianqian quickly returned to the deck and took out a precious item. This is the special item they had fished up earlier. Input the names of the two teams, their appearance, or their rankings, etc. Anyway, the more information about the conditions, the more accurate the guidance. It's time for us to meet the third-ranked player. Wang Quan's eyes flashed with excitement. Then, he took the player locator in his hand and input the corresponding information. Wang Quan now only knows two pieces of information. That is the name and the ranking. But it's enough. There is basically no problem with the ranking. After dealing with Lena and John, let's see how powerful the best players in our Yin country are. They can actually match the powerful talents of the two of us. Lin Qianqian also looked forward to it. Yes, if they are weak, then kill them. After all, we have the power of time and space. They shouldn't be weak. Our abnormal abilities are only second, and the first will only be more terrifying. Gu Fan didn't know at this time that the second team was already planning to attack the third team. And the locators they have are more advanced and powerful. Soon, another 3 days passed. A new critical hit has arrived. This time, Gu Fan did not critically hit the lower grade treasure chest of the king. Because after the critical hit, it was still the middle grade of the king, and the progress was much slower now. So he critically hit the longevity potion. Gu Fan wanted to see how much life could be increased after the longevity potion critically hit. Soon, the prompt sound appeared beside his ear. Ding! The critical hit was successful, and the longevity potion type 2 was obtained. Longevity potion type 2, taking it can increase life by 10 years, can increase 1,500 health points, 300 attack and defense speed, and 100 physical strength and mental strength. Usage limit, 2. Side effects of taking, deduct 5,000 health points. Through the usage limit, that is to say, this life-extending potion type 2 after the critical hit can only be taken twice. Twice is also very good, it can increase 3,000 health points. But it can't be taken after the critical hit, and the side effects are getting bigger and bigger. Now the health points of the two are around 7,000. If the next critical hit needs to deduct 10,000 or even tens of thousands of health points, it will take a long time. Then, Gu Fan gave the 2 copies he had saved to the life-extending potion type 2, so there were 3. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan divided it again, and the two happily came to the 3 bands. During this period, Xia Shulan drank slowly and waited for Gu Fan to drink before drinking. The reason is very simple. She wants Gu Fan's name to be resounding around the world again. There is no benefit in being famous, but if her husband is famous, it will be a very proud thing for Xia Shulan, especially when everyone in the chat channel is praising Gu Fan and praising Gu Fan. This feeling is almost crashing. After a global broadcast, Gu Fan received another reward. So far, Gu Fan has been the only one who has banned 1, 2, and 3 times. This is why the saying "one step faster, every step faster" is true. And the reward he received this time did not have attribute points. Instead, he was given 10 guidance scrolls for ordinary sky islands. The band difficulty of these sky islands is at the level of 4 bands, and there are even 5 bands. Yes, the new indicator of band difficulty has also appeared. Now only Gu Fan can check the band difficulty of sky islands. Giant Sky Island, Flame Sky Island, Dark Sky Island, Wasteland Sky Island, Zerg Sky Island. Among them, each sky island has an introduction. Gu Fan curiously took out the scroll of the Zerg Sky Island. Zerg Sky Island. Difficulty, 5 bands. Introduction. The Zerg Sky Island is vast, and has a variety of powerful Zergs. The biggest feature of the Zerg is that it can produce explosive troops. If you can capture the Zerg Queen alive, you may have the opportunity to obtain tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of troops. Gu Fan looked at the introduction of the Zerg Sky Island, and couldn't help but flash a fiery look in his eyes. He understood what the next critical hit should give. Yes, it is to give the Star Lord morale. Once the Star Lord morale breaks through equality, it will be used on the Zerg. However, the difficulty of the Zerg Sky Island is very high, with 5 bands. It is more difficult than the previous Witch Sky Island. Fortunately, the Zerg Sky Island is an ordinary sky island, and there is no mandatory task. Soon, Gu Fan asked everyone to gather and prepare for a new round of Sky Island. Chapter 273. After everyone gathered, Gu Fan suddenly took out a blueprint. Everyone, according to my plan, the next Sky Island to be explored is the Zerg Sky Island. Do you have any opinions or suggestions for this? Afterwards, Gu Fan told everyone all the information about the Zerg Sky Island. No captain was stupid enough to refute. Of course they agreed. And Hu Xianghua also knew that Gu Xia and the others had a skill, which was Star Lord morale. Everyone knows about the Zerg Sky Island. By then, it will definitely be a huge continent. And because the level of this Sky Island is close to the 5 forbidden ones, there must be a lot of powerful beings. If there are thousands or even tens of thousands of 4 forbidden Zergs. Just think about it. If the Zerg Sky Island can be taken, the strength of the Gu Lan will definitely be further strengthened. Captain, of course we have no objection. Just tell us what you need us to do, Hu Xianghua shouted. The same was true for others. Seeing that everyone agreed, Gu Fan thought about it and decided who would come to the Sky Island and who would stay on the ship to guard. Nalinya, your injury is still recovering, you stay here first. Aunt, uncle, you stay here too, and guard the Gulan together with Nalinya. The rest of you, follow me and Xia Shulan to the Zerg Sky Island. Gu Fan's order was accepted by everyone. So, Gu Fan used the guidance drawing of the Zerg Sky Island. The next moment, the Gulan had a new direction. Gu Fan asked people to add thrusters and elevators to speed up the Gulan as much as possible and reach the Zerg Sky Island as soon as possible. 10 days passed in a flash. It may also be because the Zerg Sky Island is too far away. Anyway, Gu Fan acquired a huge number of thrusters and elevators, almost filling up the tail of the Gulan. This is just enough. In these 10 days, Gu Fan gave the king's lower-grade treasure chest for 3 days. He gave the Black Dragon Barret for 2 days. The Black Dragon Barret depends on the strength of the owner. The stronger the owner, the higher the damage of the Black Dragon Barret. In order to thank Nalinya for the permanent potion, Gu Fan gave a Black Dragon Barret to Nalinya. He gave a Black Dragon Barret to Hu Xianghua. After Hu Xianghua's 5-fold enhancement, the damage of the Black Dragon Barret will also become extremely high. It is possible to use a small number of copies to enhance the strength of the team. Naturally, it is the best. Secondly, there are 4 days of copies to give the Longevity Potion number 2. This Longevity Potion number 2 can be given to subordinates with more than 5,000 HP. The first was Xiaobai. Xiaobai was given 2 potions. After Xiaobai took them, plus the 10 days of growth training, it broke through the 4 forbidden levels, and its entire image also changed dramatically. Its body became bigger and longer. The fangs in its tiger's mouth also became longer, and its overall appearance became more ferocious. However, this was just its transition from infancy to childhood. There were also adolescence, youth, and peak period. After Xiaobai became stronger, Gu Fan gave 2 more to Xuanwu. As the first pet servant to follow, of course, she had to be given enough status. Moreover, Xuanwu was special enough to remain rational. Except for the King of Death, anyone infected by the power of death would lose consciousness. But Xuanwu would not. Her existence was as special as Xiaobai's. Xuanwu was naturally very grateful. Although the other servants and subordinates were envious, they also understood that following Gu Fan would sooner or later be able to obtain countless benefits like Xuanwu and Xiaobai. The 4 forbidden masters on the ship are as follows. Those who have reached the 4 forbidden realm, and those who have not reached the 4 forbidden realm are also counted. Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, and Nalinya, these 3 need not be said. Hu Xinghua has activated the 5-fold enhancement. He must have the strength of the 4 forbidden realm with the Black Dragon Barret. His ranking has surpassed Jiang Yuchulin and become the 5th. Jiang Yuchulin came to the 6th. According to Jiang Yu's current strength, the 4 forbidden realm is very difficult, but it is very difficult. If some powerful weapons can be given, it can also be considered a 4 forbidden realm. Xiaobai also has the strength of the 4 forbidden realm, so there are 6 creatures with the strength of the 4 forbidden realm. Although the attributes of the Snow Girl have not reached the 4 forbidden realm, her freezing ability and the power of controlling the field have been enhanced. She can barely hold back the 4 forbidden masters, and is considered the front rank of the 3 forbidden masters. Most of the following are 3 forbidden realms. Xuanwu, Xiaoyi, Chulin, Luzhen, Yinli, plus my aunt who is my family, etc. Then, there are Heir Jin, my uncle, Wang Tingting and Nilong. Nilong is not very strong, but its specialness is enough to reach the 4th forbidden. The last critical hit was given to Xingju and Morale. However, because it is a skill on the copied attribute panel, so it cannot be copied to Xia Shuan next. But it doesn't matter, as long as the critical hit effect is stronger. Get the best skill of Falling Sun, Moon Lord Morale. After using it, all soldiers under his command will increase their health by 5,000 points, defense and attack speed by 1,000 points, and morale by 500 points. Morale. The more morale is increased, the more fierce and hard-working the soldiers will be. Requirements. 1. The loyalty of subordinates must be above 90 points. 2. Subordinates cannot exceed 4 forbidden. 3. The number of subordinates needs to be more than 10,000. Cooling value, 10 hours. Duration, 3 hours. It is worth mentioning that the morale of the Moon Lord can be used together with the morale of the Star Lord. For example, Gu Xia and his partner have 1 Moon Lord and 2 Star Lords. Then use them together, and they can be stacked. Moreover, the morale of the Moon Lord has been enhanced several times, and the cooling time has been shortened a lot, which is very practical. It's a pity that the number requirement requires 10,000 people, but it doesn't matter. 10,000 is 10,000, and we have already reached the Zerg Sky Island, so why are we afraid that there won't be 10,000 people, even if there isn't? We can let Nalinya sail to the vicinity of the territory, and then let Nalinya lead the beasts in the Beast Sky Island to join the battlefield. For a while, Gu Fan's heart was full of expectations for the future. At the same time, one of the 3 lower-grade treasure chests of the king was opened by Xia Shulan. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Wolf Bloodline. Werewolf Bloodline. Quality. Lower-grade king. Effect. After taking it, you will gain werewolf blood, greatly improve your sense of smell, physical fitness, gain powerful strength, increase your health by 700, increase your attack and defense speed by 1,000, and transform into a werewolf on the full moon day. After becoming a werewolf, your strength will double again, and you can increase the upper limit of biological restrictions to 5 forbidden. Restrictions. Only creatures below 1 forbidden can take it, and those above 1 forbidden will explode. The product of Werewolf Sky Island. All the werewolves in Werewolf Sky Island are powerful and loyal warriors. Gu Fan frowned. The things opened in this king's lower-grade treasure chest can only be taken by weak creatures without realms. It seems that Xiaomi is the only creature without realm on the ship. Gu Fan thought about it, and decided to use the copy once, and then give a bottle to Xiaomi. Finally, this afternoon, the Gu Lan was moving at a high speed, and finally approached the Zerg Sky Island. When it was close to dozens of miles, Gu Fan ordered his subordinates to retract the thrusters and elevators to avoid hitting the island directly at too high a speed, which would be more trouble than gain. After everything was done, except for Nalinya, aunt, uncle, and some puppets, Xiaomi, lion tiger beasts, King Kong lizards, and other creatures with no combat power and no use. Everyone else went. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan stood on Xiao Yi's back. The others were under Xiao Yi, ready to go to the new Sky Island together. Xiao Yi has become much stronger recently. Because of the strengthening potion, the area on his back has increased a lot. As long as there is no accident, it is not a big problem for these people to stand on his back. However, in order to prevent crowding, it is still planned to let Xiao Bai and Yanli catch up below. At the same time, Gu Fan did not forget to transfer 2 second-level Forbidden Flame Lions from the Bee's Sky Island as mounts. Everyone is ready for redemption. When they arrived at the beach, a reminder sounded in their ears. Arrived at the Zerg Sky Island area, 780,000 square kilometers. Duration of stay, 35 days. Within 35 days, the position of the Gu Lan will continue to guide the location during the landing period. Please return to the Gu Lan within 35 days. Teams that have landed or are already on the Beast Sky Island. 3. Do you accept the Sky Island mission? Looking at the area of the new Sky Island, Gu Fan was stunned. Anyway, the so-called cloud coastline has no arc at all. At least it can't be seen with the naked eye. My god, it's a full 800,000 square kilometers. Yes, it's the area of a country. Gu Fan sighed. Then, after thinking about it, he decided to accept it. 35 days, enough for 3 critical hits. Not to mention that the difficulty of this Sky Island is close to the 5 forbidden levels. Even if it really reaches the 5 forbidden levels, what's the harm? Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. The bigger the wind and waves, the bigger the fish. Of course Gu Fan has to accept it. Chapter 274. Accept the mission. Gu Fan chose to accept. Soon, the reminder sound continued to ring in his ear. Zerg Sky Island mission. Choose to support the mother body abandoned by the Zerg Queen on the Zerg Sky Island. Establish Zerg forces, defeat the Zerg Queen, and unify the Zerg Sky Island. Mission success. Obtain the Zerg Sky Island teleportation array and obtain a mysterious reward. Mission failure. Each player will be randomly deducted 2,000 attribute points. Seeing this mission, Gu Fan was surprised. What is the Queen Mother? What is the Mother Body? Shouldn't the Queen Mother be the Mother Body? Moreover, the penalty for failure of this mission is too high. But the rewards for success are still many. This huge Sky Island of 780,000 square kilometers. If it really becomes your own territory, it will be much stronger than the so-called Beast Sky Island. The following is important information about the Zerg Sky Island. In the first year of the Zerg era, there were all kinds of strange creatures on a huge continent. At that time, it was not the Zerg that ruled the continent, but dinosaurs and a group of mammals. The Zerg only occupied a very small area. In the 10th year of the Zerg era, a volcano erupted in the center of the continent, and the volcanic ash blocked the sky. The terrible volcanic ash caused the temperature to drop, and the entire Zerg Sky Island fell into a catastrophe. In the first 100 years of the Zerg era, the food chain on the Zerg continent changed dramatically. The dinosaurs became extinct and mammals became the masters. However, this cold winter lasted for hundreds of years, and mammals also became extinct and withered one after another. Only the Zerg, the savages, and other races with strong survival ability remained. In the first 1,000 years of the Zerg era, the Zerg began to be the masters and almost ruled the entire continent. Because although the entire Zerg Sky Island was dominated by the Zerg, there were still other powerful forces, and even indigenous people existed. The Zerg did not completely rule the Zerg Sky Island. In order to ensure the continuity of the Zerg Queen will breed new mothers every 2 years, allowing the new mothers to breed in the vast areas of each continent. Therefore, the candidates for the Zerg Queen often change, but it doesn't matter. No matter who is the owner of the Zerg Sky Island, as long as it is the Zerg, it doesn't matter. In the 1001st year of the Zerg era, the Zerg continent was forcibly requisitioned by the Cube main world. The forces on the Zerg Sky Island are not only the Zerg, which means that if Gu Fan wants to support a new mother and then dominate the entire Sky Island, the enemy is not only the Zerg Queen and other mothers, but also other forces. Only 35 days. But it doesn't matter, 3 full critical hits, with the morale of the Star Lord, and even the morale of the Moon Lord, and then a few talents that increase group abilities, that is invincible. Soon, several people stepped into the new Sky Island, and Nalanya and her aunt and uncle stayed at home. Captain, what should we do now? Hu Xiongwa asked curiously. Gu Fan thought, now we should go to the edge of the continent to find out if there is a mother body, because the mission requires supporting a new mother body, and then letting the new mother body rule the entire Zerg Sky Island to complete the mission. Soon, several people were divided into 5 groups. Gu Xiao was of course with Xiao Yi on his back. Hu Xiongbo, Wang Tingting and the other 4 were with him, and Jiang Yu and Chu Lin were with him. Xuannu brought the milk dragon. Xiao Bai and Lu Zhen were with them to find a new mother body. The more powerful the mother body is, the better, and the easier it is to rule the entire Sky Island. Not long after, the 5 people searched for a day and a night. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan encountered many bugs. Some bugs were huge and covered with dense legs. Some of them have no legs. Their bodies are soft and sticky, extremely long, and can spray venom. Some are like giant wasps, and the more aggressive they are. Some are giant cockroaches that can fly, and they may not be killed no matter how hard you hit them. Of course, there are also transformed insects, and some of them have the characteristics of insects. This terrible scene makes Xia Shuan extremely scared. When she encounters scary-looking insects, she can only scream loudly, and then use terrible magma to burn them all to death. I don't know whether it is Xiao Shulan who should be afraid, or those abstract-looking insects. But these insects have a characteristic, that is, they are not mothers. Some of them are insects of the engineer class, engineer insects. Some are insects of the combat class, combat insects, and defense insects. The various functions and distributions of the Zerg are completely different. Specifically divided into mother insects of the reproductive class, such as the mother body that splits out to expand the territory, and the strongest force on the continent, the Queen Mother. Engineers in the engineer class are divided into gathering workers, who go out to forage or transport resources, or mark routes through pheromones, and are commonly seen in peaks and butterflies. Construction workers are used to build nests and maintain the structure of nests, and are commonly seen in ants, centipedes, earthworms. Breeding workers are used to take care of eggs and larvae. Finally, there are cleaning workers, which are used to keep the nests clean. Combat insects in the combat class are varied, some of which have never been seen on Blue Star. They are generally strong in combat power, and have the largest number. They are not afraid of life and death, and their general appearance and type are similar to those of the mother insect. In addition, there are special types. Scout insects, storage insects, and so on. In short, a perfect Zerg has many different types. Soon, except for Gu Fan and Xia Shuan, 4 of the 5 teams found the mother. There were quite a few mothers, 4 of them. Gu Fan was also a little depressed. In the past 2 days, apart from the seeds of the combat class, there were no other insects. He had never seen the mother at all. He didn't know if Xia Shulan's luck was starting to play tricks on him. Soon, everyone gathered at the top of a mountain on the edge of the continent. Hu Xiongbo and others gave the captured mothers to Gu Fan and let him choose. The 4 mothers are all females and can transform, which is the specialness of the mother. Those who cannot transform are other classes, and those who can transform are all mothers. For example, the first one, the second forbidden mother captured by Hu Xiongbo, has a good figure tied up all over, and has a pair of cute wings behind her. However, because of Hu Xiongbo's impoliteness, she stared at Hu Xiongbo and Gu Fan with angry eyes. "Damn human, let me go quickly, the mother queen will not let you go," the mother shouted. "Fuck you." Hu Xiongbo slapped the first mother in the face, making her eyes full of stars. "Aw, human, you dare to hit the mother who is the second forbidden." The mother was anxious, and her face was red with anger. This mother is related to dragonflies. Gu Fan just took a look and was not interested, but saw the second one. This was captured by the Snow Girl Milk Dragon, and she kept shouting that these humans and monsters must be trampled underfoot. At the same time, its realm is probably at the third forbidden. The third one also looked unconvinced. Gu Fan learned a piece of information based on the thoughts of these 3 mothers. In the mother level of the Zerg continent, the first forbidden is the mother, the second forbidden is the queen, the third forbidden is the great queen, the fourth forbidden is the king, and the fifth forbidden is the queen. Yes, this Zerg Sky Island has 5 forbidden. However, the difficulty of the Zerg Sky Island is only close to the 5 forbidden. Gu Fan guessed that because the area is too large, the possibility of encountering the 5 forbidden queen is not high, and most of the creatures are 2 forbidden, 3 forbidden. Close to the 5 forbidden is also a very objective evaluation. Unlike the previous Witch Sky Island and Beast Sky Island, one is a real 4 forbidden, and the other is a real 3 forbidden. Their area is not as large as this Zerg Sky Island. Of course, it is also possible that the queen who is 5 forbidden only knows how to fly children and has poor combat ability. As for the 6 forbidden, the blood volume of the 6 forbidden needs to be more than 50,000, which is not comparable to the level of this Sky Island. Chapter 275. After understanding the power structure of the Zerg Queen, Gu Fan also understood the abilities of these 4 mothers. It is worth mentioning that the first 3 mothers are constantly shouting, very crazy. But the last mother shrinks her neck. She has a pair of large wings behind her, and 2 tentacles, like cockroaches on her head. However, after this cockroach girl transforms, except for the large wings behind her and the tentacles on her head, the rest are signs related to humans. If you insist, that is a loli with a different style from Xiao Shulan. This cockroach mother has an ordinary figure, a delicate and cute expression, and a dull look in her eyes. More importantly, she has no realm, her health is only more than 500 points, and her attack and defense speed is only more than 70 points. Basically, the kind that will die if you hit her head. No realm. Cockroach-shaped mother. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan curiously. She had already guessed which one Gu Fan wanted to choose as the mother object. It was nothing but the cockroach girl in front of him. Could it be that the rubbish husband chose her because she looked cute? Like a loli? No, I have to feel a sense of crisis. Xia Shulan frowned. However, her inner voice was overheard by Gu Fan. Gu Fan pinched Xia Shulan's face. Little darling, don't think too much. She just happens to meet the requirements of the werewolf bloodline, and she is not even 1/5 of yours. Xia Shulan's eyes lit up, looking at the skinny figure of the cockroach girl and nodded. That's true, husband, I was wrong, hee hee. Originally, Xia Shulan was just joking and flirting with Gu Fan. Now, I am even happier. Then, Gu Fan stood in front of the cockroach mother. The first dragonfly mother was shocked and said angrily, Human, you have no vision. Why did you choose a cockroach that is worse than trash? The second and third mothers were also indignant. If they were chosen, they would keep shouting and get angry. If they were not chosen, they would keep shouting and get angry. If you keep arguing, I will cut off your tongues, a bunch of bugs. Boom, a thunder made a muffled sound in the sky. Gu Fan's eyes showed a deep blue light. For a moment, the 3 mothers trembled and dared not say anything. The halo on them changed from black to gray. Yes, it was the halo of range sensing. Black is hostility, white is kindness, red is love. The gray is naturally mixed between black and white. Noisy, just like bugs. Gu Fan said. But we are bugs. The dragonfly mother said somewhat unhappily. What do you want to say? She shrank her neck, not daring to say anything else, but was very curious why Gu Fan chose a useless cockroach girl instead of them. The cockroach girl looked up curiously, looking at the 2 of them. Her 2 long and thin tentacles kept shaking. What do you want to do? The cockroach girl said softly. Become our mother, lead you to fight, and become the queen of the entire Zerg Sky Island. Pooh ah ha ha ha. The dragonfly mother laughed non-stop. The other 2 mothers were also laughing wildly. The strongest among them was only the 3rd forbidden, that is, the great queen, and this man actually wanted to make the little one of the forbidden mother body become the queen mother? How is this possible? However, when Gu Fan's eyes saw them, they soon realized it and stopped laughing. 3 thunders flashed across the sky, knocking the 3 of them unconscious, but not killing them. Soon, Gu Fan looked at the cockroach girl. What do you think? Of course, the cockroach girl could only agree. The group of people in front of her were so powerful that only the queen mother could fight against them. Instead of trying to escape, it would be better to listen to these humans. Okay, but you can't abuse me. The cockroach girl blushed and said weakly. No, why are you blushing? Xia Shulan said dissatisfiedly. From now on, you will be called Cockroach Girl, this is your name. Gu Fan gave her the name, and signed a contract with her. Although it was only a 3-band contract paper, it could only guarantee loyalty for a short period of time. But Gu Fan believed that even if this cockroach girl came to the 4-band, it would be fine. With Gu Fan's help, this cockroach girl would not choose to betray unless she was stupid. If she really betrayed, with so many 4 forbidden masters, even if the cockroach girl broke through to the 5 forbidden level, she could kill him. The cockroach girl nodded obediently, but she glanced at the 3 mothers who were stunned by the electric shock and asked curiously, Master, why did you choose me? Instead of those 3 sisters? They were born at almost the same time, and they had a good relationship with each other. They were stationed in this marginal mountain range, and developed their territory. And the cockroach girl thought she was the weakest. Why would? The cockroach girl was very strange. Because you have high potential. Impossible, if I had high potential, I wouldn't be such a weakling now. Gu Fan took out the werewolf blood injection and copied it. 2 werewolf blood injections, one of which was injected into the cockroach girl's forehead. Suddenly, the cockroach girl's eyes glowed with gold, and she felt a strong force filling her whole body. Ah! Master, Didn't you say you can't abuse me? The cockroach girl screamed in pain, her tone full of pleading. Take a deep breath. This is normal. Only creatures without prohibitions can grow through this power. And you just meet the requirements. After injecting all the werewolf blood into the cockroach girl's body, Gu Fan was looking forward to the cockroach girl's growth. At the same time, Gu Fan also ordered Hu Xiongbo and others to hunt some prey in the nearby forest. Although most of them were Zerg, there were still a small number of mammals, and their role was at best just food. Afterwards, Gu Fan prepared a lot of stock of barbaric beef elbows, barbaric beef, etc., waiting for the cockroach girl to absorb all the werewolf blood. As time went by, the cockroach girl's antennae kept shaking, and her ears began to transform into 2 pairs of cute wolf ears. The big wings on her back became stronger and more powerful. A wolf tail kept swinging behind her buttocks. At this time, the cockroach girl turned into a cockroach wolf girl. Her claws also began to become sharp, and fangs appeared at the corners of her mouth. Your pet, the cockroach girl, is undergoing a huge change. The species is changing from a cockroach mother to a werewolf cockroach mother. A prompt sound came from my ear. Soon, the cockroach wolf girl opened her eyes wide, only to feel extremely hungry and thirsty, and the strength of her whole body increased dozens of times. Water, meat. I want water. I want meat. The cockroach wolf girl muttered to herself. Chapter 276. Water. Meat. The cockroach wolf girl shouted, her eyes full of pleading. At this time, the cockroach wolf girl had wolf ears, a wolf tail, big wings, and 2 long little antennae. Just like a combination of a bug girl and a beast girl. Gu Fan put the food in front of her, including the previous barbarian bull elbow, plus a bunch of mineral water. The cockroach wolf girl immediately started to eat voraciously. Although her eating appearance was ugly, it was also quite funny. Everyone surrounded the cockroach wolf girl through the enhancement of werewolf blood. At this time, the cockroach wolf girl's qualifications were upgraded to the 5th forbidden, and her own strength, because of the 7,000 points of life value, reached the 3rd forbidden. She finally ate enough, and then looked at Gu Fan with a vigilant look. Master, what did you do to me? Gu Fan remained silent, but checked the attribute panel of the cockroach girl. Werewolf, cockroach mother, cockroach wolf girl. Realm, 3 forbidden, Grand Queen, HP, 7580. Attack, 1125. Defense, 1189. Speed, 1235. Skills, produce engineer bugs, consume some physical strength and its own nutrients to give birth to engineer bugs. The strength of engineer bugs is 1 forbidden lower than that of the Grand Queen, which is 2 forbidden. Engineer bugs can be used to produce combat bugs, consume some physical strength, can give birth to combat bugs. The strength of combat bugs is higher than that of the Grand Queen. Produce special bugs, nesting, can create a nest. The defense level of the nest is the same as that of the Grand Queen. In the nest, it can be used to cultivate engineer bugs, combat bugs, special bugs, etc. Transform into werewolf. Can forcibly transform into a werewolf, doubling the strength and greatly increasing the acuity. The time lasts for 2 hours. On the full moon day, it will automatically transform. Absolute loyalty. The Zerg that reproduces will be absolutely loyal to the cockroach sister by genes. Unlimited reproduction. It will automatically do business all the time, provided that it needs enough nutrition. The information of the cockroach sister is not complicated. In short, it is a flying child. In addition to the flying child, there are still flying children. When the number of fighting insects is large enough, they can continuously swallow up the resources of other mother bodies, insect soldiers, and keep expanding their own power. Look at your strength. Don't find it strange. This is all given to you. Gu Fan said calmly. At this time, the cockroach wolf sister finally found out that something was wrong with herself. She became the Great Queen. This level is even stronger than the 3 sisters, however, because the 3 sisters and she were just expelled by a Queen Mother. The 5 forbidden Queen Mother, or the 4 forbidden Queen Mother, will have the instinct to split the mother body and expel it to develop on their own. According to the 4 Zerg sisters, they were all expelled by the South Queen Mother. The Zerg forces in the entire Zerg Sky Island are specifically divided into 5. The Central Plains Queen, the South Queen, the North Queen, the West Queen, and the East Queen. Therefore, the entire Zerg are the children of the Central Plains Queen. In addition to the Zerg, the strength of the savages should not be underestimated, and is about the same as that of ordinary queens. Therefore, if you want to conquer the entire Zerg Sky Island, you must start with the South Queen. Master, I actually became the Queen Mother. Cockroach Wolf's sister shouted excitedly. Knowing that it was Gu Fan's handiwork, she felt a little grateful in her heart, but also a little dreadful. This ability. Isn't it that any weak creature can become a strong person by relying on this werewolf bloodline? Hu Xionghua, Jiangyu, Xuan Nu, you are divided into 3 teams, and you also train the other 3 mothers. Use both kindness and force to develop 4 forces. When the time comes, wait for various developments, and then unite the army to defeat Queen Nan. The other 3 mothers were still in a coma, and the Cockroach Wolf's sister heard Gu Fan's idea and was stunned. Master, do you want me to reproduce and kill the mother? The Queen Nan can be regarded as the mother of the Cockroach Wolf's sister. The Queen of Central Plains is the mother of Queen Nan, and the grandmother of the Cockroach Wolf's sister. Why, as a mother, don't you want to be the emperor of this continent? Gu Fan frowned and asked. Of course I want to. I want to kill my mother, kill my grandmother, kill all my brothers and sisters, and fight for the Master's hegemony over the entire Zerg Sky Island. The genes in the Zerg are warlike, hegemonic, and human wave tactics. There is no filial piety or emotion at all. The Mantis wife can kill the Mantis husband for nutrition, and the Mantis husband can be willing to be killed for the Mantis wife to get nutrition. In their eyes, the reproduction of the race and the domination of the race are more important than anything else, including their own lives. This Cockroach Wolf girl is very smart. She knows that everything about her is controlled by Gu Fan, so she said that she would dominate for Gu Fan. That's fine, do a good job. The other 3 mothers were also taken away by the 3 captains. At this time, only the Flying Xiaoyi, Xiao Shulan, and the Cockroach Wolf girl were left. Gu Fan, through recent observations of the terrain, planned to start development on the mountainside of a mountain, gradually occupy the entire mountain range, multiple mountain ranges, and then the plains in the south. Soon, after choosing a good location, Gu Fan asked the Cockroach Wolf girl to start giving birth. I have to build a nest first, my 2 masters, don't worry, you can live in it after the nest is built. The Cockroach Wolf girl hurriedly built a nest by herself. The initial nest was built by the mother. Later, when the engineer worm appeared, the construction work would be handed over to the engineer worm. The Cockroach girl only needed to concentrate on giving birth. Soon, the Cockroach Wolf girl found a cave and began to build a nest in it. A large amount of light yellow liquid sprayed out of the Cockroach Wolf girl's mouth and filled the entire cave. The whole cave suddenly gave off a strange smell, a bit sweet and fragrant. Afterwards, the Cockroach Wolf girl kept scratching the wall with her little hands and gnawing on the wall with her mouth, preparing to scratch out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room house. Gu Fan was speechless and quickly gave a blue diamond pickaxe. Here are the tools. But the Cockroach girl shook her head. No, I don't want it. I only believe in myself. Hubby, let her gnaw it. After all, it's a bug. It must have its own way. Xia Shuan on the side looked at the gnawed marks. It seemed pretty awesome. In this way, half a day later, the Cockroach girl gnawed out a 1-bedroom and 3 living room, one of which was for Gu Fan and Xia Shuan to live in, one for herself to live in, and one for reproduction. At the same time, the light yellow liquid had covered the entire 1-bedroom and 3 living room cave, and it had solidified and was very hard. Gu Fan knocked it, and the hardness was about lapis lazuli, which was enough. Moreover, this yellow solid has an advantage, that is, it is easy to move. At that time, no matter how large the nest area is, if you want to move it, you can ask a bunch of engineer bugs to break through the mountain and then move the solidified yellow nest away. Master, I will give birth to a child later. You are not allowed to peek. The Cockroach Wolf girl came to the 2 with a swollen belly and said weakly, Get lost, we don't want to see it. Xia Shulan waved her hand and said unhappily, What does this Cockroach Wolf girl think of herself? Does she really think someone wants to see it? Hee, that's fine. The Cockroach Wolf girl is also an abstract woman, jumping away and coming to the breeding room. In fact, there are breeding rooms and breeding rooms, but now, because there is only 1 bug, it doesn't need to be so complicated. The Cockroach Wolf girl lay on the ground, constantly beating her belly with both hands, and soon, eggs appeared one by one. Omitted 10,000 words. Chapter 277. After the eggs were sprayed out of her stomach, the Cockroach Wolf girl looked weak. I'm so tired. Then, she opened her mouth again and sprayed out a lot of yellow liquid, covering all the eggs. After doing all this, the Cockroach Wolf girl came to the living room and asked Gu Fan and Xia Shulan for food. Gu Fan gave the Cockroach Wolf girl a lot of barbarian bull elbows, plus a lot of food and water, which made the Cockroach Wolf girl very grateful and vowed to create the most powerful insect army for Gu Fan. 10 hours later, the sprayed eggs began to hatch, and turned into engineer bugs one after another. They look weird. Most of them have the shape of cockroaches, but behind the giant cockroaches, there are furry wolf tails. In addition, although some engineer bugs look like cockroaches, the two front claws are very long, like the sickle of a mantis. Cockroach mantis, HP, 2536. Attack, 285. Defense, 237. Speed, 265. Skills, nesting, able to create any Zerg-related building. These cockroaches began to work continuously, starting with 3 rooms and 1 living room, then continued to develop to 5 rooms, 7 rooms, 10 rooms, until more and more. At the same time, the cockroach wolf girl was not idle, and continued to lay eggs. These eggs were all engineer-class bugs, and they played an indispensable role in the development of the entire nest. Time passed quickly, and after a day, the entire nest was intricate, mainly divided into the core area where Gu Fan and Xia Shulan lived, and the core area where the cockroach girl lived. In addition, there are also breeding rooms and cultivation rooms. In the breeding room, the eggs laid by the cockroach girl will be transferred to the cultivation room. Finally, after the number of engineer bugs reached 100, the cockroach wolf sister began to give birth to combat bugs. Because the cockroach wolf sister's own band number was only 3, so even if she gave birth to combat bugs, she would only have the strength of 2 bands, which was far from enough. However, as long as the cockroach wolf sister's realm was improved, the bugs under her would also improve their realm. Therefore, although the soldiers born now were very useless, as long as enough strengthening potions and longevity potions were provided to the cockroach wolf sister, the strength of the cockroach wolf sister could be improved, and then the strength of the army could be enhanced. After a few minutes, the first combat bug began to hatch. It was a tall species with a height of more than 2 meters and a similar appearance to the cockroach wolf sister. It had wolf ears and a wolf tail behind it. Its limbs were very strong and looked very powerful. But this was just a showpiece and was not worth mentioning at all. Its strength was only slightly stronger than the engineer bug just now, with a life value of more than 4,000. You will be called cockroach wolf soldiers from now on, Gu Fan ordered. The cockroach wolf soldier's eyes flashed with vigilance towards Gu Fan, but soon, the mother ordered in its subconscious mind to treat Gu Fan and the other 2 as itself. This order made the cockroach wolf soldier's eyes show submission. One cockroach wolf soldier after another appeared, until the cockroach wolf sister was extremely weakened. It took 4 days to increase the number of the entire cockroach wolf soldier to 10,000. This was only possible because the cockroach wolf soldiers kept hunting, Gu Fan kept providing high-quality food, and used cube coins to buy food. And these cockroach wolf soldiers were all placed in the valley. The cockroach wolf sister, who had given birth to a child for 4 days, came to Gu Fan, Master, the energy of the insect nest breeding room has been used up, and my own energy has also been used up. What should I do now? The energy in the insect nest breeding room can breed combat insects and engineer insects. The energy of the cockroach wolf girl can produce eggs of combat insects and engineer insects. In other words, both abilities are indispensable. The energy in the cockroach wolf girl's body is used to lay eggs. Then the energy of the insect nest breeding room is consumed to cultivate eggs. As for how the insect nest breeding room came from, of course, it was the breeding room created by the 100 or so engineer insects at the beginning. So what should we do now? You can replenish your own energy by eating, and how should the breeding room be replenished? Master, you need to fight. Occupy other insect nests. Consume other mother bodies and the corpses of other insects, so as to increase enough energy for the insect nest. Gu Fan nodded and glanced at the life value of the cockroach wolf girl. Because of the strength of the werewolf bloodline, the life value of the cockroach wolf girl has reached more than 8,000, and there are more than 1,000 to break through the 4 prohibitions. Okay, but before that, you need to strengthen your body, Gu Fan explained, and then consumed a copy and gave the longevity potion type 2. After injecting it into the cockroach wolf girl's body, the cockroach wolf girl's whole body changed. Her height gradually increased from 1.5 meters to 1.6 meters, and her figure began to become plump. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the cockroach wolf girl's breath began to become much stronger, her claws became sharper, the wings behind her became huge, and the 2 cute tentacles continued to extend. Because of the type 2 longevity potion, the cockroach wolf girl's strength has been raised to the 4th forbidden. At the same time, the race prospers and suffers together, and the rest of the 10,000 cockroach wolf soldiers under his command have also been strengthened to the 3rd forbidden. The blood volume has increased from more than 4,000 to more than 7,000. The attack and defense speed also reached 4 digits. Of course, the number 2 longevity potion will consume 5,000 health points. The cockroach wolf girl was also very weak at this time. Take a rest, and send the army to attack the nearest insect nest later, and your 3 girlfriends will also come together. Gu Fan ordered. I understand. The weak cockroach wolf girl began to let the cultivated reconnaissance insects begin to explore the surrounding environment. There are 4 mountains on the edge, 1 for each mother. Hu Xiongbo led the number 1 mother, that is, the dragonfly sister. The dragonfly sister currently has about 3,000 combat insects. After all, it is only a second ban. Jiang Yu led the number 2 mother, which is a centipede sister. The centipede sister has about 2,000 combat insects. The number 3 mother led by the snow girl is the spider sister, and the combat insects are only more than 1,000, which is very weak. This is also because the strength of the spider sister is currently the weakest of the 4 mothers. Gu Fan asked everyone to lead the army to set off in the chat channel, and also secretly ordered the snow girl. Because the snow girl doesn't have the identity of a player, she can't chat naturally. Fortunately, Gu Fan can command pets and servants in his mind. Soon, the 4 legions began to gather together and prepare to set off in the direction of the nearest enemy. Once the scout bugs bring back all the intelligence, they can continue to expand and then occupy the entire south. Chapter 278. The 4 legions, the Cockroach Wolf Soldier Corps, the Dragonfly Soldier Air Force Corps, the Centipede Soldier Corps, and the Spider Soldier Corps are all ready and in the plain area in front of the 4 mountains. At this time, the Dragonfly Sister Mother, the Centipede Sister Mother, and the Spider Sister Mother have long been obedient. The 3 mothers are kneeling in front of them, looking like they are ready to be slaughtered. Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, and the Cockroach Wolf Sister are riding on Xiaoyi, preparing to join Hu Xiangbua and others. When they saw the pterosaur appearing in the sky, the 2 humans on the pterosaur's back, and the mothers who were the same as themselves, the 3 mothers were obviously trembling with fear. Bye hello master. The dragonfly sister was no longer as rebellious as she was at the beginning, but trembling and shouting on the ground. There is no way, Hu Xiangbua is too fierce. During this period of time, Hu Xiongbua's crazy education has made her have the concept of master and servant. Meet the master. The centipede girl and the spider girl did the same. They knelt in front of Gu Fan, looking timid. Well, very good. It seems that you have been honest, and know what to do. Gu Fan nodded with a satisfied look. Captain. Beside the 3 mother bodies, Hu Xiangbua, Xuan Nu, and Jiang Yu also came to Gu Fan. Behind them were 3 huge legions. Well, not bad. How are the scout bug soldiers, Cockroach Wolf Sister? Gu Fan asked. Still on the way back, master. The Cockroach Wolf Sister's tone was full of respect. Soon, Gu Fan asked the 4 legions to gather together. Wait for the arrival of the scout bug soldiers before making plans. 2 hours later, the scout bug finally came back. It looked very ugly, with a slender body and 2 very long antennae. Master Mother, I have already explored everything. There are 2 Great Queen Mother forces in the northwest, and the 2 Great Queen Mother forces are allied with each other. There is a Great Queen Mother force in the north, and there are 3 Great Queen Mother forces in the northeast, but the 3 Great Queen Mother forces are suspicious of each other and often conflict. Continue to the north, it is the territory of the Southern Queen Mother. The scout said what he had found out. In other words, further north, there is a 3 forbidden area, 3 forbidden areas in the northeast, and 2 forbidden areas in the northwest. As for the 2 forbidden area, which is the ordinary Queen Mother force, the scout did not say it clearly because there was no need. Gu Fan only needs it to find the 3 forbidden and 4 forbidden forces. I understand. The whole army will attack. The target is the northeast, defeat the 3 Great Queen Mother forces, and then go all the way west to subdue the Great Queen Mother forces, and then annihilate the Southern Queen Mother in one fell swoop. Gu Fan's current location is the southernmost. In the entire southern region, most of the middle is the power of the Southern Queen Mother, and only the marginal areas have the power of the Great Queen Mother, the Queen Mother, and even the Mother Body. In other words, if Gu Fan wants to defeat the Queen Mother of the South and support the Cockroach Wolf Sister to become the new Queen Mother of the South, he needs to clean up all the marginal areas. So the northeast, north, and northwest mentioned just now are just the barren areas at the southern end of the southern region. There is no way. The entire Zur continent is too big. Let's go! As soon as Gu Fan finished speaking, the Cockroach Wolf Sister shouted loudly, Let's go! The controlled Dragonfly Sister, Centipede Sister, and Spider Sister also shouted at the top of their voices. Hu Xiangbua rode on the Dragonfly Sister without hesitation. fly in the sky, carry me on your back. Although the dragonfly's sister was dissatisfied, she still did it. Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, and the cockroach wolf's sister returned to Xiaoyi's back. Jiang Yu, Chu Lin, Xuan Nu, and Xiao Bai stood on the mother bodies they controlled. Jiang Yu and Chu Lin stood on the centipede girl, and Xuan Nu and Xiao Bai stood on the back of the spider girl. Although the centipede girl and the spider girl were mostly human-shaped, they were not as powerful as the cockroach wolf girl. Most of their lower bodies were still insect-shaped. The army marched all the way, and Xiao Yi and the dragonfly girl circled in the air. Xuan Nu and Jiang Yu were in the center of the army, and the dragonfly girl took Hu Xiongbu to the front to observe the situation from time to time. Chapter 279. At this moment, the spider and dragonfly are combined in a race, which is the territory of the spider-dragon family. The Cyan Solid Nest is located on a plain. Many spider-dragon engineers and combat soldiers are going in and out of the nest. This race is obviously a close relative of the dragonfly's sister and the spider sister. That is, the mother of this big queen and the dragonfly's sister and the spider sister is the same. However, as sisters, they want to kill each other. There is no way. This is the nature of the Zerg, and it is also because the Zerg wants to dominate the Zerg Sky Island. Soon, a spider-dragon scout came to the core area of the nest. Mother, there are enemies coming. The core area is usually where the mother lives. However, there are two core locations in the cockroach wolf sister's nest. This is because of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. At this time, a babbling sound came from the core area. Because of the arrival of the scout, they had no choice but to stop. A cold female voice came from the core area. Didn't you say that if there was nothing to do, you were not allowed to come to me? The scout suddenly became nervous. It was obvious that the queen mother was doing some love affairs. Although the mother didn't need male insects to give birth. But after all, the mother was female, so it was understandable to do such things. Mother Queen, the army has more than 10,000 people, and most of them are cockroaches, dragonflies, spiders, and centipedes. The cockroach even has the characteristics of a wolf. Hearing this, the queen mother in the bedroom couldn't help it. What did you say? Those second-level forbidden queen mothers, and even the first-level forbidden mothers, dared to invade our territory. The queen mother angrily ate the man who had just made her happy, and then went outside the insect nest, ready to order 50,000 troops to meet the enemy. Yes, it's so exaggerated. The three queen mothers in this area have at least 50,000 elite soldiers. The three forces together have a total of 150,000. This is why these three forces have always been unwilling to submit to each other and want to annex each other, so they have been at war for many years. Now, the three forces are in a ceasefire and are developing in a peaceful period. How dare a few ants on the edge come to challenge her? For a while, the queen mother was very angry. Gather all the troops, and make sure they have no way back and become our food. Soon, smoke rose, and the huge insect nest kept rushing out one combat soldier after another. The combination of spiders and dragonflies allows the spider-dragonfly clan to have both land combat skills and air combat skills. Therefore, the spider-dragonfly queen is confident that the army can easily defeat some of the scum that attacked. Not to mention, these scum, together, have less than 20,000 troops, while she has 50,000. Soon, the 4 legions led by Gu Fan arrived at the range of the spider-dragon clan. The 4 legions and the opponent's 50,000 troops confronted each other, and Xioi carried Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, and the cockroach wolf sister to the front of the 4 legions. In front of the opponent's army, there was a woman with a sexy figure and a spider belly, like a spider spirit. Like the spider sister, she had a human upper body and a spider lower body, but the difference was that she had 2 pairs of small wings behind her, just like the dragonfly sister. Spiders and dragonflies turned out to be a combined insect race. Xia Shulan sighed, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. 2 humans? Humph, little cockroach, I didn't expect you to collude with outsiders. The Spider Queen's eyes flashed with disdain. It seems that you, a mob, came to attack my territory because you were bewitched by humans, right? The Spider Queen glanced at the cockroach wolf sister, the spider sister, and the other 2 sisters with a sharp gaze. They all lowered their heads at the same time. After all, as a Zerg, you should be the only one, and should not be the servants of other races. This is the pride of being a Zerg. But the 4 of them, the weak chickens abandoned on the edge, dared not to abide by the rules of the Zerg, and even planned to attack their own race together with outsiders. This made the 4 of them ashamed and sad. But soon, the cockroach wolf sister reacted. Everything now is given by Gu Fan. Without Gu Fan, she is nothing. After 2 seconds of shame, she continued to raise her head with a proud look. The Spider Queen was so angry when she saw this scene. Chapter 280. Humph, unreasonable mother, all insects, charge, surround and kill the enemy, leaving no one alive. After saying that, she proudly left the front line. However, the next moment, just as the enemy army was about to attack, Gu Fan took out the Black Dragon Barret and shot the Spider Queen in the head. The Spider Queen was shocked. How could you kill the enemy king at the beginning of the war? Bang! The bullet instantly blew up the Spider Queen's head. Before she died, her mind was full of regrets. She should not have come alone, but sent her confidants and hid behind. Soon, the headless body of the Spider Queen fell to the ground. The spider fighter on the side was shocked. Their mother was gone. However, even though the mother was gone, they still had to obey the last order of the mother. The army continued to rush towards the 4th Legion. The death of the Queen Mother not only did not reduce the morale of the 50,000-man army, but also greatly increased it. The loyalty of the Zerg is so exaggerated, Gu Fan vaguely felt that he had done something wrong. It would be better to let the Spider Queen return to the rear, and then the two armies fight and defeat the Spider Queen. Killing the Spider Queen first will affect the opponent's morale, and make the opponent's morale reach the top. Morale is still very important, especially when the strength of the two armies is similar. Morale is even more important. For example, on Blue Star before crossing, the military fairy Han Xian relied on a desperate battle to boost the morale of the soldiers, so that he could defeat the enemy with fewer troops. However, this does not matter. When the strength gap between the two armies is too large, morale cannot play a decisive role. Soldiers! Gu Fan shouted hoarsely. His loud voice resounded throughout the plain. Gu Fan stood on a high place, waving the meteoric moon sword in his hand, with a firm look and a serious expression. Although we are in an unfavorable situation with many enemies, and few enemies at the moment, don't worry. Because the enemy seems to be numerous, but in fact they are weak. In comparison, although our army has few troops, every Zerg warrior is extremely powerful. You must believe that even if we face 3 Spider Dragon combat arms, any brave and fearless Zerg warrior in our army can defeat them. After speaking, Gu Fan paused and continued to roar. The army is charging. Destroy the enemy. Gu Fan had previously decisively raised the Black Dragon Barret, aimed at, and successfully shot the enemy's Spider Queen. This should have been a brilliant move, but unfortunately it went against his wishes, and he made a wrong move in the end. Because he did not choose to shoot the Spider Queen at that time. If he forced her to surrender after the war, then the huge army she led might be used for his own purposes. But now everything is irreversible. The only way out is to completely defeat the enemy's 50,000 troops. Only in this way can we win the war. As Gu Fan finished speaking, the army behind him, including cockroach soldiers, spider soldiers, dragonfly soldiers, centipede soldiers, etc., rushed towards the enemy without hesitation like a surging tide. However, due to the huge difference in the number of people on both sides and the enemy's aggressive and unstoppable momentum, the morale of the soldiers on their side was affected to a certain extent and began to appear a little low. Xiao Shulan. Gu Fan touched the girl's head in his arms. Yeah, I understand. Soon, the two used the Star Lord morale together. Not only that, Gu Fan also used the Moon Lord morale. The Star Lord morale increased 500 health points and 200 attack and defense speed. The Double Star Lord morale is 1000 health points, 400 attack and defense speed, and of course a total of 200 morale points. The Moon Lord morale is 5000 health points, 1000 attack and defense speed, and 500 morale points. Together, it is 6000 health points, 1400 attack and defense speed, and 700 morale points. Before the 3 lords added, ordinary cockroach wolf soldiers only had the strength of 3 bands, 7000 health points, and about 1000 attack speed and defense. After the addition, it is a full 13,000 HP, 2400 attack and defense speed. Each 3 forbidden cockroach wolf soldier temporarily breaks through to the 4 forbidden, and the strength becomes so terrifying. Of course, not only the soldiers, but also the cockroach wolf girl is temporarily strengthened a lot. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan also temporarily break through to the 4 forbidden, 6000 HP, 1400 attack and defense speed, enough to make any 3 forbidden creature crazy. Hu Xiongwa, Jiang Yu, Chu Lin, and Xuan Nu, etc. have been greatly strengthened. As long as they are loyal to Gu Fan and belong to Gu Fan's legion, they can be strengthened. This is the horror of the morale of the Moon Lord and the Double Star Lord. The legions of both sides are constantly fighting, and the morale of Gu Fan's legion was originally a little low. With the blessing of skills, the combat bugs of Gu Fan's legion are like chicken blood, killing one enemy after another. Not to mention Chu Lin, Hu Xiongbo, who played with fire, plus Jiang Yu, Xue Nu and other powerful individuals, constantly fighting in the enemy army. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were not surprised. They flew into the air, and Gu Fan unleashed one terrifying lightning bolt after another. Xia Shulan unleashed one lava fist after another. It was a terrifying massacre. In less than half an hour, the Spider Dragon Legion was completely annihilated. The four legions only lost dozens of Zerg combat soldiers except the Cockroach Wolf Legion. As for the Cockroach Wolf Legion, none of them died. And the reason why they lost soldiers was because Hu Xiongbo, Chu Lin, Xue Nu and others had range damage and accidentally injured them. Xia Shulan was also like that. Her lava accidentally burned several centipede soldiers of her side to death. As for Gu Fan's Cockroach Wolf soldiers, each of them was brave and good at fighting. After the bonus, they had the cultivation of the four forbiddens, which means that even the Zerg of the Queen Mother Legion was no more than that. In fact, because of the 700 points of morale, to a certain extent, Gu Fan's legion was more powerful, but the number was still too small. The number of the Queen Mother's army is over 1 million, and there is still a long way to go. At the same time, Gu Fan did not stop the army. There are more than 2.5 hours left. Gu Fan ordered the army to go to the two surrounding mother forces and defeat them in one fell swoop. If the mother is willing to surrender, then of course he will accept it, but Gu Fan is only willing to accept the mother who surrenders sincerely. Soon, an hour later, the other two mother armies were also killed in pieces, and the two mother leaders were tied up and brought to Gu Fan. One is the Queen of Flies, with a female upper body like a human, and her skin is shining with a cold metallic luster. The slender waist and curvy figure look quite sexy, similar to the previous Queen of Spiders and Dragons. However, below the waist, it is the huge insect body of the fly covered with fine hairs and segmented limbs. The wings behind it flash colorful rainbows in the dim light. The other one is the Queen of Mosquitoes. It is similar to the previous mother. The upper body is a cold and beautiful woman, with white skin that is almost transparent, and has a light grayish-blue color. The eyes are narrow and long, flashing with bloodthirsty light, and the face is delicate. However, the lower body is in the form of a mosquito, with slender and spiked limbs supporting her body. The sharp mouthparts flash cold light in the dark, and the wings were constantly vibrating, constantly emitting subtle shrill sounds. But this is not the point. The point is that the strength of these two queens is not weak. Both are high-level 3 forbidden existences. My lord, don't kill me. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to lower my status and become a combat insect general. The fly queen waved her arms and shouted. I am the same. The mosquito queen shouted. The two queens no longer have the arrogant attitude they had when they just met.